Hao Ren clutched several sheets of paper in his hand, striving to navigate the shaded paths beneath the trees or the cool recesses of nearby buildings. The cacophony of honking vehicles on the adjacent road and the incessant chirping of cicadas created a disarray that would unsettle most. Yet this young man appeared largely unfazed. He kept his gaze downcast, silently forging ahead, occasionally flicking his almost soaked attire in response to the oppressive heat. His attention fell upon the papers he held, two of which were job advertisements, while another was a promotional pamphlet handed to him by a student as he passed through the square. The pamphlet depicted a radiant young woman beaming with joy, accompanied by bold lettering proclaiming, Jinrong Maternity and Childcare Hospital, specializing in. Hao Ren mused over the apparent lack of dedication among students these days. When he distributed pamphlets during his own work-study days, he would never have thrust such materials into the hands of a man who was clearly single. Nevertheless, he reasoned that this sturdy pamphlet was quite suitable for fanning oneself in the heat. Just 2 more left if these don't work out. Then that's that, he muttered, examining the last 2 job advertisements in his possession. Fortunately, these establishments were close together, allowing him to swiftly complete today's task. One of them was just a head-in advertising firm whose exterior belied its true capabilities. The sign outside boasted an ambitious name: Galaxy Media Cultural Development and Promotion Company. One could easily surmise that it was destined to collapse within 6 months. And it was precisely this peculiar name that drew Hao Ren in. His intention was not merely to apply for a position, but rather to witness the eccentricity of the individual who could conjure such a whimsical title. With great enthusiasm, he strolled several hundred meters, circumventing the road's barrier, and finally arrived at the entrance of the remarkably named advertising firm, only to be met with astonishment indeed. The company had gone under. Though the sign still hung, a notice of closure was affixed to the glass door, dated 2 days prior, while the job advertisement in his hand was dated 4 days ago. What a rapidly changing world this was. Did companies really recruit new employees just 2 days before shutting their doors? Casually crumpling the advertisement into a ball, he tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Hao Ren then directed his gaze to the final sheet, and after a brief 2 seconds, he followed suit, discarding it in the same manner. Pondering whether he had been blind when he sifted through these listings days prior, the bus company was seeking an office clerk, requiring a female aged between 25 and 40, who was diligent, computer-savvy, and possessed prior work experience. With this in hand, he eagerly made his way to the city center, solely to ascertain just how gleaming the glass door of a company that had been recruiting mere days before its demise might be. Rather fruitless endeavor. Hao Ren, a 25-year-old man with an affinity for women and no vices to speak of, boasted the singular virtue of being an unpicky eater. Currently single, he resided alone in an old house left behind by his parents in the southern part of the city. And like most young men, his life ambition was to earn over $10,000 a month by the age of 25 and marry a beautiful wife, ideally with the addition of a car. As his parents were no longer alive, he felt a pressing need to live well to avoid bringing shame upon his family. Presently, he had achieved 1/3 of this series of goals. He had indeed turned 25 this year. It was, in truth, a rather melancholic tale that he had come to the city today in search of employment, but in reality, he felt little urgency regarding his financial situation. As mentioned earlier, he resided in a spacious old house inherited from his parents, and he ought to be grateful for the legacy of his forebears. The house, a 2-story structure, had been converted into something akin to a family rental apartment. For years, Hao Ren had sustained himself through renting out this property. Yet due to its remoteness, so remote that he might have to wait decades for it to be demolished, his rental income was modest. It was sufficient for a comfortable single life, but not enough to amass wealth. To be fair, with such a stable income, there was little necessity for him to seek employment. Yet, as humans are wont to do, he found himself overly reflective during his idle hours, feeling compelled to exert himself and explore new avenues in life. A more pressing reason loomed larger. His old house was situated in a location so isolated that it felt nearly detached from civilization. Since the last migrant couple had vacated the rental, no tenants had appeared for nearly 6 months. Gazing at the empty 2-story apartment, he came to a profound realization. Unless municipal planning shifted toward his area, it seemed he would indeed have to venture out to find work. After studying urban planning for 3 days, Hao Ren concluded that the prospect of his neighborhood transforming into a commercial hub overnight was exceedingly slim. Acknowledging that as a grown man, he could not let himself languish, he finally resolved to seek employment, if only to secure a means of sustenance. After all, he had once been a diligent worker who earned his tuition through labor surely. He could not allow himself to starve in this vast world. Yet, fate does not bend to human will, and his first day of aimless wandering yielded little more than aimless wandering. However fruitless his thoughts, Hao Ren stretched and decided to rest beneath the shade of a tree in a nearby small park, opting to wait out the hottest hour of the afternoon before seeking a small eatery to satiate his hunger and then returning home. Thankfully, this northern town, which was barely a Tier 3 city, still retained a semblance of tranquility and openness. Despite its rapid economic development, the public spaces were well planned, adorned with lush greenery, and even the city center, where real estate was at a premium, boasted several small parks for respite. He found a piece of paper to wipe down the bench, then reclined comfortably, shielding his face from the sun with the pamphlet emblazoned with the logo of the women's hospital and the image of the lovely girl, thus settling into a leisurely repose. Naturally, he was cautious not to fall into a deep slumber, for the prevalence of thieves had increased, and good people were few and far between. While he possessed little of value, he had no desire to be robbed rather. He intended merely to doze lightly, if only to dissipate some of the heat enveloping him. However, scarcely had a minute passed since he lay down when the sunlight streaming through the edges of the pamphlet dimmed, as though someone had approached his side. Surprised, Hao Ren lifted his face to discover that the sun had begun to set, and a petite, slender female figure stood beside him. This silhouette perfectly blocked the now diminished sunlight, and due to the backlighting, he could not discern her features, only that she was a slim girl with short hair. "Hey, you're awake." This unfamiliar girl appeared quite familiar with herself, waving while casually greeting him. Hao Ren sprang upright, initially astonished by the surrounding scenery, confirming that it was indeed evening. What had been intended as a brief nap had inadvertently turned into an extended slumber. Only then did he take the opportunity to scrutinize the stranger before him. At that moment, the girl seemed to realize her position in the light made it difficult for him to see her clearly, so she grinned widely and slightly turned to allow him a better view. A strikingly beautiful girl this was Hao Ren's first impression. She donned a refreshingly casual outfit, a fitted white short-sleeved shirt adorned with a somewhat juvenile plastic dog ornament, paired with dark shorts and sneakers, reminiscent of a college student who had sneakily cut class to go shopping. This girl, exuding a friendly demeanor, sported shoulder-length hair, and appeared to be quite athletic, her skin a sun-kissed hue, radiating health and vitality. Her features were lovely, but what captured attention most were her expressive, lively eyes, brimming with energy, as if her very spirit was emanating from them. Behind her stood a sizable suitcase that seemed quite substantial. Observing the slightly dazed Hao Ren, the short-haired beauty flashed a dazzlingly bright smile, though to label it as such might seem inappropriate, yet he genuinely perceived it as a foolish grin. Her expression was pure and untainted, a rarity in this day and age among girls of her age group. She rummaged through her small bag for a while before finally producing a crumpled piece of paper, extending it toward Hao Ren. "Excuse me, could you tell me where this place is?" Hao Ren slapped his cheeks to rouse himself, momentarily setting aside thoughts of this rather impulsive girl as he glanced down at the address on the paper. Oh my, was that not his own home? Chapter 2, then everything suddenly became abnormal. Hao Ren stared blankly at the note before him, which bore the address of a rather remote location in the suburbs. He was all too familiar with that address. Wasn't it his own home? What could a stranger, a girl he had never met before, possibly want with that place? Hao Ren was puzzled as to why this unfamiliar girl would possess his home address, to be honest. He felt a flicker of excitement at that moment. Yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations, having exhausted all his romantic fortunes long before the 3rd grade, when he used to sit next to girls in class. Thus, he maintained an air of indifference, albeit with a hint of curiosity, as he regarded the pretty girl before him. She had a lovely figure and an attractive countenance, though her height was somewhat disappointing. Her lively and cheerful demeanor certainly compensated for it. "I'm looking for a place to stay," the beautiful girl replied, quite straightforwardly, "that I've been searching for a whole day and couldn't find anything. So I decided to ask someone. You're the only person left in the park to inquire." Hao Ren felt that the girl's level of familiarity was perhaps a bit excessive, but his attention was quickly captured by her mention of seeking accommodation, his drowsy mind dulled by a midday nap. suddenly sharpened as he recalled a crucial detail. Oh, I am a landlord. Just a couple of days ago, I had placed an advertisement in a local paper announcing that I had a room for rent. So, this girl before me is looking for a place to stay. After a long dry spell, it seemed he would finally be receiving rent again. Folding the note, he returned it to her, saying, I certainly know this place. Allow me to take you there. The beautiful girl instantly brightened, stuffing the paper in her bag and patting it. Thank you so much. I've really been searching for a long time. Hao Ren stood up, stretched, and was about to step out of the park when a sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment. You said you spent an entire day searching for this address in the city center? The girl nodded vigorously, her expression adorably earnest. Yes, yes. It's quite difficult to find this place that of course it is difficult to find. Hao Ren nearly lost his composure, momentarily doubting whether this girl had some prior acquaintance with him and was now playing a prank. Did you not notice that the address clearly states South Suburbs? South Suburbs. You spent a whole day searching for a suburban address in the city, but it says by Shirlu here. The beautiful girl pointed in a certain direction. Hao Ren recognized that it referred to a commercial building in the city center. Wasn't by Shirlu located in the city. Hao Ren was momentarily taken aback before realizing his mistake. It was by Shir Road in the south suburbs, not by Shirlu in the city center. He had yet to voice the rest of his thought. Did you only glance at the first two characters of the place name? Ah, the beautiful girl quickly recalled and displayed a slightly embarrassed expression. I forgot. I can be a bit careless at times, but you know whereby Shir Road in the south suburbs is, right? Please take me there. Hao Ren still felt that something was amiss with this girl, but he was not one to dwell on matters unnecessarily. Besides, she was merely a prospective tenant. After 2 years of being a landlord, he had grown accustomed to not meddling in his tenants' affairs. Thus, he pointed towards the park entrance. We'll need to take a bus. The south suburbs are quite far from here, and by the time we arrive, it will likely be evening. Oh, by the way, I am the landlord you are looking for. The place you seek belongs to me. Upon hearing this, the girl displayed a look of surprise, her excitement palpable. Really? Hao Ren nodded, and the energetic girl nearly jumped with glee. What a coincidence! How can the world be so wonderfully coincidental? We must be fated, landlord. Hao Ren rubbed his temples, feeling that this girl had an unusually spirited demeanor. Unable to contain himself any longer, he voiced his concern. Aren't you afraid of being abducted? What if I were to deceive you? This was a rather tactful way of putting it. In truth, he found her behavior rather extraordinarily naive. Not only had she searched for a suburban address in the city for an entire day, but she also readily placed her trust in a complete stranger, even contemplating following him to a desolate suburb that in this day and age, had young women become so oblivious to potential dangers? Was she exceptionally fortunate, or had kidnappers simply become disinterested? How had she managed to evade abduction? Hao Ren's mind raced with these thoughts, though they flitted by in mere seconds. Meanwhile, the oblivious girl seemed to have just realized something. Looking at Hao Ren with suspicion. Abduct? Are you a kidnapper planning to sell me? Hao Ren. Of course not. He felt it wise to distance himself from this girl. Had she not been a potential client, he certainly would not have engaged in such prolonged conversation with someone so absurd. The girl seemed satisfied, nodding. Then that's fine. I am afraid of being deceived. Shall we go? With a resigned sigh, Hao Ren trudged out of the park, suddenly feeling as though his steps were unusually heavy. The two soon boarded a bus heading from the city to the suburbs. The journey was anything but dull. Hao Ren discovered that his new tenant was not only overly familiar, but also possessed a lively spirit, with an undeniable tendency towards foolishness, and she was quite the chatterbox. Throughout the ride, she enthusiastically discussed everything from the current status of second-tier celebrities both domestically and internationally to the housing prices in various second-tier cities. There seemed to be no topic she shied away from. Hao Ren had no idea how these subjects came up. She never appeared awkward or at a loss for words as long as he nodded occasionally. The girl would find her momentum again and continue to babble on. However, this was not a significant issue. Listening to her was a welcome distraction, and it provided him an opportunity to glean some insight into his new tenant's background, a necessity for any landlord, to ascertain the tenant's situation in as short a time as possible to avoid any troublesome scenarios. The girl, surnamed Liu and named Liu Lily, generously invited him to simply call her Lily. She described herself as a wandering veterinarian and a casual writer, though he had no idea what a casual writer entailed, who had just arrived from another city intending to settle here. She was not particular about her living arrangements, as long as they provided shelter from the elements and were clean and convenient. After all, her job offered her flexibility. Based on this information, Hao Ren inferred that his new tenant was adventurous, currently without stable employment, but unlikely to cause him any trouble, which he found quite satisfactory. After all, such a young girl would hardly present any significant issues, even if her personality seemed a bit eccentric. But that was her own concern, was it not? Hao Ren resolved to fulfill his role as a landlord. As anticipated, when the lengthy bus route finally wheezed to a stop at a small station in the south suburbs, darkness had nearly enveloped the sky. Hao Ren led Lily off the bus. And before he could catch his breath, she exclaimed, "Is this Bai Shi Road? The sign says it's the south suburb station." Bai Shi Road was an old street, accessible only via narrow pathways. Had you ever seen a bus venture into an alley? Oh, haha, I tend to mix things up. Please bear with me, landlord, Lily chuckled awkwardly. Having chatted all the way, she seemed to have grown somewhat familiar with Hao Ren. She glanced around, her brow slightly furrowing. The area appeared rather desolate. The bus stop was situated along a road that bore the marks of age, with all surrounding buildings reflecting styles from 2 or 3 decades past. Potholes marred the road surface, and shuttered shops with narrow facades dotted the street. The aging, cramped 5-story apartment buildings behind the shops further illustrated the desolation of this place. This street and its vicinity were among the few remaining urban areas in the south suburbs. At times, Hao Ren himself would question whether this area had been entirely forgotten by modern society. Yet at the end of each month, he would reaffirm his faith in the world. Fear not. The water company will not forget you, nor will the power company, the gas company, or even the telecommunications company and insurance salesman. They all keep you in mind, with so many people concerned for your well-being in the far suburbs. What could possibly be amiss? Let us hurry along. Hao Ren gestured for Lily to follow. While the city's security was generally good, this area was remote, and with nightfall, one could expect to encounter drunken revelers. It would be best to return to his place and help her settle in first at O. And just a word of caution, try not to wander around at night. Your safety means less hassle for me. Logically, such words should not have been uttered. As a landlord, saying this could easily frighten off a tenant or instill doubt. However, Hao Ren had always been a straightforward person. Though he loathed complications, he preferred not to deceive or take advantage of others. Thus, he candidly explained the situation. This was also one of the reasons his property had remained unrented for so long. He had only had 2 prospective tenants visit, and both had been scared away. Yet, the seemingly delicate girl did not seem perturbed in the least. "Don't worry, landlord. I'm quite good at fighting." Hao Ren felt he had undoubtedly encountered an unusual character today. That's not what I meant. Let me be frank. Are you not at all afraid of encountering bad people? As a half-stranger who had only known her for a day, Hao Ren was aware that he should not meddle too much in matters that did not concern him. Yet, this was the first time in his life he had encountered such an eccentric young woman, whose carefree demeanor bordered on the absurd. As a good-hearted individual, he found it impossible to restrain himself. However, Lily merely waved her hand with a cheerful indifference, exclaiming, "Landlord, you are truly a good person. But I have no fear of evildoers. I possess remarkable strength and am quite adept at fighting. All the bad people I have encountered before have been driven away by me." Hao Ren could not help but murmur, "You've actually met bad people. Is that why you are so carefree now, having chased them all away?" Noticing Hao Ren's silence, Lily chuckled to herself, reached for her oversized suitcase, and began to follow him. Yet, with a couple of thuds, the 2 rubber wheels of her suitcase detached and quickly rolled away. "Ahaha, it seems my belongings are a bit heavy," she remarked, awkwardly scratching her head. "No, it's just that the road is rather bumpy." Hao Ren raised an eyebrow, glancing at the uneven path with a sigh, feeling that as a gentleman, he should take some action. "Here, let me help you with your suitcase." He was taken aback by the suitcase's weight, which felt as if it contained an equivalent volume of cement. This burly man found himself unable to lift it. However, Lily was completely oblivious to the strange expression on Hao Ren's face. She simply laughed heartily, effortlessly hoisting her gigantic suitcase onto her shoulder, as if she were merely picking up a bundle of cotton. Hao Ren stood there, mouth agape, watching this petite girl, who was a head shorter than him, carrying at least 100 pounds on her shoulder and striding forward with remarkable speed. He began to question if his perception of reality was flawed, only to snap back to reality when Lily called out to him to hurry up and lead the way. As they walked, he muttered to himself, "It's nothing, Just naturally strong, right? Haven't I seen enough variety shows to know that? The two of them continued on, one chattering away while the other harbored unspoken concerns. And soon they left the relatively wide road, turning onto a dimly lit narrow path. At the end of this path is the so-called Baisha Road, and my family's ancestral home is just ahead. The sky had darkened, and one of the two streetlights lining the path was broken, while the surrounding old houses added to the eerie atmosphere, if it weren't for the nearly full moon shining above. Even Hao Ren, a man familiar with the area, would feel a shiver down his spine that he couldn't help but glance at Lily, who was following him without a trace of caution, her mood seemingly buoyant. In the dark of night, on a sparsely populated path, in an unfamiliar environment, and accompanied by a stranger of unknown origins, any one of these circumstances would be enough to make a normally prudent girl wary. Yet, this Lily displayed no sign of anxiety whatsoever. Was she simply naive, or was there something more to it? Suddenly, a strange flapping sound echoed from above, startling him as it broke the eerie silence. He quickly turned his gaze toward the sound and caught sight of a bizarre shadow darting across the narrow night sky between the high walls. The shadow resembled a bat, yet its size seemed off. What on earth is that? Hao Ren thought, not wanting to lose face in front of the girl, and he deliberately raised his voice to indicate that he was not frightened. But he then turned to Lily, expecting to see her startled expression. However, in that instant, he noticed a pair of wolf-like ears suddenly sprouting from her head. Chapter 3. Wolf ears. Hao Ren stood frozen in place, and only after Lily had walked a short distance did he rub his eyes vigorously. When he focused again, she appeared to be the same ordinary short-haired girl. Yet he was absolutely certain he had seen a pair of pointed, peculiar ears. He could vividly recall their shape, triangular, perched atop Lily's head. Perked up energetically, covered in beautiful silvery fur. He could not be mistaken. Hao Ren had always trusted his eyesight and short-term memory. But now, with nothing on Lily's head, and considering how unconventional that moment had been, he patted his face and muttered to himself for comfort. Why am I so tired today? Am I hallucinating? What did you just say, landlord? Lily suddenly turned her head, her large eyes sparkling with vitality against the backdrop of the night. Hallucination? What are you talking about? Hao Ren thought to himself that this girl had remarkably keen hearing. She had caught his faint murmurs. However, he did not reveal his thoughts, casually waving his hand that it's nothing. I must have seen it wrong. That let's hurry. You need to settle in tonight. Ditto. Is there a place to eat near your place, landlord? Lily asked as she trudged ahead with her enormous suitcase, her chatter relentless. I haven't eaten yet. How about I eat at your place tonight? I can pay for the meal. Hey, landlord, why are you lagging behind? You should lead the way. I don't know the route. Hao Ren quickly caught up. Finding this loquacious girl to be somewhat amusing despite her slightly silly demeanor, but he casually replied, No worries, I'll take care of the meal. It's just me, so whether I cook a little or a lot, it'll all be in one pot. And no sooner had he finished speaking than the strange flapping sound echoed from above once more. This time, he reacted even faster than before, and he distinctly saw a shadow, the size of an eagle, swoop across the night sky. He certainly did not believe it was an actual bat. Instead, he thought it was merely a large bird searching for food in the residential area. Given that the outskirts were not far away, it was not unusual for wild birds to venture into the neighborhood. However, he was concerned that Lily might form a negative impression of the area. So he casually reassured her, Don't worry, it's probably just a wild bird that flew in. This place is quite close to the wilderness. Suddenly, Lily's voice came from nearby, sounding somewhat urgent. Landlord, why don't you go ahead? I'll catch up shortly. I have something to attend to. Hao Ren was taken aback, feeling perplexed as he replied, How can that be? I need to lead you. These small paths are winding and convoluted. Anyone living here could easily get lost. Hey, why are you getting so close? Only then did he realize how near Lily had come, her face mere inches from his, her exceptionally bright eyes fixated on him. Though beautiful, her appearance in the dark startled him, causing him to leap back a good half-meter. Let me tell you, I'm a respectable person. This was a habit of his. When nervous, he tended to babble. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light, but Hao Ren noticed a look of urgency on Lily's face. She glanced up at the night sky and then vigorously sniffed the air. Landlord, you should go ahead. I can really keep up with you. I've memorized your scent. Oh dear, why are you being so fussy? I genuinely have something to do. No way. Hao Ren's stubbornness flared up. He had no time to ponder the meaning behind memorizing your scent. His expression turned serious. What if something went wrong? It was pitch dark, and he could not leave her in such a place. The thought weighed heavily on his conscience. What is so important that you can't share? As mentioned before, Hao Ren was truly a good person. At least, responsible one that Lily was the one he had brought to this place. So he felt it was his duty to ensure her safe arrival at his home. Even though she was an incredibly strong girl, it did not lessen his concern. If something were to happen to her, he would feel guilty. Moreover, he could not fathom what pressing matter a girl who had just arrived from out of town could possibly need to attend to at such a critical moment. Lily's expression was already one of distress, and her behavior had become increasingly peculiar. She set her large suitcase down with a thud and began to look around anxiously at the high walls. This narrow path was flanked by old 2- to 3-story buildings, remnants of a time when the residents were prosperous. However, time had taken its toll, and the once glorious buildings had become dilapidated ruins, with uneven, dark walls blocking the view of the night sky. That Lily's gaze darted rapidly between these high walls, as she began to sniff the air repeatedly, as if trying to discern something from the atmosphere, while also subtly moving her hands and feet. Witnessing this, even the most oblivious person would realize something was amiss. Although he still found Lily to be rather strange, the series of unusual sounds from the sky had already heightened his nerves. Now, seeing Lily's odd behavior, he instinctively understood that she had sensed something. Lily, what's wrong? Just call me Lily, she instinctively replied, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Hao Ren. Hey landlord, why haven't you left yet? I take it you didn't hear what I just said. Hao Ren cautiously leaned closer to Lily, maintaining a relaxed tone while clenching his fists. He could not discern anything unusual in the surroundings, yet he sensed that the atmosphere had grown increasingly bizarre, an unsettling hint of blood mingling with an unseasonably chilly breeze wafting from the dark corners around them. To be honest, he felt a tremor in his legs. Hao Ren considered himself quite brave, yet he found it impossible to ignore the bizarre circumstances unfolding before him. Even now, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the situation. He had heard countless urban legends and modern ghost stories, tales of vengeful spirits lurking in alleyways and grim reapers haunting crossroads, yet he had always dismissed them as mere distractions during idle moments. But what was this now? Initially, he had attributed his anxiety and Lily's peculiar behavior to mere overreaction. But as each second passed, the metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, almost overwhelming him with its sickly sweetness. The chilling wind surrounded him, turning his breath into frosty mist, and even he, a staunch believer in science, could no longer deny that he was entangled in something far from ordinary to that moment. He recalled how Lily had urgently urged him to leave, how she had exhibited signs of wariness even when the surroundings seemed normal, and how she had remained composed while preparing for potential danger. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This girl, whom he had derisively deemed a foolish maiden, was fully aware of what was happening. Goodness, which alternate reality was he ensnared in? How had he found himself in such a predicament? Hao Ren cautiously surveyed his surroundings, enduring the pungent stench of blood and the pervasive chill that numbed his senses, feeling as if his thoughts had slowed to a crawl. Was this truly the realm of reality? Where was the promised happiness of a scientific life? Landlord, I apologize for dragging you into this, that this thing may be seeking me. Lily's voice suddenly emerged from behind him, laced with a hint of hoarseness. You are a good person, better than anyone I've encountered before, so I will do my utmost to keep you alive, that I promise. Now is not the time to play the Good Samaritan. Hao Ren's teeth chattered, yet he couldn't help but retort. However, upon catching sight of Lily, he found himself at a loss for words. A nearly unfamiliar girl stood beside him, her silver hair cascading to her waist, her beauty striking, yet her eyes glimmered with an otherworldly golden hue. Unlike any humans, those pale, golden irises shimmered in the night, radiating a light distinct from normal reflections, while a pair of wolf-like ears perked up atop her head, twitching in the cold wind as they deftly turned towards every subtle sound. From behind her, a silvery tail emerged from the fabric of her clothing, swaying elegantly in the air. That a wolf-like girl, or as the current trend would suggest, a beast-eared maiden. Hao Ren couldn't fathom how he still found the capacity to jest. Yet he was acutely aware that his life had taken a turn for the extraordinary. If he survived the day, that is, Chapter 4, The Secrets of the Werewolf. Hao Ren stood transfixed. gazing at the silver-haired girl before him, her hair dancing in the frigid wind and her golden eyes glowing in the dim light of dusk. Most striking were her pointed ears, which were impossible to ignore. Had he not recognized her face, he might have failed to identify this as the same foolish girl, Lily, he had rescued from downtown just a short time ago. Yet it was undeniably her. Not only could her appearance confirm it, but her attire also bore witness to her identity. The winds around them were biting, the moonlight above was cold, his clothing offered little warmth, and even his breath emerged as icy vapor. Hao Ren felt as though he might freeze solid. Yet this unnatural cold helped him maintain clarity, especially with the thick, inescapable scent of blood saturating the air. That clarity was paramount. It allowed him to remain vigilant while attempting to comprehend the reality of the extraordinary events transpiring around him. He refrained from engaging Lily in the same casual manner as before. Perhaps the eerie atmosphere had extinguished his desire to speak, or perhaps her peculiar appearance left him at a loss for words. To be fair, beast-eared girls were undeniably adorable, but who could say how this one might behave after her transformation? Hao Ren could confidently detect a primal ferocity in Lily's gaze, sending shivers down his spine. And his mind raced with images of bizarre tales from both domestic and foreign sources that as the chill and the scent of blood grew ever more oppressive, a thin layer of frost began to coat the ground beneath them, and the moon above seemed to have taken on a faint crimson hue. Clad in nothing but a thin summer shirt, Hao Ren shivered uncontrollably in the biting wind, while Lily appeared unaffected. Her senses alert as she inhaled deeply. Cunning bats, they've concealed their scent with the stench of blood. Landlord, don't stray too far from me. Those flying creatures are active at night and excel at ambushes. Lily's words held a chilling edge, yet hearing her speak brought a measure of relief to Hao Ren. It seemed her temperament had not drastically changed, and he felt emboldened to inquire. Lily, what is happening? I am a werewolf, she declared, her ears standing even more erect, her tone infused with pride. Though I have concealed my identity until now, this is the first time anyone has seen me. Ugh, entangling with those flying creatures can only bring misfortune, ditto, Hao Ren responded, grappling with the idea that his long-held worldview might no longer suffice. Just as he prepared to voice another thought, Lily suddenly hissed. Incoming. Almost simultaneously with her warning, Hao Ren caught a flicker of movement at the edge of his vision. The red moon trembled, and a dark shape surged forth from the lunar halo, hurtling towards him. As the shadow expanded, he sensed it was not a bat, but rather a cloaked figure. With no time to ponder further, his instincts kicked in, and he instinctively leaped aside. The shadow barely grazed his hair as it swooped past. The dark figure missed its mark and in its trajectory prepared to crash to the ground. Lily seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick at the assailant, her attack simple yet brutal. The impact produced a sharp crack, followed by a flurry of sounds as she unleashed a barrage of blows. Hao Ren could only watch as the silver-haired wolf-eared girl transformed into a blur, matching the shadow's speed with her own. Her strikes were direct and unadorned, yet they proved devastatingly effective. The air shimmered with the force of her punches and kicks, and the shadow gradually succumbed to her onslaught, shrinking into the shape of a bat as it attempted to flee into the sky. Lily's final punch missed its target, the black bat already perched atop a wall. She furrowed her brow in frustration, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a wolf's warning, a sound Hao Ren recognized all too well from his childhood in the mountains, where wolves roamed at night. Yet this was not the moment for marveling at the extraordinary. Hao Ren realized he had been thrust into a perilous situation. In any other circumstance, he might have relished the thrill of such a fantastical encounter. But at this moment, he understood the gravity of the situation. The bat circled high above, taunting them as it traced intricate patterns in the air, a mocking S, then a B. Hao Ren knew that as long as this bat continued its aerial dance, he remained far from safe. While Lily appeared formidable in close combat, she clearly lacked the ability to fly or engage in ranged attacks, and her naivety was troubling. What if she failed to react in time? Lily's growl grew more intense, her fur standing on end, and then, with a sudden determination, she threw her head back and howled at the moon. Oh, as she did, the bat swooped down with alarming speed. And Hao Ren nearly leaped from his skin to this werewolf girl was truly reckless. In such a life-and-death standoff, what was she doing striking such a pose? Yet just as the bat, shrouded in darkness, approached, Hao Ren witnessed Lily raise her wrist. Before he could comprehend what she had thrown, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. The descending bat barely managed to dissipate into a mist before being struck with tremendous force, retreating into the sky in disarray. Finally, Hao Ren discerned what Lily held in her other hand, a rectangular, vividly red brick that gleamed ominously. "Ha! Keep flying if you dare," the werewolf girl shouted defiantly at the circling bat. "Don't you think that just because you have wings, I can't deal with you? Ever since I discovered I was a werewolf, I've been perfecting this move against flying nuisances for 5 whole years. Come, let us fight." Hao Ren fell to the ground, utterly bewildered. Was the legendary werewolf's ultimate technique merely throwing bricks? And yet, it had worked. The bat soaring in the sky must have been struck quite hard by a brick moments ago, as it now flies in a crooked manner. The surrounding stench of blood and chill mist seems to dissipate, evidently a consequence of the bat's waning strength that IT faced off against the werewolf girl for several minutes, during which Lily swiftly picked up another brick from the ground, ready to reload. Witnessing this, the bat appeared to finally lose heart, circling one last time before turning to flee into the darkened night sky. Lily, seizing the opportunity to strike a fallen foe, raised her hand and with a swift motion hurled both bricks into the air. Hao Ren could not discern the trajectory of the bricks, but he noticed the bat's form sway again, indicating that at least one of the bricks had struck true. Indeed, the 5 years of practice with the celestial horse meteor brick proved reliable. However, Hao Ren was more concerned about where those bricks would ultimately land. The werewolf girl possessed immense strength, and the initial speed of the bricks was likely comparable to that of a cannonball. He could only hope that this desolate place, sparsely populated, would spare any unfortunate souls from being caught in this bizarre conflict. The assailant had been repelled, and the surrounding environment gradually returned to normal, the bloody scent dissipating like a mirage. The slight heat of the summer night returned, prompting Hao Ren to rub his nose and let out a forceful sneeze. The temperature fluctuation was indeed something beyond what a normal person could endure, and it seemed an impending cold was unavoidable that he lifted his gaze to the earlier werewolf girl, watching as her striking silver hair visibly transformed back to its original short black hue, her pair of spirited wolf ears vanishing as well, that he smacked his lips, unsure of what to say. Even Lily, normally oblivious, sensed the awkward atmosphere. However, she seemed to have anticipated it, or had an inkling of it already. Turning to Hao Ren, she offered a slightly awkward smile before bending down to pick up her large travel suitcase, hoisting it on her shoulder as she prepared to leave. "Hey, landlord, I won't be renting the place anymore. You should hurry home. And please, don't speak of today as events to anyone. It would cause me a great deal of trouble." With that, Lily turned to walk away. "Wait," as Lily had taken a few steps. Hao Ren finally grasped the situation, realizing it was quite late and questioning where she intended to go. "Come back with me. You should settle your belongings soon." Lily turned back in astonishment, her large eyes shimmering under the night, filled with confusion. "Why? Aren't you afraid that flying creature might return? It could be after me. I'm a werewolf, and that sort of being is my mortal enemy." Hao Ren clenched his teeth, finally breaking into a grin. "Because I'm a good person." In this fleeting moment, Hao Ren contemplated numerous thoughts. He reflected on the traditional Chinese virtue of gratitude, the revolutionary martyrs who dedicated themselves to their cause and truth, and recalled the time in elementary school when he bravely stood up against a class bully who had stolen his chocolate. Well, truth be told, he hadn't thought of much, but he was certain of one thing: the girl named Lily, though astonishing and perhaps even something other than human, was not malevolent and had just saved his life. Hao Ren was 100% convinced that the creature, which alternated between human and bat forms, had initially targeted him during its first attack, and its subsequent attention had also been directed towards him. There was no doubt about it. Though he was merely an ordinary person, he had a certain confidence, even pride, in his instincts and calmness under pressure. Having grown up as a mischievous child, he had honed this quality through countless reckless escapades involving dangerous situations, even in the face of life and death. He had sensed that the bat's initial intent was indeed to come after him. Yet Lily seemed oblivious to this point, perhaps trapped in her own thought patterns, naively believing that the bat was after her from the very beginning. This could perhaps be attributed to her somewhat simplistic nature. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this self-proclaimed werewolf girl had saved his life, and Hao Ren could not simply disregard her, that in this desolate and sparsely populated area, especially at such a late hour. It would be unthinkable to leave Lily, a newcomer, to fend for herself. Without a safe place to stay, she would likely have to endure a night on the streets that he could not allow that to happen. Of course, he also considered the possibility of the bat returning. Yet, as he had mentioned before, he felt certain the bat had been after him. Keeping Lily nearby might serve as a safeguard, even if the celestial horse meteor brick was unreliable. It was undoubtedly more formidable than a rolling pin. This line of thinking might seem somewhat disheartening, but faced with this extraordinary turn of events, Hao Ren could only plan accordingly, remaining self-aware. Let us go. It is getting late. He rubbed his somewhat numbed legs, taking the lead as he walked ahead of Lily. When we get back, I'll need to whip up something to eat. That be by the way. Do you eat vegetarian? He suddenly recalled her werewolf identity, unable to resist asking, which showcased a surprisingly adaptable nature. I eat everything, Lily replied cheerfully, striding alongside Hao Ren with her hefty suitcase, weighing over 100 pounds. However, after a few steps, she seemed to come to a realization. Aren't you really afraid, landlord? I feel that an ordinary person would definitely be scared in such a situation. Have you encountered any strange beings before? Don't worry, landlord. I won't harm anyone. I've seen plenty of movies, and humans seem to be quite afraid of us. Hao Ren felt a throbbing pain in his temples once more. The girl's true nature was once again revealed. She was straightforward, oblivious, brash, and incessantly chattering. He could not respond to everything at once, and could only let out a slight sigh. Honestly, I'm still a bit dazed. Wait until I get home, have a smoke, and then we can talk. We'll discuss everything back at my place. Thus, for a while, Lily quieted down, and the two walked in silence until they finally arrived at the fabled Baisha Road, halting before a somewhat aged but grand two-story building. The small building sat at the end of the concrete road, with a stretch of wasteland behind it, surrounded by an expanse that signified the boundary between human civilization and the realm of nature. Hao Ren often used this somewhat grandiose description to characterize his home, demonstrating that he still possessed a youthful mindset, at least retaining a hint of his former whims. Flanked by similarly weathered houses, Baisha Road featured numerous 2- and 3-story structures, yet over half of them lay eerily quiet, devoid of lights or voices, resembling long-abandoned ghost houses that as the southern suburbs of this forsaken area grew increasingly desolate. The city's focus never shifted in this direction, leading more local residents to relocate to the city, leaving Hao Ren as one of the few remaining inhabitants at the end of the road. Thankfully, the streetlights had recently been replaced. Otherwise, it would have felt eerily like a ghost street. What ghost street? Lily's voice chimed in immediately, demonstrating the keen hearing characteristic of canines. Hao Ren waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was merely speaking offhandedly, and Lily paid it no mind, gazing up at her soon-to-be residence. The old, rectangular building seemed to please her. Nice place. It's not too noisy, and with so few people around, I won't have to worry about being recognized. Living in human society is quite difficult. I am always concerned about being captured for dissection, and humans can be quite deceitful, leading to endless conflicts that it's very troublesome. Hao Ren, while opening the door, cast a surprised glance at Lily. That you're so formidable. And yet you're afraid of being captured for dissection. Having just witnessed her display of power, he had developed a considerable admiration for her, realizing that werewolves as legendary beings must surely be superior to humans. Yet, he was taken aback by her own expression of fear regarding dissection. Yes, Lily nodded vigorously. That I watch a lot of movies. Humans seem to love doing that. They're extremely xenophobic. That in America, aliens are often captured for dissection. And in China, they're also dissected and then sampled. It's terrifying. Hao Ren decided against engaging in any serious discussions with this whimsical girl. The door to the building featured an outer security door and an inner engineering door, the locks of which were somewhat antiquated. Hao Ren struggled considerably before successfully entering. He casually flicked on the lights in the living room and gestured for Lily to come inside. Once he had securely locked the door behind him, he began explaining the layout of the house to her. This is the main living area. My father designed the house, so the structure is somewhat innovative. Just bear with it. On either side of the living room, there are doors leading to my room and the room I've set aside for you. That door at the front leads to a small hallway that connects to the kitchen and bathroom. The stairs lead up to the second floor, which has 4 vacant rooms, but no one lives there at the moment, so you don't need to worry about them. That'll help you get your things settled, by the way. Did you bring your own bedding? Or will you use what's here? I keep everything quite clean, but I understand that girls tend to be particular about that. I'm fine with anything. As long as I can sleep, Lily exclaimed brightly, even patting her suitcase that I didn't bring any bedding. This suitcase is simply too small. Hao Ren swallowed the words he had yet to finish. It seemed this girl was not an ordinary one. She was quite free-spirited. Lily did not require assistance in settling her belongings, whether out of feminine modesty or simply due to her hunger. She urged Hao Ren to prepare a meal promptly, reiterating that she would pay for her share of the food, which touched him deeply. Upon entering the kitchen, Hao Ren rummaged through the refrigerator to uncover some pre-made dry noodles and a selection of ingredients. He hummed a tune as he turned on the gas, only to be reminded of the chilling events of the evening prior. Deciding to take a moment to compose himself with a cigarette while cooking, he fortunately remembered just in time to ignite the stove. Otherwise, this tale would have been limited to merely 5 chapters. Listening to the clattering sounds emanating from Lily's room, he pondered the peculiar contents of her large suitcase. As he prepared the noodles, he recounted the day's misadventures. Seeking employment in the city, encountering a boldly familiar girl in the park, and coincidentally discovering that she was his new tenant. On the way home with her, his once mundane life was shattered by surreal phenomena. A werewolf, supernatural powers, and a near-fatal attack, transforming his worldview, which had been firmly established for the past 25 years. What was the deal with that bat that could morph into a humanoid form, reeking of blood and coldness? Hao Ren mused, horrified, that it might indeed be the legendary vampire. After all, he already had a werewolf in his life. Could a vampire, which did not engage in a love-hate relationship with werewolves, truly be considered a proper vampire? However, regarding the werewolf, the one he encountered seemed quite different from the legends. She did not appear menacing, but rather endearing, albeit somewhat silly. After much contemplation without resolution, Hao Ren, embracing his carefree disposition, resolved to defer all thoughts until after dinner. Lily appeared to be a rather amiable werewolf. Perhaps she could elucidate her situation, providing him with a semblance of direction as he reconstructed his worldview. The noodles were quickly cooked, and as Hao Ren returned to the living room with his satisfying meal, he discovered Lily eagerly seated at the dining table, her nose twitching at the tantalizing aroma of the noodles. She flashed him a radiant smile, reminiscent of a puppy awaiting its meal. As they settled at the table, Lily could hardly contain herself and eagerly grasped her chopsticks. At that moment, Hao Ren suddenly recalled something and called out towards the stairs, "Come down for dinner." Under Lily's curious gaze, a black and white shadow nimbly darted down the stairs, expertly rushing to Hao Ren's feet and rubbing its head against his shoes. It was a small black and white cat. What transpired next left Hao Ren in utter bewilderment. Lily, the formidable werewolf who had just shattered his worldview, leaped from her chair at the sight of the little cat, swiftly retreating behind the nearby sofa. She even transformed into her werewolf form. Chapter 6. For heaven's sake, you're a werewolf. Lily crouched behind the sofa, cautiously peering out with half her head exposed, her silver hair cascading to the floor and her fluffy silver ears twitching in readiness for battle. Hao Ren observed this enigmatic creature with a strand of noodle and some vegetables clamped in her mouth, a sight that significantly undermined her rather imposing presence. Even more so was her subsequent action, trembling. She pointed her chopsticks at the black and white cat at his feet, her voice nearly breaking into tears. Cat meow." The curious cat tilted its head, glancing at the unexpected guest. This simple interaction caused Lily to shiver slightly. But soon the feline reverted to its dignified demeanor, ignoring her entirely. Hao Ren stared, astounded by the unfolding scene, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. He incredulously regarded Lily. "You are afraid of cats?" I am not afraid of cats," Lily retorted defiantly, lifting her chin like a proud bulldog. "I am just startled. Isn't that essentially the same?" Hao Ren felt his already bewildered sense of reality further unraveling. He pointed at Lily in exasperation. "For goodness sake, you're a werewolf?" "I am indeed a werewolf." Lily seemed to finally recognize the absurdity of her reaction, perhaps spurred by Hao Ren's incredulous gaze. Summoning her courage, she emerged from behind the sofa, feigning nonchalance as she returned to the dining table, though she tiptoed along the wall, circling the room cautiously. "Are you sure this cat is safe?" "What's unsafe about it?" Hao Ren casually lifted the black and white cat. "I've never encountered such an easygoing cat. Right, Roll?" The cat immediately let out a soft, compliant meow, clearly submissive. Hao Ren, delighted by this, stood up to fetch the cat's food bowl, placing it on the floor beside the table. This would be the designated dining area for his new feline companion. He then introduced Lily to his cat. This is Lily. She is a werewolf. That probably means little to you, but just know she is our new tenant. Your future meals depend on how much rent she can pay. So be respectful. Understood? Remarkably, the cat seemed to grasp the conversation, nodding its head slightly in acknowledgement towards the warily observing Lily. Before returning to its meal, it appeared that Lily had finally confirmed the cat's harmlessness. Cautiously making her way back to the dining table, albeit shifting her noodles to the farthest point from the cat. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. What did you just call this cat? Roll, Hao Ren replied, glancing at his only family member. It's spelled with 3 dots. Roll. Lily's silver hair and wolf ears gradually reverted as her emotions calmed. To be honest, Hao Ren felt a twinge of regret at this. And her face bore a look of astonishment. How could it have such a peculiar name? This cat came to my home last year, Hao Ren chuckled, recounting the origins of his feline companion. I'm not quite sure what breed it is. This place is quite remote. Wild cats and dogs are rampant. Occasionally, 1 or 2 sneak into homes when people aren't paying attention, but this one stayed and wouldn't leave. I tried to shoo it away several times, but to no avail. So you named it Roll in the hope that it would leave sooner? Lily asked, wide-eyed. No, it likes to jump onto my bed while I'm watching TV. And every time I shout Roll to chase it away, it initially worked, but over time, it became excited and would come over to rub against me whenever I yelled Roll. The cat thinks its name is Roll. Lily listened, her eyes widening in disbelief, as she silently resumed eating. Moments later, she murmured, I feel like I've entered a very strange place. Hao Ren rolled his eyes heavenward. Is there anything stranger than you in this house? A completely unconventional werewolf lady. By the time they finished dinner, it was already past 9 o'clock, and Roll's active hours had begun. The black and white cat energetically scampered upstairs to patrol its territory, while Hao Ren tossed the dishes into the kitchen sink to soak. Intending to wash them the next day, he then lit a cigarette, sitting in the living room lost in thought, continuing to process the day's events while marveling at his own capacity for acceptance. The werewolf frolicked upstairs and downstairs with unrestrained vigor, familiarizing herself with her new home in an almost audaciously familiar manner. At each location, she would vigorously sniff around as if memorizing the scents. Despite her current human form, Hao Ren couldn't help but imagine her with pointed ears and a swishing tail. Under normal circumstances, he would have chided a tenant for being so freely intrusive. But at that moment, he felt no inclination to intervene. It was natural for a wolf to establish its territory in a new place, but he merely hoped that her instincts would align with human sensibilities, if she could just remember that this was someone else's home and that she was merely a tenant. Given Lily's apparent personality, that shouldn't be too difficult. Regardless of what transpired, Hao Ren was certain he could not contend with this werewolf. Was it right or wrong to invite such a clearly non-human entity of formidable prowess into his home? As he regained his composure, he found himself pondering this question once more. Ultimately, he concluded that his choice was correct, and honestly, he felt somewhat excited about what was to come. It was a rather reckless mindset. A normal person should learn to avoid danger rather than curiously engage with a potentially lethal, mysterious new world. Yet, Hao Ren had endured a rather mundane existence for far too long. He enjoyed novels, television, and the peculiar tales of fantasy that filled his days, a state of being almost inevitable for a solitary, unemployed youth with no pressing concerns, though he wasn't yet overwhelmed by his unremarkable life. And his first reaction to an unexpected prompt on his computer would likely be to unplug it. That did not prevent him from feeling a thrill of anticipation when faced with new stimuli. This was a common human curiosity at play. Some would hesitate when their curiosity was satisfied, but others would likely respond just as Hao Ren did. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, he must remain vigilant against that peculiar and perilous giant bat. Although he is uncertain why such a bizarre creature has fixated on him, the reality stands as it is, compelling him to confront it head-on. Hao Ren is not one to shy away from reality. Instead, he proactively seeks ways to enhance his safety, such as keeping that seemingly formidable yet affable werewolf by his side. By the way, landlord, here's your rent. Lily darted up and down the stairs multiple times, during which there were 2 instances of shrill screams echoing from a narrow passage. Finally recalling her current role, with a jubilant spirit, she returned to her room to retrieve her wallet, counted out the rent, and handed it to Hao Ren, reminding him that, as stated in the advertisement, 3 months' rent must be prepaid. Also, how much is for meals? Oh, not only is he easy to talk to, but he is also a werewolf who dutifully pays rent, where in literature has such a delightful occurrence been documented. The meal expenses can be waived. Hao Ren noticed Lily frown when she caught a whiff of smoke. A dog's nose is quite efficient, prompting him to extinguish the cigarette, realizing that his presence would not significantly alter the situation. Furthermore, refrain from incessantly calling me landlord. I have a name. You may simply call me Hao Ren. Understood, landlord. Call me Hao Ren. Very well, landlord. Never mind, I shall return to my room to sleep. Feel free to do as you wish. But do not wander into the locked rooms. Otherwise, you may roam freely. Hao Ren sighed and stood up, heading back to his room, while Lily turned to leave. However, midway through her departure, she had another topic to discuss. By the way, landlord, you won't come to ambush me at night, will you? It seems we are the only 2 occupants in this house. It's my first time renting from a single male landlord. Hao Ren nearly collapsed onto the floor, then turned to glare at the annoyingly inquisitive werewolf. For the sake of my own safety, I assure you, I will never ambush you at night. You can rest assured. Chapter 7. The sixth sense alone is worthless. What does it feel like to have a werewolf living at home? It seems rather uneventful. There was no transformation under the full moon, no bloodthirsty werewolf rampaging through the house, nor did any demon hunters lead a battalion of paladins to purge the evil while simultaneously flattening his abode. Hao Ren felt that the night passed as if nothing had occurred. The werewolf was quite amicable, dutifully paying rent, and remained calm even after transformation. Her only peculiar traits were her fear of cats, her tendency to chatter, and a slight irritation. Beyond that, she possessed no significant flaws, and regardless of her form, she appeared quite adorable, seemingly not unacceptable. Early the next morning, Hao Ren was jolted awake by a damp, prickly sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a fluffy black and white face staring back at him, 2 golden yellow pupils conveying a singular message: breakfast, good morning. Go away. Hao Ren struggled to resist the urge to fall back asleep, stifling several yawns and stretching his arms before finally waking up that he waved away his feline companion, who was perched on his shoulder, and in a daze, got out of bed and dressed. Then, he suddenly remembered the addition of a new tenant to his household. It dawned on him that this new tenant was an enigmatic being claiming to be a werewolf. This thought had kept him awake until the early hours of the morning, and now, as he awakened, the fog of sleep still lingered in his mind. He couldn't help but scratch his head and mutter, could it be a dream? However, it soon became evident that this was not a dream. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the direction of the living room, followed by a familiar, boisterous voice. Landlord, is there no signal for the television here? Didn't the advertisement say there was television to watch? Hao Ren sighed, finally accepting the reality that his life had irrevocably changed. Yet he knew he was far from prepared. Truth be told, unless one had been steeped in delusions for years, who could be ready for such a situation? He had no idea how to coexist with a werewolf, nor did he know what the next day would bring. For now, he would take it one step at a time. He opened the door to find Lily already seated in the living room, sporting a new outfit. She wore a cool, breezy tank top and denim shorts, radiating youthful energy. Her lightly tanned skin paired with her attire made her appear as if she had just stepped out from the set of a fitness program. Upon noticing Hao Ren emerge from his room, Lily cheerfully waved. Good morning, landlord. Why is there no signal on the television? Immediately, she spotted the black and white cat lounging on Hao Ren's shoulder, donning an expression akin to that of a royal inspecting her domain. With a swift backflip, she leaped onto the back of the sofa, peering cautiously with only half her head visible, her now faintly golden eyes fixated intently on the feline face. After a moment's pause, she nervously greeted it. Good morning, deity werewolf. One might hope for a touch of dignity. Hao Ren silently regarded Lily, feeling that with each additional word exchanged with her, his anxiety regarding the uncertainties of the future diminished. This creature is remarkably adept at alleviating stress. He then glanced at the relatively unassuming television in the living room, which had only been purchased 2 or 3 years prior, now displaying a blue screen. Did I ask there an issue with the television? You can't receive a signal in your room either. This seemingly modest rental apartment harbored a surprisingly lavish aspect. Each room was equipped with a television, a hasty purchase made during a prosperous period 2 years prior. However, he had managed to acquire them at a reasonable price due to a significant sale, and now, the presence of televisions in each room had become his most compelling selling point for renting them out. Lily nodded, cautiously emerging from behind the sofa, her movements reminiscent of a puppy on all fours. There's no signal in here either. I wanted to watch the documentary channel this morning. You enjoy watching documentaries? Hao Ren asked casually, as he crouched behind the television to investigate a potential wiring issue. Lily's voice reached him from behind. Not really. It just so happens that there's a dubbed film airing about prairie wolves. And I need to stay informed about my kin's activities. You hail from the African savannah? Hao Ren inquired curiously, the peculiar nature of their conversation becoming increasingly palpable. Lily shook her head. No. I'm not sure where I'm from. Perhaps near the snowy plains that my memories before my awakening are hazy, and I can't recall anything. However, I believe that all wolves are one family. Humans may be divided into numerous races. Yet aren't you all collectively referred to as Earthlings? I feel that our kind has been marginalized to the lower tiers of Earth primarily due to a lack of unity. Lily began to chatter animatedly again, leaving Hao Ren struggling to keep pace with her thoughts. Goodness, how does one engage in such a discussion? Debating evolution or species issues with a canine creature from the snowy plains? The wiring is fine, and the television is functional. Since you can't receive a signal either, it must be an issue with the signal tower, Hao Ren stated, raising his head from behind the television, attempting to sound knowledgeable. Though in truth, he was uncertain of the situation, he merely felt the need to maintain his composure before a werewolf who cowered at the sight of a cat. Here, cable service is scarce. It largely relies on the television tower, though, Lily replied, appearing somewhat disappointed, though her expression of regret faded within moments. Hao Ren proceeded to fill the cat's bowl with food, preparing to head to the kitchen to cook. Just as he was about to step toward the kitchen, a series of loud knocks suddenly echoed through the room. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, but just before the knocking commenced, Hao Ren experienced a fleeting chill that felt oddly familiar. However, it vanished as quickly as it had come, leading him to believe it was merely a result of his heightened nerves. Lily frowned and sniffed the air, but detected nothing unusual. Pointing toward the front door, "Landlord, we have a visitor." I know. Hao Ren sprinted to open the door, pondering who might visit such a secluded location. The timing didn't suggest it was anyone collecting utility bills. Upon opening the door, he instinctively began, "You're looking for?" Standing at the threshold was an unfamiliar girl. She was tall, measuring at least 1.7 meters, slender, with long hair cascading down to her waist, clad in a simple black dress and slightly worn sneakers, devoid of any adornments. Yet, her unassuming attire did not conceal her striking beauty. Her features were exquisite, bearing a certain aristocratic quality. Her eyes were not large, yet when narrowed slightly, they radiated an elegant allure. Her petite nose was delicately upturned, and her lips, thin and untouched by makeup, appeared vividly red. The overall shape of her face suggested a hint of Eurasian ancestry, leaving an impression of a stunning mixed-race girl. Most striking was her complexion. Her skin was pristine and delicate, almost as if it could be broken by a breath, and astonishingly pale, perhaps even excessively so, as Hao Ren perceived a slight pallor. In truth, Hao Ren was not one to be rendered speechless by beauty. Although he yearned for a romantic relationship, he prided himself on maintaining composure. He had not been rendered dumbfounded for long when Lily, a girl of remarkable beauty, had pranced into his life the previous day. Now, however, he found himself in a stupor primarily because the girl before him appeared even more astonished. The stranger at the door shielded her eyes from the sunlight, seemingly uncomfortable with the brightness of the day. Upon seeing Hao Ren emerge, her expression of surprise was unmasked, and before he could utter a word, she gasped, "You're the one from last night. You're not dead?" How to speak? Upon hearing this, Hao Ren instinctively responded, only to realize the weight of the words spoken by the other party. Last night. Goodness, Lily, transformed quickly. He had encountered only one person besides Lily the previous night. Moreover, he could now affirm that the chill he felt just before opening the door was no mere illusion. It was the extraordinary sixth sense he had honed since childhood. Yet it proved that without vigilance, mere sixth sense was of little use. He had already opened the door, and the assailant from the previous night was less than 2 meters away. Hao Ren's final thought in this chapter was, "I never expected it to be a beautiful girl." Chapter 8, Wolves and Bats. Lily transformed quickly. This was the only strategy Hao Ren could conceive at that moment. The familiar scent of blood and the chilling sensation had returned, and he knew that as an ordinary person, he had no hope of contending with the creature before him, which bore a striking resemblance to a human, but was, in fact, an otherworldly being. Yet after uttering that phrase, he held little hope. He was less than 2 meters away from the girl. A gust of wind rushed past him, and Hao Ren realized that it was Lily, transformed, rushing in to offer aid. Simultaneously, he prepared to leap aside, allowing the werewolf and the suspected vampire to confront one another directly, thereby securing his own safety. However, he overestimated his own reflexes or underestimated the combat prowess of the otherworldly creature. Almost as soon as he conceived the idea of evading, the black-haired girl had already reached out with a speed far surpassing that of any human, gripping Hao Ren's arm with a force that nearly threatened to dislocate it, pulling him behind her while issuing a melodious warning. "Be careful." In that instant, as he was flung away, Hao Ren was stunned. Did that warning just come from this dangerous creature? At that moment, Lily finally arrived at the door, albeit a step late. Did I in despair? Hao Ren observed that this werewolf girl, seemingly absent of sense, had neither transformed nor armed herself. She still wore her refreshing and lively casual attire, her hair unchanged and her ears still concealed. She bounced to the door, cheerfully exclaiming, "Landlord, landlord, I'm here. Did you bring a delivery?" Hao Ren's heart erupted with a near-frantic roar of indignation. This imbecile awe. There's absolutely no synergy. Lily's foolish antics caused Hao Ren to abandon any hope of escaping from the vampire. Although Lily quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the unfamiliar black-haired girl and transformed within a second, arming herself with 2 bricks for battle, he still felt utterly hopeless. Since last night, he should never have placed his hopes in this dim-witted werewolf. Surely, hanging a few cloves of garlic around his neck in the kitchen would be more reliable than depending on Lily. Of course, he would later learn that garlic was of no use against certain vampires. Seeing that her landlord had been seized by the enemy, a fleeting expression of frustration crossed Lily's face. Yet she tightened her grip on the bricks and emitted a growl that was both a warning and a challenge. "Vampire, it's daytime. Even if you couldn't defeat me last night, you stand no chance during the day. Return my landlord, and I shall spare your life." The girl with black, long hair, now confirmed to be a vampire, displayed no sign of fear. She positioned herself between Hao Ren and on a long, narrow coffee table. At each far end sat a vigilant vampire maiden and an irate Lily, the tension between them palpable, as a chilling atmosphere charged with a primal ferocity surged in their exchanged glances. Hao Ren could almost perceive a visible grayish-blue aura swirling in the air above the table. Tea had been served, yet neither of the 2 superwomen showed any inclination to resolve their conflict. In this nerve-wracking tension, Hao Ren could only hunch his shoulders, enduring the dual pressure from the werewolf and the vampire with his fragile, ordinary physique, while desperately contemplating how to instill trust between the 2. Lily was convinced that the vampire before her sought to drain the landlord's blood, dismissing all the latter's claims as mere fabrications concocted to escape defeat. He wondered how this fool could be so self-assured. Moreover, he had supposedly fallen under the vampire's enchanting spell, resulting in his incoherent ramblings. Conversely, the vampire girl believed that Lily aimed to coerce humans, lurking in the shadows of human cities, and that all of Hao Ren's utterances were under the duress of the werewolf's threats, thus creating an impasse. Neither trusted the other, nor did they trust the third party, and there was no fourth party to be found. Oh, there was indeed a fourth party present, the curious black and white kitten named Gun, who was blissfully oblivious to the icy winds in the living room, guarding a bowl of cat food as if it were a treasure beyond compare. Hao Ren began to suspect that this oblivious creature might also be an anomaly. Ultimately, it fell upon Hao Ren, the host, to shatter the silence. He first turned to the source of all misunderstandings, the vampire maiden. "Why, dear vampire lady, so it is said that last night. Please refrain from using the term vampire." The girl, dressed simply yet exuding a naturally cool elegance, furrowed her brow slightly. "Only those who possess mere instinct as bloodthirsty servants can be called vampires. We, who can restrain the crimson thirst, are the aristocrats of the bloodline. Humanity harbors deep misunderstandings about us, leading to such misconceptions. You may call me Vivian. My full name I cannot disclose for now." Hao Ren nodded, though he was unclear about the distinction between bloodthirsty servants and highborn bloodlines. Nor did he understand what was meant by crimson thirst. Nevertheless, he sensed that this black-haired girl was quite amenable to "So, you were saying that you did not attack us last night. In fact, you intended to assist? I witnessed humans alongside werewolves, and I was uncertain whether you were deceived or threatened." Vivian nodded. "Initially, I thought to simply take you away, regardless of the curse the werewolves had placed upon you. Their inferior magic is easily dealt with. However, I was in poor condition last night, and was unexpectedly injured by a hidden weapon. Beasts are indeed beasts, fighting without any sense of aesthetics." "How pretentious," Lily scoffed. "If you couldn't win, just admit it instead of making excuses. Look at me. How am I coercing the landlord? He can run and jump. I haven't even touched his throat." The cold wind around Vivian intensified suddenly. "Werewolf claws carry curses. Do you think I am unaware of such common knowledge?" Lily, upon hearing this, looked down in surprise at her own hands. "Oh, I'm quite formidable, aren't I?" Hao Ren chose to disregard this foolishness and turned his attention back to Vivian. His expression earnest. "You see, I truly am not being coerced. I swear on my honor that Lily has not placed any curse on me." Vivian nodded at once, and just when Hao Ren thought this vampire bloodline girl had finally come to her senses, her expression grew serious again. "Rest assured, I understand that you must be hesitant to speak the truth due to the curse and your disbelief in my capabilities. Once I recover, I shall demonstrate that this brick-throwing mutt is no match for a highborn bloodline." Lily slammed her hand onto the coffee table, causing a spiderweb of cracks to erupt across its surface. "Who are you calling a mutt? You winged rat!" Vivian no longer suppressed her hostility. She sprang to her feet, frost rapidly coating the coffee table and the sofa behind her. "Do you think you're so impressive? Shall we have another round? It is precisely because of insatiable creatures like you that the situation has devolved to this point." The murderous intent that had been contained around the coffee table finally surged forth. Accompanied by two furious shouts, the ensuing gusts of cold wind, and distant wolf howls, the oblivious gun finally sensed the brewing trouble, hastily gulped down a few bites of cat food, and darted upstairs, leaving Hao Ren staring at his furniture, agitated. My coffee table. He couldn't fathom how he had endured that wave of murderous intent. "Did you not fret, landlord? I will compensate for the damages." Lily, being the good girl she was, quickly recognized her mistake and promptly apologized to Hao Ren, even amidst her fury. Hao Ren had come to realize that the werewolf before him was a fool, while the bloodline girl was rather single-minded. Despite Vivian's seemingly normal demeanor, she was likely not much brighter than Lily in this day and age. It seemed that anyone with any capability had to possess some character flaw, or else they couldn't survive. Could they? Just as Lily and Vivian were preparing to clash in the living room, Hao Ren's previously abundant patience finally wore thin. He slammed his fist down on the coffee table and, with all the authority he could muster, bellowed, "Enough! This is my home." This roar and that forceful strike marked an unprecedented action from the usually easygoing Hao Ren, but the intimidation of the once timid leopard finally manifested itself. The vampire girl and the werewolf girl realized they were in someone else's domain, and one of them even recognized that she owed the landlord a coffee table. Consequently, they both halted, their eyes fixed on Hao Ren. Wide-eyed. "What are you staring at me for?" Hao Ren was taken aback himself. He had not anticipated that he would summon the courage to shout in front of beings capable of killing him with a mere flick of their wrist, and yet he had successfully quelled the situation. However, he soon felt that this singular act of bravery had been worth his entire life. As their gazes settled on him, he felt a surge of confidence. "Look at yourselves. One a fool, the other stubborn. I am the party involved here, all right? Can you not overlook my opinions and jump to conclusions? Moreover, is this behavior even befitting your identities? When have werewolves and bloodlines ever thrown themselves to protect humans?" Allow me, the most muddled individual here, to comprehend this point first, and then we can address your misunderstandings, shall we? Hao Ren had been holding back this question for quite a while, in an age of information overload and cultural fusion. Who didn't he know the tales of vampires and werewolves? A quick search in any fantasy film library would reveal that at least 2 out of 10 films featured these two species. To Hao Ren, bloodthirsty werewolves and cold-blooded vampires were symbols as vivid as they were notorious. Yet what was going on with these two before him? He could not fathom this conundrum, and without understanding it, He felt utterly lost. Surprisingly, Lily and Vivian spoke in unison. "I am not like those wild creatures." They exchanged astonished glances before huffing in unison and turning away, evidently believing that only they were sincere. "I cannot speak for my kin. They seem to think they cannot survive without opposing humanity. But since I gained consciousness, I have always been among humans," Vivian stated, crossing her arms. "Moreover, I instinctively detest other bloodlines." Dante asked me why. "I simply do not know. It has always been this way since childhood, and I cannot abide other anomalies fighting humans. They are simply too foolish. That I have never encountered other anomalies." Lily sniffed, appearing displeased with Vivian's scent. "That I woke up in a very cold place, likely a snowy expanse, and when I regained consciousness, I was in human form. That I was raised by an old woman and spent decades among humans, only moving when they began to question my youthful appearance. That I like humans. I am accustomed to them. That I asked their problem." Hao Ren regarded these two unusual beings and decided to trust them. After all, believing or not believing didn't change much. He couldn't fight either of them. Chapter 10. The pauper vampire. The cold air and low pressure in the living room persisted, yet it seemed that the two culprits had finally decided against further conflict. Hao Ren sighed as he began to tidy up the teapot, which had frozen into a solid clump of ice, and had even cracked, glancing at the now-defunct coffee table, feeling that life was indeed such, in this world. Those who find dissatisfaction abound, and the few who do not are often worse off. Nevertheless, it seemed that Vivian and Lily had finally come to accept each other's statements, or at least, they were willing to pause their hostilities, provided the other did not slip up. They would regard each other as neutral parties for the time being. This is the result of a full hour of earnest persuasion, a painstaking hour spent laying out the facts and justifying the principles at play. Hao Ren, summoning his courage, exerted whatever authority he possessed as the landlord, if it could even be called that, to its fullest extent, compelling the two non-human ladies to patiently listen to each other's explanations. In her own way, Lily sought to validate her claims by calling forth a witness, then demonstrated to Vivian her unblemished hands, indicating the absence of any bloodshed, thus asserting she had not placed a curse on Hao Ren. Vivian, perceiving Lily's somewhat foolish demeanor, opted to trust her, in an effort to prove her restraint from her vampiric tendencies. Vivian requested Hao Ren to rummage through the refrigerator for a box of duck blood tofu. Truth be told, Hao Ren found Vivian's method of proof rather dubious. Yet astonishingly, Lily appeared to believe her. Can you fathom that this scatterbrain actually took her at her word? Once a semblance of calm returned, Hao Ren seized the opportunity to inquire about Vivian's unexpected visit that morning. It was evident that she had been taken aback upon first seeing him, suggesting she had not come specifically to seek him out. Vivian nodded and produced a colorful piece of paper from her small bag. "I came here following this address. I am looking for a place to stay." That moment, Lily, who had been absorbed in her own thoughts while staring down at the broken coffee table, suddenly transformed into her werewolf form. Her pointed ears perked up with an acute sense of foreboding. Hao Ren was equally startled. Upon taking the paper from Vivian, he realized it had been cut from a newspaper, prominently featuring the rental advertisement he had circulated just a couple of days prior. How was it that after 6 months of silence, a prospective tenant had suddenly appeared? And why was it that those seeking to rent were anything but ordinary? Well, the address was indeed correct. Hao Ren wore a perplexed expression, pondering the misfortunes of his life as he scrutinized Vivian. "You wish to rent a room?" "Yes," Vivian affirmed, nodding vigorously. Hao Ren, momentarily at a loss for words, blurted out, "Why specifically here?" Implicit in his question was the bewilderment of why such an unusual occurrence had befallen him. However, Vivian misinterpreted his inquiry. The vampire girl blinked innocently. "Because it's very affordable here, and I don't have much money. After searching high and low, yours is the only place I can afford. Certainly, I do not wish to endure living in desolate ruins or graveyards again." Hao Ren's mouth hung open in disbelief, astonished by the candor and dire circumstances of this vampire girl. Wasn't it said that vampires were the elegant aristocrats of the night? How had this one fallen into such disarray? Indeed, it was quite cheap here. If she wasn't deterred by the remoteness, she might as well settle in. After a few moments of contemplation, he nodded, a wry smile dancing at the corners of his lips. After all, when faced with an abundance of troublesome pests, one becomes less perturbed, and with a werewolf already in residence, his life was unlikely to return to normal anytime soon. The more, the merrier, he thought, regarding it as a means to add some color to his existence. However, he felt compelled to issue a warning. You must not cause any trouble. Of course, I want to disclose your situation with Lily. I fear you might resort to silencing witnesses. Yet, as he spoke of silencing, Hao Ren felt remarkably unperturbed. These two non-human ladies were evidently unlike the tales told in legends. Regardless of their standing in their respective clans, they appeared quite safe in this setting. However, just as Hao Ren and Vivian were nearing an agreement, Lily abruptly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Wait a moment. This winged rat is going to live here, under the same roof as me. Look at how slow you are. With a loud crack, the already fractured coffee table threatened to break apart entirely. Do you think I would willingly share my space with a beast? Vivian, too, was incensed, but remembering the truce they had previously established, she refrained from unleashing her ire. If I weren't on the brink of poverty, who would come here? Hao Ren suddenly realized that perhaps refusing Vivian would be the prudent course of action. Allowing a werewolf and a vampire to coexist under one roof was clearly a recipe for disaster, as their tempers did not suggest an adherence to the truce. Moreover, he was not in dire need of the writ. But having already given his nod of approval, it would be inappropriate to retract his offer at this juncture. Thus, he could only make a feeble attempt to placate the visibly displeased Lily. It's all right. I see that Vivian doesn't appear dangerous, but we've already agreed to let her stay. Wait a minute. I am the landlord. This is my home. Why am I negotiating at all? In this final moment of realization, Hao Ren grasped the true nature of the situation. This was his domain, and it was high time he asserted his authority, and he attributed the confusion to the overpowering presence of these two formidable beings and the chaotic series of events that had left his mind in disarray. Lily, somewhat sheepish, managed a smile. This werewolf, so unlike the fearsome legends, was surprisingly agreeable, nodding her head tentatively. You make the decision, but I still dislike this winged creature. That seemed more agreeable. Hao Ren crossed his arms and nodded, contemplating how to ensure these two evidently unconventional tenants could coexist harmoniously in the days to come. Peaceful coexistence seemed improbable. Rather, he aimed to prevent any demolition of his abode that in truth, he had begun to dread this chaotic life. If possible, he would have preferred to send both deities away immediately. However, two issues loomed. First, these two superwomen were not ones to be trifled with. Though they seemed amiable, hastily dismissing them without a solid justification could lead to complications. Hao Ren dared not take that risk. Secondly, he felt ill-equipped to confront either of these superwomen. Should his words prove ineffective, he would find himself in a dire predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. In summary, the two aforementioned issues could be condensed into one. How could a mere human negotiate with two monstrous ladies? Regardless of the turmoil, he still wished to exert what little influence he could to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his life, which appeared to be slipping away. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden, earth-shattering cry erupted nearby. My wallet. Vivian nearly leaped off the couch. Her usual grace evaporated in an instant. She had lost her wallet. It must have been last night. I was knocked out by that jerk. Where could my wallet be? Vivian rummaged through her belongings, her expression growing increasingly desperate and indignant as she glared at Lily. You foolish mutt. That was my last bit of living expenses. Lily's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet she turned away defiantly. If you lack the ability, don't blame others. You can't afford rent, so it's just as well. I wouldn't have to look at your foolish face anymore. However, after a moment, she glanced back. Why not check outside? Perhaps you dropped it on the street. It turned out this seemingly scatterbrained werewolf had a surprisingly good heart. I flew far and wide last night in search of a place illuminated by the moon to regain my strength. Vivian lamented, How could I know where I lost it? Oh, my last bit of living expenses I've saved for so long. This month, I've lost money 4 times. This was all I had left. Hao Ren's eyebrows twitched. How had this vampire descended into such misfortune? Wasn't she supposed to be a noble of the night? However, he soon recognized a silver lining. It seemed he no longer had to worry about the impending war between werewolves and vampires. He now had ample justification to send Vivian away. Maintaining peace was the true priority. Chapter 11. A mysterious call to plan had seemed quite promising, yet ultimately, Hao Ren could not bring himself to simply cast Vivian aside. As previously mentioned, he considered himself a good person. He would not meddle in matters where he could not assist, but when he could lend a helping hand, he He simply could not turn a blind eye. If he were to dismiss Vivian outright, what would become of her? This seemingly unfortunate vampire girl would likely find herself homeless, forced to sleep in desolate ruins or graveyards, devoid of food, shelter, or employment. Eventually, she would draw the attention of the local authorities, leading either to her forced shelter or expulsion. How pitiful! Observing such a beautiful young lady reduced to such a state, it was difficult for anyone to remain unmoved. Although Hao Ren suspected that a vampire, with their true capabilities, should not fall to such depths, yet he could not be certain, as it appeared he was not dealing with an ordinary vampire. Regardless, he had never come across a vampire so woefully impoverished and sentimental, one who harbored a genuine fondness for humanity, that he refrained from directly offering Vivian the chance to live in his home rent-free. His kindness had its limits, and he was not quite at the level of a saint. Moreover, he needed to consider the feelings of Lily, who was paying rent. Thus, he could only compromise, allowing Vivian to defer her rent until she either recovered her wallet, a slim chance, or found work to earn some money, which had a somewhat better prospect. Was this truly feasible? Vivian seemed incredulous at such generosity, gazing at Hao Ren in disbelief. It might take me quite a while to repay you. My luck with finances is abysmal. Hao Ren's eyebrows twitched again. What kind of hardships had this vampire girl endured to come to such a resigned conclusion? Do not think of anything else. Just stay here for now. Hao Ren waved his hand, casting a glance at the visibly displeased Lily, and decisively declared, "This is my home. At least I have the final say regarding the rental." He then turned to Vivian, saying, "There are vacant rooms upstairs. I will show you the way." "But where is your luggage?" He should have asked this earlier. Lily had arrived from another city dragging a hefty suitcase. And surely this vampire girl couldn't be so destitute as to possess nothing but the clothes on her back. "Oh, it's outside." Vivian suddenly remembered her belongings and hurried out to retrieve an old travel bag that she had left at the door. Fortunately, her misfortune regarding finances had not yet extended to her possessions, and the sizable bundle had not been lost despite being forgotten outside for such a long time. Upon seeing Vivian's bag, Hao Ren couldn't help but sigh. He vaguely recalled that his father used to carry a similar bag during his business trips, one that had been passed down from his grandfather. He vowed never again to watch a vampire-themed movie in his life. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs to assist Vivian in settling her room, a loud gurgling sound suddenly emanated from the side. Lily stood up, awkwardly rubbing her stomach. "Landlord, shall we eat?" Hao Ren glanced at the clock in the living room and realized it was already 10 in the morning. After a chaotic morning, he had almost forgotten about breakfast. The only thing that had filled anyone's stomach in the house was roll. "Damn, life was even worse than that of a cat," he self-deprecatingly muttered, only to hear Vivian's surprised voice exclaim, "You provide meals here. Is there an extra charge for food?" The vampire girl beamed with delight, and Hao Ren felt an overwhelming urge to tell her the truth, that meals were not included here, and this was merely a special circumstance. Yet, witnessing her expression of sheer happiness rendered him speechless. It felt utterly pitiful for a vampire to be reduced to such a state. With breakfast already delayed to this hour, it was more akin to lunch, so Hao Ren resolved to prepare his specialty, noodles. After all, Lily seemed to be an unpicky, omnivorous werewolf, and Vivian, being in such dire straits, likely wouldn't be too particular about food either. A simple meal would suffice out of course. Before heading to the kitchen, he turned to the vampire girl and inquired, "Vivian, do you consume regular human food?" It was said that vampires could only drink blood, as ordinary meals would go undigested. That as he uttered this, he felt a chill run down his neck. "I am of the bloodline, not a lowly vampire," Vivian corrected him earnestly, then shyly scratched her face. "While other vampires could only digest blood, I can eat normal food. Unfortunately, in this day and age, both humans and animals are riddled with strange ailments. One false move, and drinking contaminated blood could lead to a week of stomach troubles. Before feeding, one must check if the target has a health certificate. Sometimes, even those with certificates might be using forgeries. Unable to endure this any longer, I haven't touched blood in years." Hao Ren. Just as he was about to enter the kitchen, a loud ringtone suddenly erupted from the armrest of the sofa. Lily dashed over to take a look, exclaiming with excitement as she held up Hao Ren's nearly 5-year-old Nokia phone with a small color screen. "Landlord, phone. It's from a very strange number." Hao Ren quickly ran over, took the phone, and pondered what could constitute a strange number. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was indeed taken aback. A string of digits. 00000012345. Does such a number even exist in the world? The monotonous ringtone continued to ring insistently, the bizarre caller ID glaringly displayed before him. Hao Ren couldn't help but pinch his cheek to confirm he wasn't dreaming, and it felt as though the ringtone was growing louder, creating an impression of emanating from all directions that he felt the phone in his hand growing increasingly warm, the ringing intensifying. That peculiar sixth sense he had possessed since childhood began to stir, and he instinctively sensed that this call was extraordinary. Almost entranced, he pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. "Hello? Is anyone there?" A melodious yet somewhat frenetic female voice came through. "Hello? Hello? Is this Hao Ren?" Yes, it is," Hao Ren replied, trying to recall when he had divulged his phone number or met a woman with a voice resembling hers. But he couldn't think of anything. "Who are you?" "That's not important right now," the unfamiliar woman said loudly, and from the background noise, it seemed she was calling from a rather chaotic location. Faintly, he could hear a strange howling, perhaps from a construction site. "I'm from an import-export trading company. A few days ago, you applied for a job, right? I'm notifying you to come in for an interview this afternoon, .in import-export trading company." Hao Ren paused, recalling that indeed, he had applied for several jobs when he decided to seek employment, but it had mostly been a shot in the dark, given his lack of experience and that he wasn't exactly a graduate of a prestigious institution. After a fruitless day of job seeking, he hadn't held much hope for the applications. Yet here was someone inviting him for an interview, and it sounded like a significant company, an import-export trading firm. Was he about to strike it lucky? However, he glanced at his two new tenants in the living room. His initial job search had been motivated by the need to make ends meet after struggling with the rental income. Yet now it seemed he had tenants. Well, these tenants were hardly reliable, one being a foolish werewolf and the other a nearly starving, single-minded vampire. Not to mention, simply having tenants of their kind who would reliably pay rent felt utterly unbelievable to him. He realized he could no longer pin his hopes on the rental business. Just then, the woman's impatient voice came through the phone. "Hello? Are you still listening? I'm notifying you to come for the interview this afternoon." Hao Ren pondered for a moment and nodded firmly. "All right, I will come by this afternoon." The stranger provided him with an address that didn't sound too far away before hanging up. Hao Ren stared blankly at his phone, which displayed a call duration of 0 minutes and 0 seconds, switching to the call log, which was completely empty. The number 00000012345 seemed to have never existed. Chapter 12. The remote village. Hao Ren set the phone down. Lost in thought in his previous life, he would have likely dismissed the 0-second call duration and strange number as a glitch with his phone and gone about his business without a second thought. However, he now found himself in an exceedingly sensitive state, observing the two unusual tenants in the living room, who were silently competing with one another while simultaneously yearning for nourishment. He realized that his life had completely veered from the ordinary. Some things that had always been treated as mere dinnertime chatter or urban legends might indeed be real. Certain mythologies could hold truth, and even some concepts that only appeared in films might not be entirely fictional. Hao Ren had become exceedingly attuned to his surroundings, so much so that even the meows of the small cat named Roll would send chills down his spine, as if they were omens. The recollection of that unconventional phone number sent a shiver through him, and more importantly, he suddenly remembered he had never even applied to any import-export trading company. Yes, he had submitted numerous applications for various positions, including 2 for male public relations roles and 1 for a pet psychology therapist. God knows what that job entailed. But he had absolutely never applied to any import-export trading company. Hao Ren was acutely aware of his qualifications and expertise. He was the kind of person who needed to use a calculator to buy celery, who would dare to apply to a trading company. Would he be sold by the pound? In his mind, an import-export trading company was akin to a small grocery store at the end of an alley, and his understanding of the world was clearly limited. "Landlord? Landlord, are you dazed?" Lily's startled voice broke through his reverie. Hao Ren quickly snapped back to reality and nodded at the two abnormal beings. "Oh, a potential employer has notified me to come in for an interview this afternoon." "Don't worry, landlord. I'll watch over the place for you," Lily exclaimed cheerfully, raising her paw as if she had stumbled upon some grand opportunity. "I'm the best at house sitting. I guarantee nothing will go missing." That was a dog-like statement. Vivian never missed an opportunity to mock her rival, and her jibes were always particularly on point. However, Hao Ren wanted to retort, "Given your current state of destitution, perhaps you should refrain from being so haughty." Do you even feel worthy of your bloodline? Lily shot Vivian an angry glare, but then shrugged it off as her stomach growled again, quickly deflating her anger and leaving her in a state of diminished combat readiness. She slumped against the table, looking at Hao Ren with a lackluster expression. Landlord, please hurry and cook. Once we eat, I'll help you keep an eye on the place. Hao Ren was momentarily dazed. Had he just acquired 2 tenants or 2 ancestors? After being a landlord for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered tenants who could be so familiar. Yet soon he attributed everything to the cultural disparities between different races and dismissed it with a laugh, reasoning that those 2 individuals were beyond his capacity to manage to secure a stable future for himself. The priority was to enhance the goodwill of these 2 superwomen. This way, at least when Lily and Vivian clashed again, he could muster the confidence to intervene as their landlord and caretaker. Hao Ren had painstakingly fed both of their mothers and, in the process, confirmed that Vivian indeed consumed regular human food, finally alleviating the last burden on his mind. That'd by the time all this was settled, it was already 11 o'clock. Clearly, he could forgo lunch. Henceforth, he decided to let the vampire and the werewolf fend for themselves with some snacks until evening. However, considering that Vivian was currently without a penny to her name and that Lily would never part with her food, as canines are notoriously protective of their provisions, he took the initiative to venture out and purchase a box of biscuits for Vivian, nearly bringing tears of gratitude to the eyes of the unfortunate vampire girl. What a situation this was! Due to the nature of vampires, Vivian required substantial hours of sleep during the day. So shortly after finishing her meal, she retreated to her room on the 2nd floor to tidy up and prepare for rest. Meanwhile, Lily was most alert during the day. She took it upon herself to guard the entrance on the 1st floor, ensuring that the 2 were separated by their respective racial habits. For the time being, Hao Ren need not worry about them wreaking havoc in his absence, allowing him to venture out with a modicum of peace to the address provided by the mysterious woman for the interview. Indeed, despite his myriad doubts, Hao Ren resolved to investigate the situation. After all, what was inevitable could not be avoided, that if that woman was connected to the peculiar beings he had encountered these past few days, then he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in matters beyond his comprehension, as evidenced by the combat prowess of Vivian and Lily. This was not a realm one could navigate with mere intellect, especially considering his own mental faculties were not necessarily up to par. He had contemplated bringing Lily along, but ultimately decided against it. Firstly, having known her for just 2 days, he felt it unwise to drag the somewhat Navi a bit simple-minded, werewolf girl into perilous situations as a shield, which would be quite unreasonable given the slight trust he had in her. The prior arrangement of having her stay at his home for protection against a vampire ambush was a matter of necessity. Secondly, as a tall and upright man, it seemed absurd to allow bizarre occurrences from the past couple of days to render him so anxious that he would require a girl as a bodyguard for a mere interview. What would people think if word got out? Thus, he steeled himself to face the situation head-on. Standing at the bus stop, waiting for the vehicle, his thoughts once again wandered to the unusual forms of Vivian and Lily. And he muttered to himself, was it truly wise to leave them at home unattended? Frankly, having been a landlord for several years, if one could even consider it a profession, he had encountered all manner of tenants. People from all walks of life had resided in his grand house. The most critical skill for a landlord is discerning whether a tenant is trustworthy or potentially dangerous, or worse, a thief. The tales of landlords inviting thieves into their homes, only to suffer significant losses, are far from rare. Hao Ren had no concerns that the 2 superwomen in his home fell into the latter category. He knew that they were far more perilous. Would it be a mistake to leave them alone? Would he return home to find a scene of devastation? Would he be greeted by a battalion of armed SWAT officers? Would he encounter a convoy from the Academy of Sciences blocking the road? Would he be confronted by 2 men in black suits, donning sunglasses, pressing an automatic pencil against him? With these wildly improbable thoughts swirling in his mind, he boarded the bus, heading toward a desolate area not far from the outskirts. The address provided by the enigmatic woman was a place Hao Ren had heard of but never visited, a remote village that lay outside the city's reach. There were no direct buses from the city to this location, and even in the already distant southern suburbs, only a rickety bus made its rounds once an hour. This curious place was called Wang Ba Tuozi. Clearly, it was also a peculiar name, and the author hopes it does not get censored for its unseemly connotation, because this wretched place is indeed called Wang Ba Tuozi. Hao Ren sat on that dilapidated, drafty old bus, which seemed ready to disintegrate at the slightest bump for half an hour. Throughout the journey, the maximum number of passengers aboard did not exceed 3, leading him to suspect that the driver's cynical expression matched the vehicle's notorious state. However, he ultimately arrived safely at his destination, albeit unceremoniously deposited in a location that resembled the desolate wilderness he had passed through earlier. The bus rattled away, accompanied by the jarring sounds of its dilapidation, mirroring Hao Ren's current mood, tumultuous and filled with the urge to let out a howl of frustration. He had clearly been duped. Had that woman not even drafted a script before conning him over the phone? Descending from the highway onto a narrow, winding path, he soon arrived at Wang Ba Tuozi, standing on the hillside beside the road. He could clearly see everything about this desolate, forlorn village. It was a primitive settlement with only a few dozen households, nearly half of which appeared to be crumbling mud brick homes. The village architecture seemed haphazard and bore the marks of decades past. The largest building was a small brick structure at the center, approximately the same size as Hao Ren's own home. The woman on the phone had lured him here under the pretense of an import-export trading company. Who could possibly believe such nonsense? Yet here he was, deceived. Chapter 13. The interview location standing atop a small mound by the roadside, gazing at the desolate, dilapidated village in the distance. Hao Ren pondered whether his intellect had any hope of salvation. How on earth had he been so easily duped into coming here? He was astonished that after living for over 20 years in the vicinity of the city, he had stumbled upon such a primitive and derelict little village. Although this place was indeed quite far from the city, Hao Ren had always imagined such villages existed only in remote mountain valleys, where towering peaks shielded civilization and treacherous cliffs barred access, allowing human settlements to preserve such an appearance. Yet, this village was not so remote. A road leading to the city lay just nearby. Thus, he was quite taken aback by the sight before him. What astonished him even more was that the stranger on the phone had lured him here with the guise of an import-export trading company. That was simply an intolerable point. One could insult a person's character, but one must not insult their intelligence. Although Hao Ren had never quite grasped how a trading company differed from a street-side grocery store, he could at least discern that the little village nearby likely lacked even a corner shop. Standing under the blazing sun, Hao Ren silently watched the decrepit bus disappear into the distance. He would have to wait here for nearly an hour before encountering the next vehicle to pass through this area, and the thought of that filled him with a sense of despair about life. At that moment, he even found himself missing the obstinate, troublesome vampire who never paid rent and always brought chaos into his life. He missed the chill that accompanied Vivian, even if it was tinged with the scent of blood. For at least it provided some respite from the heat. This place was devoid of any greenery for hundreds of meters. The largest shadow within sight was cast by a telephone pole 100 meters away, just sufficient for Hao Ren to alleviate the heat on his arms. Life had become unbearable. As for the nearby village that appeared to be just a 10-minute walk away, Hao Ren had no intention of venturing there. Even if the interview were genuine, surely it was evident that no one in their right mind would seek employment in such a place. Moreover, it was blatantly absurd. He had been tricked by that mysterious woman over the phone. Hao Ren was now only curious about one thing. Why had he been so effortlessly persuaded to come here during the phone call? Why had he not felt the slightest unease when he first heard the peculiar name, Wang Ba Tuozi? Why had it only been upon arriving and seeing the village that he felt like a fool? These 3 questions had not crossed his mind before, but now they rushed to the forefront, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Indeed, Hao Ren recalled that he had pondered for quite some time before finally deciding to investigate the peculiar phone call that moment. He had believed his mindset was entirely rational. The hesitation and contemplation he had experienced should have proven that his decision to come here was genuine. Yet in hindsight, it was entirely illogical. Even the mere combination of the words Wang Ba Tuozi, an import-export trading company, should have raised suspicions. Hao Ren instinctively touched his head, trying to confirm whether the weight of his thoughts still belonged to him. Moments later, he lifted his legs and began walking back in the direction he had come. It was unrealistic to think he could walk all the way home under this blazing sun, but he felt it prudent to distance himself from this cursed place. Perhaps simply moving away from the address provided by that mysterious woman would enhance his chances of safety. He could wait for a bus to pass while on the road, as that rickety vehicle stopped anywhere with a wave of the hand. The telephone is malfunctioning. The number is peculiar. and the mysterious woman is abnormal as well. She lured Hao Ren over with a flimsy excuse, leading him to realize that his own reasoning has likely been compromised for some time. Now, he must hastily depart from this place and return to the company of the other two unusual beings. Perhaps Lily and Vivian might possess some solutions. After all, that vampire seems to have knowledge of magic, having previously mentioned matters of sorcery. However, just as he had taken a few steps away, his mobile phone began to ring with an urgency that felt almost life-threatening. The familiar ringtone startled Hao Ren, sounding at least 10 times louder than usual, causing a painful reverberation in his eardrums, as if a faint, underlying anger was seeping through the sound. In a fluster, he fumbled to retrieve his phone, and the small color screen displayed the utterly abnormal number 0000012345. Staring at this bizarre string of digits for an eternity, he decisively removed the battery. Thankfully, he had not purchased an iPhone. An Apple user facing such supernatural circumstances would likely resort to smashing their device in frustration. Yet, to his dismay, he soon discovered he could only do the same. Even after removing the battery, the ringing persisted relentlessly, reminiscent of a scene from every horror film, his phone continuing to emit its ominous chime despite the absence of power. The eerie digits on the screen continued to beckon him with a sense of urgency. If previously Hao Ren had merely harbored a tinge of suspicion, he was now 100% certain he was ensnared by the inexplicable. What made matters worse was that he could find nothing to protect himself with. He had not even had the chance to inquire with Lily or Vivian about the affairs of their kind before he had recklessly fled. As the ringtone echoed for the third time, Hao Ren finally resolved to take action, raising his Nokia high and slamming it down onto the ground with all his might. There was no way this thing could still ring after being smashed. Wait, is this even possible? The Nokia truly lived up to its reputation as the indestructible phone. Hao Ren watched in disbelief as his aging device soared through the air and crashed to the ground, only to become embedded in the concrete. And yet, it continued to ring with that relentless urgency. Hao Ren was certain he did not possess such strength. Thus, the only explanation for this phenomenon was that the caller was warning him against futile resistance. Some things defy science, logic, and common sense. No matter if one were to strap the phone to a strategic missile and launch it across the globe, it would likely be of no consequence. Trembling, Hao Ren bent down to retrieve the phone, which showed no signs of damage, and pressed it to his ear. Despite his trepidation, he forced himself to sound resolute. He was a man who valued his pride. Even facing death, he would stubbornly resist hello. What do you want from me? Of course, it's to have you come in for an interview. The pleasing yet frightening female voice echoed once more. But for reasons unknown, upon hearing her voice, Hao Ren felt a strange sense of relief. Perhaps it was the realization that the caller was speaking in human terms, suggesting a potential for dialogue. Or perhaps it was the fact that the mysterious woman continued to mention the interview, offering him an unexplainable comfort. Having reached this juncture, with various anomalies laid bare before him, if there were any malicious intent, it would be the right moment to confront it, since the woman had not employed her extraordinary abilities to strike him down with a bolt of lightning. Hao Ren concluded he was temporarily safe as for why he thought of lightning rather than something else. That was simply the limit of his imagination. He could not conceive of a more formidable power, especially after witnessing the fight between Lily and Vivian the previous night, which seemed like a Hollywood blockbuster in his eyes. An interview. Hao Ren steadied himself, pretending to be unafraid, his voice surprisingly steady. Let us get to the point. Since I'm already here, are you truly going to continue with this FAAD of an import-export trading company? Can't we speak plainly about what you want? Oh, we have rules from above. Until the appropriate time, we cannot disclose any confidential information, the woman on the other end of the line replied, her tone devoid of any sinister undertones, sounding entirely like an ordinary person discussing matters. Which astonished Hao Ren. Now, if you follow my instructions, you will find our workplace. Wait, Hao Ren interrupted, refusing to be led by her rhythm any longer. Let us clarify things first. What do you really want? No need for euphemisms. Drop the pretense of an interview, all right? The woman's voice on the other end grew impatient. Why are you being so fussy? I told you it's an interview. If you want to know the company's rules, you'll have to come here first. Now listen closely. Do you see that utility pole ahead? Go to the pole, place your hand on the old Chinese medicine advertisement affixed to it, facing north. Don't know which way is north? Up is north, down is south, left is west, right is east. Look up. Hao Ren, He felt as though the woman on the other end was a lunatic, but when he actually looked up, he was astounded that a massive inverted structure was suspended directly above him. Chapter 14. The workplace of distinction. Hao Ren gazed upward, his mouth agape in sheer astonishment at the spectacle in the sky. If he could see himself, he would undoubtedly think he had just emerged from 2 years of rehabilitation at a mental institution, that a colossal building hung upside down above him, nearly causing his heart to seize. It was a grand mansion with a blue dome, featuring a cruciform main body and elongated side wings. The mansion, with its white walls and blue roof, exuded an air of elegance and nobility, resembling a fusion of a modern European castle and a manor. Behind the main structure was an intricately designed, streamlined tower, which, while stylistically mismatched with the mansion, contributed an aura of mystery to the overall scene. The mansion itself was built upon a pure white pedestal, surrounded by vibrant lawns and gardens, where small fountains were symmetrically distributed, and in front of the mansion's small plaza stood an artificial fountain of such immense proportions it could only be described as gigantic. All of this was breathtaking. Even more astonishing was the fact that everything was suspended in the air. The fountain, too, hung upside down, seemingly indifferent to Newton's principles. Hao Ren had only ever seen buildings of such grandeur on television, yet he had never witnessed one floating in such an uncanny manner. Instinctively, his legs trembled, and his first thought was how to avoid being crushed if it were to fall. No wonder he was flabbergasted. Even if you brought Schwarzenegger to witness a massive building the size of a residential area looming above, he would certainly tremble. Hao Ren was entirely certain that nothing had been in the sky moments prior, and he noted that despite the enormous building being suspended above, there were no shadows cast upon the ground, with the scorching sun beating down directly upon him, causing him to sweat profusely. Of course, the perspiration was not solely due to the sun. Ultimately, what was unfolding before him had surpassed the comprehension of an ordinary man, until the cacophony of calls from his phone jolted him back to reality. Hello? Hao Ren, do you see the grand house in the sky? Hao Ren pressed the phone to his ear, contemplating for a long moment before exclaiming, Holy cow! The first rule of our workplace conduct is that employees must not utter profanities before their superiors do. But since you haven't officially joined yet, feel free to do so, the woman remarked nonchalantly. Now remove your hand from the Chinese medicine advertisement, and remember to keep your gaze fixed on the plaza. Otherwise, I cannot be responsible for where you end up. Initially, Hao Ren had been prepared to turn and leave, but upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out across his body. Fortunately, he had kept his hand on the utility pole due to his trembling legs. Otherwise, he might have found himself in serious trouble. Realizing he could not escape today, Hao Ren gritted his teeth and resolutely released his grip beneath the suspended building that in an instant, the world spun wildly. And he felt as though he had been hurled hundreds of meters into the air before being tossed into a realm devoid of direction and gravity, followed by a dizzying whirl of rotations that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Just as he thought he might lose his dinner from the previous year's New Year's feast, the chaotic sensation finally subsided, revealing that he was still standing on solid ground. Though the scenery before him had completely transformed, a magnificent fountain danced joyfully before him, the breeze carrying a refreshing coolness that made every pore in his body yearn to relax. Flanked by lush lawns and vibrant gardens, with a pristine white stone pathway beneath his feet. Whether this surface was truly stone, Hao Ren could not ascertain, but he knew it was certainly not concrete. It was delicate and elegant, possessing a texture reminiscent of a blend between plastic and metallic material, an architectural substance he had never encountered before. Slowly turning around, he beheld the grand, white mansion with its blue dome behind him. As expected, he had arrived at the very building he had seen suspended earlier, which meant Hao Ren's expression morphed into one of horror as he looked up, only to be unexpectedly greeted not by a hanging expanse of earth, but rather a clear, radiant blue sky, with streaks of luminous auroras subtly dancing behind the clouds that he could not see the sun, yet gentle, non-ardent rays of sunshine cascaded from a diagonal angle above. As he gazed into the distance, Hao Ren observed that there was nothing obstructing his view around the grand villa, a broad, straight road cut through the gardens on either side. Yet, at the end of the road, there was naught but a dense fog, as if an ethereal mist enveloped the area, leaving only the imposing villa and its gardens as the singular entities within this obscured realm. The notion struck him like a chill, akin to an island lost in fog, and he realized that returning was now a question fraught with uncertainty. Just then, a faint creak from behind jolted him back to reality. Turning swiftly, he beheld the ornate entrance of the villa being pushed open, revealing a humanoid entity seemingly composed of clouds and electric currents. Hao Ren had never encountered such a peculiar being. Its gender was indiscernible, and its features were obscured, the entirety of its form rendered in a semi-transparent, misty blue hue. Towering above him, this extraordinary creature possessed a structure reminiscent of human limbs, and within the fog of its body, bright currents of electricity flickered, suggesting that these currents might serve as its very skeleton. Moreover, he noted that the entity wore no clothing. Perhaps it had no need for garments? Over the past 2 days, Hao Ren had encountered an abundance of bizarre occurrences, with the earlier upside-down architecture having nearly sent his nerves to the brink of collapse. Therefore, upon witnessing this uncanny figure, he felt astonished yet managed to maintain his composure, the blue mist being nodded at him, emitting a crackling sound of electricity, then stepped aside to beckon him to enter the villa. Summoning his courage, Hao Ren quickened his pace to follow the blue mist entity into the enigmatic dwelling. Inside, the opulence of the mansion mirrored its external grandeur. Upon entering through the front door, he found himself in a bright and spacious foyer, followed by a long corridor adorned with a crimson carpet. Following the silent, peculiar being, Hao Ren cautiously observed his surroundings. The corridor was devoid of visible light sources, yet every inch brimmed with illumination. The walls were adorned with an array of enigmatic murals, depicting everything from towering castles and spires to celestial bodies and cosmic vistas. Some murals illustrated colossal warships engaged in fierce battles alongside high-tech armies, while others portrayed figures reminiscent of sorcerers casting spells. Truth be told, these artworks seemed rather incongruous in their placement. Ultimately, he spotted a mural at the corridor's end, covered in childlike doodles of small turtles. This was utterly perplexing. He was eventually led to a heavy and lavish dark brown wooden door, at which the blue mist being gestured. Before Hao Ren could inquire, it abruptly dissipated into the air. He shrugged, steeling himself to rap on the door a few times that a melodious female voice resonated from beyond. "Come in. The door is unlocked." Hao Ren pushed the door open with determination, and the scene that unfolded before him was that of a spacious, semicircular room. In the center stood a seemingly weighty dark table, while the floor was composed of smooth, light gray stone tiles rather than carpet. Along the curved walls of the room rested a half-circle of shelves, not for books, filled with peculiar objects whose purposes eluded him. Some resembled models, others were flickering crystals, and a few compartments even held uneaten pancakes. Indeed, there lay half a pancake. Heavens knows why, behind the large table at the room's center sat a young woman with silver hair. She was strikingly beautiful, appearing remarkably youthful, perhaps even younger than Hao Ren. At least, that was the impression she conveyed. Her demeanor was cool, with light brown irises and long, snow-white hair, her nose elegantly defined and lips thin, giving her an air of inaccessibility when silent, though it might have been merely Hao Ren's perception, as he was on the verge of considering her a harbinger of doom. This young woman wore an unusual garment, akin to a black robe yet reminiscent of an altered trench coat. Despite its uncommon design, it suited her remarkably well, bestowing upon her an aura of mystery that Hao Ren found himself momentarily lost in thought. The young woman smiled, her cool demeanor softening considerably. She nodded at him, indicating that he should take a seat nearby, and then gestured to herself. "You may call me Crow 12345. I shall be your superior from now on." Engrossed in a whirlwind of thoughts, Hao Ren barely registered her introduction, instinctively asking this. "Where is this place?" "This place, the Temporal Management Bureau," the woman, who referred to herself as Crow 12345, declared proudly, the Yin 35 node's office stationed in Wang Ba Tuozi. Impressive, isn't it? Hao Ren was left dumbfounded. It seemed he had spent the past 2 days in a perpetual state of astonishment, upon hearing a statement that nearly rendered him speechless. "Did you just say?" "What?" "The Temporal Management Bureau," the silver-haired woman reiterated with a smile, her initially aloof demeanor melting away with her words, revealing a surprisingly approachable nature. Hao Ren, in a daze, inquired, "No, I mean the latter part of what you said." "Oh, the Wang Ba Tozi office," she affirmed with delight. readily acknowledging it. Hao Ren felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall, or perhaps he should save that for when he stepped outside. The items within appeared rather precious, and breaking them might incur costs he could not afford. Yet, he truly wished to slam his head against something. How could the terms Temporal Management Bureau and Wang Batuozi office possibly be juxtaposed? Moreover, the silver-haired girl spoke of it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hao Ren's feelings upon hearing this were akin to those one might experience upon hearing the following. The old Wang family has 3 children. The eldest is named Daming, the second Erming, and the youngest Eisenbrick William Hannibal. However, the silver-haired woman's assertion made such logical sense that he found himself at a loss for words. There indeed was a Wang Batuozi nearby. Haha! Hao Ren forced a stiff laugh, shifting awkwardly in the plush, cotton-like chair, wary that any further shocking revelations might cause him to tumble to the floor. So, the Temporal Management Bureau. By the way, what did you say your name was? Only then did he recall that she had introduced herself earlier, though he had been too preoccupied to catch it. The silver-haired woman bore no offense and was even more amiable than he had anticipated. My name is Crow 12345. You must remember it, as it is of utmost importance. Does that include the numbers at the end? Yes, including the numbers. They are essential for distinguishing me from other crows. She nodded emphatically. And do you have any questions? In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Hao Ren's mind. Artificial beings, dark forces, nefarious armies plotting to overthrow Earth. He was bombarded with a plethora of scenarios, each reminiscent of the countless movies he had seen, complete with convoluted narratives and romantic entanglements. However, he wisely refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of other crows. His instincts warned him that this was a taboo subject, a notion that would later prove to be profoundly mistaken. Instead, he scratched his chin and mused, Crow 12345. Ah, quite a creative name. So, do you have business with me? The silver-haired woman smiled faintly. You must have noticed that a rather peculiar creature has likely taken residence in your home. Yes, if my calculations are correct, it is a werewolf. Instantly, Hao Ren tensed, every muscle in his body quaking at the thought. He had previously regarded this as a closely guarded secret, determined to protect Lily's identity at all costs. The last vestige of his normal life. Yet, here was this enigmatic woman, seemingly privy to it all. But he quickly relaxed. After all, if this mysterious individual was also an anomaly, her knowledge of certain matters was inevitable. Hao Ren understood that he was still quite naive in this unfamiliar domain, so he resolved to maintain his composure, lest he find himself at a disadvantage. The fact that Crow 12345 had not mentioned Vivian suggested that her information might be somewhat outdated. And he had no intention of prying further. He nodded. Indeed, but that shouldn't be a taboo, right? Your Temporal Management Bureau oversees such matters. Nothing taboo about it. I merely wanted to remind you that you may encounter even more strange beings in your home in the future. This will be part of your forthcoming responsibilities. Crow 12345 stated casually, her words carrying weight. The organization has high hopes for you. Wait a moment. Hao Ren could no longer contain himself. Are you saying this is all you're doing? Not at present, but it will be in the future, Crow 12345 shrugged. Since you have already made contact with that werewolf named Lily, it is fortuitous that I am in need of an assistant, and you are quite suitable for this task. What exactly do you do? Hao Ren furrowed his brow, feeling that the entity before him, Raven 12345, spoke in a rather disjointed manner, often meandering into incoherence and failing to arrive at a point for an extended period. Could you possibly elucidate the purpose of the Temporal Management Bureau? He inquired. Our we is quite a substantial group. Raven 12345 mused, scratching her nose. The Shurling Empire spans vast territories, overseeing countless universes, with numerous departments and intricate divisions of labor, each serving a distinct function. You may broadly categorize us as deities for ease of understanding. Incidentally, we only recently transitioned into a divine collective, so our organization is relatively nascent, but youth brings opportunity, does it not? As for the Temporal Management Bureau, it is a specialized department under the Empire tasked with overseeing various universes, responsible for information dissemination and regulating interuniversal travel, thereby enhancing cosmic cohesion, or so the recent directive state. Future alterations will be considered anew. I serve as a grassroots operative within the Bureau, managing the trifles of this universe. such as preventing certain races from inadvertently orchestrating apocalyptic scenarios or planning celestial evolution, among other duties. Ordinarily, this would not fall under my purview. But due to certain peculiar circumstances, I am filling in the AS for you. I require an assistant. I must manage universal matters, hence the need for a proxy to handle local minutiae, and you have been selected. Feeling rather impressive, are we? Hao Ren, feeling overwhelmed by this almost fantastical narrative, calmly rose from his seat. Thank you, but you seem to be a good person, and your special effects program is quite fascinating. May I inquire where the exit is? Raven 12345 exhibited no surprise, as if she had encountered similar situations numerous times before. Once Hao Ren finished speaking, she snapped her fingers lightly, according to the onboarding requirements. Newly appointed probationary review officers must undergo psychological testing, which is quite lengthy, though we shall now commence your most fundamental assessment. Before Hao Ren could utter another word, he felt an inexplicable lightness engulf him, and the scenery around him transformed dramatically. The opulent chamber vanished, replaced by an overwhelming darkness that assailed him from all directions. Standing amidst this void, he soon witnessed a point of brilliance suddenly erupting into radiant light. The first to materialize was an indescribable, searing luminescence, devoid of discernible structure or fixed form, surging towards him with overwhelming force, instantly expanding to unfathomable distances. Hao Ren barely had time to blink before this light had swelled beyond his comprehension. As the radiance dimmed, the ultra-high energy dissipated swiftly, cooling and yielding primordial particles amid layers of decay. The residual waves from that initial flash caressed the cosmos, birthing the earliest primordial nebulae, laying the groundwork for future galactic clusters and colossal celestial structures. The cooling process continued, as ancient stars began to emerge from the denser regions of the primordial nebula, which itself differentiated into independent galactic clusters. Localized nuclear reactions supplanted the explosive energy of the Big Bang, ushering in a gentler epoch of order. As cooling persisted, primordial stars rapidly consumed their fuel, ejecting heavy elements accumulated over eons during successive supernovae. These heavy elements, the first stable substances to appear after the initial flash, traveled along the paths illuminated by the remnants of stars, colliding, merging, and being ensnared by the nascent young stars. Thus, the first stellar systems were born. As matter grew increasingly sparse, the tumultuous galaxies, having expended considerable energy and material, began to stabilize, elevating the complexity of the universe. Stars evolved, and life proliferated. Hao Ren felt his perspective transcend human understanding, standing at a near-omniscient vantage point to observe the cosmos. Thus, he glimpsed the target he had been diligently seeking, near a youthful star. A blue planet was enveloped in green. Then the scene froze, a line of text drifting before his eyes. Genesis Recording Specialist Trial Version. Please recharge to continue usage. The surrounding imagery receded like a tide. And Hao Ren found himself once again seated in that opulent chamber, his garments soaked with perspiration. The woman who called herself Raven 12345 gazed at him with a smile. This is the record of your universe's evolution to date. Of course, certain segments have undergone temporal adjustments for your viewing convenience. This was not recorded by me, but rather extracted as snapshots directly from the foundational cosmic information, so you essentially experienced a first-hand account of Genesis. How does it feel? Chapter 16. Serving the divine, Hao Ren sat motionless as a statue, hands resting upon his knees, his expression grave, that he realized he was confronting a situation that transcended human comprehension. If he wished to navigate his future life smoothly, the wisest course of action would be to temper his usual languid and flippant demeanor, and attentively heed the words of the woman before him, who claimed to be a deity. What does it feel like to experience Genesis? Raven 12345 asked, a playful glint in her eye. Hao Ren scrutinized her expression, confirming that she was indeed amiable, and hesitantly grinned. I must inquire whether this is merely an illusion. Will you happen to dispose of me casually? Not at all, for many have posed this very question to you, and I am not in the least surprised. Raven 12345 replied, shrugging to, I will guide you to witness more wonders until you fully grasp and believe the truths I share. However, not at this moment. For now, you simply need to take my words at face value. And then we shall discuss the matter of employment. Hao Ren raised his hand to pause her, needing time to process what had transpired, that he had assumed the bizarre events he experienced were merely terrestrial occurrences. Yet this woman claimed to hail from another world, not Earth, not an alien planet, but another universe. She asserted her origin from an empire that governed a multiverse, and that she worked for a unit called the Temporal Management Bureau, which specializes in maintaining the order of this universe. Now, this self-proclaimed goddess indicated she required a proxy to manage the trifles of Earth, thus selecting him. Such was the entirety of the matter. Linguistically, it posed no significant challenge, merely one that tested his worldview. Hao Ren covertly observed Raven 12345, who appeared to sense his scrutiny but made no indication of acknowledgement. Seizing the opportunity, he began to compare the silver-haired woman before him with his preconceived notions of deities or immortals, envisioning wings sprouting from her back or a halo adorning her head. Yet after a brief dalliance with such imaginings, he abandoned the endeavor, realizing it was a futile exercise. From the moment he encountered that wolfman terrified of cats, he should have cast aside all terrestrial legends. Are there truly other universes? He asked tentatively, gazing at Raven 12345 that I've read about them in books, the theory of parallel universes. Is that what this is? Far more complex than that. The true macrostructural world is infinitely more intricate than human imagination can fathom. Raven 12345 replied, her demeanor suggesting a lack of interest in elaborating further. For now, you will not encounter elements from other worlds. That will come only after you secure permanent employment or are assigned a special task. Your primary focus should be managing your own small plot of land. Why me? Hao Ren interjected, unable to restrain himself. He felt compelled to assert some degree of agency in this matter. Even if he could not overpower her, he would at least attempt to speak with conviction. You did not seek my consent, did you? Oh, indeed, I neglected that detail, Raven 12345 exclaimed, smacking her forehead, eliciting a bead of cold sweat from Hao Ren. The principle of voluntary participation does exist. I had assumed you were in agreement. That's so. Do you refuse? Hao Ren paused, taken aback by the apparent leniency of her terms. This amiable demeanor starkly contrasted with his assumptions regarding a mysterious power, and he had expected that refusal would lead to dire consequences. However, with this newfound flexibility, he hesitated. What should he do? To outright refuse felt like a missed opportunity, as if his novel life was destined to perish before it even began. What would happen if I decline? You would have your memories of the past 2 days erased, and I would ensure the wolfman is taken away as well. Fear not. No harm will come to you or him. Rather, you would simply be severed from these matters you ought not to engage with. Ordinary individuals lead ordinary lives. Throughout history, those who have meddled in the extraordinary have often met grim fates. Raven 12345 elaborated nonchalantly, I would simply seek another proxy. After all, there are plenty of humans on Earth. And if need be, I could request an intern from above to serve as an assistant. A tightening sensation gripped Hao Ren's heart, an indescribable feeling washing over him. He shook his head. And what if I agree? What precisely do you wish for me to do? Let it be known that I will not engage in immoral activities. I am a good person. Raven 12345's lips curled into a slight smirk. Do not be so anxious. You would be working for the divine, deity, other pantheons. This position is even referred to as Holy Son or Vicar. However, due to our unique system, we do not use such titles. What do you have to worry about? You won't be tasked with anything malevolent. Your task comprises 2 primary responsibilities. First, to welcome a select group of guests, akin to your previous duties, albeit these guests possess unique characteristics. They require assistance. A sanctuary to establish themselves and guidance. Your role is to host and care for them, ensuring they remain harmless to the human realm. Second, to assist me with various other tasks. Hao Ren felt instinctively that the latter was of greater significance. Are these guests akin to Lily? He endeavored to glean further information, recognizing that while this might not grant him an upper hand, it would at least avert potential pitfalls. Outliers? May I inquire about the rationale behind this course of action? Is it merely to prevent them from wreaking havoc in the human world? The truth is rather intricate. Crow 12345 possesses considerable patience. Any civilization, unless faced with an existential crisis or other grave circumstances necessitating divine intervention, is entitled to evolve naturally without interference. That I am aware of your human myths and legends, yet the true essence of deities diverges significantly from those tales. We create worlds, govern them, and can also obliterate them. All bound by strict regulations that prohibit arbitrary disruptions to mortal affairs, we have erred significantly in this regard before assuming our divine roles. Thus it remains a serious matter. Your world is no different. Human civilization ought to evolve naturally without external influences. It is acceptable for you to encounter obstacles during your development, but should a third-party force attempt to artificially distort the trajectory of human evolution, I am obliged to intervene. As for your task, it is to manage the aftershocks effectively. Hao Ren struggled to comprehend Crow 12,345's words, sensing that he had vaguely grasped something. You mentioned a third-party force attempting to interfere with human progress? Lily, and the guests I am to receive in the future are all connected to this interference. Do not dwell too much on it. That was a matter of the past, and the most significant upheaval has already been resolved. It is quite safe for humanity now, as long as you do not act recklessly. You may live out your days without concern. Crow 12345 regarded Hao Ren intently, and as for the guests you are to host, they are indeed linked to a significant incident, but this remains confidential for you. So refrain from probing too deeply. So, what say you? Are you willing to undertake this? Although it merely involves assisting the Temporal Management Bureau with some concluding tasks, truth be told, this is a position many worlds would envy. It is akin to being an external temporary worker in a prominent institution. Hao Ren, your words make me hesitant to agree. Crow 12345 laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. Hao Ren lowered his gaze, contemplating this decision that could alter the course of his life. He remained uncertain about fully trusting the woman before him and could not grasp the concepts of a multiverse, deities, or a grand world, as described as Crow 12345 suggested. At this juncture, he could only assume everything was true and consider his next steps. If he were to nod now, he would embark on a path starkly different from any he had known before. A journey, as Crow 12345 phrased it, of serving the divine, regardless of the veracity of the silver-haired woman's words. Whether there were traps concealed within, or whether the future held promise or peril, Hao Ren would confront a new and unimaginable existence. His fate would undoubtedly transform, for better or worse. Conversely, should he shake his head, he would merely forfeit 2 days of memory, forgetting matters that were never meant for an ordinary individual, then return to his humble role as a landlord or seek a conventional job to lead a mundane existence. Perhaps finding a spouse who, while not a profound love, was acceptable enough to share a life with, and thus live out his days until death. There was no choice to be made. Chapter 17. The contract Hao Ren harbored a dream, to become a gallant hero. Wielding powers beyond the common man, traversing the world to eradicate evil and uphold justice, unafraid of formidable foes, earning the gratitude of countless citizens and establishing himself as a great hero in the world. He was merely 9 years old then, such a long time ago, and at that time, his concept of the world was confined to the 2 street blocks surrounding his primary school, with his greatest adversary being his homeroom teacher. In recent years, Hao Ren's lofty ambitions had transformed into something far more pragmatic, akin to those of most individuals, striving for a monthly income above the average, marrying a partner of similar standing, and raising 1 or 2 children who also exceed the average, all while having secured a home, thus alleviating that concern. This encapsulated the entirety of his aspirations, up until this very moment. Now a pivotal turning point in his life loomed near, and Hao Ren felt as though he could almost envision a drastically different future laid out before him. He gazed at the woman who proclaimed herself a deity, yet appeared distinctly unconventional. Nodding resolutely, "Very well, I accept your offer." Crow 12345 displayed no surprise, as if she were accustomed to such scenarios and had anticipated Hao Ren's response. She merely nodded. "Indeed, from this day forth, you shall serve as a junior apprentice reviewer within the Temporal Management Bureau, with compensation commensurate to that of an external temporary worker prior to your formal appointment." Hao Ren, please refrain from being so specific. I have only just mustered the courage to agree. Crow 12345 seemed to chuckle lightly, recognizing Hao Ren's lingering anxiety and confusion. "Do not fret. We are not an evil force, but rather champions of world peace. Consider how noble this endeavor is. When I sought an assistant in other realms, locals flocked to me in droves. However, here on Earth, you have already embarked on a path of atheistic development, and it appears to be progressing swiftly, which is why I have refrained from intervening until now. Even in seeking assistance, I must now tread lightly. Do not perceive this as something shameful. Hao Ren mumbled. It sounds to me like you do not seem very divine yourself. Is this how deities behave? Oh, do not single yourself out. I find myself unaccustomed to it as well. Crow 12345 waved her hand nonchalantly, causing Hao Ren to pause, that we also changed our designation a few years ago. We were not always referred to as deities. By the way, if you find this terminology uncomfortable, you may address us as celestial apostles. That is our true racial identity. The term deity merely pertains to our profession. Celestial apostles? Hao Ren pondered this peculiarly sounding term. It did not suggest humanity. How should I refer to you in casual conversation? Your Divine Highness, perhaps? Hao Ren suddenly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This woman claimed to be a member of the divine, yet he found it challenging to treat her with the reverence such a title implied. Engaging in conversation with Crow 12345 felt akin to chatting with the older sister at the corner convenience store. Was this truly a Divine Highness? Would it be too much to expect her to at least refrain from fiddling with her fingers while speaking? Crow 12345 appeared unfazed by this observation, continuing to play with her fingers as she nodded at Hao Ren. I am not accustomed to being called that. You may simply use my name or refer to me as 12345. Hao Ren. That sounds even less like a name. Subsequently, Crow 12345 began elucidating the details of Hao Ren's forthcoming duties, which were rather straightforward, merely continuing to host those peculiar guests. Given that he had already accommodated a werewolf and a vampire in his home, Hao Ren believed he could adeptly manage further encounters with unusual beings, provided the newcomers were as amiable as the current residents. Rest assured, Crow 12345 assured him, we are quite attentive to the well-being of our employees and will not place you in perilous situations. Those sent to you will have passed a certain assessment ensuring their safety and reliability. Your sole responsibility is to ensure they are well-fed, well-housed, and do not disrupt the lives of ordinary individuals. This is your current role, while other matters will be handled by others, and you need not concern yourself with them for now. As for any other occurrences, we shall address them when the time arises. Do you have any further inquiries? Hao Ren hesitated, but ultimately voiced his primary concern. So, what exactly is the situation with Lily? Was she truly not arranged by you? No, I have already clarified that only the new guests arriving at your residence are organized by the Bureau. The werewolf. You may consider it fate that IT is precisely because she sought you out. And you appear to acclimate well to the situation that I selected you. Most individuals lack such a strong capacity for acceptance, and I specifically require an assistant with a robust worldview, capable of withstanding such shocks. My only obligation is to manage the future clients' lives effectively. But how do we gauge this management? By treating them like ancestors. Not quite. As long as they do not cause trouble, that suffices. The ultimate goal of all tasks is to allow human civilization to progress as usual. Humanity need not engage with elements that diverge from their current developmental trajectory, for such interactions could lead to misconceptions about their cosmic laws. Humans have fleeting lifespans, and a few generations of erroneous understanding could potentially obliterate centuries of progress, resulting in similarly profound future ramifications. Based on your expression, I surmise you may already be feeling bewildered. Thus I shall forego further explanation. As Crow 12345 spoke, she retrieved a stack of papers from a drawer. Ultimately, you are merely a junior employee, and still a temporary one at that. Such complexities are beyond your current purview, and even if you were to learn them, you would be ill-equipped to manage them. At the appropriate time, I shall impart more information to you. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intent, as there is no necessity for it. Please come over and sign the contract. Hao Ren sensed that the other party was concealing numerous matters from him. Yet he felt utterly powerless in this regard. Despite the fact that Duya 12345 was quite approachable, she seemed to possess a strong sense of principle. She would absolutely refrain from disclosing what should not be said. Hao Ren was acutely aware that certain matters should not be rushed, and that it was prudent to exercise caution when he was still in the dark. That a vague feeling stirred within him, suggesting that he might have boarded a pirate ship, yet he lacked the courage to jump overboard. He was certain he could not contend with any being in this realm, including that mist-like entity he had encountered moments ago. Now, as he gazed at the contract before him, he fell into a daze. The text was relatively comprehensible, yet the content left him utterly befuddled. The title boldly proclaimed, Trainee Inspector Employment Agreement of the Temporal Management Bureau of the Shieling Empire. with a subtitle beneath reading, Shieling Divine System Membership Agreement. Below that, the true subtitle stated, Documents pertaining to temporary workers of the Imperial Civil Affairs Department. Further down, in minuscule script, was a line that was uncertainly classified as a title. 106th Revision Edition. Reprint, another reprint, final edition. Absolutely no amendments, even if ordered by the Imperial Matriarch. Imperial Chancellor's decree, all offices must comply. Following this was the body of the contract, which clearly outlined employee guidelines and attendance regulations, stating that upon joining, new employees would be equivalent to regional-level saints, bishops, prophets, street officials, local policemen, and a myriad of other identities. That a note clarified that this classification was based on the new employee's civilization status, facilitating accurate self-positioning. Then came the even more astonishing benefits policy, wherein the supreme deity of the Shieling Divine System explicitly stipulated that newly inducted inspectors who pledged allegiance to local deities, analogous to prophets in certain civilizations, being the first enlightened emissaries of their races, would enjoy employee benefits, including provisions of rice, flour, and cooking oil during festivals, receiving holiday goodies during the new year, and monthly consumption card subsidies, all arranged by the local responsible deity according to the respective civilization's conditions. Hao Ren's heart brimmed with emotion as he perused the contract, a sense of familiarity washing over him, an unsettling degree of recognition. How about that? Our unit offers quite decent benefits, right? Duya 12345 approached with a hint of manic excitement. I know you hesitated to inquire about our unit's compensation earlier, that I've encountered many newcomers over the years, and most are quite baffled, as if they believe working for a deity should be voluntary labor. But our unit certainly does not operate in such a manner. This contract was drafted by a few experienced leaders above, claiming it aligns well with the norms of the mortal realm. If you find no objections, feel free to sign. Hao Ren. He resolved never to trust television and novels again in his lifetime. Chapter 18. Is this how life will be from now on? Hao Ren walked home, clutching a stack of inferior printed paper, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotions, with tears nearly spilling over. From this day forth, he was an employee of a super-civilization spanning worlds, a terrestrial being capable of conversing directly with deities. Behind him loomed the formidable Temporal Management Bureau, a name that sent shivers down one's spine, and he held the divine contract in his grasp. His employee number even retrievable from the Celestial Attendance Register. If thrown into a world dominated by divine authority, he could proudly declare himself a candidate for sainthood, merely needing to pass an internship assessment to transition from a contract-based saint to a lifelong one. How could this not stir one's heart and bring forth tears? Why were divine matters so different from what he had witnessed in television dramas and novels? Regardless, Hao Ren had registered at a truly extraordinary institution. No matter how peculiar Duya 12345, the Temporal Management Bureau, and the entire Shieling Empire might be, they were undeniably more astonishing than anything he had previously encountered. Hao Ren glanced down at the contract in his hand, recalling Duya 12345's final words. From today onward, you are a trainee inspector. Your sole task is to take care of the tenants in your home. The Shieling Divine System does not adhere to the conventional ecclesiastical management of its direct agencies. Thus, our unit evaluates employees based on attendance and merit. You would do well not to muddle things up by referencing those religious legends or church pamphlets from Earth. I've encountered such foolishness in other worlds. Don't fret. Simply focus on your work. Sighing softly, he reaffirmed that he had indeed boarded a pirate ship. Hao Ren folded the tattered pages and tucked them into his pocket, preparing to lock them away in a safer place to prevent them from being shredded and consumed by whatever existed in his abode. To be honest, Hao Ren did not entirely trust his experience from today and harbored numerous doubts about Duya 12345, especially while holding these sheets of paper. After all, who had ever seen a divine contract printed on inferior paper? And with typos no less. Yet, as previously stated, Hao Ren was adept at discerning the situation. Regardless of Duya 12345's true nature, the difference in ability between her and him was akin to that between gods and mortals. Even if she made mistakes, indulged in peculiar habits, or spoke in disjointed phrases, she was not someone an ordinary person could contend with. Therefore, if Hao Ren wished to ensure a comfortable life, he had to cooperate sincerely. As he walked along the desolate road under the sweltering sun, Hao Ren pulled out his phone to check the time and surveyed the empty surroundings, devoid of any signs of life. and couldn't help but sigh. Working for a deity is rather unreliable. How is it that they don't even provide a means of transportation? With this identity, he should at least rank as a prophet in a society dominated by divine authority. How was it that after receiving a divine calling, that is, signing the contract, he still had to take the bus home? And after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he had yet to see a single vehicle. He couldn't help but recall the mythologies of Earth, striving to remember how those saints and prophets returned home after comprehending the great truths. Did they crowd into horse-drawn carriages with others or run back on foot? After pondering for quite some time, he arrived at no conclusion. Which scripture would even mention such trivialities? Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden ringing pierced his ears. Hao Ren grabbed his phone and discovered it was an unfamiliar number. Thankfully, not one of those ominous, life-threatening numbers like 00000012345. Hello. Who is this? Hao Ren answered the call politely. Now he was a person of standing and needed to remain mindful of his words and actions. Although the goddess presiding over him was somewhat unreliable, he resolved to present himself more credibly. To his surprise, Lily's voice came through the receiver, tinged with urgency. Landlord, it's me. It's Lily. Lily. Hao Ren nearly blurted out the phrase, dim-witted werewolf, but thankfully managed to restrain himself. What is it? Oh, I suddenly remembered that your number was on the rental advertisement, that I searched all day yesterday, but couldn't find the address, that if only I had called you directly. Hao Ren felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. You called me in a frenzy just to say this? Lily's voice became animated. No, Vivian is acting strangely. She suddenly flew out just now. Opened the window and flew away in broad daylight. I tried to chase her, but couldn't keep up. Hao Ren wanted to shout. This is the crucial point, for heaven's sake. Why are you rambling on like this? Vivian flew out? Like a bat. He found it odd that he was even contemplating such bizarre matters at a time like this, especially since he had just assured the strange beings in his home that they would behave themselves mere minutes ago. And now, barely having left, trouble had already arisen. Yes, she transformed into a whole swarm of bats, Lily corrected earnestly, then hurriedly continued. She mentioned something about this place being unsafe. I didn't know who else to call. So I reached out to you. Stay at home and don't go outside. I'll return shortly, Hao Ren instructed hastily. While catching sight of a dilapidated bus approaching from a distance, he waved it down while conveying instructions to Lily and hurriedly ended the call. Once on the bus, he began to ponder. What on earth is Vivian up to? Although Hao Ren knew little about the supernatural beings, his scant knowledge stemmed from unreliable television dramas and urban legends, which had already proven to be utterly untrustworthy. He could at least be certain that vampires indeed felt discomfort in sunlight, and Vivian had openly acknowledged this. Therefore, he was convinced that her transformation into a swarm of bats during daylight was not merely a whim, but rather indicative of an urgent situation. Moreover, what did she mean by this place being unsafe? Was she referring to his home? Hao Ren knew that the most formidable beings in his household, aside from the vampire, were the dim-witted werewolf. And Vivian had little regard for Lily, so he could completely dismiss any notion of the vampire being driven out by the werewolf's presence. What exactly was unsafe in his home? Suddenly, Hao Ren felt a twinge of concern regarding the task assigned to him by Duya 12345. It seemed fraught with peril to be by the time Hao Ren returned to the old district of the southern suburbs. Half an hour had elapsed, and as he stepped off the bus, he noticed several individuals in work uniforms approaching from the opposite side, causing his heart to tighten. Had he exposed himself so soon? Who were these people? Researchers from the Academy of Sciences, setting a trap to capture a vampire, the installation of surveillance equipment near one's home, concealing themselves as employees of the telecommunications company, the special operations team members. It was only when someone approached that Hao Ren sighed in relief. It turned out to be a group of maintenance workers. As several technicians walked by, Hao Ren vaguely overheard their conversation. In all my years, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. How on earth did that brick fly up there? Who knows? It can't possibly be thrown by a person, can it? The TV tower is so high. Who possesses such strength? Yet it is indeed strange. That brick nearly severed 3 steel bars. Who would have thought? Today we were informed that the TV signal was disrupted in the southern suburbs, and we were puzzled about the cause, only to find that half a brick had smashed into the signal tower. How are we supposed to write our work report now? As the maintenance crew gradually moved away, Hao Ren stood there, stunned, having comprehended 2 things. Firstly, he now understood the reason for the lack of signal on his television at home. Secondly, He realized where one of the bricks thrown by Lily during her altercation with Vivian the previous night had ended up. What good does that knowledge do? Hao Ren dashed to his front door, cautiously ensuring that no special operations team members or suspicious figures in black suits were lurking around before he stepped forward to retrieve his keys. However, before he could insert the key into the lock, the door swung open by itself. Vivian stood before him, smiling. "Welcome back, landlord." Hao Ren nearly choked, and after a moment of catching his breath, he stared blankly at the vampire girl who was supposedly gone. His expression a mixture of confusion and concern. "Vivian, didn't you fly away?" Vivian let out a nervous chuckle. "Well, there was a bit of a situation that took me outside, but I've returned now." "Hao Ren, is this how things will be from now on?" Chapter 19. A False Alarm. Hao Ren was uncertain about the emotions he felt as Vivian welcomed him into his home. Upon sitting on the sofa in the center of the living room, he noticed the two unusual beings standing before him like misbehaving schoolchildren. Vivian looking embarrassed while Lily appeared not only awkward, but also a touch sheepish. "My apologies, landlord," Lily began. "That winged creature suddenly flew back, and I was so surprised that I forgot to inform you." At his feet, the carefree creature rubbed against him, blissfully ignorant of the events of the past few hours, content to nuzzle his pant leg while emitting a soft, purring sound. Hao Ren waved his hand, prompting the two supernaturals to take a seat before him. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of pride welled up within him. Although his life was chaotic, his mind clouded, and the future uncertain, at least in this moment, he seemed quite impressive with legendary beings like werewolves and vampires sitting respectfully before him. Yet, he indulged in this self-satisfaction only momentarily, aware that Lily and Vivian were simply expressing normal politeness with a touch of apology. However, given their respective natures, it left Hao Ren feeling somewhat disoriented. "What happened this afternoon that made you fly out?" Hao Ren pondered, feeling it was his duty to understand the actions of these extraordinary beings inhabiting his home. After all, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he needed to be prepared to explain himself to Raven 12345, to as an ordinary human. Hao Ren was acutely aware of his limitations. He knew that it was impossible for him to maintain control over a werewolf and a vampire simultaneously. His previous concern had revolved around how to navigate life moving forward. And now that a woman claiming to be a deity had proclaimed that peace in the world was her responsibility, Hao Ren felt compelled to regard her as a significant ally. Of course, he also understood that Vivian might not fully trust him, having known him for merely a day, so he added, "Please don't take this the wrong way. I'm just a bit curious. After all, I'm the landlord, and your kind is rather unique. I ought to know where you went when you disappeared, right? But if you prefer not to share, that's entirely fine." "It's really nothing," Vivian bit her lip, seemingly resolute. "It was just a misunderstanding. I thought some rather bothersome individuals had tracked me here, and I intended to find a more distant place to deal with them. In the end, I realized I was a bit paranoid." "Bothersome individuals?" Hao Ren glanced at Lily. "Other werewolves?" He began to piece together what Vivian meant by this place being unsafe. Evidently, this vampire had enemies, those with a long-standing grudge. "Not werewolves," Vivian scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Lily. "Werewolves and us have been at odds for hundreds, even thousands of years, yet they've never truly gained the upper hand. Although they can be quite troublesome, they hardly pose a grave threat. Just talk about your own issues. Don't drag me into this," Lily suddenly growled, licking her nails. "That if you still want to fight, we can find a place with plenty of bricks and battle it out for 300 rounds. Hao Ren interjected. "Let's not bring up your embarrassing brick-throwing skills, shall we? Give the werewolves some dignity." Vivian, however, ignored Lily, her expression turning serious as she explained. "It's the demon hunters, or those referred to as exorcists." In an instant, a flurry of movie titles flashed through Hao Ren's mind, invigorating him. Van Helsing and his crew. "Don't be ridiculous. That's from the movies," Vivian replied, devoid of any humor. She appeared deeply troubled. "I'm talking about real-life demon hunters. Those with only half-human blood, regarded as monsters by both humans and us others. These hunters have been at odds with us for as long as history can remember, and neither side has ever been able to completely eradicate the other. Initially, they acted alone, but somehow, they began collaborating with various religious organizations and ordinary humans. It's quite the headache." Hao Ren couldn't help but touch the few papers in his pocket. Genuinely wanted to ask a question. That Raven 12345 and the empire behind her seemed to be ensuring the safety of the others at home. whereas the demon hunters appeared to be fighting to protect humanity. The intricate connections within this situation sparked an unsettling sense of dread within him. Landlord. What are you thinking about? Lily's voice pulled Hao Ren back from his reverie. Are demon hunters really that formidable? Terrifying? Hao Ren decided to wait for the next encounter with Raven 12345 to clarify his questions, as he had just realized that he was wading through murky waters, both unclear and quite deep. At that moment, noticing the curious expression on Lily's face, he casually asked, "You don't know anything about demon hunters?" "I don't." Lily scratched her head that I've never encountered them, but I've seen them in movies. Vivian rolled her eyes. I really don't understand how this girl has grown up. Just now, when I spoke with her, I discovered she lacks even the most basic knowledge. She doesn't know about demon hunters, the classifications of bloodlines, or even the categories of werewolves. She is utterly ignorant of the history and grudges between humans and others. She has lived her life as if on a blank slate. Her survival until now is purely a stroke of luck. Lily glared at Vivian in annoyance but said nothing, clearly aware that Vivian was speaking the truth, that I genuinely don't know these things. It's not my fault, Lily muttered, retreating into the sofa. Since I was born, I've been around humans that I've lived with them my entire life, and the stories about werewolves I heard were all from humans. I've never seen another other aside from myself that I used to search everywhere, but found no one. I thought I was the only werewolf left in the world, that to be honest, the only clues I encountered over the years were related to others, and this winged creature is the first I've truly interacted with. Hao Ren and Vivian stared at Lily in astonishment. After a moment, the vampire girl muttered to herself, "What a pitiful creature. I'll try not to mock you." Hao Ren looked at Lily with curiosity. "You've never seen others? Then you shouldn't have any enmity with Vivian. Why did you immediately clash upon meeting?" Lily retorted defiantly, "The television says vampires and werewolves are mortal enemies. I have to do justice to my bloodline." Hao Ren, Vivian. "I deeply regret engaging with such a person," Vivian finally articulated, having moved her lips several times, "that in my lifetime I've encountered many werewolves lacking common sense, but I've never met one as foolish as this." Cough, cough. In any case, Lily's life circumstances are rather exceptional. Let us not dwell on that. Hao Ren interjected, clearing his throat to ease the tension. Meanwhile, he began to worry about the demon hunters Vivian mentioned. "So, did you discover any traces of the demon hunters this afternoon? Was it truly just a misunderstanding?" "Well, I've been dealing with them for many years, at least a few hundred so I've developed a sort of intuition. When demon hunters are nearby, I can sense their presence." Vivian lowered her gaze. "This afternoon, I felt their aura was nearby. However, after following the scent, I found nothing, not even a trace. I must have been mistaken. I've made mistakes before. After all, it's only intuition, and errors are inevitable." As Vivian paused momentarily, she scrutinized Hao Ren's expression and nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, should a demon hunter truly appear, I shall depart voluntarily, taking this foolish werewolf with me to avoid dragging you into trouble. Although demon hunters are reputed to be the guardians of humanity, some among them are extremists who, at times, may ensnare the innocent. Over the past century, they have tempered their ways, yet the nature of a rabid dog remains unchanged." Lily perked up her ears. "The rabid dog you mentioned has nothing to do with you," Vivian retorted, casting an annoyed glare at the werewolf, who seemed rather sensitive about unrelated matters. However, Hao Ren could only muster a single thought. Vivian speaks so nonchalantly. If they were to leave, it was likely that the deranged goddess with a 5-digit name would come knocking on their door the very next day. Chapter 20. Pressure. The pressure from the demon hunters weighed heavily on Vivian. Despite the vampire girl as persistent attempts to appear unfazed, her underlying tension was evident even to someone as oblivious as Hao Ren. Vivian proactively expressed that if a demon hunter truly made an appearance in the city, she would immediately take her leave to prevent any innocent parties from being implicated. Truth be told, Hao Ren was quite moved by this sentiment. Though vampires are often depicted as sinister and ruthless, Vivian was evidently different. While he knew little of other vampires, this one seemed rather amiable. Yet, while he appreciated her gesture, he couldn't allow Vivian to simply walk away, especially since he still had 3 sheets of paper in his pocket that were purportedly contracts with celestial beings that if the unusual entities in his home were to depart, he would certainly have no way to explain the situation to Raven 12345. "Do not feel pressured. You may remain here at ease. Even if a demon hunter were to materialize, I will find a way to resolve it." Where does such confidence stem from? Vivian regarded Hao Ren curiously, puzzled by how the landlord, who had appeared so earnest and averse to trouble that morning, suddenly exuded such a sense of responsibility. If this is meant to comfort me, it is unnecessary to do not idealize demon hunters. They are not pure humans themselves, and when it comes to action, they do not hesitate. Actually, I encountered a situation this afternoon, and optimistically, it seems I cannot simply let you go. Hao Ren contemplated for a moment, deeming there was no harm in being forthright, and pulled out the papers from his pocket to hand them over, subsequently recounting his meeting with Raven 12345 to the two monster girls. Lily, perpetually bewildered, could be disregarded, but Vivian attentively perused the labor contract in Hao Ren's hands, contemplating as she listened to his account, ultimately expressing her astonishment. Are you serious? Hao Ren shrugged. Absolutely genuine. What reason would I have to deceive you? The concept of a multiverse was familiar to him, having heard of it from humanity. Vivian waved the printed papers in her hand, remarking, I must say, your science is quite a remarkable phenomenon. So, you encountered a so-called super civilization that governs the multiverse. And they have an organization dedicated to managing various worlds called the Temporal Management Bureau. There exists a peculiar woman named Raven 12345 who claims to be a goddess and seeks you as her assistant. So, to summarize, you are now... Vivian glanced down at the contract in her hand, articulating each word. Intern reviewer at the Yin 35 node of the Temporal Management Bureau of the Shirling Empire. External apprentice-level temporary worker awaiting assessment. Hao Ren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hearing that phrase uttered by another was indeed more nerve-wracking than saying it himself. Vivian paused momentarily and spoke earnestly. Landlord, I understand that you are under considerable pressure. I am entirely serious, Hao Ren replied with a wry smile. The do not say that. It took me several hours to reorganize my worldview. Regardless of what the Temporal Management Bureau entails, Raven 12345 is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to meet her next time. That should not violate any rules. Vivian, seeing the seriousness etched on Hao Ren's face, realized that this matter was likely not a jest, and thus furrowed her brow in contemplation. I have never heard of such an organization that I have lived, well, countless years, remembering times when humanity still wielded bronze. Yet, I have never heard of a Temporal Management Bureau. I have encountered numerous so-called deities, most of whom are mere fabrications of human fear, and that Raven 12345 certainly does not sound like a goddess. How curious. Where did they emerge from? I inquired about that as well. Hao Ren nodded. Raven 12345 stated that humanity has progressed quite well on its own, and, being preoccupied with other matters, she has not paid attention to earthly affairs. Even during humanity's promotion of atheism, she remained indifferent, occasionally seeking an assistant to help her manage trivial earthly matters. Thus, people have never known of the Empire's existence. Oh, she is accustomed to using Empire to refer to the deities, which is another curious aspect. Let us not dwell on that for now. In any case, Raven has tasked you with caring for the anomalies at home, correct? Vivian returned the papers to Hao Ren, indicating that she was certainly not allied with the demon hunters, which was a positive sign for him, that if she were willing to assist when the demon hunters appeared, that would be even better. That seems unlikely. Hao Ren shook his head. According to her, the Empire seldom directly intervenes in earthly affairs unless humanity foolishly seeks its own destruction. Otherwise, they remain uninvolved. However, she will certainly keep in touch with me. I did not have the opportunity to inquire much this afternoon. Finally, Hao Ren chuckled self-deprecatingly. Hey, you know, my mind feels like mush right now. That is of no concern. Vivian gestured towards Lily, who was still dazed. She lives her life in a similar state of mush every day. One must be brave and optimistic to thrive. Lily suddenly leaped onto the table, exclaiming, What did you say again? Vivian could hardly be bothered to respond to the werewolf. With a semblance of resolution, she nodded to Hao Ren. In any case, I must find an opportunity to meet Raven 12345. Her appearance was rather mysterious, and she seems well versed in the matters between anomalies and humanity. I must inquire with her. Then, a hint of embarrassment crossed Vivian's face. Truth be told, our existence in this world is rather precarious. Due to the frequent activities of demon hunters, coupled with the growing challenges posed by ordinary humans over the past few centuries, the anomalies, once at the top of the food chain, have become marginalized. We lack a historical legacy, and our communities are severely isolated. Thus, we often discover aspects of our own kind only through human records, just like this werewolf. She has never encountered her kin in her lifetime, discovering her identity as a werewolf solely through human tales that I do not wish to remain as ignorant as she. Hao Ren understood that Vivian sought information about her fellow beings from Raven 12345. Considering Raven's knack for keeping secrets despite her ramblings, he felt Vivian's chances of success were slim. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts that moment. Lily finally snapped out of her daze. Her first thought being, "Hey landlord, shall we eat?" Hao Ren. He suddenly found himself envious of this canine creature, whose simple and straightforward approach to life and thought was rather refreshing. Vivian shot a disdainful glance at Lily, then smiled as she stood up. "Allow me to prepare dinner today. After all, I am currently a freeloader. Until I secure a job to repay my debts, I shall handle the cooking and cleaning." "How does that sound?" Hao Ren hastily waved his hands, indicating his generosity. No, you need not be so polite." Vivian's expression grew serious. "This is my pride as a bloodline. I cannot be a guest while perpetually consuming without offering anything in return." Lily, ever blunt, interjected, "If you are this poor, why flaunt it? Is the pride of a bloodline merely to serve as a maid in exchange for meals?" Hao Ren quickly grabbed a biscuit from the side and handed it to Lily, hoping to divert the werewolf's attention. "You're both foolish and daft. Speaking without thought, you do not wound others in such a manner. Here is a dignified vampire preparing her own meals while a werewolf stands guard. This makes me feel unusually self-important. Since rolling into my home has relegated me to the second in command, I have not felt this comfortable in quite some time. Thus, I shall temporarily set aside my worries, brew myself a pot of hot tea, enjoy the air conditioning, and peruse a newspaper while waiting for dinner, imagining myself as a rather remarkable individual." Meanwhile, Lily switched on the television, flipping through channels with glee. Canine creatures are notoriously sociable, and joyfully exclaimed, "Hey landlord, the TV has a signal now." Hao Ren's mind immediately recalled the incident involving a brick lodged in the television tower, causing his spirits to plummet. He realized that, in essence, he was merely a high-end babysitter, one with a combat capability equivalent to that of a 5-year-old. Once Vivian brought dinner to the table, Hao Ren's perspective on life was once again transformed. Chapter 21. The unusual normalcy. Vivian cooking was quite a surprise for Hao Ren. After all, this young lady was a bona fide vampire. One might think of how vampires are portrayed in films and television, clad in red cloaks and black gowns, residing in sprawling seaside castles, attended by a retinue of servants and adorned with jewels, spending their days in beauty sleep from dawn until 8:30 in the evening, only to rise for a vintage bottle of blood plasma before inviting a throng of friends to dance until midnight, though they would call it a ball. This is the quintessential lifestyle of a vampire, discreetly luxurious and profoundly cultured. However, Vivian, the perpetually broke vampire, was a stark contrast to this image. Not only did she not rely on blood to sustain her life, but she also savored the rudely prepared noodles crafted by Hao Ren and even utilized a human gas stove for her culinary endeavors. Just contemplating these peculiarities was astonishing enough. Yet, it was only when Vivian set the dishes on the table that Hao Ren realized he had underestimated his surprise. Vivian's culinary skills were commendable, though the menu was rather perplexing. Garlic eggplant, garlic green beans, and garlic vermicelli, all exuding a rich aroma of garlic that enveloped the living room. Hao Ren felt as though he were adrift in an ocean of garlic. And the self-proclaimed vampire casually tossed a clove of garlic in her mouth as she took her seat at the table. This manner of consumption was intolerable even for an ordinary person. Hao Ren and Lily exchanged incredulous glances, then simultaneously turned to Vivian, exclaiming, "You truly are a vampire?" Vivian immediately adopted a serious demeanor, sitting upright. "Please call me Blood Clan. This is a very serious matter." At this moment, one would hope for a touch of restraint. Hao Ren mused internally about how many of his beliefs needed reconstruction. Could it be that the Blood Clan had no aversion to garlic? It was as if she treated garlic as a staple. Vivian glanced down at the dishes and then appeared to have an epiphany. "Oh, is that what you're referring to? Ordinary vampires indeed tend to avoid it. Lower-level vampires may even fall ill from the scent of garlic, but I'm not sure why. In any case, it does not bother me. When life is at its most challenging, even having a proper meal becomes a concern. Who can afford to be picky about taste?" Hao Ren was left speechless. then rubbed his nose. I have always wondered, how could a vampire of your stature be so impoverished? How would I know? My financial luck has been dismal since I can remember. When there was no currency, I lost possessions. When shells were currency, I lost shells. With metal coins, I lost coins, and now I am losing paper money. Finding a job is difficult, and business is no easier. Once, I resolved to become a villain and attempted to rob, but when I saw her plight, I ended up giving her £6. Vivian spread her hands, her face bearing the resigned expression of one who has endured centuries of misfortune. Yet, as she spoke, a spark of pride flickered across her features, and she began rummaging through her belongings. Moments later, she produced a pair of gleaming silver armlets. Actually, I do possess some valuable items. Look at this. Even at my poorest, I couldn't bear to exchange it that I found these pure silver armlets in a small village in Egypt centuries ago. Wearing them can ward off evil. Hao Ren. Vivian then pulled a small chain from her collar upon which dangled a cross. I got this near the Vatican. There was a time I lived in Europe. My wallet was stolen. I lost my job, and my residence caught fire. Penniless and homeless, I had to work in a church to earn my meals. Since I was diligent, the priest gifted me this cross, which is said to have been blessed by the Pope. It can ward off evil too, and this piece of wood was given to me by an old Taoist during my visit to Wutai Mountain a few years ago. It can ward off evil, and this amulet I acquired from a group of Vikings centuries ago after helping them with a small task. This amulet is quite effective. Wearing it can ward off evil. In summary, I have discerned a pattern. Whenever I carry money, I will inevitably lose it. However, since the advent of currency, I never lose the items I carry. It must be the fault of the grand cosmic will. Hao Ren silently set down his bowl, pinched his thigh to ensure he was not dreaming, then stared wide-eyed at Vivian. Please repeat that. You are truly a vampire? I have said it countless times. I am not a vampire. You should refer to me as blood. Well, never mind. Humans often confuse the terms. Vivian waved her hand with nonchalance. Why are you fixated on this, landlord? Hao Ren, his worldview shattered, gazed at the peculiar figure before him. This vampire adorned with various talismans, by the way. She had been wearing a flimsy black dress earlier. Where had all these items been concealed? Felt as though he might suffer a heart attack. And you ward off evil. You are the very embodiment of evil. The sheer weight of your belongings could slay countless vampires. I don't know why this is the case. Vivian defended herself stoutly, that I have not feared these things since birth. Moreover, wearing them might just dispel my misfortunes, if not. At least they bolster my courage. Lily, akin to a small dog, quickly finished her meal, then looked up to mutter. As a vampire, draping oneself in crosses and talismans for courage is rather embarrassing. This silly girl seemed utterly unfazed. Her perspective was quite unique. In any case, dinner was consumed amidst this bizarre atmosphere, and Hao Ren had gained a newfound understanding of one of his unusual tenants, Vivian. Not only was she a destitute vampire, but she also bore no fear of garlic, silver, or crosses. Indeed, she seemed impervious to all manner of talismans meant to ward off evil. This extraordinary being had even adorned herself with at least 6 pounds of protective charms in a bid to reverse her misfortunes. Just listen to that unit of measurement. Pounds. One could only imagine the myriad trinkets she carried. After the meal, everyone had their own pursuits to attend to. This temporary assembly of misfits welcomed the true first day of peaceful coexistence. Previously, there had either been chaos or Hao Ren had been absent. Point 1 human landlord, potentially an employee of the Temporal Management Bureau. 1 bumbling werewolf. 1 nearly destitute vampire. And let us not forget a black and white cat named Gung. Hao Ren reflected on how miraculous it was that this unlikely group shared the same abode. Currently, Lily was squatting in the living room, watching television. Yes, squatting much like a little dog with Gung beside her. The two resembling sisters, it seemed that the clumsy werewolf had finally grown accustomed to the cat. Though she remained somewhat apprehensive, instantly changing channels whenever Gung moved, at least she did not scurry behind the sofa like the day before. Vivian, meanwhile, was in high spirits as she ventured out for a stroll. As a nocturnal creature, her biological clock awakened after sunset, and she resolved to explore the city in hopes of finding employment. Hao Ren began to grasp why this vampire was so impoverished and struggled to find work. Could she not adjust her biological clock even slightly? Was it reasonable to seek employment in the dead of night? As Vivian transformed into a massive bat and melded into the darkness, Hao Ren carried his lounge chair outside to the open space. This area, sparsely populated, offered an unusually tranquil environment. Before the small apartment building lay a vast expanse of land, unclaimed to this day, which had tacitly become Hao Ren's territory. After dinner, he decided to maintain his habit of enjoying the cool evening breeze here, contemplating life beneath the serene night sky, far healthier than the artificial chill of air conditioning indoors. Of course, the primary reason was that he wished to avoid prolonged solitude with Lily, fearing a decline in his intellect. Could one believe that silly werewolf was watching a dog food commercial? Hao Ren felt that even hiding in his bedroom behind a wall would sap away a third of his intelligence. Summer nights in northern cities are far cooler than those in the south. Hao Ren reclined in his usual spot, listening to the distant sounds of people and the chirping of insects blending together. Gradually succumbing to drowsiness, that in a state between wakefulness and slumber, he sensed an unusual light breeze brush against his cheek. This breeze was fresh and cool, devoid of the coarse sensations brought about by urban activity, jolting the nearly sleepy Hao Ren awake. He sat up abruptly, only to have the lounge chair fold up and ensnare him. Yet he had already observed the bizarre surroundings. Chapter 22. A Midsummer Night's Dream. Hao Ren scrambled to his feet, using all four limbs to rise from the ground, muttering to himself as he pinched his thigh. Damn it. Can I still enjoy being a citizen of Earth? He was utterly convinced that he had been relaxing in front of his own home, surrounded by the familiar streets and alleys he had known for over 20 years. The dilapidated houses and uneven concrete roads of South Suburb Whitestone Road vividly etched in his memory. Yet he had merely closed his eyes for a brief moment, and the world around him had completely transformed. Hao Ren found himself standing in the midst of an expansive, boundless grassland as he gazed into the distance. There was nothing but an endless sea of grass rising above his ankles. The night breeze here was fresher than that of the city, and the grassland undulated like waves beneath his feet. He lifted his eyes to the heavens, where a night sky, pristine and filled with countless stars, unfolded before him. An expanse of brilliance so dense and clear that he could discern the details of the grassland even in the dark. At the farthest edge of the horizon, two moons, one large and one small, were slowly ascending into the sky. The larger moon's edge shimmered with a halo of light. 2 moons. I knew I shouldn't have indulged in so many novels. Hao Ren gazed at the celestial bodies rising gracefully, surrounded by a tapestry of unfamiliar stars. Truth be told, he hardly recognized any of the stars even from Earth. Unable to contain his excitement, he leapt into the air. Had he truly traversed realms? Hao Ren had pinched his thigh more than once, nearly to the point of pain, to assure himself that he was not dreaming. What on earth was happening? Was simply relaxing on the curb enough to be flung into another world? Good grief. He had 2 magical daughters back home, waiting to be fed. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind like a carousel, recalling numerous classic tales of dimension hopping, as well as the 2 troublesome beings at home and his newfound identity as an employee of the Temporal Management Bureau. Ultimately, all these thoughts culminated in a long sigh. He realized that he could not afford to wait idly, for he had just heard the howl of a wolf. Bidding farewell to his lounge chair, Hao Ren set off toward the twin moons, where he vaguely perceived the silhouettes of structures, at least a point of direction, that he was aware that wandering aimlessly in such an unfamiliar environment was hardly prudent. It would either exhaust his energy or lead him into greater peril. Yet the crux of the matter was that he felt he had indeed crossed over. The very manner of his arrival was anything but ordinary, and waiting in one spot would never bring anyone to his rescue. It would be wiser to assess his surroundings. The landing point was unreliable. Thrown into such a vast grassland without even a tree in sight, how could he survive? The night air on the prairie was biting cold, and Hao Ren could only hug his arms as he walked, muttering to himself. Was he meant to graze like cattle? Encountering poisonous plants would surely lead to his demise. How he wished for a forest. Perhaps he could chop down a tree to create a workbench and sustain himself. Clearly, Hao Ren was not a model traveler, having arrived in a strange environment for no more than 10 minutes. His thoughts were already racing chaotically, far from the typical calm, wise, and resolute demeanor expected of someone in such a predicament. However, he could not suppress his errant musings, as they served to slightly alleviate the profound unease and tension that gripped him. He was merely an ordinary person, a small-town citizen drifting through life, whose greatest crisis merely 3 days prior had been the inability to rent out his apartment. How could one expect him to maintain composure? Courage and cleverness under such circumstances. Another distant wolf howl echoed, though it might have just been a figment of his heightened anxiety, prompting him to recall the peculiar werewolf at home. Lily would make such sounds, and far more melodiously. How wonderful it would be if she were here. Although not the sharpest, she could surely handle wild wolves, right? But then again, would she and Vivian coexist peacefully if he failed to return? The two would undoubtedly demolish the house within 3 days. Yet, let them do as they pleased. It was no longer his concern. With a mind swirling with thoughts, Hao Ren traversed the seemingly endless expanse of the prairie, where the scenery appeared unchanged despite his lengthy walk. Had it not been for the disappearance of his lounge chair from view and the guiding presence of the 2 moons ahead, he might have believed he was merely going in circles. The temperature continued to drop, and the night wind sweeping across the grassland was not something a mere t-shirt could withstand. Initially, he had relished the fresh air and pleasant breeze. But now he found himself yearning for the somewhat stifling and polluted atmosphere of Earth just half an hour prior. That moment. Another howl pierced the night, this time much closer and unmistakably real. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and the peculiar sixth sense he had honed over 25 years activated instinctively that he realized, without his awareness, that he had wandered into a dense thicket. The grass now reaching past his knees, and all around him, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the darkness, as if summoned forth. Spectral wolf shapes materialized from the underbrush. Hao Ren was at a loss as to how these creatures had approached him so stealthily. Truth be told, he was terrified. When had he ever witnessed such a scene? Fortunately, despite being an ordinary citizen, Hao Ren possessed a commendable sense of composure, and he resisted the urge to flee or scream. Knowing that such actions would only hasten his demise, he stood his ground against the pack, desperately seeking a means of escape, his mind swirling with frustration. Could things get any worse? What kind of absurdity was it to perish so inexplicably? If only he had a weapon for defense. Although he was certain that even wielding a legendary halberd would not suffice against the 20 or 30 prairie wolves before him, having a weapon would at least bolster his courage. Yet, in a careful search of his person, he could only retrieve an old Nokia phone. Well, in a certain sense, it might serve as a formidable weapon. Perhaps he could fashion it into a mace with a stick. But at such a critical juncture, did he really want to resort to such fantastical notions? The pack, of course, would not afford Hao Ren the luxury of pondering. Just as his attention wavered, the closest wolf lunged silently toward him. He caught only a glimpse of a shadowy figure rushing forth, its shape appearing unlike any wolf he had known on Earth, and all he could do was instinctively raise an arm in defense. "Landlord! Landlord!" A voice like a death knell suddenly pierced his ears, and Hao Ren felt a sharp pain in his head. The world around him spun into chaos. When he groggily opened his eyes, he found himself back on a familiar street, before a well-known old house, under a gray, star-studded city night sky, and there was Lily's familiar face, all too vivid. Drawing a deep breath, an action he had not completed before the wolf had attacked, he blinked in confusion. Had he returned? What did returned even mean? Lily poked his arm and yanked him upright with surprising strength. "Landlord, you've been gone for ages. That winged one sent me to find you, and I found you lying here, making strange noises." Hao Ren nearly dislocated his shoulder from her forceful grip, but at least he was fully awake now that he examined himself and found everything intact, then glanced at his lounge chair, which had somehow toppled over. It was then that he realized that the vivid experience he had just endured was merely an absurd nightmare. Yet, what a strikingly realistic nightmare it had been. No harm done, just a dream that he waved at Lily, feeling touched that his 2 troublesome companions cared about him. If only they could refrain from fighting, that as he waved, he noticed something protruding from his tightly clenched fist. A tuft of black wolf for heaven's sake! Hao Ren flung the tuft away as if it were a burning ember, jumping up in alarm. What was happening? Chapter 23. Absorption. Hao Ren retrieved the black wolf fur from the ground under the lamplight, feeling cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Thankfully, after encountering numerous bizarre events in recent days, his nerves had somewhat toughened, allowing him to remain composed in the face of this uncanny situation. The first thing he did was confirm that there were no suspicious phenomena around him, thanks to the experience he had gained from spending 2 days with Lily and Vivian. He knew that unusual activities were typically accompanied by distinct signs, like Lily's beastly aura or Vivian's chilling wind, He suspected that the unclear boundary between dream and reality he had just experienced might also relate to such otherworldly occurrences. After all, he had been inundated with such events lately. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing amiss, and even his usually sharp sixth sense remained silent. "Landlord?" Lily blinked at him, her exceptionally bright eyes appearing somewhat eerie in the night. "What's wrong? Do you sense anything strange around us?" Hao Ren suddenly recalled that wolves are creatures highly attuned to danger. He also remembered the horrifying scene just before he awoke, but he shook his head, dismissing that second thought. Perhaps regarding other anomalies. Lily sniffed the air and, to Hao Ren's incredulity, crouched down to carefully scent the ground. After a moment, she stood up and shook her head to no, it's all familiar scents. "No strangers have been around. Did something happen to you? Let us discuss this later." Hao Ren tightened his grip on the tuft of fur and began walking home, with Lily following curiously, though she made sure to carry the lounge chair back. She truly was a capable guardian. In the living room, Hao Ren sat solemnly on the sofa, facing a bewildered Lily and an inquisitive Vivian, with Rolling sitting nearby. The family of four was now complete. Due to the destruction of the coffee table by the two superwomen, they were now seated around an old, low table that had been hastily set up. Hao Ren placed the tuft of black wolf fur on the table, locking eyes with Vivian, that I encountered something strange. Subsequently, he recounted the bizarre dream in as much detail as possible, placing particular emphasis on the vast expanse of the prairie and the sight of two silvery moons in the sky. Finally, he gestured toward the wolf fur on the table, exclaiming, "After waking up, I found this in my hand. Would you say I experienced a high-speed, budget version of time travel, or have I inadvertently acquired the ability to distort reality through fantasy?" Vivian furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, disregarding Hao Ren's offbeat jest. She picked up several strands of wolf fur and sniffed them beneath her nose, the scent of a beast, and there are no traces of dark magic. This is indeed derived from a natural animal. She then turned to the large dog nearby. "Your sense of smell is keener. Come and have a whiff of this," Lily exclaimed in surprise and brought the wolf fur to her nose for a deep inhale. "It seems somewhat different from the wolf scent I am familiar with. And it certainly carries a distinct aroma, one that deviates from this city, mingling with earthy and grassy notes." Only a werewolf could discern such subtle differences. After a moment, she suddenly reacted, slapping the table. "Wait, who did you just refer to as a big dog? Hey, be gentle." Hao Ren winced at the sight of his damaged table, relieved that Lily was in her human form and had not been overly aggressive. The table was spared from being utterly ruined, like the coffee table. He then turned to Vivian. "What do you make of this? Is it some form of magic? If it were merely a dream, it could be easily explained. Various illusions and hypnotic techniques could produce similar effects." Vivian remained pensive. "I could weave a grand dream that would induce slumber in hundreds, and prior to waking, they would be utterly unaware of their dreaming state. Someone with a vivid imagination would surely believe they had traversed realms. However, bringing something out of the dream that defies explanation, that as far as I know, no magic possesses that capability, that of course, it might not even be magic. The world of the dark side is complex, and my knowledge is limited. Actually, it could be something like this," Lily interjected excitedly. "First, use an illusion or hypnosis to induce a nightmare in the landlord, setting the nightmare's content. Then, while he sleeps, sneak over and stuff this wolf fur into his hand." Vivian listened in astonishment, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Could you refrain from ruining the atmosphere?" Hao Ren found Lily's hypothesis rather plausible. Aside from being somewhat absurd, it could effectively resolve the current dilemma. How should one put it? A fool has their own worldview, and it tends to be simple, crude, and exceptionally practical. However, Lily had previously confirmed that there were no signs of strangers lingering in the vicinity, so this rather silly conjecture lacked substantial credibility. In any case, it was evident that he had encountered something abnormal. The natural environment could not have induced a dream capable of fantasy eroding reality. Hao Ren sighed. "I've somewhat resigned myself to this. With too many lice, one becomes numb. With too many deaths, one is unconcerned. Whatever bizarre phenomena may come, let them come. Though before that, I must devise a way to survive peacefully alongside you extraordinary beings. It could very well be fatal." Vivian and Lily both knew about Hao Ren's entanglement with a woman who claimed to be a deity. So this time, they refrained from mentioning any talk of leaving and instead began to ponder seriously. Vivian was a remarkably intelligent girl, at least more so than Lily. She could see that although Hao Ren was an ordinary citizen, a laid-back youth who feared trouble, he possessed an extraordinary courage and capacity for acceptance. Each time he faced situations that could shatter one's worldview, he would only be astonished for a mere 10 seconds before earnestly analyzing and seeking a way out. This time was no different. It was a rare quality. Yet, no matter how strong his courage and acceptance were, he remained an ordinary person, and Vivian genuinely did not know how to suddenly empower an average individual. "Did that crow give you any golden finger or something?" Lily asked curiously, leaning on the table. "Did I see in human novels that it's always depicted that way, since you're working for a deity? The Temporal Management Bureau should at least provide you with some protective gear, right?" Perhaps she forgot, and Howard hadn't asked. He thought it would be prudent to inquire next time he encountered her. Her phone number was unreachable, and finding her would likely necessitate another trip to that wretched place. It increasingly felt as though the Temporal Management Bureau was becoming less reliable. Distant waters cannot quench present thirst. UVE already had a strange dream, without resolving the source within IT, that be why the laws of ordinary illusions. This dream will undoubtedly continue to manifest. "You can't possibly avoid sleep, can you?" Vivian remarked, gradually transforming into her vampire form, "That I'll craft a protective talisman for you, regardless of whether you have fallen victim to an illusion or something else, as long as it is suppressed. It will soon dissipate." Hao Ren immediately recalled Vivian's collection of protective talismans and instinctively inquired, "Are those trinkets reliable?" "Who told you those are mere trinkets?" Vivian frowned slightly. "I speak of the power of a high-ranking bloodline." With that, Vivian unhesitatingly bit her finger with her sharp fangs, and a drop of blood, radiating an eerie golden-red hue, emerged from her fingertip. "Come here. Let me apply this drop of blood to your hand. It should suffice to suppress that nightmare, if it truly is an illusion." Hao Ren hesitantly extended his hand, watching as Vivian smeared the drop of strangely glowing blood onto his skin, unable to resist mumbling. "I remember legends stating that vampires can transform ordinary humans into vampires with their blood. You don't think I might mutate, do you? Stop thinking about it. That's just a scare tactic." Vivian scoffed. "I've heard your human legends about how a single bite can create a new recruit. If the bloodline propagated that easily, what would be the fate of you humans by the time the Bronze Age rolled around? We would have already saturated Asia, Africa, and Europe, and would we have been so badly dealt with by demon hunters and the church?" As she recounted the history of vampires being driven to the brink by humanity, she bore no animosity towards Hao Ren. An interesting dynamic indeed. "Huh. How could this be?" Vivian exclaimed in surprise. The moment her blood made contact with Hao Ren's skin, it vanished at an astonishing speed, as if it had been absorbed. Chapter 24. Ineffectual Blood Magic. Vivian was somewhat incredulous and squeezed out another drop of blood to apply to Hao Ren's hand, both of them intently observing the outcome, with Lily curiously leaning in as well. That drop of blood, shimmering with a golden-red halo, visibly quivered upon contact with Hao Ren's skin, spreading for a brief moment before retracting as quickly as a droplet hitting a hot iron. Disappearing before their eyes, the IT seems to have been absorbed, Hao Ren remarked, scratching his hand. Truth be told, witnessing that drop of blood writhing like a living creature on his skin was rather startling. Had he not known Vivian meant him no harm, he might have instinctively cast it aside, that he hadn't noticed the first time, but upon closer inspection, it truly was unsettling. There was no significant sensation, just a slight itch and chill at the outset. The body temperature of bloodlines is a tad lower than that of humans. "It's quite normal," Vivian observed hesitantly, glancing at her finger, where the small wound had nearly healed beyond recognition. With a determined expression, she squeezed out her final drop of blood. Vivian chuckled softly. "No, I've heard from elderly folks in China that black dog blood can dispel evil spirits." Subsequently, the two superwomen resumed their playful tussle in the living room. Hao Ren, feeling utterly powerless to intervene and lacking the inclination to do so, could only sit on the couch, staring blankly as a vampire and a werewolf frolicked before him, when he could no longer contain himself. He called out, "Hey, be careful. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it. Lily, keep in mind you still owe me for a coffee table, and Vivian, consider your wallet." This remark had an immediate effect. The two superwomen fell silent in an instant and began to decide their fate through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Hao Ren glanced down at his unremarkable hands, perplexed as to why they had the ability to absorb a vampire's blood. He had gleaned from various films and novels that vampire blood was immensely potent for ordinary humans, capable of disintegrating flesh upon contact. Yet, in his case, not only did it lack any special effects, it was even less formidable than ordinary blood. It had simply vanished. Although he now suspected that the portrayals of vampires in films and novels were largely exaggerated, the notion that vampire blood possessed extraordinary powers could hardly be dismissed. After all, human blood certainly did not exhibit any autonomous movement or tremors. It appeared that the bloodline mark was ineffective. After a few moments of playful chaos, Vivian finally remembered the matter at hand. She scrutinized Hao Ren, still unwilling to concede. "You must trust me that I will attempt a bloodline spell. As a high-ranking vampire, I can cast spells without the need for blood mediums. Surely, without a medium, it can't be absorbed again. Right?" Hao Ren chuckled. "What is there to distrust? Feel free to give it a try. Most people indeed find it hard to trust us," Vivian replied, shrugging that you're quite the exception. "Typically, unless one is utterly naive. How could anyone so cheerfully accept being subjected to magic? Over 300 years ago, people in Europe resisted my blood magic vehemently, that I still can't fathom why they were so stubborn." Hao Ren mused quietly. Could it be that this vampire girl had spent too long around humans and had forgotten how a genuine vampire employs magic against them? Vivian instructed Hao Ren to remain still, then began to trace peculiar and twisted symbols in the air with her finger. Hao Ren watched wide-eyed, for this was the first time in his life he had witnessed what was purported to be magic. His curiosity and excitement were palpable, especially as he observed her fingers conjuring glowing trails of crimson light. However, after a short while, he found the spectacle rather tedious. Vivian simply continued to scribble lines of text in the air, erasing what she had previously inscribed at in essence. This process resembled an extravagant recitation, devoid of any palpable magical energy or grand phenomena, aside from the visual effects of the blood-red inscriptions. Vivian's brow furrowed slightly as she increased her writing speed, frequently erasing her previous lines, almost writing one line only to wipe it away immediately. Hao Ren thought this must surely be a crucial phase of the spell. Initially hesitant to speak, he eventually couldn't hold back and quietly inquired, is it not finished yet?" "Wait, I might have made a mistake. I'm correcting it now, Hao Ren. So you've just been erasing and rewriting because you got it wrong. Is there no reliable aspect to this vampire girl?" Something fell off. Vivian, oblivious to the subtle expression on Hao Ren's face, continued modifying the runes until she finally halted, perplexed, shaking her head. "According to logic, this shouldn't be incorrect that I've tried 3 different effective phrases. Yet there is no reaction whatsoever. Landlord, are you feeling particularly drowsy? Or perhaps unusually calm? Or maybe completely relaxed?" "Not at all." Hao Ren stretched his arms, feeling quite at ease, but it likely had nothing to do with your inscriptions. Vivian turned to Lily. "You over there, the big dog. Stay still." As she spoke, she waved her hand, dispersing the crimson symbols into a quivering mist that wafted past Lily, who promptly collapsed onto the table with a loud thud, followed by the sound of rhythmic snoring. The effect was rather excessive. How low was her resistance? Vivian frowned, then looked at Hao Ren. "I don't quite understand. My blood magic seems ineffective on you." Upon hearing this, Hao Ren perked up, staring incredulously at his own hands. "Could it be that I am actually quite formidable? Perhaps I possess an innate immunity to magic or something of the sort?" Vivian candidly replied, "It's also possible you're just neurologically dull. For instance, fools are immune to all forms of mental chaos magic." Hao Ren interjected, "Ahem. Watch your words." "You owe me money," Vivian, sheepishly sticking out her tongue, conceded. "Okay, no more jokes, but innate magical immunity is likely impossible. That I am quite sensitive to living beings. You should just be an ordinary person. Besides, you're not even immune to the cold I conjure. Ask that Raven 12,345 when you get the chance. I have a hunch that your agreement with the so-called deity isn't as simple as it seems. Perhaps you underwent some changes after returning from her. Yes, for now, you might as well use my talisman." Ultimately, everything unfolded as initially stated. All the spiritual blood and magic were mere fabrications. Hao Ren, bemused, received an amulet from the vampire, purportedly a bagua from Mount Wutai, said to dispel evil and cleanse the mind. When Vivian handed the bagua to Hao Ren, she reiterated her warnings, fearful that her precious artifact might be damaged. This demonstrated how much this peculiar vampire girl cherished her collection of magical items, which genuinely touched Hao Ren. Yet, did that thing truly work? Chapter 25, regarding the anomalies whether Vivian's talisman would prove effective remained uncertain, but over the following 3 nights, Hao Ren experienced no more nightmares, though he did not believe this was related to the bagua. One reason was that he knew the bagua was not originally intended for dispelling evil. It was meant for geomancy, orientation, and seeking spiritual treasures. Utilizing it to pacify spirits and drive away evil would be a misapplication of its purpose. The second reason was that he discovered a small inscription in the corner of the bagua, indicating the name of a wooden craft factory in Sichuan, which rendered everything utterly inexplicable that he resolved not to disclose this truth to Vivian. Regardless, the absence of nightmares was a positive development. Even though the wolf he had brought from his dreams into the real world still made him uneasy, Hao Ren was fairly certain he was being stalked by something formidable. Nonetheless, he was adept at self-encouragement. Even if the sky were to fall, as long as Yao Ming remained alive, he would continue to live joyfully. Nightmares could wait until he met with Raven 12,345 for answers. Speaking of Raven 12345, Hao Ren had sought her out a couple of days prior. As their last hurried farewell left many matters unresolved, that he had accumulated numerous questions at home, but when he returned, he found no trace of the peculiar goddess. Hao Ren employed the same method as before, taking a vehicle to the notoriously frustrating Wangba Tuozi and locating the lamppost plastered with advertisements for old Chinese medicine. Successfully teleporting to the upside-down mansion that possibly resided in an alternate dimension. This confirmed that his previous experiences were not mere dreams. However, the mansion was devoid of Raven 12345, that Hao Ren encountered several blue mist beings wandering the garden and the grand house. They were likely servants of Raven 12345, appearing to possess considerable intelligence, yet seemingly incapable of human speech. Hao Ren felt completely unable to communicate with them. One blue mist being handed Hao Ren a note, wherein Raven 12,345 stated that she had urgent matters to attend to in Centaurus and would return in about 3 to 5 days. If she were to indulge, it could be 3 to 5 years before her return. Hao Ren clutched this unreliable note, promptly ushered out by the blue servitor. This was truly unreliable. Hao Ren lounged in the living room, air conditioning blowing, flipping through a magazine, reflecting on his recent experience at the Time Management Bureau's outpost at Wangba Tuozi. This full name was quite significant. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, pondering when Raven 12,345 might return to provide the answers he sought. Hao Ren felt as if he were shrouded in a fog, surrounded by incomprehensible matters, unsure of where to even begin asking questions, with the only potential source of clarity being a wildly unreliable goddess. Were it not for his resilient spirit, he believed that his obsessive tendencies could drive one to despair. Of course, in the past few days, he had also sought insight from Vivian and Lily regarding the anomalies. How should one put it? There was indeed some gain. At the very least, he had garnered a more authentic understanding of werewolves and vampires, and obtained a vague impression of the world that existed beyond human society. Anomalies. This was a term Hao Ren subconsciously used to refer to Lily and Vivian, a designation that many humans employed when confronted with non-human entities. Even Lily and Vivian referred to themselves in this manner, showing no signs of discontent. The origins of these anomalies had become obscured over time, seemingly existing alongside humanity's recorded history, from the bizarre myths and monsters of ancient times to the fervent purges of magical creatures during the Middle Ages, the extermination of demons in Chinese folklore, and the occasional chilling tales of modernity, all of which bore witness to half-truths and half-fiction surrounding the anomalies. Creatures such as vampires, werewolves, demons, and the undead have, in the eyes of many today, become mere tales intended to frighten. Yet, in the era when these ancient stories first took shape, they were grounded in genuine eyewitness accounts. The vast majority of these beings posed a threat to humanity. The initial conflicts are now lost to history. However, it is certain that before the advent of recorded history, there were continual frictions between these beings and humans at the same time. There were numerous instances of close interactions and even cohabitation between them. In humanity's caveman era, these beings were the primordial gods or fearsome beasts of ancient lore. Many ancient texts speak of deities and extraordinary figures possessing animal traits or having 3 heads and 6 arms, or present strange appearances that defy evolutionary logic. Some of these accounts stem from the imagination and exaggeration of ancient peoples, while others document real entities that existed, such as deformities resulting from inbreeding and disease in antiquity. The remainder pertains to beings that truly existed. Together, they wove the early tapestry of Earth's civilization, playing the role of gods and monsters within the annals of history. Vivian experienced that era, though her memories are somewhat muddled for reasons unknown, perhaps due to her longevity. She can still provide an overview. The most shocking piece of information that Hao Ren gleaned from her was that Zeus was indeed a real figure, a giant of thunder, albeit somewhat lacking in mental acuity. It is evident that during the early encounters between these beings and humans, the former held a preponderant advantage. They typically possessed abilities far beyond human comprehension, lived long lives, exhibited remarkable vitality, and were significantly more intelligent than early humans. The beings maintained an absolute dominion over humanity. Their whims could transform them into malevolent forces wreaking havoc or benevolent primitive deities, often the result of mere caprice. However, as time progressed, this dynamic began to shift. Vivian's recollections are unreliable, so she cannot ascertain how the beings suddenly declined, but 3 principal reasons are certain. First, as humans gradually evolved, they began to unite against the beings, crafting increasingly sophisticated tools to combat the tyrannical gods and monsters, while the latter remained in relatively loose and independent small groups, making isolated individuals easy prey. Second, the beings inexplicably dwindled. The reasons remain unclear. Third, the emergence of monster hunters. This third reason is the most significant. Monster hunters are peculiar individuals possessing half-human bloodlines, their origins shrouded in mystery, seemingly appearing out of thin air. And once they arrived, they commenced a worldwide hunt for these beings. Initially, they were not known by any fixed title, but it was during the medieval period that the European Church popularized the term monster hunters, leading to widespread recognition that at that time, Europe was the last bastion of rampant beings. In other regions, they had mostly been eradicated by local residents in conjunction with monster hunters, thus the classifications, titles, and definitions established by the European Church for various beings and monster hunters became the definitive version, enduring to this day. Whether this is deemed a stroke of luck or misfortune for Europe is up for debate. In any case, the activities of monster hunters gradually forced the beings into the periphery of earthly civilization, transforming them from rulers to marginal figures, despite still possessing formidable powers compared to ordinary humans. They could no longer stir significant upheaval. This is the situation Hao Ren learned from Vivian, a startling revelation about the hidden, incredible side of the world he had assumed to be tranquil for over 20 years. Nonetheless, his worldview has already been reconstructed post-catastrophe, so let it crumble as it may. Regarding the 2 superwomen in his household, Hao Ren made an earnest effort to understand them better. Lily is a young werewolf with only a few decades of life experience and is somewhat of a lovable fool. Thus, she offers little substantial information that in contrast, Vivian is reputed to be a high-ranking bloodline vampire who has supposedly lived for many years. When Hao Ren first heard of her background, he was astonished by the young lady's credentials. She has been active in this world since before humanity invented currency, making her existence arguably older than the civilizational history of many regions. Yet, curiously, Vivian's knowledge appears rather limited. Her millennia of memories seem somewhat muddled, and it is said that she spends most of her time napping in various places. Until modern times, human society was rather dull and uninteresting for Vivian. Unlike her kin, who are keen on meddling with humanity or elevating their status, she primarily focuses on contending with her own bad luck. Thus, she has meandered through the years in a state of lethargy, and Hao Ren believes she could easily be deemed a disgrace among vampires. However, to humanity, she is quite the amiable individual. It is unclear how her worldview was shaped. Chapter 26. Reconnection with 2 unheard-of exotic tenants in his home. Hao Ren initially believed his life would soon be turned upside down, bidding farewell to the mundane existence of daily meals and simple living, and embarking on an adventurous life akin to a hero clad in white, occasionally engaging in battles with armed forces or superheroes. However, as 3 or 4 days passed, he discovered that life remained unchanged. The 2 girls in his household had barely altered his daily routine. Lily's daily life consists of the following: sleeping, eating, sparring with Vivian, and returning to her room to write. Let's not forget that this girl is also characterized as a writer. In short, the werewolf girl's life is simple yet meaningful, and she seems quite content with it. Conversely, Vivian's daily life is more vibrant. Sleeping, eating, sparring with Lily, going out to seek employment, losing jobs, finding jobs, losing jobs, finding jobs, and losing jobs. To be honest, her misfortunes are so frequent that even Hao Ren finds it hard to bear. Can you believe she has changed jobs 3 times in 3 days? On one hand, Hao Ren is astonished by Vivian's efficiency in job hunting. She manages to find work in this unfamiliar place with remarkable ease. On the other hand, he is equally astonished by this vampire's unfortunate streak. Thus far, the longest she has maintained a job is no more than 3 hours. It is a pity that Hao Ren has not had the chance to witness her misadventures firsthand. He only learns of her failures when he sees Vivian returning dejectedly, that if given the opportunity, he would like to follow her to see how she loses her jobs. The lives of these 2 superwomen are thus, each with their own quirks, yet they do not stray beyond the realm of Hao Ren's familiar daily life. Vivian does not possess the habit of flying out at midnight to feed on humans. Nor does Lily howl at the moon in the dead of night before transforming into a werewolf to hunt rabbits in the wilderness. They live much like ordinary humans, and it is said they have done so since birth, which leaves Hao Ren both disappointed and somewhat relieved. He need not worry about engaging in battles with armed forces or superheroes. The shadow cast by the bizarre dream from a few days ago seems to have dissipated. And aside from the occasional uncomfortable recollection, Hao Ren has temporarily set it aside, but he is now patiently awaiting the return of the rather unconventional goddess while gradually familiarizing himself with the daily habits of his 2 new housemates. Lily is busy in the early morning, grooming and choosing her attire, seemingly preparing to go out. This werewolf girl can be a bit silly at times, but her daily habits align closely with those of an ordinary human girl. Except when startled by sudden appearances, she remains quite normal. Seeing her dressed up and bustling about in the living room, Hao Ren cannot help but ask, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I have a patient to see." Lily responds, organizing her clothes in front of the television screen, exclaiming excitedly, "Living in this city seems to be going well. Writing is going smoothly, renting is going smoothly, and my first patient is going smoothly." Vivian, busy tidying up nearby, looks up curiously at the remark. "Just you? You're a doctor?" It is then that Hao Ren realizes Vivian is unaware of Lily's profession. When Lily introduced herself, Vivian was not present, and their subsequent coexistence likely lacked interest in mutual understanding. Thus, he gestures toward the werewolf girl to explain, "Lily is a traveling veterinarian." The werewolf girl suddenly puffs out her chest proudly, as if her tail would be wagging if she were in her wolf form. "I have a certification, a seasoned veterinarian with over a decade of experience, and I'm also a professional writer. I've been submitting articles since the Republican era. Do you know Zhou Shuren? I had delightful conversations with him." 0W0. Hao Ren, who was previously engrossed in studying a magazine, is so taken aback by her words that he falls off the sofa. "What did you just say?" "I'm a professional," Lily replies, casting a puzzled glance at Hao Ren, seemingly bemused by his astonishment, "that I've been living in human society, making a living through writing. Being a veterinarian is a recent development, that I did treat animals before. But it wasn't my main occupation back then. That's not what I meant," Hao Ren stutters, staring at the werewolf girl, whom he had always regarded as a lovable fool and thus never paid much attention to. "You said you were active during the Republican era, submitting articles? Did people in the Republican era stop reading newspapers?" Lily nods. "I mentioned before that I've been alive. Well, a long time. You haven't forgotten?" "Have you?" Hao Ren was left speechless, suddenly becoming acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated these extraterrestrial beings from humanity, even in the case of the werewolf before him, who appeared to be somewhat simple-minded. Yet when it came to discussing their past experiences, they could be truly terrifying. He had indeed heard Lily and Vivian share snippets of their life stories before, but at the time, he had not paid them much heed. Those distant events seemed more like legendary tales to him, while the more contemporary circumstances left him feeling indifferent. However, in that moment, Lily's words finally imparted to Hao Ren a direct understanding of what it meant to have a sense of historical context. Observing Hao Ren's astonished reaction to Lily's remarks, Vivian, the far more seasoned vampire, could hardly contain her displeasure. She crossed her arms and brusquely nudged Lily aside, languidly uttering, "You haven't even grown all your hair yet. Have you ever fought Achilles? Have you ever kicked Octavian into the moat? Have you ever sent Caesar into the moat? Have you ever— Oh, I haven't kicked anyone into the moat either. Back then, moats weren't even a thing. But speaking of which, the Yellow Emperor was quite the talent. With a long sigh, Hao Ren felt utterly incapable of continuing to read the magazine in his hands. The events unfolding before him were clearly far more riveting than any publication. Lily cast a disdainful glance at Vivian. What do those experiences matter? Can you make money fighting Achilles? Can you make money kicking Octavian into the moat? Can you make money kicking Caesar into the moat? Why not? I charged for it back then. And where's that money now? Let's change the subject. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Hao Ren thought to himself that he could never disclose what he had just heard in the living room today. Any single one of those statements would send shockwaves through the archaeological community for half a year. Just how many astonishing feats had this seemingly inept vampire accomplished in the past? And how much of human history is truly reliable today? Vivian's greatest vulnerability lay in her abysmally poor fortune. Even the somewhat naive Lily could slyly mock her for it. Defeated in a matter where she could not retort, the vampire girl felt her enthusiasm wane and resorted to tidying up the house. This was her own request, as Vivian was acutely aware that, given her financial situation, she would likely have no opportunity to repay her debts in the near future. Thus, she proactively suggested offsetting her meals and rent through household chores. Hao Ren was taken aback that a seasoned vampire could have such a commendable perspective. Initially feeling a bit apprehensive, he soon found solace in the fact that Vivian genuinely held this view. It was as though he had hired a maid. And in these times, hiring a maid could be quite expensive, especially one as young and attractive as this. It was all too easy for her to inadvertently become the lady of the house, requiring him to hire yet another maid. Oh, perhaps he was overthinking it. Lily cheerfully left the house, and Hao Ren did not have the chance to ask her how she managed to embark on her veterinary career in such unfamiliar surroundings. But he could guess the basic situation. It was highly likely that she had been gathering information from the local stray dogs that in recent days he had encountered this peculiar scene several times. Lily squatting by the roadside, solemnly conversing with the local strays, sometimes mirroring their very postures, resembling sisters. With such an extraordinary talent, Lily was not just ahead in the race to become a veterinarian. She had essentially begun at the finish line. Just as Hao Ren prepared to continue poring over the nearly tattered magazine in his hands, a jarring ringtone erupted from the armrest of the nearby sofa, as if by some psychological instinct. The moment the phone rang, he felt a shiver run down his spine, and with a swift leap, he grasped the phone, his eyes drawn to a line of numbers on the screen. 0000001 2345. The unhinged woman, the goddess, had finally resurfaced after several days of absence. Chapter 27. Your labor insurance for this month. Clutching the ringing phone, Hao Ren was filled with excitement. His heart raced, his thoughts raced. And he even felt his hands tremble. The Nokia's vibration was indeed extraordinary. He believed that if he tossed this old phone on the ground while in vibration mode, it could easily reach speeds of 20 miles per hour. Naturally, a normal call would not be like this. Only when Raven 12345 called did it seem that this eccentric individual had employed some special force to make the phone emit a noise akin to a tractor. Ensuring that Hao Ren would not miss her call, Lily across the street must have heard it as well. Hello? Hao Ren answered the call cautiously, fearing that Raven 12345 might have some other shocking method up her sleeve. Oh, Hao Ren, still alive? Are you taking good care of your new guest? I hope. The boisterous voice of Raven 12345 came through the receiver, brimming with the same vigor as a few days prior to— Oh, I miscalculated last time. Your household doesn't just have a werewolf. There should also be a bloodsucker. Is she with you? Is she doing well? No unusual incidents these past few days? I was away on a business trip, and I must tell you about the scenery of the Blue Horn Galaxy. Hao Ren was nearly overwhelmed by the torrent of words from Raven 12345, almost rendered speechless, but he quickly regained his composure and interrupted the slightly erratic woman. Wait, I need to talk to you about something. Something? What is it? Raven 12345 responded, her curiosity piqued. Salary? Just hold on. I haven't figured out how to pay you yet. Oh, you mean this month's benefits? But it's not the end of the month yet. Can you let me speak first? Hao Ren finally couldn't hold back any longer, but as soon as he raised his voice, he quickly recoiled, thinking to himself that this was a grave mistake. This goddess clearly had a rather unstable temperament, and daring to shout at her could very well result in a thunderous reprimand. However, after a few moments of tense silence, there was no thunder to be heard, Raven merely paused for a moment before awkwardly responding. "Oh. Go ahead, go ahead. I just returned from my business trip, and am a bit excited." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Hao Ren was astonished by how amenable she was that he organized his thoughts and explained. "Here's the thing, you left in such a hurry that I didn't understand many things, and I encountered something strange a couple of days ago. I had a bizarre dream." Thus, Hao Ren recounted the nightmarish experience he had endured, where fantasy had encroached upon reality. Raven, unusually quiet this time, listened intently until he finished. Only then did a suspicious slurping sound emanate from her side. "Oh, Slurp. You had a strange dream? Slurp, the situation might indeed be a bit complex." "Slurp, why don't you come over for a bit, Slurp?" Hao Ren sensed something odd in her voice and couldn't help but inquire, "What are you doing over there?" "Eating instant noodles," Raven continued to slurp. "I forgot to eat breakfast this morning and just remembered." So it turned out that Raven had been quiet while listening to him because she was busy with her noodles. Furthermore, it seemed she regularly indulged in instant noodles. Hao Ren shook off the cold sweat that had accumulated on his forehead, confirmed that Raven 12345 was still waiting for him at the usual place, and began to change his clothes in preparation to leave. Vivian, who was preparing snacks, glanced up to see Hao Ren's actions and casually asked, "Going out to see her?" Hao Ren nodded, suddenly recalling something he needed to convey. "By the way, I might not be back for lunch. If Lily returns home, you two should go out to eat, or you can order takeout. The number is written on the calendar. That's the only restaurant that delivers to this area." Upon hearing Lily's name, Vivian immediately wrinkled her nose in displeasure, but before she could speak, Hao Ren cut her off. "No need to argue. In reality, Lily is the one covering your meals. With your current financial state, there is no room for pretentiousness." Vivian was left speechless. This vampire, who had been roaming the earth since the human cave-dwelling era and had even fought Achilles, had somehow developed such a commendable temperament. Hao Ren had fully grasped Vivian's character, allowing him to converse with her without the initial apprehension and nervousness. After finishing up the household matters and reminding Vivian not to forget to feed the cat at noon, Hao Ren left the house and boarded the bus to that enigmatic workplace, the Space-Time Administration Bureau's office in Wambatuzi. The white colonial-style house, suspended in midair, looked just as it had a few days prior, with the blue servants inside, maintaining the tidiness of the residence while the master was away. Hao Ren, braving the sweltering sun, ran all the way from the southern suburbs. As soon as he arrived at the fountain square in front of the house, he couldn't help but exhale contentedly. Despite Raven 12345's unreliability, she truly possessed an array of peculiar talents. This grand residence seemed to exist in a peculiar space, neither too hot nor too cold, with the air refreshingly crisp. Hao Ren almost wished to linger there indefinitely. "Ditto, you're here." Raven 12345's voice suddenly came from behind him. Hao Ren quickly turned around to see the peculiar silver-haired woman emerging slowly from the botanical garden in front of the house, wielding an enormous and oddly shaped cleaver. Judging by the grass and dirt on her clothes, it appeared she had just finished tending to her garden, that I was just pruning the ornamental trees. Raven 12345 said, lifting the 2-meter-long silver cleaver resting on her shoulder. Noticing Hao Ren's gaze fixated on the weapon, she smiled with a sense of pride. "Isn't it impressive? This is of great significance. None of the other ravens have one like it. This is uniquely mine. All right, let's talk about what you've encountered. We can discuss it inside." Hao Ren let out a sound of realization as he followed Crow 12345 into the Grand Hall, which was the same office as their previous encounter, adorned with the same furnishings. However, the savory jianbing guozi that had previously occupied the shelf behind the desk had been replaced by an empty cup of instant noodles. Hao Ren's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the colorful instant noodle cup, his mind racing with thoughts about whether he should continue to believe in Crow 12345's claimed identity. Whether divine or not was beside the point. Was it truly fitting for someone who purported to be a grassroots official dispatched from the highest ruling body of the multiverse to consume such fare? Noticing Hao Ren's gaze, Crow shrugged nonchalantly. "I've finished it. It's truly gone. They don't provide meals here." Hao Ren sighed and took a seat opposite Crow 12345, then carefully retrieved a small gum box from his pocket. From within, he produced a tuft of dark wolf fur. "This is what I mentioned to you. After I awoke from that nightmare, I found this in my hand." Lily sniffed it and confirmed that its scent was indeed not reminiscent of anything from human cities. Crow 12345 extended a hand to accept the tuft of wolf fur, snapping her fingers lightly. Instantly, a multitude of shimmering blue and white lines materialized in midair, coalescing at a dizzying speed into a three-dimensional array. With the black wolf fur suspended within, gradually evaporating into wisps of pale, gray mist. Hao Ren gazed in astonishment at this wondrous spectacle. It appeared that Crow 12345 was not merely spouting nonsense. If nothing else, this feat was certainly superior to Vivian's unreliable blood magic. Just look at how straight the lines she drew in the air were. Had it seeped from that world? Crow 12345 observed as the tuft of wolf fur slowly diminished to a mere remnant. Muttering to herself, Hao Ren was taken aback. Seeped from where? The dream dimension. Though it has little to do with you. At least not for now. Your level cannot yet address such matters, Crow 12345 replied. Shaking her head with an unusually serious expression, I shall report this situation to the headquarters of Shadow City. This world is notoriously difficult to manage, and those in the administration have been awaiting new information for many years. Seeing the look of confusion on Hao Ren's face, Crow casually produced a hexagonal silver-white device and tossed it to him. That it's clear you lack common knowledge. Take this that it's a personal data terminal. A special version for inspectors, just freshly applied for you. You can query various things on it, including employee conduct codes, as well as the schedule for time-space node flight routes and your permission allocations. Well, you're still in the probationary period, so most of it won't be useful yet, but it's beneficial to familiarize yourself in advance. Hao Ren barely managed to catch the shining object hurtling towards him, and upon hearing Crow 12,345's words, he instantly felt a rush of excitement. This is like receiving labor protection. Chapter 28. High Technology. Hao Ren curiously examined the silver-white device in his hand. Filled with anticipation, yet also confusion, that it was a palm-sized contraption with a metallic sheen, but it felt warm to the touch, unlike the cold metals commonly found on Earth. The device was a perfect hexagon, no thicker than a few centimeters at its widest point, with blue and white light flowing gently across its surface, as if it were a living entity breathing. Hao Ren traced his fingers over the metallic surface, causing the central hexagonal area to illuminate, and suddenly a holographic image materialized before him, startling him. He nearly discarded his first month's labor protection. Gripping the metallic plate, he fixed his gaze on the holographic image above it, a blue, cross-shaped emblem composed of 4 crystals rotated slowly against a backdrop of chaotic blackness, while beneath the projection, a line of Chinese characters read, Time-Space Administration, Yin 35 Node, AZ655 World, General Data Terminal. Current operator has passed permission authentication, device on standby. The interface was entirely in Chinese, designed for foolproof operation, easily grasped even by novices. Crow 12345 pointed a finger at the data terminal in Hao Ren's hand, drawing his attention. Here you have your work instructions, an introduction to the Imperial Time-Space Administration, along with essential information about the Empire, as well as details regarding the macro world, time-space routes, world gate codes, authorization processes, and resource distribution lists you need to learn. Explaining all of this to you would be too cumbersome. It's better for you to explore it yourself. Take your time. Once you've memorized this material, well, you should have completed the first phase of your apprenticeship, then move on to the second phase. Hao Ren was immediately filled with pessimism about his future life. Oh dear, after all the effort to graduate from school, how has it come to this? What is this? How am I supposed to use it? He temporarily set aside the potential misery of his learning journey and pointed curiously at the blue cross emblem in the holographic image, feeling that it must hold significant meaning. After all, he often saw this blue emblem in Crow 12,345's mansion, and even on some magical servants that he reached out and poked the holographic image twice, only to have his fingers pass right through it. It was not as he had imagined, where he could control it by touch. Crow 12,345's expression suddenly turned grave, startling Hao Ren. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly carefree deity could possess such a serious demeanor. Crow locked her gaze onto Hao Ren's eyes, as if trying to implant her thoughts directly into his mind. This is the emblem of the Shieling Army, the symbol of the Empire. The mark of Shieling civilization, that it represents the Empire. You are a newcomer and probably cannot yet grasp the significance of this emblem. Just remember, it is of great importance. Throughout the vastness, countless races exist under the protection of this emblem. and innumerable warriors fight under its banner. Hao Ren listened, taken aback, and Crow, noticing his expression, slapped her forehead. Why am I telling you this so early? Just remember, no matter how dangerous the place or how complex the situation you encounter, as long as you see this emblem, you will find your family. Understood? Hao Ren nodded vigorously. So how do I use this? Just place your hand on any edge surface and control it with your thoughts. It will automatically determine your confirmation commands without any risk of misoperation. Crow instructed Hao Ren on how to activate the small device. Of course, you might need to get used to it at first. After all, its response speed is quite fast, and its intelligence is not far behind yours, so it will assist you in some tasks. Sometimes, you may mistakenly think you've done something wrong, but it's fine, go on. Try to activate the main system and tell it that you're a novice. Hao Ren listened with wide eyes, a single thought swirling in his mind. Wow, this high technology. Did you not say that shielding apostles are deities? How can a deity utilize such advanced technology? Do gods really walk the path of science? As he mumbled to himself, he awkwardly concentrated on communicating with a metallic plate in his hand. While Crow 12345 addressed his questions. Is there a distinction between technology and magic? The shielding pantheon has developed along both paths from the beginning. They simply use whatever is effective as tools to control the present world. If you were to hand this device to any other uncivilized civilization, it would be deemed a divine artifact. However, I must admit that I am not particularly adept with such technological products. I prefer mysterious creations. Too bad you cannot use those. Hao Ren barely paid attention to Crow 12,345's words, for he had successfully activated the small data terminal. The holographic projection rapidly refreshed with a flurry of images. Appearing chaotic, yet Hao Ren felt no struggle to keep up or comprehend. The speed and manner of the image transitions perfectly aligned with his understanding, as if the data terminal could scan human brains and push new information based on their current cognitive state. His eyes darted quickly across the holographic images, with the most crucial information always at the center of his vision. Whenever he sought new knowledge, even without deliberately issuing commands, the holographic images would switch accordingly, allowing him to acquire new materials in the most efficient manner. Initially, Hao Ren thought he might not be able to handle such an advanced device, but soon he realized one thing. For a civilization powerful enough to traverse the multiverse, creating a simple, user-friendly tool was no challenge. Just as humans can manufacture feeding machines that even chimpanzees and pet dogs can operate, as technology approaches perfection, usability becomes increasingly straightforward, with complex elements concealed from the user's view. To illustrate, Hao Ren was certain that if he were to dismantle this small device, no one on Earth would be able to reassemble it. What does request support mean? Hao Ren, amidst a flurry of rapidly refreshing data, suddenly spotted a highly intriguing term. Without any command from him, this entry, which piqued his curiosity, automatically halted in the center of his field of vision. Subsequently, a plethora of images and videos appeared in conjunction with it on the holographic display. Various depictions resembling weaponry, ranks of soldiers, and incomprehensible charts, all neatly arrayed before him. Yet everything was rendered in shades of gray. Did you think that the inspector is a lone wolf? Merely taking care of the anomalous beings that linger at home for a meal constitutes their entire job. Raven 12345 shrugged. Once you secure your position, you will understand. The responsibilities of an inspector are indeed complex. What if I were to send you to quell a rebellion in Centaurus? Or to mediate military negotiations in the Scorpius Nebula? In such instances, requests for support and armed agreements would come into play. You could select these options when you find yourself on the verge of death. Of course, each necessitates corresponding permissions, which are subject to rigorous evaluations. We cannot entrust lethal apparatuses to a fledgling with a fragile psyche, even if such items are, to us, essentially harmless civilian tools. Well, those civilian tools could likely sustain several ice ages on your planet. Hao Ren felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Although he had yet to finish perusing the inspector's manual and the Temporal Management Bureau's work outline, he discerned from Raven 12,345's words something of grave significance. This job seemed perilous. Hao Ren opened his mouth. I cannot resign at this moment. Raven 12345 chuckled. Even if you were to perish, your soul would remain on my attendance record. Should I procure a new vessel for you, you would still be required to continue your duties. That IT is no small feat to recruit a new employee. Do you think you can escape? Hao Ren, do not wear that expression, please, that in an instant. Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 materialized beside Hao Ren, startling him, then patted his shoulder. I do not resort to intimidation. You will soon realize that this is an opportunity coveted by many, provided you do not court disaster. You can expect to live for, well, quite a while. After all, inspectors are not military personnel. There are not incessant wars demanding your involvement as auxiliary officers. Hao Ren attempted to speak several times, only to be silenced by this commanding white-haired sorceress. Ultimately, he could only force a smile and stow away the data terminal in his pocket. There was far too much to absorb, and it was evidently impractical to study here. He resolved to delve into it at home after some time. Now, let us discuss that nightmare. Hao Ren resignedly settled into his chair. I sense you are concealing something from me. I am honest, but that does not mean I can be trifled with. At the very least, share a bit more with me, so I may rest easy when I return home. Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 glanced at Hao Ren and finally sighed in resignation. All right, you do possess quite a stubborn streak. I shall share what I can. Chapter 29. The Dream Realm? Hao Ren sat upright across from Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, awaiting her to enlighten him. Truthfully, he had not anticipated her willingness to divulge everything so readily. In his memory, Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 had always been a rather obstinate individual, a perception solidified since the day she forcibly drew him into her scheme. However, it seemed that this woman was not entirely devoid of empathy. This world is far more intricate than you can imagine, Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stated bluntly, unceremoniously perching herself on her desk, her demeanor akin to that of a leader, harboring races and societies beyond your comprehension. And even realms you are unaware of. Most humans remain oblivious to this. Yet a select few with exceptional abilities may encounter it, which I refer to as the Dream Realm. Hao Ren instinctively swallowed hard. The gravity of Raven 12,345's solemn expression instilling an intangible pressure within him. Indeed, I recently settled on the name Dream Realm. Previously, I called it the illusory space, then the mirror world, and even the phantom universe. Well, at one point it was also referred to as the second realm. Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mused, scratching her head, that serious aura dissipating. Regardless, it is a phenomenon unique to this universe. Feel free to name it as you wish. For now, we shall call it the Dream Realm, and should I think of a better name in a few days, I will change it. Hao Ren had begun to acclimate to this peculiar woman's erratic rhythm. And suppressing a sarcastic remark, he inquired, what exactly is the Dream Realm? A parallel space. I am familiar with that theory. No, it is somewhat more complex than that. Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shook her head. The Dream Realm is a specific informational structure within this universe, akin to a parallel space, yet more ethereal and unstable. The Dream Realm overlaps with this universe, the latter being real, stable, and governed by laws, while the Dream Realm is illusory, mutable, and chaotic, that the real world operates according to cosmic rules. The Dream Realm shifts alongside it like a dream, yet the correlation between them is convoluted, rendering such fluctuations nearly imperceptible. These theoretical matters are merely for your awareness. The majority of humanity cannot grasp them. In essence, you need only understand one thing. The Dream Realm is a layer superimposed upon the real world, highly unstable, yet it seldom intersects with reality. Within it, mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, and even sentient beings may exist. Yet everything is in disarray. Before you acquire sufficient experience, it is best to avoid that place. Who would willingly venture into such a realm? Hao Ren instinctively recoiled, recalling how he had been besieged by a pack of wolves mere moments after falling in. Wolves that were at least twice the size of those on Earth. Did you not say that the Dream Realm would not intersect with the real world? How do you explain my experience? I did mention that individuals with special talents may encounter it. Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pointed at Hao Ren's forehead, through dreams. This world is informational in nature. Everything is a manifestation of information. Temperature, size, mass, and so forth. These pieces of information stack together to render a phenomenon describable and perceivable, thus giving rise to all things. This is the most fundamental theory of informational unification. This theory is indeed more intricate, but you need only comprehend this much for now. Due to the existence of informational unification, entities within the Dream Realm can be guided into the real world, with dreams serving as the medium. This is precisely why I recently dubbed it the Dream Realm. Throughout human history, there have been individuals able to connect with the dream realm. Most of them had short lifespans, often meeting their demise at the hands of the distorted entities within it. However, their fleeting lives would invariably wreak havoc upon the real world. The Black Death. Floods, certain, troublesome occurrences. Each individual who perished within the dream realm would, to varying degrees, bring forth elements from that place, and 90 of these are detrimental to the reality we inhabit. Hao Ren felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that the world he was so familiar with harbored such a facet. Just days ago, he had lamented the mundanity of his existence, but now he could not help but feel the opposite. The world had suddenly become overwhelmingly fascinating, so does this mean I possess a talent? Hao Ren was uncertain whether to laugh or cry, awkwardly pointing at his own nose. The dream realm you describe sounds ominous. As though one could easily perish. Then you ought to devise a solution. Talent? You were not originally endowed with such a gift. Raven 12345 grinned. Do not overthink it. You are simply an ordinary person, albeit one who has been affected by informational perturbation since coming into contact with me. This influence will gradually render you distinct from the norm, with the initial change being an increased predisposition to encounter extraordinary phenomena, which will facilitate your future work. However, there is no need for concern. Those unfortunate souls who perished in the dream realm lacked any backing. Historically, none of those unfortunate individuals were employees of our bureau. How long could they endure on their own? You, however, are different. Your credentials grant you special status. This is sanctioned traversal that I shall do my utmost to extricate you whenever you find yourself in peril. Hao Ren felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Now that you are aware of the situation regarding the dream realm, I am skeptical that mere verbal explanations suffice for your understanding. Such abstract concepts require hands-on experience that in due time. There will be ample opportunities for you to engage with that realm. Raven 12345 declared, leaping down from her desk and reassuringly patting Hao Ren's shoulder, nearly driving him into the ground. As for nightmares, have you not encountered any in recent days? This indicates that the balance between you and the dream realm has been restored. Ordinarily, an individual from the real world should not casually descend into nightmares. Hao Ren winced as he rubbed his shoulder, finally recalling something he had meant to ask. By the way, are you familiar with the demon hunters from Vivian? Hao Ren gleaned the centuries-old enmity between the demon hunters and the aberrants, as well as the historical origins between the aberrants and humanity. The weak yet numerous humans, the powerful yet sparse and loosely organized aberrants, and the enigmatic demon hunters, who exist in a realm between humans and aberrants. Once, these three entities played equally prominent roles on the earthly stage, but now humanity has seized dominion over this planet, relegating the aberrants to extreme marginalization, so much so that they have become nearly unknown to the average person. Meanwhile, the demon hunters have also retreated into the shadows of human society. The once fierce competition among the three factions has transformed into a scenario where humanity reigns supreme. Did I end this state of affairs? Everything appears deceptively tranquil, but Hao Ren knows that this calm is merely superficial, maintained by an unspoken accord between the demon hunters and the aberrants to ensure the semblance of stability in the world. The demon hunters continue to traverse this realm. These formidable warriors who bear an uncanny resemblance to humans still relentlessly pursue the aberrants. Unfortunately for Hao Ren, he harbors two aberrants within his household. He is eager to discern the stance of the woman who calls herself Raven 12345 in the face of such circumstances. In other words, how does this silent deity and the Temporal Management Bureau perceive the various races on Earth? Whose side do they truly take? Hao Ren pondered extensively, but Raven 12345 merely waved her hand dismissively. I know. But I can't be bothered. They haven't found you yet, have they? Let us address it when they do. Hao Ren contemplated for a moment and deemed himself incapable of besting the white-haired sorceress before him. So he obediently returned to his seat, clasping his hands and wearing a sincere expression. Then I have one last question. As a frail earthling, if you expect me to interact with those superhumans, it's manageable as long as Vivian and Lily are in good spirits. But what if I encounter someone with a less amiable temperament? You must grant me some means of self-preservation. Right? Let us negotiate. Perhaps grant me a couple of centuries of power? Hao Ren said this lightly, not genuinely expecting Raven 12345 to agree and bestow upon him a tome of divine prowess. However, Raven 12345 suddenly slapped her forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot. New employee onboarding reinforcement. No wonder it felt like something was missing. Thankfully, I remembered this before sending you off to the battlefield." Hao Ren thought to himself, if he were to meet an untimely demise one day, it would undoubtedly be due to this maddeningly whimsical superior of his. Chapter 30. Automated Equipment. Hao Ren harbored deep suspicions regarding whether Raven 12345 was indeed a member of the Imperial Temporal Management Bureau. He could hardly fathom that such a grand civilization could be constituted by such unpredictable individuals. Alas, he had yet to encounter any other members of the Temporal Management Bureau or high-ranking officials from the Siling Empire. Raven 12345 had mentioned that this remote locale, lacking in resources, had not seen a visitor in many years due to its insufficient administrative ranking. Regardless, Hao Ren no longer doubted Raven 12345's identity or the authenticity of that grand civilization. It was evident, just the mere existence of this expansive residence in a dimension apart, along with its sophisticated, understatedly luxurious amenities, could not possibly be the work of humanity. For instance, the very room he now occupied, dubbed the New Employee Onboarding Reinforcement Center, resembled something out of a science fiction film. Raven guided Hao Ren through the ostentatious mansion, weaving through numerous peculiar rooms filled with crystals and bizarre apparatuses. Just as he began to doubt whether the mansion had an end, Raven led him into a hall that starkly contrasted with the others. This hall pulsed with a technological ambience, its overall layout a precise hexagon, with walls gleaming in metallic silver hues. Blue and white light flows coursing through them like veins. The ceiling soared high above, adorned with numerous softly glowing crystals, casting a pale blue luminescence throughout the chamber. As Hao Ren circumnavigated the walls, he beheld many incomprehensible devices that resembled control panels, yet bore no buttons or joysticks. Hovering above each panel were holographic images, while the sole possible control component was a hexagonal crystal slab, entirely distinct from earthly machinery. This was the reinforcement center, albeit on a smaller scale. Raven 12345 pointed proudly at the devices in the hall, explaining that initially all inspectors had to undergo unified reinforcement and assessment at the imperial capital, Shadow City, when the Temporal Management Bureau was still relatively small and had fewer macrocosmic matters to attend to. However, that was no longer feasible. Thus, the evaluations and preliminary training for new inspectors had been decentralized to various nodes, even to foundational worlds, given the remoteness of their location, with the nearest void node requiring several jumps to reach. She had simply applied for such a facility at her residence. She had originally intended to request magical energy devices, as she felt utterly at a loss with these technological contraptions, but had made an error while drafting the proposal. Hao Ren felt utterly bewildered. Raven 12345 had a propensity for rambling, and once she began speaking, she appeared oblivious to whether her audience comprehended her words. At this moment, he remained utterly in the dark regarding the various fundamentals of the Temporal Management Bureau, and the barrage of information from this white-haired sorceress left him reeling. What exactly is this reinforcement she speaks of? Fortunately, he had not been overwhelmed by the deluge of information. He still retained a modicum of vigilance. The atmosphere here reminded him irresistibly of those research centers fixated on slicing and dicing, and the Siling Empire still loomed in his mind as an alien entity. After all, he had staunchly adhered to atheism for over 20 years, and the concept of gods was far less comprehensible to him than that of extraterrestrials. Let us envision, an Earthling finds himself in an alien biolab, slated for reinforcement. Such a scenario would undoubtedly result in a bloodbath in the hands of Hollywood directors. The characters in novels who joyously embraced alien enhancements certainly lacked the foresight that Hao Ren possessed. Yet, if one were to label him as somewhat cowardly, there was little he could do about it. It's merely a standard bodily adjustment. Rest assured, you won't find it unsettling or harmful. Raven 12345 reassured him as she propelled him toward the center of the hall. Every day, hundreds of newly appointed inspectors undergo reinforcement, and not a single incident has ever occurred. So relax. We adhere to a humane standard. Stand still. I'll elevate the adjustment chamber. Hao Ren stood trembling in place, then watched as Raven waved her hand, seemingly pressing invisible buttons, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Following that, a high-tech device slowly ascended from a rectangular opening in the floor. That IT was a silver metal chamber, over 2 meters long. Roughly rectangular in shape, elegantly designed, with one end wider than the other, adorned with a lid that bore a crystal-formed cross. As the lid of the metal chamber slid open, Hao Ren's confusion deepened. Why does this contraption seem vaguely familiar? Raven 12345's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This is the latest model of the Universal Adjustment and Reinforcement Chamber. It was just unboxed a couple of days ago. Where on earth have you seen one before? Hao Ren thought for a moment, then suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I remember now. This shape resembles a coffin. Raven 12345 slapped Hao Ren on the shoulder. Have you forgotten the employee code? No foul language in front of superiors. If you must curse, wait until your superior has finished speaking. Hao Ren awkwardly shifted backward. Are you certain you want me to lie down in this box? I am a person of principles. The shape alone is enough to creep me out. Hey, don't push me. I absolutely refuse to go in. Just because you plated it in silver doesn't mean it's not a coffin. It even has a cross on top. Raven 12345 effortlessly lifted Hao Ren and tossed him into the chamber. Stop being so melodramatic. Just get in. Hao Ren found himself utterly unable to resist this seemingly deranged white-haired sorceress. After a dizzying whirl, he discovered he was already lying within the large box. Simultaneously, a transparent barrier extended from the walls of the metal chamber, completely encasing him inside. Resigned to his fate, he waited for what felt like an eternity without any further movement. He craned his neck to the side and noticed Raven 12345 engrossed in a data terminal beside him. So he banged on the metal walls. What is next? What do we do now? Without glancing up, Raven 12345 replied, Quiet down. I'm trying to find the manual. Why do they make technological devices so complicated? Where's the power switch on this thing? Hao Ren exclaimed. I want to resign. I'm breaking my contract. I'm out. You're completely unreliable. I found it. Raven 12345 suddenly smacked a spot beside the coffin-like apparatus, and Hao Ren's indignant protests abruptly ceased. The last thing he saw was a blinding white light piercing through his retina. In the depths of darkness, amidst a profound stillness and unbounded chaos, it seemed as though space itself had lost all significance. Hao Ren felt his soul detach from his corporeal form in that fleeting moment, drifting through an ethereal and indescribable dimension that he endeavored to seek even the slightest semblance of his familiar senses. Yet to no avail. There were no sounds, no light, no warmth or tactile sensations. The human spirit was ensnared within a small vessel, aimlessly floating, perhaps for a mere 10 seconds, when suddenly a loud bang resounded beside his ear, followed by someone grasping his arm and pulling him up as his vision began to gradually return. The brilliance and lines in his sight coalesced into a figure, none other than the enchanting visage of Raven 12345, crowned with her signature silver hair. She patted Hao Ren on the shoulder, her face alight with joy. All done. Hao Ren sprang up in surprise, only then realizing he was still standing within a coffin-shaped metallic box. Nearly losing his footing, that he steadied himself and cautiously leapt to the ground, exclaiming, Is that it? Why do I feel like it was just a brief moment? Well, 12 seconds, Raven 12345 replied, raising the data terminal in her hand, just as it was written in the manual. Press the switch. Select full mode. Wait for 12 seconds. Listen for a ding followed by a red light, and the hatch will automatically pop open, allowing the user to exit. Though you jumped out yourself, is this contraption a microwave? Hao Ren exclaimed. Raven 12345 shrugged. Well, the method is quite similar. Isn't that how foolproof devices operate? Hao Ren was left speechless by the nonchalance and audacity of this silver-haired sorceress, ultimately reassuring himself. At least there were no mishaps. And it seemed all the components of his body were still intact. Did he then clench his fist, as if to verify the reliability of this extraterrestrial enhancement technology, wondering if he had truly embarked on the path of a snow-white-clad master who moved like the wind. However, upon inspection, he was astonished to discover. To be continued. Chapter 31. You must take a trip. Why do I feel like nothing has changed? Hao Ren mused, pinching the muscles on his arm, discovering he had neither gained immense strength nor become impervious to pain. He strained against the distant corner of the wall for a considerable time, yet no spherical lightning emerged. Ultimately, he felt as though he remained an ordinary person. Perhaps he had merely enhanced his regenerative abilities? Unfortunately, he lacked the resolve to inflict harm upon himself at that moment. What more changes do you desire? Raven 12345 quipped, adjusting the enhancement chamber back to its original state while not lifting her gaze. Would you prefer I conjure a trio of fireballs right here? Wasn't it agreed that I would receive some combat capabilities? Hao Ren felt deceived once more by this unreliable female superior. You expect me to be surrounded by a group of superhumans capable of dispatching foes with a mere wave of their hands, yet you provide me with no means of self-defense. What exactly has been adjusted? I've calibrated your endocrine system, removed those scars from your elbows, and eliminated your white hair, Raven 12345 stated with utmost seriousness, at least for now. Hao Ren replied, Ah, your expression is quite amusing. Raven 12345 seemed thoroughly entertained by the array of emotions playing across Hao Ren's face. Stifling her laughter for a full 10 seconds before bursting forth, did you not overthink it? Do not be too greedy, that I know what you desired. I have many newcomers under my wing. We are professionals. You fresh recruits, in your first month on the job, will only think of achieving instant greatness as superhumans. But consider this. If I were to grant you such immense power, or even the ability to leap 20 meters in place, what consequences might arise? Hao Ren pondered for a moment, uncertainly responding, I wouldn't fear elevators breaking down anymore. Perhaps I could apply to be Spider-Man's stunt double. Raven 12345 fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Your brain reminds me of someone, but you're straying too far, that if I were to transform you directly into a superhuman, the only outcome would be that you'd spend 20 hours a day crashing into walls or dangling from ceilings. Physical enhancement is a gradual process, as she spoke. Raven 12345 patted Hao Ren on the shoulder. What you need has already been provided. However, it is currently restricted by a mental suggestion program that ensures you do not prematurely utilize abilities beyond your control. Experience more situations, complete some minor tasks to hone your skills, and your physical potential will gradually unfold. Upon hearing this, Hao Ren finally exhaled in relief, realizing he had not been duped. It was merely a matter of installment payments. Moreover, Raven 12345's explanation made a great deal of sense. For a human who had been tethered to Earth's gravity for 25 years, suddenly acquiring the ability to soar and delve into the depths of the Earth would undoubtedly not be a trivial matter. The potential for disaster was significant, and implementing a safety lock was indeed prudent. Hao Ren was acutely aware of his temperament. He was ordinarily composed, yet in extraordinary circumstances, his curiosity could become overwhelming. If he were to gain any superpowers, the first thing he would likely do upon returning home would be to test the light switch. What precisely does this body enhancement entail? Hao Ren asked eagerly, regarding Raven 12345 with anticipation. This should not be against the rules, right? It would be beneficial for me to have a general understanding. Raven 12345 took the time to explain earnestly. Reaction speed. Strength, recovery ability, adaptability to extreme environments, resistance to toxins, radiation, extreme temperatures, corrosion, and all manner of other adversities. However, these enhancements remain within the realm of human capabilities. After you pass the assessments, there will be further adjustment projects. All with stringent standards. Even after enhancement, you will not be allowed to recklessly wield powers that pose risks. You must first prove that your resolve can handle the might of a superhuman. Do you understand? Hao Ren nodded, inspecting himself thoroughly, that he felt confident that his mindset would withstand the assessments. As his name suggested, he was indeed a good person. Yet, as Raven 12345 had indicated, everything still required practical verification. From this day forth, his unique career as a grassroots employee of the Temporal Management Bureau would officially commence. Well, labor protection has been provided, and the new employee enhancements are completed. The remaining employee regulations can be learned at your leisure. Just remember the most crucial point in the regulations. Do not disclose any information regarding the Temporal Management Bureau to unrelated parties. This includes anyone outside of your tenants. Remember anyone. Raven 12345 gazed intently into Hao Ren's eyes. Furthermore, even regarding your tenants, do not speak indiscriminately. It's sufficient for them to have a general understanding of why you are looking after them. Although your tenants were specifically selected by me, it does not mean they have entered the fold of the Temporal Management Bureau. Not yet. At least, this is a delicate balance you must learn to navigate. Hao Ren regarded her with surprise. Confidentiality regulations? The Temporal Management Bureau. By your account, this is an organization of gods. Yet why do you beings of divine nature fear having your existence revealed? I have heard that gods are quite ostentatious, eager for all of humanity to bow before them, and often preoccupied with expanding their religious influence. There are instances of outreach, but only when necessary. Raven 12345 shook her head. For the Temporal Management Bureau, such promotion is unwarranted. Remember, the regions managed by the Bureau are those with their own developmental trajectories, where indigenous civilizations are evolving normally and possess a strong sense of independence. Even as gods, we cannot arbitrarily disrupt the evolutionary process of a civilization. For a group of sentient beings to suddenly realize that beyond their familiar world lies a cadre of superlative life forms capable of manipulating the constants of the universe, and to comprehend that their entire existence could be rewritten or erased by divine beings. This would spell an existential crisis for most civilizations that, of course, revealing the existence of the Temporal Management Bureau would not lead to such dire consequences. As most would not believe you, however, it is a matter of principle. Hao Ren nodded, partially understanding. I see. So does that mean the Temporal Management Bureau is in essence a secret organization? Only you and we know, while others remain oblivious, not entirely. The macrocosm is not static. Raven 12345 continued to shake her head. The macrocosm is a vast system established by His Majesty the Emperor, a virtual web connecting all universes within the Empire's territory. This web is ever expanding, and the Temporal Management Bureau serves as its control system, thus encountering all manner of situations. Occasionally, a civilization or group may evolve to a level where they can interact with the Empire, or certain regions may face catastrophic disasters, necessitating the Bureau's full intervention. In such cases, we cannot maintain secrecy any longer. Following approval, the Bureau can decide to reveal the existence of the Empire to a particular group, granting them formal acceptance as members of the Empire. However, such matters are quite distant from you. Best to focus on managing your immediate surroundings. To speak candidly, the scrutiny towards newcomers like you has become rather lenient in these times. Back when the Bureau was first established, the imperial situation was still unstable, and the confidentiality regulations were far more stringent than they are now. In those days, we were accustomed to applying the standards of imperial soldiers to civilian sectors. Any casual leak of information would result in execution. Although the execution system still exists, as long as no tangible harm is caused, one can breathe a sigh of relief. You may find solace in that. Hao Ren suddenly broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the seemingly slightly disheveled female superior before him was part of a vast and serious organization. The mere mention of execution regulations was alarming. Yet he also discerned a tremendous opportunity from the words of doing 12345. Even though he still had a limited understanding of the temporal network and the Temporal Management Bureau, he could vaguely imagine the enormity of this entity. He had now become a part of it, and he pondered how inconspicuous this planet, this star system, and even this universe must be in the grand scheme of things. Just contemplating this thought filled him with an invigorating sense of purpose. At that moment, doing 12345 had already tidied up the equipment in the room and was leading Hao Ren outside. Stop overthinking. The necessary procedures have been completed. I have a task to assign to you. Upon hearing this, Hao Ren perked up instantly. The organization needed him. In a couple of days, you'll be heading to Europe, doing 12345 casually mentioned, to pick up a new tenant. I went to great lengths to bring him over. But that fool mistakenly registered 8 entire time zones. Such trivial matters are beneath my personal attention. It's a perfect opportunity for you to gain some experience. Chapter 32. The proper use of non-human entities. A business trip? Europe? Hao Ren looked at doing 12345 in surprise. How is it that I have a foreign tenant? Doing 12345 regarded him with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him from head to toe. When will your mindset catch up? I already told you it's an anomalous being. There are no nationalities involved. Your vampire was born when the cave dwellers couldn't even walk upright. Which country does she belong to? Hao Ren promptly slapped his forehead in recognition of his error. Acknowledging that his rigid, earthling perspective had limited his imagination, he quickly inquired about the task details. Who am I meeting? Where specifically? When do I go? And most importantly, will the organization reimburse my round-trip airfare? Look at your lack of ambition. Doing 12345 shot him a sidelong glance. Rest assured, all your operational expenses will be covered by the organization. Initially, I intended to open a portal for you, but considering a new employee needs training, It's better for you to manage your own travel arrangements. As for what your client looks like, well, I can't be certain at the moment. His arrival was rather unique, and he likely underwent some form of disguise. However, the data terminal you carry will emit a recognition signal, and he will seek you out for contact. Additionally, you needn't worry about passport and other formalities. I prepared everything through special channels for you to take along when you leave. Hao Ren nodded vigorously, only to suddenly recall something. Wait, what do I do about the two at home? They've been bickering quite frequently. The thought of how much chaos Lily and Vivian could unleash if left unattended made him break into a cold sweat. This issue needed to be addressed beforehand. He certainly wasn't too keen on calling a construction crew to build a new house upon returning home. Bring those two along. They might prove useful. That I've also prepared their paperwork for you. Doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waved her delicate hand. After all, that vampire has traveled the world, and the werewolf can assist you in a fight. Consider this an opportunity for team building. Don't worry about their consent. I've gathered enough information about their situation, and let us just say, they're quite idle. Hao Ren felt a twinge of apprehension at the mention of team building and usefulness, sensing an underlying crisis. Yet he refrained from probing further. Doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was inclined to explain the present, but never to divulge future circumstances, that he understood that clarifying the current situation was paramount before departing. Get going. Doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clapped her hand on Hao Ren's shoulder. Check your bank card. The funds for this operation are waiting for you. I'll send you the specific rendezvous details and meeting instructions to your data terminal this afternoon. This is a minor task. Every rookie inspector starts with such trivial matters. Make sure to hone your skills. Just as Hao Ren was about to nod in agreement, he felt a dizzying whirlwind, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself back on the road beside Wang Batuozi. The throbbing pain in his shoulder and the unexpected presence of a briefcase in his hand confirmed that his previous experiences were not mere dreams. Each visit to that grand mansion left him with an uncanny dream-like sensation, primarily due to the bewildering process of spatial transfer. Recalling Doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5's mention of the funds being deposited into his bank card, he couldn't help but smirk, setting aside how she knew his card number. That woman was indeed formidable, and her actions were hardly surprising. What truly warranted critique was the fact that even serving a deity involved such mundane methods of financial allocation. It was certainly unlike what novels portrayed. Oh, I almost forgot. Hao Ren suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he hadn't inquired about Vivian's blood magic failing. A few days prior, Vivian had attempted to use blood magic to soothe Hao Ren's nightmares. But neither the magic nor the vampire's blood had proven effective. Instead, they were absorbed by Hao Ren. This incident had lingered in his mind, yet he had been swept up in the conversation with Doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and neglected to ask. Gazing at the clear, bright sky overhead and noting Doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5's apparent busyness, Hao Ren shook his head, deciding to save that question for another time. Upon returning to the southern outskirts of Baishur Road, he was relieved to see that his house appeared unscathed, devoid of thick smoke or suspicious explosions. That seemed that the two female superhumans hadn't clashed during his absence, though it was also possible that Lily had gone out on a house call and hadn't returned yet. Approaching the door, he fumbled for his keys and called out into the living room before even stepping inside. I'm back. The house was eerily quiet, devoid of any voices. Hao Ren entered and shut the door behind him. Noticing the stillness, the air conditioning in the living room was off, leading him to peek around for a while, only to have rolling slobber sneak out from the kitchen to greet him. Good grief, those two superwomen haven't gone out to duel. Have a rather chilling possibility crossed Hao Ren's mind. Originally, he wasn't one to think so negatively, but ever since the incident with Vivian and Lily nearly coming to blows over whether a Tibetan Mastiff could defeat a wolf, he realized that as long as those two resided under his roof, he had to brace for the worst. Whenever they were out of his sight, anything could happen. A wave of unease washed over him. The hot weather today, coupled with his walk under the sun, had him sweating profusely. He reached for the air conditioning remote to cool down, only to discover there was a power outage. What on earth is happening today? Just as I receive a mission, everything seems to be going awry. Hao Ren thought superstitiously that moment. He suddenly heard two familiar female voices at the door, and a weight lifted from his heart. It was Vivian and Lily returning, meaning they hadn't fought after all. Hey, landlord, you're back. Lily bounced into the room, her surprise evident as she exclaimed. It's almost noon. Shall we have lunch? This wolf girl's brain must be made of noodles and rice. When it's mealtime, she simply cannot think of anything else. What were you two up to? Hao Ren wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at Vivian. By now, Lily had entered waiting for food mode, rendering her largely uncommunicative. I thought you two had gone out to duel. Just a power outage. I thought it was time to pay the electricity bill. Vivian smiled, and I went out to find the big dog. Lily, surprisingly, didn't leap up to spar with Vivian. This fool keeps calling her big dog. And now she is completely unresponsive. Why team up just to pay an electricity bill? Hao Ren glanced at Vivian in confusion, only to quickly realize, oh right, you can't handle money. Vivian's smile faltered. The feeling of having a critical wound exposed was certainly unpleasant, yet she shrugged it off in the end. The transformer in the neighborhood burned out, causing a half-day outage to Hao Ren responded, picking up a nearby magazine to fan himself. What a nuisance, especially on such a hot day. The timing of this power outage is quite unfortunate. Hey Lily, what is wrong with you? Lily was sprawled on the sofa, panting heavily. I ran a bit too fast when I got back. It's a bit hot. Vivian and Hao Ren exchanged incredulous glances. It was undeniably true that calling Lily a big dog was spot on. Her method of cooling down was rather advanced. While observing a beautiful girl displaying such an endearingly foolish demeanor might evoke an unconventional charm, Hao Ren found it somewhat difficult to endure. Thus, he gently reminded Lily, is it really necessary for you to stick out your tongue in this form? After a moment of contemplation, Lily touched the fine sheen of sweat on her body and finally grasped the situation. She hastily restored her normal sitting posture and retracted her tongue, exclaiming, oh, it's just a habit that I keep forgetting. I haven't changed it in all these years. Hao Ren chuckled awkwardly, uncertain of what to say next. Just then, a cool breeze suddenly wafted in from the side, but he turned in surprise to find Vivian had transformed into her vampire state, surrounded by a visible, faintly red mist of blood, as she fanned herself vigorously with two small folding fans. Dispersing the air in all directions, did I ask this acceptable, landlord? Hao Ren's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, this is also possible? At that moment, Lily, disregarding the fact that Vivian was her sworn enemy, scampered over to join her, asking while enjoying the cool breeze, hey, with wings, don't you usually have that strange smell when you cool the air? Vivian raised an eyebrow. That's only necessary during fights, when I'm just cooling myself. Can't I blow some pure air? Hao Ren was enlightened by the proper usage of a supernatural being, his face beaming with delight. Well, Vivian, you can just be the air conditioner from now on. The savings on electricity alone would cover half your rent for a month. He then announced the mission he had just received from Raven 12345. By the way, I need to inform you that I'll be taking a trip in a couple of days. It's a task from the Temporal Management Bureau. And I'll be heading to Europe. There is no time limit. That IT would be best if you both came along. What do you think? Are you free? Chapter 33, the High-Energy Employee Code. I have to go to Europe for a mission. Hao Ren made an effort to envision himself as a special operative dressed in a black trench coat and large sunglasses, his expression serious to the point of being unrecognizable. Regardless, the identity of an employee of the Temporal Management Bureau certainly influenced one's demeanor. He was particularly mindful of his image. But only in front of these two unusual beings at home. Lily instantly lit up, her excitement palpable, as if an invisible tail was vigorously sweeping the air behind her. Are we going on a trip? I'm free. Just as Raven 12345 had mentioned, there was no need to worry about this fool declining to Vivian's focus, however, lay elsewhere. Wait, so being an air conditioner can save on rent? That sounds great. Hao Ren felt that this useless vampire was entirely missing the point. By the way, can you both cool and heat the air? Lily tilted her head to glance at Vivian, who was surrounded by a refreshing breeze, much more invigorating than any air conditioner. If you can save on heating costs in winter, that would definitely cover your rent. Vivian pondered for a moment, then said, bloodsuckers are inherently cold-blooded creatures. Producing some cool air is manageable. Let us get back to the main topic. Hao Ren quickly steered the increasingly bizarre conversation back on track. Lily, you're coming along, right? And what about you, Vivian? Do you have anything else to do? Vivian replied, not really, her tone slightly awkward. That I just lost the job I found a couple of days ago, so I'm free at the moment. Landlord, I could guide you, and that would cover half my rent, right? Hao Ren grimaced. Can't you retain some dignity as a vampire? Let us not consider you as a dark noble or anything. Just aim to maintain the standard of a wealthy nocturnal resident. You re in such a dire state that even Lily can't bear to look at you. Stop worrying about the rent. Hao Ren sighed dramatically that I signed a contract with Raven 12345. How could I possibly kick you out? If you'd like to help out with household chores, I'd be more than satisfied that AS for finding a job. I suggest you avoid bothering those nearly bankrupt businesses. I've heard that you worked at McDonald's recently, and heaven knows they've killed off hundreds of food enterprises just to keep you broke. Vivian quickly interjected, "That's not my fault." Meanwhile, Lily was still immersed in her excitement about the impending trip, transforming into her werewolf form and vigorously wagging her tail as she exclaimed, "Landlord, when are we leaving? Should I pack my bags now? Where are we going? How long will we stay? Is there a time limit on that mission? And when are we eating?" Hao Ren waved his hands, attempting to calm the overly enthusiastic werewolf. Hold on, I haven't even booked the plane tickets yet. Let us wait until Raven sends over the specific details. Oh, by the way, let me show you something fun. This is high technology, the standard equipment for employees of the Temporal Management Bureau. Where on earth did I put it? As he rummaged through his pockets, sweat began to bead on his forehead, and even the cool breeze from Vivian ceased to be effective. He distinctly remembered placing the extraordinary data terminal in his pocket. Yet all he could retrieve were two loose threads. This was a disaster. His first thought was about the potential consequences if this ultra-modern device fell into the hands of an ordinary person. It could either produce a protagonist for a story like Urban Alien Superbrain or summon an expert from the Academy of Sciences, but most likely, it would lead to Raven 12345 descending upon him with lethal consequences. This was undoubtedly a significant work-related blunder. Just as Hao Ren was frantically searching, preparing to leave in search of it, he suddenly heard a faint buzzing sound beside him that a small vortex-like spatial door materialized in midair, and the hexagonal data terminal awkwardly squeezed out of the vortex. Landing deftly in his hand, that a line of holographic text appeared in the air. User, please be advised not to carelessly discard this device on transportation vehicles. Its navigational function is limited. This is not what a data terminal is meant to do. If you do this again, I will report it to the higher-ups. Hao Ren was now beginning to understand what Raven 12345 meant when he said that this device's intelligence was not much inferior to his own. It was evidently equipped with artificial intelligence. At the very least, he had never heard of another computer that could argue back with its owner. Lily was immediately captivated by this intriguing gadget. Her tail swirling into a blur as she eagerly approached. "Landlord, can I play with this?" Hao Ren considered for a moment, confirming that there were no prohibitions regarding this in the core guidelines he had previously reviewed. Thus, he handed the data terminal over to be careful. Although Raven 12345 claims it's sturdy, if it breaks, there will be no place to repair it. Lily excitedly took the data terminal and fiddled with it for quite some time. But the device remained unresponsive. Eventually, it seemed to have been annoyed by her antics, and reluctantly, a line of text popped up. "Insufficient permissions. Please do not waste your effort. This device has its principles." The three of them stood in stunned silence. Vivian was relieved she had restrained her curiosity earlier and hadn't humiliated herself like a country bumpkin. She chuckled awkwardly and headed toward the kitchen, saying, "You keep playing, big dog. I'll go prepare dinner." Lily sheepishly returned the data terminal to Hao Ren, only to suddenly remember something and dashed after Vivian into the kitchen. "Wait, I'll go with you. Can you cook? I thought you only knew how to eat. I'll just cool the air. It's so hot in here." While Vivian and Lily busied themselves in the kitchen, making clattering noises, Hao Ren seized the opportunity to study his newly acquired data terminal, primarily to discern the functions of the Temporal Management Bureau. Over the next half hour, his astonishment only grew. Initially, the guidelines appeared to be standard, outlining some prohibitions, but the subsequent clauses and reference cases became increasingly perplexing. Observational and guidance procedures for Type 3 civilizations, registration methods for new 6th-class apocalyptic events, guidelines for regulating local war, reporting procedures, considerations for inspectors involved in stellar wars, basic knowledge on extinction orders, and the role of inspectors in related processes. At the end of those foundational guidelines were a series of utterly bewildering items. Curious about these evidently high-stakes matters, Hao Ren carefully inquired within his mind, what exactly do these seemingly powerful items mean? In literal terms, the data terminal displayed a line of text. However, those are matters that only formal inspectors need to handle and are currently irrelevant to you. The inspector serves as the Empire's representative in local regions, akin to a living saint or holy son within the religious framework. Did I ask there an issue with handling these daily tasks? Hao Ren immediately expressed that there were no problems, and then returned to soothe his fluttering heart that by the afternoon, he had temporarily set aside the high-energy employee guidelines. After all, who knew when he would have to deal with them again? For now, it was more prudent to focus on completing his current task. Raven 12345 had sent over the details of the assignment. His destination was England, but not to a renowned location. Rather, it was a remote and obscure little town that one could scarcely find on a map, where his new tenant awaited him. Chapter 34. The Little Secret of the Otherworldly Maiden. Although that 5-digit white-haired, which appeared somewhat unreliable, the promises she made were unlikely to falter. Hao Ren had received the allocated activity funds from the organization, and upon seeing the extra digits in his bank account, he felt overwhelmed with emotion. Such treatment was truly exceptional. Had Raven 12345 simply tossed that string of zeros at him earlier, he would have signed the contract without a second thought. Hao Ren realized something important. He must learn to detach himself from the mundane mindset of an ordinary citizen and view the Temporal Management Bureau, a monstrous organization, from a higher perspective. The currency of the mortal realm was merely a tool for this organization, available in unlimited quantities. Although he contemplated cherishing his bank card and asking Raven 12345 to add more zeros, he ultimately decided against it. Nevertheless, the issue of funding was resolved, which conveniently took care of Vivian's meals for at least 2 years, ever since that inept vampire moved into his home. Hao Ren had essentially been supporting her for free, claiming it was merely a matter of hiring a housekeeper to offset the rent. In truth, that was mostly a jest. Hao Ren, an ordinary citizen, could hardly elevate himself to such a status that he merely sought a rationale to allow both himself and Vivian to accept this free-loading situation with ease. But now, that was no longer a concern. The 5-digit white-haired which had allocated enough funds for 3 individuals to travel the world, allowing them to go to England to fetch someone, on the way to the Capital International Airport. Vivian had repeatedly murmured, "Landlord, do you think the Temporal Management Bureau is still hiring? I could help them with cooling." Once they boarded the plane, Vivian continued to ponder this question, prompting Hao Ren to exclaim, "Come on, this requires a certain talent, you know? I'm a reserve civil servant and a candidate holy son. Do you think it's that easy? Besides, the white-haired witch's house is comfortably warm in winter and cool in summer, being a goddess. I doubt she even needs air conditioning." For the past few days, Vivian had been responsible for cooling the entire house, and in addition to saving on electricity, the 3 of them had come to consider her their air conditioning unit. The vampire girl pouted then while curiously gazing out of the airplane window at the busy ground crew below, muttered, "Is it okay to leave rolling at home? It won't be a problem, right?" "Not at all. It's quite resilient. Don't forget its origins," Hao Ren reassured her, unperturbed. This time, with the entire household out, taking a cat on the plane was naturally out of the question. Arranging for international transport for that creature was also unrealistic. So he had left rolling at home, entrusted to a neighbor for care. However, Hao Ren was quite certain that the clever little beast was more likely to sneak out from someone else's home and fend for itself the next day. It had a history. Back when he had just adopted it, he had worried every time he left the house, but that concern dissipated over time. After a month of being outdoors, that creature would return having gained over half a pound. "Landlord, what do you think England is like?" "I've never been there," Lily inquired from across the aisle, her head bobbing as she looked out the window. This trip's ample budget allowed Hao Ren to indulge in first-class tickets, providing spacious surroundings and a partition from other passengers. Lily, the restless one, had already been fidgeting for quite some time before the plane took off out of course. The reason for purchasing first class was not only the generous funding, but also the desire for privacy. Hao Ren understood that he was traveling with 2 individuals of exceptionally unique backgrounds. Although theoretically these 2 experienced superwomen wouldn't falter, he still adopted a cautious approach typical of an ordinary citizen, wishing to maintain a distance between them and the general populace. This way, discussing confidential matters would be more convenient. "That I have no idea. I've never been there either." Hao Ren shrugged, turning to Vivian to confirm once more, "You've actually been to England, right? We'll be relying on you as our guide once we arrive. You are reputed to speak English." "Of course, I value my reputation highly and want to speak recklessly, that I've traveled the world. Even back when you humans were eating raw meat, I already knew the earth was round. Where haven't I been? I even spent time in the Vatican." Hao Ren quickly cleared his throat. "Ahem, Let us not discuss your days of subsisting in the church. I can only imagine what your kin would think of that illustrious history. I haven't seen them in centuries. Most are stubborn fools, and a few clever ones are even better at hiding than I am, Vivian shrugged. Our clan is very loosely organized, even at the height of our glory. We were a disjointed mess. Otherwise, how could we have become so marginalized? Sighing, she added, let us not dwell on the past. It only brings me melancholy. How have I lived my life so chaotically? Hao Ren chuckled. You're aware of your own chaos. All right, as long as I know you can speak English and navigate, we won't need to look for a guide. Our affairs must remain confidential. That Raven said they wouldn't even provide a map to hone new employees' capabilities. Vivian confidently thumped her chest. Rest assured. Even when Arthur Pendragon cursed at me, he never bested me. I've lived there for over 130 years, and my English is as fluent as a native speaker's. Hao Ren was momentarily stunned, sensing something amiss, but the weight of Vivian's statement was so overwhelming that it left no room for further analysis, that he merely nodded and let the matter drop. After a while, noticing that Lily still showed no signs of settling down, he sought a topic to capture the werewolf girl's attention. There is something I've been curious about. How do you handle identity issues while living in the human world? Especially you, Lily. How did you manage it? This question had troubled Hao Ren for several days. While Vivian could be considered an ancient being who had become wise, how had Lily, this scatterbrained individual, navigated her identity in modern society? She claimed to have wandered the world since the Republican era, asserting that she was a famous literary youth on the Shanghai Bund during the time of official registration. Nearly a century had passed since then, and the forms of citizenship had changed countless times. How could someone like Lily manage to thrive in the human world? Indeed, she appeared to be doing even better than Vivian, which piqued his curiosity. At his inquiry, Lily squatted down in her seat, her pointed ears seeming to twitch. It's not that difficult. I've watched your societal order develop from nothing. Living in human society is second nature to me. It is utterly effortless. As she spoke, an idea sparked in her mind, and she raised her head with a sudden cleverness. Why me in particular? Do you think I'm foolish? Hao Ren quickly shook his head, while Vivian averted her gaze, appearing unable to bear it. Lily then firmly corrected him. I know you all think I'm not very bright, but I have sharp instincts. I just can't be bothered to argue with you. It's a matter of attitude toward life. Landlord, I'll tell you this. Don't underestimate me just because I don't often use my brain. I know many people, for instance, well, most of those people are long dead, so let us not dwell on them. But I assure you, I'm quite impressive. Hao Ren wiped the cold sweat from his brow, sensing that Lily had almost blurted out a series of names that would have been quite shocking, many of which were likely on the forbidden list. Thankfully, the werewolf girl had stopped just in time. Every day spent with these two superwomen was filled with similar surprises. They spoke of historical figures as casually as one might discuss a local shopkeeper. Utterly oblivious to the listener's trepidation, that moment, the preparations for the plane's takeoff were finally complete, and a flight attendant began instructing passengers to fasten their seatbelts. After all the commotion, Lily obediently settled down, quickly securing her seatbelt. Simultaneously, both she and Hao Ren noticed something astonishing. Vivian seemed to be trembling. Typically composed and exuding a certain vampire grace, her countenance changed upon hearing the announcement that the plane was about to take off, and she appeared unsure of how to use her seatbelt. After helping Vivian fasten her seatbelt, Hao Ren could no longer contain his curiosity. Are you still afraid of flying? You have wings. I've never flown before, Vivian replied weakly. Hao Ren was instantly taken aback. This vampire, who has witnessed the construction of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, a being so widely traveled that it borders on insanity, has never flown in an airplane? Vivian looked as if she were on the verge of tears. I can't afford a plane ticket. Hao Ren responded with a silent gaze. Chapter 35. In a foreign land as they awaited their flight. Lily and Vivian seemed to have swapped personalities. Typically, when at home, Lily was the lively one, the spirited werewolf girl overflowing with an insatiable curiosity, always eager to explore whatever caught her eye, even picking up a stone from the street to test its hardness when no one was around. In contrast, Vivian exuded a more mature and composed demeanor. Despite her misfortunes, the vampire girl consistently maintained her unique pride and poise as a member of the bloodline, appearing far steadier than Lily. Yet now, their roles were entirely reversed. Lily lay languidly in the spacious seat of the business class, casually browsing the nearby LCD screen for programs of interest, while Vivian was animated, pressing her face against the airplane window. Her mouth agape as she watched the clouds rush by. After a moment, she exclaimed, "Oh, we're really flying, and we can fly this high." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hao Ren admitted this was his first time on an airplane as well. He could empathize with Vivian's excitement, but he couldn't help but remark, "Don't you fly often? Is it really that astonishing?" "It's different when I fly myself," Vivian retorted with conviction, "and I usually don't fly this high. If you go too high, you risk being struck by lightning, and the low temperatures in the clouds are perilous. Back when I wanted to study the stars, I flew too high and ended up frozen solid, falling down like a massive ice cube that I almost got discovered by the demon hunters because of that, which is why I rarely fly above 1,000 meters now." Hao Ren clicked his tongue, perplexed. "So, you were flying at low altitudes while traveling the world. Weren't you afraid of being shot down with arrows?" "When traveling the world, sometimes I flew, sometimes I walked. My stamina surpasses that of humans. So time is never an issue. Even circling the Eurasian continent poses little difficulty," Vivian replied proudly. "And it's not like I never fly high. When I encountered demon hunters, I had to hide in the clouds since they seldom have the means to tackle high-altitude targets. Speaking of arrows, I'm not afraid of them. The Welsh longbowmen can't hit me. To deal, you think they can shoot that far up? Though I did once get shot down by an anti-aircraft gun during World War II." Hao Ren was left speechless while Vivian patted her chest, still slightly shaken. "TSASK, humans are incredibly adept at creating these dangerous things. Not long ago, they were throwing stones and battling with swords and spears, praying to the heavens for help when they got a headache. And now, they can launch over 10 tons of steel into the sky. I thought anti-aircraft guns were just new models of catapults. If I hadn't turned into a bat in time, I might have ended up as the most flamboyantly killed vampire in the world." Vivian's first flight had left this impoverished vampire quite exhilarated, leading her to spill embarrassing secrets that should have remained unspoken. Initially, Hao Ren engaged with her with a smile, but soon found himself wide-eyed and merely listening, as some topics surpassed his comprehension, leaving him unsure how to react. When Vivian recounted how a familiar acquaintance was crushed by a meteor while flying over North America, Hao Ren decided to change the subject and turned to Lily. "You seem quite at ease. Do you often fly?" The werewolf girl lazily lifted her head, smiling. "I've flown on the early Stinson aircraft." Hao Ren blinked. "What is that?" Vivian straightened herself, trembling slightly. "From the Republican era. How wealthy were you back then?" "I couldn't afford a ticket from that time either." Lily waved her hand dismissively, "but I could sneak into the cargo hold for the last leg of the journey. I even hung onto the outside of the plane. Security back then wasn't as stringent as it is now. No one really checked those areas. Plus, with my agility, it was easy to evade the eyes of ordinary folks. The only challenge was when landing. I had to jump down early, which was frightening even though I wouldn't die from it." Hao Ren exclaimed, "Of course, a normal person like you would have died halfway from riding along." Lily stuck out her tongue. "That's just where I gained my experience. So, you see, this bat is too rigid. Sometimes she is not as clever as I am. She doesn't know how to make the best use of her physical abilities." Vivian turned her face away. "I don't think hanging outside a plane to evade a ticket is something to be proud of." Despite her words, she couldn't help but engage in conversation with Lily. Their main topic revolved around how to safely hang onto various human modes of transport. Lily taught Vivian how to sneak into the luggage compartment, while Vivian explained how to dodge anti-aircraft fire. To Hao Ren, these discussions seemed utterly implausible. Yet, regardless of the absurdity of their topics, the two arch-nemeses had reached a temporary truce in this bizarre domain, both intrigued by such nonsensical matters. Watching Lily's cheerful demeanor, Hao Ren thought that this werewolf girl was likely far more capable than she appeared, that it was not the act of hanging outside a passenger plane to traverse half of China that was alarming, but rather the audacity she displayed during the Republican era. What harrowing experiences lay behind this seemingly foolish girl? Reflecting on China's modern history, Hao Ren quickly decided not to dwell on it further. The journey continued in silence, and this peculiar trio flew for 11 hours before finally arriving at their destination, Heathrow Airport in London, on a cool, breezy morning. Hao Ren dragged the nearly asleep Lily and the spirited Vivian out of the terminal, took a deep breath of the foreign cold air, and slowly exhaled. It seems the air here is not much different from back home. Vivian looked up at the sky. It was indeed morning, the lights still dim, The weak sun was slowly spreading from beyond the horizon, and a thin veil of mist enveloped the sky, rendering the already dim light even darker in the foreign streets. The chilly morning wind and the muted sunrise could make an ordinary person feel melancholic, but for Vivian, the vampire girl, it was just to her liking. She nodded in satisfaction. This sunlight is just right. It's good for the skin. I've been badly sunburned these past few days. Have you ever seen a vampire out in the sun all day? Hao Ren shot her a sidelong glance. Of course not. Have you ever seen a vampire out looking for work all day? Vivian awkwardly scratched her face before attempting to change the subject. By the way, the scenery here seems a bit unfamiliar. It doesn't match my impression of England. Lily, still bleary-eyed, couldn't resist chiming in. You couldn't even afford a plane ticket before. How could you possibly know your way around an airport? A sudden sense of unease washed over Hao Ren, confirmed by Vivian's next words. That is not what I meant. I was saying, in my memory, this should all be wasteland or rocky shore. If my sense of direction as a vampire is correct. Hao Ren nearly choked. He finally understood the source of the strange feeling he'd had since their departure. When was the last time you were in England? Vivian pondered for a long while, her head drooping. I remember there was someone called the Lionheart King waging war. Hao Ren's mouth fell open in disbelief, nearly collapsing onto the ground. That was in 1190. Clearly, Hao Ren was well-versed in world history. How could you be so clueless? He rubbed his chin, incredulous as he looked at Vivian, never expecting someone could be so oblivious. This kind of foolishness should have been attributed to someone like Lily. I've lived for so many years. Can't I have a few slip-ups on certain details? Vivian insisted, trying to sound authoritative, but ultimately lowering her head. You know I could be a bit forgetful. So what do we do now? Hao Ren felt utterly lost. If a seasoned traveler faced this situation, it might not be as dire, but Hao Ren was a genuine homebody, having never ventured far from home. Now, the only translator and guide he relied on was equally flustered, and his task was to find a client whose name and appearance remained unknown in a remote foreign land that didn't even exist on the map. This first assignment since taking office was indeed proving to be quite challenging. Vivian gritted her teeth. No worries, at least I'm fluent in the language. That is better than you, right? Hao Ren pondered for a moment and nodded, though he still sensed something was off. Chapter 36. Unfamiliar territory. Challenges abound. It became evident that when someone who is exceptionally peculiar in every aspect confidently assures you that everything is under control, you can hardly expect anything to go smoothly. Hao Ren came to this realization a bit late. It wasn't until Vivian spoke in a genuine Old English accent while inquiring with locals that he found himself utterly dumbfounded, deeply questioning whether his preparations for this trip had been too hasty. To a befuddled landlord, a nearly unconscious yet stubbornly upright werewolf, and a seemingly reliable vampire who falters at critical moments, these three individuals arrived in a foreign land brimming with confidence, only to encounter an unprecedented crisis. Lost and unable to communicate, they had failed to prepare adequately before their departure, neglecting to search online for guidance on how to ask for directions amidst the language barrier. Of course, there were also matters of experience at play. Hao Ren was somewhat disoriented and had yet to consider seeking assistance from airport staff, who, in theory, could at least direct him to the nearest embassy, even if their Mandarin was not up to par. Yet this oblivious fellow did not think of it. Vivian, with her peculiar accent, engaged in a long exchange with a local elder passing by, while Hao Ren stood by, bewildered by the archaic English that seemed to belong to another era. The elderly gentleman, caught off guard by Vivian's odd inquiries, could only respond with repeated exclamations of what? Poor man, at his age, was utterly perplexed by the very language of his own country. Stop trying. Hao Ren pulled Vivian aside. Your English is from around the year 1100. Do you have any idea how drastically the accent would differ from that of modern speakers? Just look up ancient Chinese pronunciations online when you get home, and you'll understand. Vivian sighed in frustration. Why has it changed so much? I thought only the surroundings would differ. Surely, people's speech would remain relatively consistent. At most, my words would sound like classical literature to them. But how could even the pronunciation have altered? Hao Ren sighed deeply. When you were born, humans communicated primarily through varied growls and vigorous gestures. Surely, even in your muddled state, you must have considered that. I'm not that old, Vivian retorted, her eyes widening. What you're describing is the age of primitive humans. Meanwhile, the bewildered British gentleman, mistaking the interaction for an argument, approached them with a gentlemanly demeanor. Despite having endured what felt like an alien language, he gently grasped Hao Ren's arm, inquiring, "Chinese? Are you Chinese?" Hao Ren blinked, relieved that his rudimentary English had not completely abandoned him, and nodded vigorously. The patient elder smiled, gestured toward an area beside the terminal, where uniformed airport staff stood. At this point, even Hao Ren and Vivian should have grasped the situation. They exchanged awkward glances and expressed their gratitude to the elder before dragging the half-asleep Lily over to the airport staff. The attendant was a rather handsome young man, dressed sharply in uniform and exuding vitality. Vivian stepped forward to inquire. Hao Ren swiftly pushed the faltering vampire aside, smiling at the confused airport attendant. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to..." Suddenly realizing that this approach might not suffice, he softened his tone and switched to more standard Mandarin. "Hello, I cannot speak English. I wish to go to a certain place. May I ask whom I should approach?" The airport attendant furrowed his brow, listening intently, struggling to piece together the phonetics in his mind, before finally breaking into a professional smile that he pointed toward a nearby parking lot. Speaking in halting Chinese, "There, taxi drivers, some Chinese people. Go, let them help you." Clearly, the attendant was struggling to articulate the remainder of his thoughts. This was already quite satisfactory. Hao Ren expressed his gratitude and turned toward the parking lot, overwhelmed by mixed emotions. Who would have thought that the vampire, who boasted of being able to hold her own against Arthur Pendragon in a verbal spat, would prove utterly useless? Her greatest achievement was merely befuddling a foreigner. In the end, he had to rely on Chinese to ask for directions. Indeed, life is far more thrilling than fiction, as it knows no bounds of reason. Let us wait until we reach the hotel before sleeping. "Just hang on a little longer," Hao Ren encouraged as he patted Lily's shoulder, only to be met with a series of soft snores. This oblivious werewolf girl maintained her biological clock unfazed. And since it was morning in London, it coincided perfectly with her usual nap time back home. She was so exhausted that her eyes barely opened, trailing behind Hao Ren in a state of half-sleep. Yet fortunately, her animal instincts remained intact. With her eyes closed, she followed the scent to stay close to Hao Ren and Vivian without losing her way. Soon, Hao Ren found the Chinese taxi drivers the airport attendant had mentioned. While their skin color matched, several attempts yielded only local residents. British-born Chinese, whose command of Mandarin was only marginally better than that of the airport attendant. Staring at the address, Hao Ren had scribbled in Chinese as if it were hieroglyphics. After much effort, he finally encountered a driver whose Chinese was barely passable, leaving Hao Ren utterly exhausted. The inconveniences of being abroad surged in his mind, and it was at this moment that the initial excitement of having secured ample funding for an overseas trip began to fade. He realized this was indeed a task, a taxing endeavor. The Raven 12345 had claimed it was meant to hone the new employee's capabilities, and that was undeniably true. It seemed that from the outset, Raven 12345 had anticipated that Hao Ren, upon receiving substantial funding for a business trip, would forget all caution and venture out unprepared. Additionally, it was likely that Raven 12345 was aware of the two incompetent companions accompanying him, using this opportunity to help him adjust in advance. Despite the lack of preparation at the outset, Hao Ren had at least remembered to book a hotel online, and due to the generous budget, he had reserved a rather upscale establishment. According to the official website, the hotel staff was proficient in several languages and could provide quality service to Chinese tourists. Now, he dared not hope for quality, but merely wished for the staff to escort him to his room. Once in a quiet place, his first order of business would be to contact Raven 12345 to see if he could find some tasks to assist with. After nearly an hour's journey, with a barely conversational Chinese driver, the three finally arrived at the hotel entrance in central London. After paying the fare, unbeknownst to him if he had been overcharged, Hao Ren could not afford to dwell on such matters. Vivian looked up at the now brightening sky, letting out a soft sigh. "So many years have passed. When I first came here, there were far fewer buildings. Why not mention that when you first set foot in Europe, humans were still living in trees?" Hao Ren quipped, supporting the swaying Lily, exasperated by the inept vampire. "Given your age, how could you not consider the vast difference in lifespan between yourself and humans? The difficulties we're facing today are partly due to my misplaced expectations of you." Vivian frowned, her expression serious. "I have a good temper, but I also possess the dignity of a high-born bloodline. If you continue with such sarcasm, it would be a slight against the nobility. Just pay next month's rent, of course, while the words are yours. As a noble, I shan't squabble too much with you." Hao Ren. This was the first time in his life he had encountered a noble reduced to such a state by a mere month's rent. According to plan, we'll rest here for a day or two to adjust to the time difference and sort through some materials. I will submit a report to Raven 12345, and then we can set out the following day or the day after. Hao Ren sighed, recalling the remote location provided by Raven 12345, based on their experience that morning. It would be quite challenging to seek directions from the locals as they approached the hotel entrance. Unbeknownst to them, on the 6th floor, a curtain was suddenly yanked open, and a sharp gaze scanned the street below for several seconds before the curtain fell back into place. Chapter 37. The work of Raven 12345. Thanks to that five-figure sum provided by the silver-haired witch, Hao Ren could indulge in the luxuries of life abroad. Though it could not compare to the truly wealthy, it was still a considerable upgrade for him, being able to book a suite with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom in such a hotel. After a bumpy check-in process, the three were led to the room they had reserved 2 days prior. By the time they entered, Lily had completely lost her humanity from exhaustion. She entered on all fours. Hao Ren could only explain to the astonished hotel staff sleepwalking. The staff member's expression was peculiar. He likely had never encountered a sleepwalker of such caliber, but his professional demeanor prevented him from prying further. He briefly explained the suite's amenities and hotel services in slightly awkward yet clear Mandarin before taking his leave. The hotel advertisement does indeed speak the truth. Just look at how proficiently it conveys its message in Chinese. Far superior to your English. Hao Ren dragged Lily towards the small living room. He couldn't resist turning around to throw a few jibes at Vivian, checking to ensure the door was securely shut. Then, employing his extraordinary senses, he confirmed that the room was devoid of any surveillance devices. He certainly did not wish to alert any scientists who should not be disturbed. Vivian pouted slightly, ensuring the door was properly secured, then began to mutter incantations as she inscribed some characters in the air before the door. Only then did she turn back, declaring, "All set today. As soon as anyone approaches, I will know immediately." Hao Ren nodded, tossing the already fast asleep Lily onto the couch in the living room. Now he had the leisure to survey his surroundings. To be fair, this was the most luxurious hotel room he had ever occupied in his life. The living room was adorned with a thick, light yellow carpet, and warm-toned lighting cast a soothing glow on the walls, imparting a comforting sense of warmth at first glance. That on one side of the room, there was an LCD television and a small bar cabinet, while the other side featured a sofa, coffee table, and chairs for entertaining guests. At each end of the living room, there was a bedroom, each equipped with an en-suite bathroom. This arrangement was essential, as Hao Ren was acutely aware that he could not share a room with 2 young women. Yet he dared not allow these 2 unreliable superwomen out of his sight. Thus, he had booked this suite with 2 bedrooms, one for himself and the other for the 2 superwomen. There was, however, a potential risk in this arrangement. Would Lily and Vivian get along in the same room? But during the hotel booking, suitable options were scarce, and compromises had to be made. After all, both superwomen had made fervent promises to maintain harmony during their time away, though the trustworthiness of those promises was, for now, debatable. Hao Ren, feeling rather pleased with himself, surveyed what he deemed an extravagant suite, though it might be seen as mere poverty alleviation in the eyes of true affluent individuals. At that moment, Lily suddenly opened her eyes, leaping up like a fish out of water, stretching her limbs lazily while exclaiming, "Landlord, have we arrived?" Hao Ren looked at the invigorated Lily with an odd expression as the bright morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating her face. That it was currently 6:30 in the morning local time, and Lily's internal clock had just completed its designated nap time. The remarkable werewolf girl was wide awake and alert. That I have a feeling this mission is going to be a disaster. Hao Ren sighed, pulling out his data terminal from his pocket. After successfully activating it, he located the task details that Raven 12345 had entrusted to him. They were set to depart the day after tomorrow, with a destination nearly a full day's journey from London, assuming they took the highway. Thus, tomorrow's primary task was to clarify the route and ascertain the precise location of this place called Yuford. Raven 12345 had mentioned something about testing newcomers. But was this really a test? A more accurate map would be appreciated. Yuford. I can't even find it on the map. Lily had now fully awakened, leaning over curiously to observe the projection from the data terminal. "Hey, landlord, we haven't had lunch yet, have we?" Hao Ren glanced outside at the sky. "It should be breakfast, or around that time. That we'll head down to eat shortly." And once we're out, please don't call me landlord. Just use my name. The IT feels a bit odd. All right, landlord. Got it, landlord. Hao Ren. Vivian first eagerly explored the various rooms of the suite, even taking a special tour of the bathroom, before returning with an air of navet that surpassed Hao Ren's own. She cast a glance at the holographic image hovering before Hao Ren and reminded him, "Didn't you say you were going to contact Raven to report in? See if you can extract more details." "Oh right, I nearly forgot about that," Hao Ren said, slapping his forehead, that he then followed the method he remembered, pressing a ridge on the data terminal, straining to find Raven 12345's communication channel. Hopefully she was on duty today. Her reliability was often questionable. This time, Raven 12345 did not leave Hao Ren in a state of frustration any longer. The holographic projection above the data terminal flickered a few times, and a strikingly beautiful woman with lustrous silver hair appeared before him. "What is it?" "I've arrived in the UK," Hao Ren said, his expression somewhat peculiar as he noticed the backdrop behind Raven 12345 was unmistakably a scene of outer space. "Where exactly are you?" "In the UK." "What are you doing there?" "Oh right, I remember now, you were supposed to pick someone up. How's it going?" "Not well," Hao Ren replied, momentarily distracted from pondering the peculiar explosion-like background behind Raven 12345. "Vivian has dropped the ball, and Lily was just dead to the world a few minutes ago. That the Yufferdu mentioned isn't even on the map of the UK, and none of us speaks English. Given the confidentiality of this mission, we can't just casually recruit a local as a translator, can we? What if they discover the abnormal beings don't speak English? Is that really a problem?" Raven 12345's mouth did not move as she spoke, her voice emanating from the projection, clearly communicating through another method while in space. That moment, a bright flash appeared in the holographic background, and Raven 12345 tossed a dazzling blue-white orb towards it. Then turned back to say, "You should really study your data terminal properly. Why do you refuse to listen? Go to the application list and find the translation program." Hao Ren watched as Raven 12345 hurled a spherical bolt of lightning in space, growing increasingly curious about what she was doing, but he focused on his own inquiries. "That I've located the translation program, but it's either some alien language or an intergalactic common dictionary that I suspect that even if I traveled to another world, it would be too luxurious. There's nothing usable on Earth." Raven 12345 paused for a moment, then slapped her forehead that, "Oh, I mistakenly installed the wrong one for you. You know I'm not great with this technological stuff. Just wait a moment. I'll have someone knowledgeable send you a proper translation program. That I'll take care of this issue here quickly." As Raven 12345 spoke, she turned again to unleash another brilliant blue arc of energy. Hao Ren could not ascertain the scale of that arc from the holographic projection. It seemed to engulf the entire image. In an instant, he was left in awe, exclaiming, "What exactly are you doing? It looks rather lively over there." "Oh, just tidying up," Raven replied nonchalantly. "A bunch of deranged individuals feel they are destined for doom and are preparing to destroy the world. They've even developed mathematical weapons. So I need to eliminate them before they cause any harm." As Raven 12345 spoke, Hao Ren observed a massive, mountain-like peculiar wreck drifting through space, enveloped in blue flames, slowly disintegrating as it moved. Numerous small, ship-like objects detached from the wreckage, only to be obliterated by an unknown blue beam. In that moment, Hao Ren realized he could not delve deeper into this matter. What Raven 12345 was involved in was evidently not harmonious. "All right, where were we?" Raven 12345's voice jolted Hao Ren from his daze. "Oh right, I'm sending you a new translation program. Sigh, you newcomers are such a hassle. Once you get officially promoted, it will all be easier. Translation systems like this can be directly integrated into your mental landscape, allowing for seamless communication wherever you go." Chapter 38. The language issue is finally resolved. I finally understand what Raven 12345 meant by not having time to deal with trivial matters on Earth, Hao Ren said with an incredulous smile after ending the communication. Her daily work was utterly outrageous, as if she were living in a blockbuster. She wanted to hold grudges. Vivian, who had witnessed the previous scene, asked, her heart racing, although she might not fully grasp the concept of space warfare or mathematical weapons. She instinctively felt that Raven 12345 was not someone to be trifled with. "You haven't offended her, have you?" Hao Ren pondered for a moment, muttering about her being a white-haired, which in my mind considered offensive. "Vivian, Just as Hao Ren and Vivian were casually chatting, the data terminal beside him suddenly lit up, and an information burst directly into his mind. Raven 12345's promised translation program had arrived. Hao Ren opened the data terminal and quickly located the translation program. In fact, there was no need to search, as simply issuing a thought command would prompt the terminal to display its current functional changes. Glancing at the description of the translation program, Hao Ren instinctively licked his lips. Wow, it really is high-end, that if I had had this back in the day, I wouldn't have struggled through the English level for exam 3 times. What's that? Lily exclaimed, peering over Hao Ren's shoulder to look at the data terminal. Does it say how to use it? Hao Ren pointed at the holographic display, which clearly stated, Universal Adaptive Translation Script. Usage permission F, applicable to junior inspectors or dependents. Upon activation, it directly connects with the user's thoughts for synchronous translation within the mind. The user will not perceive this translation process, and the system also supports language assistance functions, capable of taking over part of the user's linguistic abilities, achieving seamless communication with various foreign languages. The aforementioned passage employs a number of specialized terms, yet Hao Ren, having perused what he could comprehend, grasped its intended use, that he could not help but acknowledge its wondrous nature, akin to a data terminal that could directly connect with the user's mind. The auxiliary programs within the data terminal function in a similar manner. Initially, he had presumed this translator to be merely a text-to-speech device, a limitation of his experience, as nothing more advanced existed on Earth. That to his astonishment, it could seamlessly deliver translations of any language directly into his consciousness. Moreover, it boasted a language assistance feature, which could seemingly augment the user's linguistic capabilities. Hao Ren contemplated this, believing it meant he could masquerade as a local, perhaps even master a flawless London accent. Indeed, why not test it out on the spot? He noted in the translator's annotations that the program had integrated language databases for all territories under the Empire's jurisdiction, including indigenous languages and those long forgotten from uncivilized planets, which sparked his desire to experiment. That he activated the translation function, confirming within his mind that the data terminal was prepared for mental interfacing, and then turned to Vivian, suggesting she converse with him in Old English to see if it worked. According to the manual, any mode of communication on Earth should be translatable. Vivian blinked in surprise. Is this device truly that remarkable? Shouldn't we just try to find out? Enthusiastically, Hao Ren encouraged her to proceed. Vivian hesitated slightly. What I just spoke was Old English. Your response was too. Hao Ren stared in astonishment at the data terminal in his hand, and after a long moment, he murmured to himself, This truly facilitates unobstructed communication. I scarcely felt it. It even mimicked your intonation. Lily, who had been sitting nearby with her knees hugged, could no longer suppress her curiosity and approached with a beaming smile. Landlord, let me give it a try too, however. When Lily took hold of the data terminal, the translation program immediately ceased. Although the device was a low-privilege civilian model, it adhered to certain protocols. A comical message appeared on the terminal. The selected function module's authorization has failed. Continued use of this feature may violate regulations. Should you truly wish to utilize it, consider acquiring an unlocked, downgraded civilian version from Shadow City in the future. That Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. Then why was there no issue when I used it to listen to music before? This falls under the non-locked functions, which can be accessed according to relevant regulations. The data terminal replied, but please respect the device's initial settings. This machine is designed for users to execute tasks, not for playing music. You may ridicule its traditional appearance, but you must not disparage its music player. Looping Little Apple through a 16-channel mode in your mind is a serious provocation against this device. Hao Ren regarded Lily with a bemused expression, while she sheepishly returned the data terminal. I was just bored. You left this on the coffee table while you went to cook for the bats. So I played with it for a bit. Hao Ren silently stored the data terminal, feeling a pang of sympathy at the disappointment on Lily's face. Thus, he sought to divert her attention. How about this? I just tried it with Vivian. Let's see if it works with you too. You can choose any foreign dialect or language. Lily, indeed, perked up at this, and upon seeing Hao Ren ready, cleared her throat and tentatively uttered, Woof. Hao Ren, Vivian, data terminal. The device has not pre-installed the corresponding vocabulary database that a line of text emerged. However, based on situational analysis and your physical condition, what you just said was food? Lily turned away, hugging her knees. Guessing doesn't count. This isn't fun. I'm going to get something to eat. After Lily dashed out, Vivian turned to Hao Ren with a wry smile. You see, she usually denies being a big dog. But when she speaks, she inevitably reveals her true nature. The IT would be unfair to say that, as Hao Ren felt a sense of protectiveness towards the often cheerful and mood-lifting werewolf girl. Asking her to utter a few foreign phrases, barking might indeed qualify as a foreign language, or at least a dialect, for a werewolf. Hao Ren marveled at the new features of the data terminal, feeling as though he could conquer the realm of languages. Were it not for his inherently lazy disposition, he might have relied solely on this to masquerade as a grandiose figure in various foreign language institutes. Unbeknownst to him, this device was merely the most basic functionality among the foundational equipment of the Temporal Management Bureau, and it was on the brink of obsolescence. The language barrier was a frequent challenge faced by the grassroots personnel patrolling various timelines. Unlike the synthetics, they could not access all knowledge through the mental network. The mortal staff, including inspectors and various saints and bishops, often relied on various devices to tackle the obstacles they encountered in their tasks. Currently, the Temporal Management Bureau was working on improving this situation by integrating certain functions of the data terminal directly into the bodily adjustments for inspectors. The first project aimed to implant translation mechanisms in their brains, allowing them to communicate effortlessly with all races, akin to the synthetics, without the need for any devices. Regrettably, Hao Ren was somewhat unfortunate in his timing, as he would soon have to lie in that coffin once again. Setting aside future worries, Hao Ren and Vivian diligently explored the capabilities of the data terminal in their room. Let us not misconstrue this, as they were merely investigating whether the device had any other functionalities. Hao Ren had come to realize the unreliability of Raven 12345. That white-haired sorceress was utterly clueless about even the most fundamental equipment of the Temporal Management Bureau. That IT would be a gentle understatement to label her as mechanically inept. He pondered whether such individuals could be regarded as exceptions that in any case, to avoid being caught off guard in similar situations in the future, Hao Ren felt compelled to thoroughly investigate whether there were other issues with his current equipment. To his surprise, he indeed discovered a problem. The data terminal housed a suite titled Comprehensive Guide to Fetal Protection and Calming for 37 races, with annotations indicating a classification of weaponry. Hao Ren's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Oh, would that 5-digit lunatic goddess remain capable of functioning properly? What would it mean if, in a dire moment on the battlefield, a cry for assistance resulted in 2 baby carriages parachuting in? Chapter 39. Strangers. After nearly an hour of examination, Hao Ren finally determined one thing. His data terminal had no major faults, only a plethora of minor issues. Even as a novice encountering such advanced technology for the first time, he could discern that the system within this little device was awry. Many features appeared inexplicably convoluted, with numerous materials seemingly irrelevant to him, that he even consulted the AI of the data terminal, only to find that even it was unaware of the intended purpose of these items. After all, Raven 12345 had merely instructed it to install them. Indeed, it was Raven 12345 who had ordered the installations, not the system itself. Every data terminal dispatch from the headquarters of the Temporal Management Bureau had undergone initialization. Theoretically, they should all be identical upon reaching the grassroots. However, local administrators possess the authority to append certain specialized programs to these terminals based on regional circumstances, such as local biological encyclopedias, interstellar route maps, or guides specifically designed for female inspectors regarding fetal protection and calming techniques. Regardless of how peculiar the items might be, they could invariably be found in the vast database of the synthetics empire, rendering the programs that could be installed on the data terminal virtually limitless. The crux of the problem lay here. Hao Ren's local commander was a rather eccentric woman, a goddess, who, despite her evident ignorance of technological matters, seemed to revel in meddling with everything. Thus, upon the data terminal's arrival in this region, it had first been subjected to a prolonged session of play by Raven 12345. Now, Hao Ren and Vivian gazed at the overwhelming volume of the PT-385 Cosmic Encyclopedia series, a collection of 2,000 volumes, displayed on the data terminal. Rendered momentarily speechless, he discovered that this bewildering array of content could not be deleted. In fact, everything that Raven 12345 had installed was irrevocably locked by high-level permissions. The device suggested, "Make do with it." A line of text materialized. The functionality of this machine remains intact, and it possesses all the tools you might require. You simply need to suppress your obsessive tendencies and adapt to the fact that your portable device is inundated with a plethora of superfluous information. For if you were to request a replacement device from Commander Raven 12345, she would only provide you with something even worse than your current situation. This conclusion was reached after the device consulted the local network's message board, where all who had interacted with Commander Raven 12345 had lodged similar complaints. With a repeated grievance rate of 100%, she was quite adept at breaking things. Well, Hao Ren hastily waved his hand, feeling a bit disheartened for a brief moment. However, his cheerful disposition soon prevailed, allowing him to set this matter aside. After all, the individual responsible for managing the system's documentation was you. When the time came, I would merely request your assistance in locating whatever I needed. Those inconsequential items could be ignored, and I could pretend they did not exist. That should pose no problem, right? A line of grandiose text immediately sprang forth on the data terminal. This device boasts exceptional performance and powerful query capabilities, leaving users with no cause for concern that in the near future, Hao Ren would undoubtedly come to realize the correctness of the decision he made today. "Shall we go down for a meal?" he suggested, tucking the data terminal into his pocket and casting aside the matter entirely. He then glanced up at the splendidly ornate antique clock nestled in the corner. It had been an hour since Lily went down. Where could she be? Had she gotten lost, perhaps? That large dog was a voracious eater. The establishment served a buffet breakfast, and she would surely eat until she could barely walk. Vivian scoffed. Such a lack of refinement. She has such limited aspirations. Hao Ren silently shrugged, leading Vivian out of the room, and they soon arrived at the dining hall located on the first floor. England is a country characterized by a leisurely pace, often enveloped in a slightly languorous and unhurried atmosphere. The locals typically begin their day around 9 in the morning, including breakfast. Hao Ren, however, had yet to acclimate to such a schedule. He was still grappling with jet lag and was met with an unusually quiet breakfast. The expansive buffet hall contained only a handful of patrons, allowing him and Vivian to easily spot Lily in the center of the room. The werewolf girl had an exceptionally strong presence, occupying a large table all to herself, consuming her food with an almost predatory intensity. With 3 or 4 empty trays already in front of her, Hao Ren blinked in surprise. They say England is the epicenter of culinary darkness, but judging by Lily's eating habits, it doesn't seem as dire as rumored. Vivian dismissed it with disdain. She simply has an omnivorous nature. She was born to be unpicky. Hao Ren wandered over to the long food counter with his plate, feeling fortunate to discover that not all British dishes resembled mysterious substances. Of course, this might be attributed to the nature of the buffet. Ultimately, he managed to gather a selection of items he deemed edible among the oddly colored foods before approaching Lily. "Still not full?" Lily replied, her mouth stuffed to the brim as she struggled to swallow. "The vegetable salad here is delightful. The fruits are also quite nice. I just don't care for the roasted meat. It pales in comparison to home." Hao Ren gazed into Lily's eyes and quietly murmured, "As a werewolf, don't you feel any shame regarding your dietary choices?" Lily retorted confidently, "Who has to blame when they don't serve large bones here?" Hao Ren felt that communication with this werewolf was becoming increasingly challenging. Turning his head, he spotted Vivian seated nearby and couldn't resist commenting, "You just said she lacks ambition. How do you rate your own aspirations?" Vivian's plate could only be described as a moving hillock, with several items that Hao Ren would have termed mysterious foods piled on her plate. The thrifty vampire girl, finding herself at a buffet where she didn't have to foot the bill, couldn't contain her inner fervor. Just moments ago, she had criticized Lily for her lack of refinement. Yet here she was, indulging even more than anyone else. "I've never experienced such a splendid day," she exclaimed, quickly stuffing her mouth full, her subsequent words muffled as if spoken through a ventriloquist-esque dummy. "If I don't eat quickly today, who knows when I'll get another chance to feast like this." Hao Ren felt immensely relieved that the majority of people in England began their daily routines around 9 o'clock, with only a handful of individuals in the dining hall, including the staff. He realized that leading these two famished souls wouldn't be too embarrassing. Just as they busied themselves with breakfast, a tall, slender man approached with his own plate of food, and Hao Ren heard a gentle voice from above. "May I sit here?" Looking up, he noticed an unfamiliar man dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, tall and lean, with a neat head of short black hair. His appearance was not particularly striking. Yet he exuded an air of competence and reliability. However, what caught Hao Ren's attention most was the man's distinctly East Asian facial features. After a brief glance, Hao Ren was nearly certain that the man was Chinese. "Oh, there's no one here. Feel free," Hao Ren replied, noting an empty seat across from him, though he also realized that the dining hall was filled with vacant tables, making it unnecessary for the slender man to join them. As a result, he instinctively felt a mix of curiosity and wariness toward this stranger, especially considering his classified mission. Vivian, recalling her status as a high-ranking vampire, promptly slowed her eating pace, attempting to maintain a facade of aristocratic decorum. If only she could wipe the grease from her face for added effect. It was rare to encounter a fellow countryman here. The tall man settled in and spoke warmly, shedding the initial impression of being hard to approach. "Are you here for tourism, fellow countryman?" Hao Ren was taken aback, having not anticipated this. Thanks to the translation program, he could no longer discern whether the man was speaking in Chinese or another language. Hearing the man refer to them as fellow countrymen finally confirmed his suspicions. "Yuri also from China? A true Chinese, though I often find myself wandering the globe." The tall man chuckled amiably. "It's a pleasure to meet a fellow countryman here. Did I hope I'm not imposing?" Hao Ren quickly waved his hands. "Not at all." "That's good to hear." The tall man nodded, then seemingly casually inquired, "Are you looking for a place called York Ford?" The moment the unfamiliar man mentioned York Ford, both Hao Ren and Vivian tensed up. Vivian, maintaining her composure from years of practice, controlled her expression, while Hao Ren could hardly mask his astonishment. "How do you know?" At that moment, Hao Ren was prepared to spring into action, ready to defend himself. Though even if there were no swords nearby, he could always grab a chair as a makeshift weapon. In truth, his anxiety was unwarranted. The stranger simply smiled widely, pointing at Lily, who was still voraciously consuming her food. "This young lady was asking around about York Ford, but her Chinese is incomprehensible to everyone here except for the staff, and I'm quite curious about what you're seeking that place for." Hao Ren shot a sidelong glance at Lily, who was too engrossed in her salad to notice the conversation. Yet, it was understandable that she would take such bold action, as they were almost certain that York Ford was not a name found on any contemporary British map. They could only make rough estimates about its location based on vague information provided by Raven12345. To find that place, they had little choice but to inquire with locals. However, Lily's decision to seek help in pure Chinese was puzzling. Did she think the data terminal S translation function was still shared among the team? "We're tourists," Vivian interjected, having previously strived to maintain her elegant dining demeanor. "But I'm not interested in the overexposed tourist attractions. I prefer to discover less traveled gems, akin to an adventure, though we stumbled upon the name York Ford in a book recently, and since our travel route allows us to linger in England for a while, we decided to detour and check it out. However, it seems no one knows precisely where York Ford is." Hao Ren silently gave Vivian a thumbs up. The once useless vampire had finally proven her worth. Spinning a tale with remarkable ease, Vivian, in turn, discreetly flashed a victory sign beneath the table. She had been aware of her surroundings since the days when humans etched cuneiform on clay tablets. While she might not excel in other areas, her skill in persuasion was certainly commendable. The unfamiliar man observed the three of them, seemingly harboring no suspicion. He appeared to have an epiphany. "Ah, tourism. That makes sense. Recently, that place has gained a bit of fame, but you won't find the name York Ford anywhere. You know where it is?" Lily perked up, her ears pricking with interest as she nearly flung salad dressing at the man in her excitement. "Are you going there too?" It seemed they might have a companion on their journey. The tall man chuckled. "York Ford is an old name, long forgotten, at least several centuries old. Nowadays, no one remembers it. You'd only find it in specialized geography books or encyclopedias. I am curious how you came across that name. Once, it was the fiefdom of a certain noble bestowed with honors, but after a period of neglect, a new small town gradually arose beside the old estate. This town is called Bruzel. If you wish to visit Yaford, the closest location would be Bruzel, situated to the south of the Yaford ruins, and I intend to go there as well." What a roundabout way to get there. Hao Ren couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Just how deceptive could that white-haired sorceress be? The place name dates back centuries, and now the ruins lie in desolation. Vivian also shook her head in discontent, lamenting, "The information is outdated. It's utterly unreliable." Hao Ren shot her a glare. Just shut up if you can only speak in the ancient English of 800 or 900 years ago. Vivian immediately felt embarrassed and lowered her head, while Lily, with a mouthful of greens, curiously looked up and asked, "Ancient English? What ancient English?" The foolish werewolf had been in a daze during Vivian's slip-up and couldn't recall what had transpired. "Just eat your food. Such a mouthful of greens can't block your chatter." Hao Ren pressed Lily's head back down, then looked across the table at the stranger with a hint of surprise. "What a coincidence! I never expected to encounter a fellow traveler. I was just fretting about how to find that place." "What brings you there? Are you also a tourist?" Hao Ren was genuinely taken aback. He had anticipated spending an entire day searching for Yaford, and even then, he might not find it, but he expected to meet someone who was coincidentally heading there as well. To be honest, this stroke of luck felt almost celestial. The coincidence was starting to raise his suspicions. According to the stranger's introduction, Yaford was an old, noble estate abandoned hundreds of years ago, a place nearly lost to the annals of history. Even the newly built town lies to the south of the Yaford ruins, with no cultural or historical ties remaining between the two. Such a convoluted trail would require a slow and methodical investigation, or aimless research, and he wondered how long it would take to uncover the truth. This stranger, is it really just coincidence? Hao Ren gradually calmed from his initial surprise, beginning to harbor some doubts about the unfamiliar individual before him. However, he chose not to reveal them, maintaining an eager demeanor. The tall, lean man appeared completely unguarded, pointing to himself. "I am here for work. My job is rather unique, requiring me to travel the world, specifically seeking out places rich in history and stories." Hao Ren's mind jolted. "Are you a tomb raider?" He then felt Vivian beside him stomp on his foot with considerable force. "As for my work." The tall man feigned a sense of mystery. "Speaking of which, you're going to Yaford. Do you know what news has recently emerged about it?" "What news?" Hao Ren's heart sank, for he understood that any news about that place would indicate potential pitfalls for his mission. He was there to retrieve an anomalous creature, and that location must not attract attention. The most famous aspect of Yaford is an ancient castle that has long been abandoned, left by the old nobility. Now on the brink of total collapse, the tall man spoke in a conspiratorial tone, explaining that it was meant to remain desolate, devoid of any value as a tourist site. Yet recently, rumors had circulated among the locals about strange happenings beneath the castle. At night, mysterious lights were reported to flicker above the castle, and unknown figures clad in knightly armor were seen darting in and out at twilight. In short, some claim that the old nobility and their knights have returned as vengeful spirits. The place is said to be haunted, its notoriety growing ever larger. The tall man effectively painted an eerie atmosphere, his choice of words quite ordinary, yet he managed to evoke a chilling ambience in just a few sentences. However, Hao Ren, accustomed to facing werewolves and vampires without flinching, felt no fear. Instead, a possibility dawned on him. Could this be related to his new tenant? Hao Ren pondered. If the haunting rumors of the ancient castle were true, then his new tenant was most likely damned. Couldn't that white-haired sorceress send him some normal clients? Upon further reflection, he realized that was indeed unlikely. How could a normal person reside in his current home? "And what is your occupation?" Hao Ren inquired curiously, glancing at the tall man, suspecting that the emphasis on the haunting news must have some relevance to his presence in this location. The tall man chuckled bashfully, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "You might find it absurd when I tell you, but I am a demon hunter, specializing in exorcising spirits worldwide." Chapter 41. The Ostentatious Demon Hunter? The tall man chuckled, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "You might find it absurd when I tell you, but I am a demon hunter, specializing in exorcising spirits worldwide." Demon hunter? No sooner had he finished speaking than Hao Ren heard a clatter beside him. Turning his head, he saw Vivian lifting her head from the plate, the vampire girl wiping sauce from her face, trembling as she asked, "What did you say you do?" "I knew you would react this way," the tall man replied, his expression more resigned than astonished, as if he had grown accustomed to such responses. "That in the past, I have encountered even more severe reactions when discussing this. But I truly am a demon hunter. Have you seen the movies? I operate in a manner akin to Van Helsing, though our methods of exorcism differ from those portrayed on screen." The tall man spoke earnestly, while Hao Ren instinctively shuffled backward, maintaining a slight distance from him. His mind a whirl of questions. Is this a demon hunter? Is it for real? A genuine superhero, or just a deluded trickster? If an ordinary person were present, they might dismiss the tall man's claims as mere jest or a story, or regard him as a charlatan. However, Hao Ren was more discerning. He knew that demon hunters were a real group. Of course, he didn't immediately take the man's word at face value. Truly believing him to be a demon hunter, it was more likely that he was joking. Genuine demon hunters probably wouldn't be so brazen as to publicly declare their identity. You don't believe me? The tall man spread his hands in exasperation. Fine, most people don't believe, and look at me, I'm Chinese. If I claim to be a lay disciple from Wutai Mountain, that might sound more convincing. But I genuinely am a demon hunter. These three words sound quite exotic, yet in truth, every country in the world has them, and our history is long, dating back to the origins of the four great civilizations. Hao Ren instinctively exchanged glances with Vivian. This sounded somewhat credible. In the common understanding, demon hunter is a Western term, and few are aware that they have roamed the world since the very beginning. In China, demon hunters were referred to as immortals or sorcerers, while in other countries, they were called shamans or priests. Yet demon hunters themselves would never use these foreign terminologies, and the man before him spoke in a manner that clearly aligned with reality. Facts that an ordinary person would not know. Demon hunter, is it? Lily finally put down her food, having never encountered a demon hunter. Although she had heard many terrifying stories related to them from Vivian, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Is there really such a thing as a demon hunter in the real world? Thankfully, Lily was not too naive. She understood the subtleties of the situation. Most people would regard such tales as urban legends or horror stories. The tall man chuckled. But I assure you, it is true. Moreover, to be honest, many still believe in ghostly legends, and in places you may not know of, exorcisms and demon banishments occur frequently. My primary occupation is to exorcise spirits, and I came here to investigate the situation following the reports of hauntings at the old Yaford Castle. Oh, so your work must be highly confidential. How can you speak so freely about it? Vivian inquired, her expression calm. Yet inwardly she wondered, why would this demon hunter suddenly appear and assert his identity? Regardless of whether he was genuine or not, such ostentatiousness seemed illogical. This profession typically operates in the shadows, with most practitioners leading reclusive lives and striving to conceal their identities even when cohabiting with ordinary people. She couldn't recall any demon hunter who would audaciously promote their identity to a stranger like this. Vivian pondered her long life and the demon hunters she had encountered, a question swirling in her mind. Could it be that they, like herself, had fallen on hard times and were compelled to publicly seek employment in modern times? Hao Ren mused similarly, though his thoughts diverged slightly. When did the profession of demon hunter, which should remain hidden beneath a cloak, become so ostentatious? Shouldn't these heroes, who save the world, conceal their faces and identities? Look at Hao Ren himself. He certainly wasn't going around announcing that he was a police officer sent from heaven. Of course, the main reason he refrained from doing so was due to organizational protocols. What is there to keep secret? The tall, slender man wore an expression of indifference. After all, it is not as if he were engaged in some illicit work. Nowadays, there are even individuals who read palms and offer naming services boasting their own websites. Why should we, practitioners of demon hunting, be unable to discuss our profession? Hao Ren and Vivian exchanged quick glances, contemplating how to portray themselves as two ordinary individuals in such a situation. Soon, they reached a silent agreement, adopting expressions of feigned interest mixed with skepticism, resembling mere spectators caught up in the spectacle. Vivian wore a polite yet slightly distant smile. So, are you intending to eliminate the vengeful spirits in the ancient castle this time? Upon seeing Vivian's demeanor, the tall man's enthusiasm waned by half. Yet he still managed to smile. We'll have to assess the situation tomorrow. I understand that you're likely skeptical of my words, and I have no intention of convincing you. However, we could travel together. When do you plan to depart? If it's tomorrow, we would be heading in the same direction. I am quite familiar with the route, and there's a train that departs in the morning and arrives by evening. Hao Ren was about to mention that he had just arrived in England and needed a day to adjust to the time difference when Vivian, taking the initiative, interjected. That sounds great. It seems fate has brought us together. We're unfamiliar with the roads here, so we would be grateful for your guidance. May I ask your surname? My surname is Nangong, a compound surname, the tall man replied as he rose. As for my full name, well, due to work-related reasons, I cannot disclose it. You may simply call me Nangong. Let us meet here at this restaurant tomorrow morning at 6:30. I will wait for you for 15 minutes. If you are late, you will miss the train." Hao Ren was about to express concern that his companion, a rather troublesome individual suffering from jet lag, might not awaken in time, but Vivian once again took the lead. Nodding in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Nangong, we shall see you tomorrow at 6:30. By the way, I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Vivian, and this beside me is—" Hao Ren stared in disbelief as Vivian conversed with a demon hunter, as if it were the most ordinary occurrence. It was only after Mr. Nangong departed that he seized the opportunity to speak. "Aren't you afraid that he truly is a demon hunter?" "Not likely. Demon hunters do not possess such a demeanor," Vivian replied, sinking back in her chair with a sigh once Nangong vanished through the restaurant door. "And to be honest, we are indeed in need of a guide. Our destination coincides with Mr. Nangong's, so there is a significant chance we will encounter him again in Yorkfield. Instead of being caught off guard by a sudden meeting, it would be prudent to travel together, gain an understanding of his intentions, and then part ways, thereby maintaining the upper hand. And of course, this assumes he is genuinely a demon hunter. If he turns out to be just an ordinary ghost con artist, well, that would be manageable. Ordinary people pose no real threat, and we could simply allow him to lead us." That Vivian's analysis was well-reasoned, and Howard could not help but concede that this vampire maiden was indeed more astute than he had initially perceived. Nonetheless, he still had a pressing question that required clarification. "Vivian, is there any way to determine whether someone is a demon hunter? They must possess some distinguishing traits that set them apart from ordinary individuals. Take Mr. Nangong, for instance. Aside from his mannerisms, can you ascertain his true identity?" Vivian furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting thoughtfully toward a distant point. "It's genuinely difficult to determine. The most dangerous aspect of demon hunters is their ability to blend in with ordinary people until they unleash their powers. My kin have often faced extermination due to demon hunters infiltrating their ranks among blood slaves. That is, a high-ranking vampire. I possess the capability to analyze one's identity through blood, but that requires a sample, which is quite challenging." After a moment of silence, perhaps feeling embarrassed that her abilities were of little use, Vivian tentatively added, "But if I must say, I do sense something different about him. Years ago, I fought against a demon hunter and sustained an injury to my right hand, which left me with a peculiar ability. When a demon hunter is nearby, my hand feels warm. I can stop sensing. Your hand is in the soup." Wow. Chapter 42, on television regarding whether Mr. Nangong was indeed a demon hunter, a swindler, or merely an eccentric passerby, the last possibility being rather unlikely. Hao Ren and Vivian debated for quite some time without reaching a conclusion. Vivian claimed to possess a unique sensitivity to demon hunters due to her previous injuries, yet she admitted that this talent was unreliable and could not be considered conclusive evidence. As for Lily, she was utterly clueless, having never encountered a demon hunter, and in Vivian's eyes, she was even less perceptive than a child. She would likely fail to react even if a demon hunter approached her doorstep. According to Vivian, demon hunters are half human, half monster, capable of unleashing powers that surpass human limitations during battle. That in some cases, their bodies may even undergo mutations. However, in everyday life, they appear just like ordinary people, devoid of any obvious traits that could be used for identification. This concealment is one of the demon hunter's key tactics against otherworldly beings. To Vivian, Mr. Nangong's demeanor did not resemble that of a demon hunter, especially considering his eagerness to converse and his nonchalant admission of his identity, which starkly contrasted with the adversary she remembered. Yet, this alone could not entirely rule out the possibility of his authenticity, as the vampire maiden had not encountered demon hunters in many years, and even the few she had met were merely a small fraction of the vast community. Hao Ren felt a sense of unease that in this unfamiliar land, the three of them found little comfort. Although the language barrier had been bridged, they were still weary from their journey. Even Lily was too lethargic to move, and after dining together, they retreated to their rooms. Currently, Lily lay sprawled on the couch in the center of the living room, flipping through channels on the television, thoroughly engrossed in the lively spectacle, even if she understood not a word of it. Meanwhile, Vivian was engaged in a rather significant endeavor. She had taken out the cash she had prepared for this trip and was counting it repeatedly. Hao Ren sat beside Vivian, maintaining a vigilant watch over her delicate, pale hands, fearful that a moment's inattention would allow her misfortune to manifest, causing the pile of cash to vanish in an instant. He had come to realize that Vivian's dreadful luck was not merely a matter of bad fortune. It felt like the will of the cosmos, a law-like passive effect. Allowing her to handle money was akin to engaging in a psychological extreme sport. Vivian counted the money with enthusiasm, occasionally exclaiming, "Ah, this is truly a rare moment of luxury in my life. So this is what it feels like to count money. Living with a landlord surely brings good fortune. Hey, landlord, could you please not be so tense? I told you to call me Hao Ren while we're out," he replied, a forced smile on his face. "And I have my reasons for being tense. I swear, if I take my eyes off you for even a moment, you'll manage to squander our entire budget. Moreover, can you not engage in such frivolity? I thought you were going to do something meaningful. But instead, you're just playing with money. Can you understand the anguish of my heart after being impoverished for several thousand years?" Vivian sighed dramatically. "Da-da. The last time I counted money with such glee was back in the Republic era when I carried a sack to buy rice. Spending half an hour counting silver dollars at the grain shop, but even that experience pales in comparison to this, as those coins felt like worthless paper compared to the solidity of pounds. Ah, I've finished counting this stack. Let me do it again." Hao Ren resolutely gathered the money and securely tucked it away before speaking earnestly. "My dear vampire lady, if you truly wish to count money, let us wait until we're in Zimbabwe, where you can count to your heart's content. For now, please act your age and engage in something sensible that we were just discussing, demon hunters. How can you suddenly seem so at ease? I've weathered many storms. I can handle this little matter without undue anxiety," Vivian retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Hao Ren. "Do you know what a true demon hunter is like?" Hao Ren's interest was piqued. "What are they like?" "From what I'm familiar with, they tend to don dark clothing. That I in the past, it was hunting attire, but now they might wear fitted suits. Here in the East, some demon hunters even wear traditional martial arts uniforms. That I in any case, they appear rather stiff and formal. However, during their everyday lives, they dress just like ordinary people. Furthermore, they tend to be somewhat gloomy, not particularly sociable, and extremely low-key, always seeking ways to conceal their identities to avoid attracting attention. They fear that revealing their identities could lead to unnecessary complications. On rare occasions, if ordinary people become aware of their movements, they might even resort to eliminating them to silence potential witnesses. Though this is the behavior of a few extreme individuals, it indeed highlights issues within the demon hunter community. Moreover, the Witcher possesses another quality beyond their discretion. They are profoundly ordinary, exceptionally adept at blending their actions and demeanor with that of a typical individual. This serves as a method of concealing their true identity. When those around them engage in discussions about witches, they too contribute to the conversation. When a crowd speaks of Napoleon's triumph, they join in the discourse. And when atheism is the topic, they readily proclaim their belief in science. Now do you understand? This is precisely how they achieve complete anonymity. The most common sight on the streets mirrors that of the Witchers, layered in veils of disguise. Thus, the more I ponder, the less I deem the Mr. Nangong worthy of suspicion, who would so brazenly announce their ghost-hunting endeavors. Even if Witchers found themselves without business, they would not resort to such ostentation, which starkly contradicts the creed upon which they rely for survival. In conclusion, Vivian nodded emphatically. Therefore, I believe we are overly anxious. That I am tense regarding the Witcher, and you are apprehensive about your first mission. We are likely being deceived by a ghost-hunting charlatan who is merely commonplace." Hao Ren nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the discussion on Mr. Nangong had reached its conclusion at that moment, Lily had changed the channel on the television repeatedly, utterly bewildered by the content. The werewolf girl appeared somewhat bored, tossing the remote aside and scratching Hao Ren's back with her claws. "Landlord, why don't you consult with Raven 12345 and have her prepare data terminals for each of us? You never know who might visit. It could be foreigners, and it would be quite awkward if we cannot communicate." Hao Ren chuckled. This silly werewolf seems to be using her brain. What a reasonable excuse to watch foreign programs. However, just as he was about to explain the organizational structure to Lily, a word that piqued his interest suddenly emanated from the adjacent television. Recently, Yoford Castle, located near Brookle, has attracted many enthusiasts of supernatural events. Hao Ren immediately perked up, turning to face the screen, where an interview program was being aired. That a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman held a microphone, standing beside a broadcasting van, with a backdrop of rocky wilderness, beyond which lay the almost entirely collapsed ruins of a castle. Beside the female host stood a short, stout man in a white t-shirt, who was clearly not a television staff member, but he sported a full beard, was slightly balding and appeared somewhat worn, resembling an ordinary local farmer. This was the man being interviewed. What we see now is Yeoford Castle, which has evidently collapsed entirely, no longer resembling its former grandeur. As there are no roads and the broadcasting vehicle could only stop here. Shortly, I will proceed on foot to the castle to show you what it looks like up close, the female host narrated, gesturing towards the short, stout man, who was Mr. Angus, the first to discover the supernatural occurrences at the castle. Chapter 43. The intense collision of schedules. The stout man on the television appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Just as Hao Ren had suspected, he was a local, residing on the outskirts of Brookle, and owned a small inn named Angus's Lodge. This was the man who initially discovered the haunting at the castle and disseminated the news. The interview continued, and Hao Ren's complete attention was captivated by the unfolding events, oblivious to Lily scratching him beside him. The werewolf girl, unable to comprehend a word, was gradually becoming agitated. That evening, while I was tidying up a room on the second floor, Angus appeared on screen, looking quite radiant, despite recounting a ghost story. The recent haunting incidents had garnered significant attention for his little inn, turning it into an unexpected boon for him. Inn is right on the edge of town, Angus's Lodge, and it's the first thing you see when you come off the highway. A row of windows at the back faces the direction of the ancient castle, albeit from a considerable distance, rendering the stones nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet that night, I saw flames shooting up from the direction of the castle. There were no forests, nor houses, just a pile of stones. I had no idea what was ablaze, but I still dialed 999. Did many people witness the flames at that time? The female host interjected, attempting to steer Mr. Angus back on topic. Clearly, he wished to prolong his moment in front of the camera, with an endless stream of chatter. Yes, many people. I saw numerous lights illuminating the windows facing the castle and town. Angus nodded. Furthermore, the next day, it was confirmed that many had witnessed the flames. However, it only burned for about 10 minutes. Then, as if it had vanished, nothing remained. The forest fire brigade arrived to find only a pile of dry, cold stones. But I assure you, I did not make a false report. I am an honest businessman. And Angus's Lodge has thrived for many years on integrity. I heard you later drove here to inspect the situation yourself. Correct? The host quickly redirected the conversation. Yes, I visited here many times afterwards, specifically at night. Angus finally revealed a hint of trepidation on his face. And then I encountered all sorts of peculiar phenomena. Soldiers clad in full armor strolling boldly in front of my headlights. Eerie shouts echoing. My car inexplicably stalling, and strange voices emanating from the radio. Terrifying. The female host withdrew the microphone, addressing the camera. The ghost stories of Brookle are growing increasingly sensational, attracting more and more enthusiasts of the supernatural and adventurers to this small town. Along with scholars researching electromagnetic and geological phenomena expressing interest in the area. By this point, Hao Ren had lost interest in the remainder of the conversation, which essentially consisted of a call to trust in science while endlessly discussing ghostly events. He casually switched off the television, resting his chin on his fist in a contemplative manner. Lily, now thoroughly agitated, leaped onto the sofa and began scratching Hao Ren's shoulder vigorously. Landlord, what was being said on the television? Our new friend, Hao Ren spoke gravely, most likely a ghost. Do you remember the haunting incident at the castle mentioned by Mr. Nangon? That was the very topic of conversation on the television, if it is not a local group attempting to fool tourists. It surely relates to the newcomers arranged by Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As to say, why must it always be such a troublesome character? Vivian, unable to comprehend the television's dialogue, nonetheless grasped the gravity of the situation. Wait, does that mean there should be many people near Yeoford Castle now, and everyone is searching for ghosts in that vicinity? Indeed, this is a significant problem. Hao Ren sighed that my greatest fear is attracting attention. Who knows if the new arrivals will be as manageable as you? Understanding? If they are reckless and inconsiderate, it will surely become quite chaotic. Lily, squatting on the sofa with her head tilted in thought for a long moment, suddenly clapped her paws together. I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed. With that, the werewolf girl strutted towards her room, leaving Hao Ren and Vivian in stunned silence until she slammed the door shut, prompting them to react. This silly girl still hasn't adjusted to the time difference. It's broad daylight outside, Yet it's already her bedtime, that I'm feeling a bit drowsy as well. Sleepiness is contagious. Seeing Lily retreat to her room, the weariness that had accumulated from Hao Ren's long day began to wash over him. I think I'll go rest for a while. Are you not tired? My schedule is always different from yours, Vivian shrugged, and during my stay at your house, my biological clock has become utterly disarrayed. Right now, I simply do not feel tired. Very well. I shall return to my room for a nap. If I am not awake by evening, please wake me that we should go downstairs for dinner. Lily will likely remain in a deep slumber. Bring her something to eat when you can. As Hao Ren spoke, he stretched and ambled towards his room, leaving Vivian alone in the living room, lost in thought. The vampire girl glanced at Lily's door, her heart heavy. Out here, life is fraught with difficulties. And tonight she, a noble bloodline, will have to share a den with a large dog. Hao Ren slept soundly until around 8 or 9 in the evening local time. Vivian mentioned that she refrained from disturbing him. Having seen how peacefully he slept, while Lily, as Hao Ren had anticipated, was sleeping exceptionally soundly, showing no signs of stirring even as Vivian moved about beside her, the day as dawn approached the following day. With pressing matters awaiting him early in the morning, Hao Ren and Vivian made their way to the downstairs restaurant for a hasty meal before retreating to their room. Meanwhile, Lily remained ensconced in a deep slumber, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of breakfast. Hao Ren placed the assortment of convenient snacks he had brought for her on the low table by her bedside before returning to his own quarters. Vowing to combat the time difference through a relentless session of sleep within a single day, Vivian, the vampire, possessed a circadian rhythm that diverged significantly from that of ordinary humans, exacerbated by her chaotic adjustment to the time zone while staying at Hao Ren's home. Consequently, she would not feel fatigue until the stroke of midnight. That be why now, astute observers may have surmised the nocturnal happenings. Indeed, Lily awakened, a trio comprised of a typical human, a werewolf with no intent of acclimating to the time zone, and a vampire with an extraordinarily disrupted biological clock culminated in a remarkable clash of schedules in this foreign land, far removed from their 8 time zones. When Hao Ren and Vivian were awake, Lily was asleep. When Vivian finally succumbed to drowsiness, Lily became wide awake. Moreover, during 2/3 of the time that Hao Ren was asleep, Vivian remained alert, and whenever both Vivian and Lily were awake, Hao Ren had yet to stir. Do not attempt to decipher the convoluted synchronization of their waking hours through charts or diagrams, for the situation had spiraled into such chaos that even they could not untangle it. Their sleeping patterns intertwined in a perplexing manner, where, typically, while one of the trio was asleep, at least one other would be wandering about like a restless spirit at the crack of dawn. Hao Ren emerged from his room, disheveled and weary, only to be greeted by Vivian, whose eyes bore the telltale signs of fatigue. The vampire girl immediately voiced her grievances. Hao Ren, I shall never again share a room with that large dog. She complained that during the dead of night, it had sprung up, clamoring for breakfast and pacing back and forth by her bedside for 2 hours. Hao Ren, having accrued nearly 10 hours of fragmented sleep, found himself in a state bordering on unconsciousness. With bleary eyes, he gazed at Vivian. It felt particularly cold in the room last night. Even turning off the air conditioning did little to help. Do you have any idea why? Vivian's face flushed. Well, I couldn't sleep in the first half of the night, so I did a couple of workout routines in the living room. Perhaps I didn't pay attention. A chill ran down Hao Ren's spine as he recalled how unsettling last night had been. In the first half of the night, a vampire had silently exercised in the living room, while in the latter half, a werewolf had patrolled in the dark for 2 hours. The events of that night were reminiscent of a tale from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, save for the absence of a filming crew. Chapter 44. Brushel the clock struck 6 that after hastily washing his face to dispel the remnants of exhaustion, Hao Ren and a disgruntled Vivian descended to the first floor dining area. Trailing behind them was the dazed Lily, who, having been wide awake since the dead of night, was now approaching her designated nap time, appearing as lethargic as a worn-out dog. Hao Ren found it truly remarkable that one's biological clock could wield such power. Landlord, I wish to sleep, and have lunch, and just lie down, Lily mumbled behind Hao Ren, her voice faint and listless, resembling a dog that had played too hard, now reluctant to move from its master's feet. Yet, even Vivian refrained from openly stating this at the moment. Lily's pride as a werewolf was exceptionally robust. Even in her current somnolent state, if one were to compare her to a house pet. She would surely retaliate with a barrage of bites, impervious to even the sturdiest of protective vests. That it's time for breakfast, Hao Ren remarked, glancing at the dim light streaming through the restaurant's windows. He reluctantly reminded the befuddled werewolf beside him. London had shed its industrial haze, yet the morning fog remained, with heavy clouds and unpredictable weather persisting. Although the sun had risen, the skies still appeared somewhat gloomy, and the coming hours promised either thick fog or overcast skies. "Look, over there." Vivian suddenly tugged at Hao Ren's sleeve, pointing to a conspicuous table outside the restaurant. "That Nangong fellow is quite punctual. I never expected someone associated with demon hunters to be so timely." Vivian harbored an instinctive displeasure towards Nangong, given his potential ties to demon hunters, even if there was only a 1 in 100 chance of him being the real deal. Although she felt no outright hostility, she would undoubtedly not smile if his name were mentioned in private. "After watching yesterday's broadcast, I suddenly feel that we have no need to travel with this dangerous individual." Hao Ren hesitated, aware that the area surrounding the Yuford Castle was teeming with people, all in pursuit of the supernatural. "Do we still require a guide?" "Why not?" Vivian shot him an incredulous look. "Do you know how to get from London to Brussels?" Hao Ren paused, realizing he had indeed overlooked this detail. At that moment, Mr. Nangong had spotted the trio and waved them over, wearing an amiable expression. It was unrealistic for Hao Ren to turn and walk away now, so he led Vivian and Lily towards him. "Good morning." "Good morning. You haven't arrived too late," Nangong replied with a slight smile, his gaze falling upon the swaying, half-asleep Lily behind Hao Ren. What seems to be wrong with this girl? She hasn't adjusted to the time difference and is currently napping." Hao Ren shrugged helplessly. "Shall we depart now, or would you prefer to have breakfast first?" Nangong indicated that there was no rush, suggesting that a delay of 10 to 20 minutes would not affect their travel plans. Thus, Hao Ren decided to fill their stomachs first. The hotel provided complimentary breakfast for every guest, and he intended to make the most of it before checking out. Lily, increasingly drowsy, was on the verge of entering a state of oblivion. Yet, miraculously, the werewolf did not let her fatigue impede her appetite. Following Lily's dietary preferences, Hao Ren prepared a plate of food for her, and with her eyes closed, she consumed it entirely by relying on her sense of smell, leaving not a trace behind. Nangong observed this spectacle with fascination, causing both Hao Ren and Vivian to feel a twinge of anxiety. They feared that this self-proclaimed demon hunter might discern Lily's extraordinary nature from her peculiar behavior. Instead, Nangong either was a charlatan or a mere pretender. He marveled at the sight, yet failed to realize that the very creature he sought to hunt was seated right beside him. After breakfast, the group proceeded to the front desk to complete their checkout formalities, departing the hotel with their respective belongings. The trio's luggage was minimal, amounting to just a large travel bag, which, under normal circumstances, should have been the responsibility of the gentleman in the group. However, Vivian unapologetically secured the heavy bundle onto Lily, who, in her half-conscious state, surprisingly continued to doze off despite the added weight, with her eyes shut. She followed Hao Ren, navigating by scent just as she had the day before. The sole advantage was her strength. It would be a waste of talent not to have her carry it. Noticing the peculiar expression on Hao Ren's face, Vivian nonchalantly waved it off. "Don't worry. She enjoys it," she said, even though Lily was still asleep. Hao Ren felt a sense of discomfort as he observed Lily, asleep yet burdened with the trio's luggage, resembling a beleaguered wife, purely a figment of his imagination. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge to transfer the weight to his own back. "Never mind. Don't bully her." Lily, groggily opening her eyes, surprisingly registered the situation. "Thank you, landlord. I'm not tired," Vivian huffed dismissively. "What nonsensical chivalry. After all these years, have you made no progress?" Hao Ren forced a laugh, casting a glance at Nangong, the tall, lean man who had claimed to be a demon hunter. His own luggage far surpassed theirs, living up to his reputation as a globetrotter. His large suitcase dwarfed Hao Ren's travel bag. It was a sturdy, heavy-duty case, larger than the one Lily had dragged along when she first arrived, making a thunderous clatter on the concrete path. Who knew what it contained? "What do you have in that suitcase?" Vivian, ever the astute observer, feigned curiosity with an innocent demeanor to all work-related necessities. Nangong replied, dragging the massive suitcase without diminishing his polished appearance, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, even while dragging a suitcase taller than himself. He exuded the aura of a successful entrepreneur rushing to a meeting. I have used its contents to combat evil, having subdued at least 100 demons and malevolent entities that a true demon hunter requires no such tools. Vivian whispered as she returned to Hao Ren's side. Her voice lowered. They are weapons themselves. Evidently, we can rest assured. Yet at that moment, Hao Ren pondered. Why must there be such a disparity in appearances among men? Dragging along a sizable suitcase, one appeared akin to a businessman heading to a conference, while the other, burdened with a travel backpack, gave the impression of someone traversing the road to reclaim unpaid wages. Thus, these two individuals, each harboring ulterior motives, embarked on their journey to the quaint town of Brushel. Regardless of the circumstances, having a seasoned traveler to guide the way was a significant advantage, with Nangong's assistance. Hao Ren and his two companions managed to navigate the labyrinthine, ancient streets of London without losing their way, eventually boarding the train destined for their target. The journey was marked by silence. As the four of them jostled about on the train for an entire day, the presence of an unfamiliar individual rendered it impossible for Hao Ren and Vivian to discuss any sensitive matters, casting a pall of dullness over the trip. The only noteworthy event occurred when Lily awoke from her midday slumber, languidly lingering in her seat until the train approached its destination, at which point she began to feel drowsy again. How ironic. Given her earlier exuberance before their departure, upon arriving in England, her activities had dwindled to mere sleep and daydreaming, and any rare moments of leisure had slipped away during the train ride. By the time the train reached the small station of Brushel, twilight was fast approaching. The few souls disembarking here suggested that not everyone was drawn to this remote, impoverished locale. As the station's announcements, reminiscent of his mother tongue, echoed through the air, Hao Ren stepped onto the platform and discovered that the place was even more desolate than he had anticipated. The diminutive train station boasted only 2 tracks, one of which lay abandoned. Surrounding the station was a barren expanse, strewn with yellowish-brown gravel and stones, with the only greenery consisting of wild grasses and shrubs growing haphazardly. From the station, one could catch a glimpse of the town of Brushel, its buildings bearing an air of age, and the entire settlement was modest in scale, verging on the characteristics of a village. It was perplexing how such a town could have developed in such an unremarkable location, evoking in Hao Ren a thought of a heavenly outpost on earth, an analogy he likened to a turtle's lair. Nangong, inhaling deeply as the earthy breeze brushed against his face, expressed his intrigue. I sensed the presence of something extraordinary. Chapter 45. Standing on the platform of this rural station, Nangong took a deep breath, the wind carrying a hint of dry earth, a smile gracing his face that, while not conventionally handsome, possessed an air of superiority. Can you not feel it? There is a scent in the air. Hao Ren, taken aback by Nangong's demeanor, felt a twinge of concern, contemplating whether this demon hunter truly had a knack for sensing the supernatural. What could it mean that he sensed a chill from the direction of the castle immediately upon disembarking? I detected nothing, he mused, while Vivian also sniffed the air, noting that they were still quite a distance from the Yorkford castle. The essence of those things can waft through the air from great distances, Nangong replied, adjusting his hair tousled by the wind, his spirits evidently high. As a demon hunter, I excel at detecting their scents, though, naturally, you would not be able to perceive it. Such skill requires training. Enough chatter. Let us find a place to rest in the town before the sun sets. With that, he dragged his large suitcase toward the slope at the end of the platform. It was only after he had walked a few meters that Lily abruptly opened her eyes, exclaiming, "What are you smelling?" "Let me smell it too. My nose is very keen." "Back to sleep then," Vivian chided, giving Lily a light pat on the back. The werewolf girl merely responded with a soft sound and promptly returned to her slumber, slipping back into her dreamlike state. That I truly detected nothing, Vivian insisted, noticing Hao Ren's gaze upon her. She immediately shook her head vigorously. The vampire was indeed sensitive to the presence of the undead, but she had discerned nothing unusual. The Yorkford Castle ruins are still quite far, and it is not yet evening, a time when the undead typically roam. That self-proclaimed demon hunter, could he truly possess some unique sensitivity? Yet he had not even recognized the identities of Vivian and herself. Rubbing his chin, Hao Ren pondered and arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps he was merely putting on an act. "You might be onto something," Vivian admitted, her expression thoughtful. The small station lay adjacent to the town of Brushel, connected by a narrow country road. Unfortunately, they failed to locate a bus, leaving the four of them no choice but to take a taxi in a town that by the time they arrived, darkness had nearly enveloped the landscape. With only the faintest hint of red lingering on the horizon, while the streetlights in the town flickered to life, observing the unfamiliar streets of this foreign land, Hao Ren felt a surge of emotion. He was not one to venture out often, having little experience of overnight trips, let alone international travel. And now, here he stood, 8 time zones away from his homeland, amidst unfamiliar surroundings, strangers, and strange customs, with only the marvels of modern technology bridging the gap of languages. Still, the discomfort of being in this foreign land was palpable. He crossed his arms, exhaling a breath of nostalgia for the comforts of home, and found himself missing that enigmatic little black cat. He wondered how it was faring at home. Likely mingling with the local stray cats and dogs by now. In contrast, Vivian felt no such unease. Having traveled the world multiple times, the vampire was keenly observing this unfamiliar country with enthusiasm. From London to this rural town, she had begun to discern certain truths. It did not seem as dire as depicted on television. There were few outsiders, suggesting that either the media had exaggerated or the enthusiasts and scholars had yet to arrive. Noticing that Nangong had distanced himself enough to be out of earshot, Hao Ren leaned down and quietly asked, "How did you discern that?" "By listening to heartbeats and sensing bloodlines. It is my specialty." Vivian shrugged. Heartbeats reveal a person's emotions, while the scent of blood discloses their lineage and roots. The local fauna possess similar traits in their blood, which cannot be altered overnight, that I can vaguely sense how many possess incongruous bloodlines and how many restless hearts are present. By combining these observations, I can roughly estimate how many have come to investigate the haunted castle. These were essential skills for a vampire's hunting prowess. Although she did not harm others, her innate talents remained intact. Hao Ren felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed into Vivian's eyes, which seemed to glow with a reddish hue. The casual tone she employed belied the unnerving nature of her words. In this moment, the seemingly useless vampire exuded an aura befitting a noble of the night, albeit one whose prowess was limited to a cursory investigation of the local populace. That he turned to glance back at Lily, who, eyes closed, had succumbed to a state of passive followership. The werewolf, who often boasted of her keen senses, had chosen this critical moment to doze off, her olfactory prowess relegated to merely preventing her from losing the group. Overall, this was a fortuitous outcome. The fewer distractions, the better. Hao Ren nodded, recalling the instructions provided by Raven 12345, which indicated that they were to head to Yorkford Castle. It was suggested that upon reaching a certain location, they would naturally be able to connect with their client, though the current state of that client remained uncertain, necessitating the avoidance of superfluous onlookers. "Shall we set out tonight?" Vivian inquired, her brow furrowed. "That I have an advantage during nighttime. And besides, the big dog tends to become alert in the early hours. She could prove useful." Hao Ren smirked, thinking it a trivial point. After all, a simple brick could incapacitate even a high-ranking vampire like her, rendering her as formidable as a mere nuisance. "That we'll assess the situation tonight. Let's see how motivated those supernatural enthusiasts are. By tomorrow night at the latest, we must take action. The longer we wait, the more people will gather. Having more people could be advantageous." Vivian considered that we could blend in among them, claiming to be seeking ghosts. Sometimes, the most transparent approach serves as the best guise. What if a headless knight bursts from the castle and shouts for me to be the landlord? What if a radiant light envelopes me with a message indicating a successful pairing? What if our new housemate turns out to be a lunatic, causing chaos for the sake of entertainment? I must be wary of my luck and the potential pitfalls of Raven 12,345 schemes. Any one of those scenarios could require you to devise a plan to extricate me from MI5. "Do you have confidence in staging a prison break in England?" Vivian asked earnestly. "That I've done it before. Though back then, prisons here were constructed with wooden bars and dungeons that I took down a dozen nights to rescue a friend who had been captured by a demon hunter." Let us not delve into events from 1190. That just then, Nangong's voice echoed from ahead, interrupting Hao Ren and Vivian's idle banter. "Hey, let us rest here for the night. The hour is late, and we likely won't find Indians deeper in the town." Hao Ren looked up and realized that he had unknowingly followed Nangong to the entrance of a quaint little inn. This inn was a 3-story building, modest in size, yet remarkably tidy and new. With its white walls and blue tiles presenting a charming appearance, that a neon sign at the entrance displayed a line of English text, which Hao Ren read effortlessly thanks to the translation system. Angus's Lodge. What a coincidence! Indeed, this was the very name of the inn he had heard on television the previous day, and the proprietor here must be the same gentleman featured on the screen. Hao Ren and his companions hurriedly entered the inn, trailing behind Nangong. Inside, at the reception desk on the first floor, two individuals greeted them. A young woman, presumably the cashier, and a stout, affable middle-aged man. The very same one they had seen on television. Welcome to Angus's Lodge, exclaimed the jovial proprietor upon spotting the guest. He then turned to the young woman beside him, beaming with pride. Look, more foreigners. Business is looking up. Hao Ren was taken aback. So even in England, it seems that the trend of catering to foreigners is quite popular. Chapter 46. The story it appeared that Vivian was right. Although the Uford haunting had attracted numerous enthusiasts of the supernatural from afar, the influx of visitors had yet to reach its peak. The little inn still had 3 vacant rooms. Indeed, only 3 remained. Ideally, there would be 4 rooms available, allowing Hao Ren, his companions, and Nangong to each have their own space without disturbance. However, it seemed that Vivian and Lily would have to share a room for the night. The vampire girl was filled with discontent at this arrangement. She noticed that Lily had already begun to snore and was utterly convinced that this werewolf girl would awaken in the later hours and, as she had the previous night, run amok throughout the inn. With this insomniac companion, a restful night was out of the question. Once they obtained the room keys, Nangong noticed the absence of other patrons at the reception and leaned casually against the counter to engage the jovial proprietor in conversation. Hello, I've seen you on television, Mr. Angus, correct? I've heard there is a haunted castle nearby. Oh, your English is quite good, far better than that Indian monk upstairs. Angus beamed, the businessman running an inn. He possessed an amiable disposition, easily engaging in conversation with people from all walks of life. So, you've come here for the castle. It's the big news around here lately. That castle was nearly forgotten until the haunting started. Otherwise, I doubt anyone would even remember the name Uford. I'm an expert in this field. Nangong straightened his collar, speaking with utmost seriousness. I hail from China and am a professional demon hunter, here to exorcise the malevolent spirits within the castle. Hao Ren couldn't help but whisper to Vivian, this guy really is quite the talker. He'll chat with anyone who crosses his path. The vampire girl merely huffed in response, then nudged Lily, who was swaying precariously, toward the stairs, and addressed Hao Ren. I'll take this one upstairs. You should join us shortly. We need to discuss some matters. Vivian dragged Lily upstairs as Angus gazed at Nangong, clearly astonished. Indeed, from mysterious China. I remember, the ghost hunters there are called, what is it? Taoists. Surprisingly, Angus exhibited a fair knowledge of Chinese culture, pronouncing the term Taoist with a clear Chinese inflection. Nangong refrained from explaining the distinction between demon hunters and Taoists, simply shaking his head with a smile. I'm not a Taoist. Although I am familiar with their exorcism techniques. By the way, if you have the time, could you share the tale of Uford Castle? We are quite intrigued. Angus's face lit up with joy. He nimbly emerged from behind the counter and led Nangong and Hao Ren to a long table where guests could rest. Of course. Let us sit down and take our time. I've been discussing this for days. Where would you like to begin? Please start from the beginning, recounting the castle's history. Hao Ren replied, amused by Angus's enthusiasm, likening him to a tour guide who had not had a client in ages. I know nothing about that castle. I didn't even know where it was before arriving. Angus was momentarily taken aback. Oh, your English is even better than mine. Let us get back to the matter at hand. Hao Ren interjected. Thus, Angus began to narrate the story of the castle with great passion and detail. He elaborated on a British nobleman who established his domain there hundreds of years ago, spending several minutes recounting the nobleman's family history, filled with love, betrayal, and tumultuous events, painting the picture of a provincial lord akin to the Knights of the Round Table. According to Angus, this nobleman and his family resided in Old Uford for less than 2 centuries, during which they faced the rise and fall of their lineage, engaging in both overt and covert struggles with the court, experiencing rebellions within their domain, and wars from without, ultimately leading to the family's disintegration amidst the discord of 3 heirs. The eldest heir perished upon the throne of the castle, the second son fell in battle during a rebellion, and the youngest vanished without a trace, leaving behind countless legends. Consequently, the once mighty Uford Castle transformed into the largest site awaiting demolition in the area. The Uford estate had once flourished but ultimately fell into decay due to an internal rebellion, with many knights and soldiers perishing both within and outside the castle. Some of their bodies were buried by later generations. Yet it is said that many remains were never found. These soldiers were trapped within the castle's hidden passages and cellars, and after the demise of the noble family, no one had detailed knowledge of how many hidden chambers remained below. Thus, the souls of those soldiers, who perished in the underground and were never laid to rest, became vengeful spirits, filled with hatred as they listened to their lord being slain above them. Hao Ren observed Angus's expressive face and felt convinced that this gentleman must have been a tour guide in a previous life. Are there truly hidden passages and cellars beneath the castle, of considerable size? Hao Ren inquired with curiosity. Before Angus could respond, Nan Gong interjected, "That is quite normal. During that era, castles served not only as noble residences, but also as the ultimate strongholds for warfare. They typically feature expansive cellars and extensive hidden passages. Some castles even possess tunnels that span entire domains, allowing lords to escape to safety in times of crisis." Angus nodded in agreement, adding, "However, most of those tunnels have collapsed. And for so many years, Uford Castle has been forgotten. No one has truly investigated the state of affairs there, so no one knows the extent of its hidden secrets. Have you truly encountered a ghost?" Hao Ren asked, intrigued, as he gazed at Angus's beaming face, which hardly seemed like that of someone who had faced the supernatural. How could one appear so jubilant after an encounter with a ghost? "Of course, I have." Angus's voice rose in excitement. "That you're not the first to doubt me, but I swear on the Bible that I have seen the spirits of knights and mysterious lights near the castle." "Oh, it was a frightful night, yet it brought me so many guests now. Perhaps it's a blessing in disguise." Witnessing Angus's fervor, Hao Ren quickly expressed his belief in the man's words and continued discussing the recent happenings surrounding the castle. As time pressed on, he took his leave. His room was located at the west end of the third floor, directly opposite Vivian and Lily's room, while Nan Gong's room was at the far end of the corridor. Quite distant from theirs, upon reaching his door, Hao Ren found Vivian waiting for him. "Let us talk in your room," Vivian suggested, pointing to her own room. "The big dog is dreaming and currently gnawing on the table leg inside. Be prepared, you'll have to pay for that tomorrow." Hao Ren replied, "Why didn't you stop it?" Vivian gestured toward the bite marks on her arm, smirking. Hao Ren sighed. The conditions of this quaint inn, of course, could not compare to the luxury of a five-star hotel in central London. Each room contained only the essentials: a bed, a table, and a few chairs. However, this simplicity afforded Hao Ren a sense of relaxation. Sitting at the head of the bed with Vivian, he recounted the information he had gathered downstairs, his expression turning grave. "I've heard that there are already quite a number of people at the castle, many of whom are deranged enough to bring RVs or set up tents. Rather than staying in town, they're camping out just outside the castle, waiting to see a ghost. That it seems that sneaking in to retrieve the humans might not be very feasible. Does that mean it will be the same whether we set out tonight or tomorrow night?" Vivian blinked her eyes, just as I had employed my own methods to investigate the situation over there. And indeed, I stumbled upon something intriguing. Hao Ren, Chapter 47. Departure. That I discovered some information. As Vivian spoke, she gently snapped her fingers, and then Hao Ren witnessed a thin veil of black mist emanating from the corner of the room. The mist rapidly coalesced, forming several small bats that flitted around Vivian's shoulders. Having spent some time in close quarters with two female superheroes at home, Hao Ren was no stranger to such surreal phenomena. He was particularly familiar with Lily's tail and Vivian's bats. At this moment, he playfully teased one of the bats that had flown before him, simultaneously studying how it differed from its natural counterparts. While curiously inquiring, "What did you find?" "Hey, don't move around too much. These bats are my avatars, sharing my senses," Vivian admonished, swatting Hao Ren's hand away. She then gazed towards a specific direction outside the window. "I sent a few bats towards the ancient castle, and I did indeed detect some abnormal occurrences. It's the scent of the undead, dating back at least a few centuries, and in considerable numbers." Hao Ren felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite having adequately prepared himself, even anticipating that his new tenant might be an undead entity, the mere confirmation of this news sent a chill through him. So there really are some? In significant numbers? But the Raven 12345 mentioned only one person. Should we take one from inside? Let us not jump to conclusions just yet. The aura of the undead there is distinctly different from the haunting reports we've heard outside. Vivian replied, shaking her head. The essence of the undead in the castle is suppressed underground, that MY Bats only picked up on it while probing into a collapsed tunnel. Although I haven't pinpointed the source or discovered the subterranean entrance, I can ascertain that this suppressive environment remains largely intact. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any vengeful spirits rising to the surface at this point. Hao Ren pondered for a moment, quickly grasping the inconsistency. So, there are indeed ghosts near the castle, but they are currently constrained, which means there shouldn't be any haunting incidents occurring in the vicinity, right? Then what about the reports of hauntings from the locals? Who knows what might be the cause? If the undead are exceptionally powerful, they could potentially influence ordinary people within a certain radius even while sealed, causing them to see illusions or believe in false memories. However, such formidable undead have not been seen for many years. They should have been eradicated by the demon hunters by now. Hao Ren sighed, spreading his hands. What a predicament, as an ordinary person. I find myself entangled in such matters. Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly noticed a change in Vivian's expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" It seems Nangong is preparing to leave. Vivian frowned that I still have a bat lingering outside his window, and I can see him sorting through a box of tools. He is stepping out. So late. Hao Ren was taken aback. He truly is dedicated. Having just arrived, he is already heading out to work. Could it be that this demon hunter is genuinely competent? Previously, Hao Ren had suspected that Nangong was likely a charlatan posing as a ghostbuster. Someone who might have a superficial understanding of demon hunting but lacked true expertise. His ostentatious demeanor hardly suggested professionalism. Yet, he did not expect that the moment he arrived, he would disregard his exhaustion and venture out to work. Such dedication was not typical of mere ghost-hunting frauds. Vivian remained silent, immediately rushing to the window to observe downstairs, beckoning Hao Ren to join her. Come and see. He has already gone out. I am curious about how he plans to reach the ancient castle. It's several dozen kilometers away, and being an outsider, he surely lacks transportation. Moreover, at this hour, it's unlikely he could find a taxi willing to venture into such desolate areas. Could he truly possess some secret techniques of demon hunters? Hao Ren leaned beside Vivian on the windowsill, watching as Nangong arrived at the inn's entrance. Standing there seemingly lost in thought, he was not carrying his enormous travel suitcase, but rather a smaller black box. Still clad in a white shirt and black trousers, resembling an ordinary business traveler on a short trip. Just as Vivian had remarked, Nangong was also an outsider, lacking any roots in this place, and thus no convenient means of transportation. How on earth was he planning to travel to that ancient castle, located so far away in the dead of night? If he were a genuine demon hunter, reaching speeds of over 100 kilometers per hour would be quite simple. Some demon hunters could even fly short distances or teleport. Vivian frowned, observing him gesturing oddly towards a certain direction. Could he truly possess some arcane skill? Hao Ren was suddenly inundated with a plethora of esoteric terminologies, such as shrinking the distance and riding the winds, wolf spirit protection, and ancestral souls that in his mind. He envisioned Nangong preparing to soar into the sky on a cloud. At that moment, he wouldn't have been surprised if a magical circle had suddenly appeared around the small inn. However, the next instant, he witnessed a vehicle emerge from behind the inn. The innkeeper, Angus, was driving, and Nangong nodded at him before entering the car. Following him were a monk-like Indian and a European man dressed like Batman, who also climbed into the vehicle sequentially. Hao Ren distinctly observed all three of them rummaging through their wallets to pool their money before boarding. Vivian awkwardly opened her mouth. Carpooling. It seems that the innkeeper has recently launched a new business. Hao Ren, I overthought this that it appeared that the haunted castle nearby had indeed attracted a host of peculiar characters, drawing even foreigners into its orbit, but he wondered how these paranormal enthusiasts from across the globe possessed such motivation to pursue rumors of hauntings. After Angus drove away with the three demon-hunting specialists from different countries, Vivian poked Hao Ren's arm. We should follow them. Tonight we act. Hao Ren, puzzled, replied, Didn't you say we should keep our distance from demon hunters, and it's best not to encounter Nangong? I've changed my mind. What if some of these ghostbusters truly possess real skills and find our new tenant before us? Besides, the influx of people will only grow. We can't just wait for this wave to subside on its own. It might take days. And the longer we wait, the more restless we become. Hao Ren found her reasoning compelling, yet he cast a worried glance at the door. I've had enough sleep. I could manage without it tonight. But we still have a sleeping beauty to consider. Lily won't wake up until midnight, right? Should we bring her along? Vivian glanced at her watch. No worries, she'll wake up soon today this moment. We can rouse her just enough. That girl has a remarkable ability to follow us around even while asleep. That'll be by the time we reach the castle. She'll be awake, which is quite fitting. With no further objections, Hao Ren followed Vivian to Lily's room. Indeed, the werewolf girl was restlessly tossing and turning in bed, seemingly engaged in her last few movements before waking. She was still dressed in her usual clothes. Having not changed for bed, Vivian had brought her up, and the vampire girl certainly lacked the kindness to assist her in changing. Thus, Hao Ren was spared that trouble, while he did hold a certain expectation of encountering the werewolf girl clad in revealing sleepwear. That possibility was rather slim. Look at the table leg. Vivian pointed to the table beside the bed. Hao Ren's eyes twitched as he observed that the wooden table leg had been gnawed on like a candied hawthorn, with a thick layer of sawdust scattered across the floor and remnants of wood chips still visible at the corners of Lily's mouth. There was no doubt that Lily had been dreaming of devouring large bones at home. Hey, big dog, it's time to get to work. Vivian brusquely shoved Lily off the bed, the latter tumbling to the floor with a thud, finally managing to open her eyes in a dazed state. And upon spotting Hao Ren, she exclaimed, "Oh, landlord, is it time for breakfast? Breakfast, my foot." Vivian yanked Lily up, preparing to set off towards the ancient castle. You aren't fully awake yet, so just follow us. We'll explain the details once we arrive there. Lily groggily agreed, closing her eyes as she stood up, entering her olfactory following mode. Just before fully dozing off, she mumbled, "Landlord, I just dreamt you were making me braised ribs. They were so delicious, Hao Ren." Moments later, the trio stealthily left the small inn, and with Vivian's black mist providing cover, ordinary people remained oblivious to their movements. Since the inn was situated at the town's edge, they soon departed from the small town. Gazing at the endless wilderness ahead, Hao Ren suddenly realized a pressing issue. They had carpooled. What were they to do? Suddenly, a pair of enormous bat wings unfurled behind Vivian, her face radiating with a brilliant smile. I'll carry you while the big dog runs below. Chapter 48. The ancient castle. The silver moon hung hazily in the night sky, casting a deep, tranquil darkness over the desolate and empty wilderness, where silence reigned. Above, the sound of flapping wings echoed as the bat-winged vampire girl swiftly soared through the night. The moonlight cascaded upon Vivian, enveloping her in a hazy aura that completely masked the essence of the vampire. Uncertain whether the haunted ancient castle would attract genuine demon hunters, Vivian remained highly vigilant, consistently utilizing the moonlight's power to conceal her presence. Hao Ren found himself suspended in the air, held under Vivian's arm, feeling a surge of excitement. Initially, when you suggested flying while holding on to me, I was resistant, for it isn't fitting that you simply command me to soar. At the very least, you ought to allow me a moment to acclimatize that I dread the moment you hoist me aloft. Vivian's voice floated down from above. Speak plainly. Provide a little psychological preparation, dear sister. You whisk me up here before I even consent. Ordinary hearts cannot withstand such heights. Yet here you are, still managing it. Aren't you? Vivian glanced down at Hao Ren, having whisked him into the sky without awaiting his reaction. There was no hint of apology in her demeanor. You should relish this. Where do ordinary folk receive such privileges? Do you believe we of the bloodline enjoy carrying passengers through the skies? It's cumbersome and heavy. Hao Ren remained silent, albeit feeling a twinge of embarrassment being airborne with a girl, yet with no one else around. He decided to treat it as a novel experience. Initially, he felt a flicker of anxiety when Vivian whisked him skyward, fearing that this unreliable vampire might falter mid-flight and let him plummet, leaving him to wonder if the enhancements bestowed upon him by Crow 12345 would endure the fall. However, it became evident that Vivian, though not human, possessed considerable strength, while she could not rival Lily. Lifting an adult several dozen kilometers was a relatively trivial feat for her. As Hao Ren gazed down at the ground, the altitude was significant, yet the moonlight illuminated the terrain below. He spotted a small silvery figure trailing right beneath him. That was Lily, racing to keep up to match Vivian's speed. Lily had transformed into her wolf form, running on all fours, her tail and long hair shimmering silver. Remarkably, the wolf girl remained asleep. She had followed them here with her eyes closed. Even Vivian was astounded by this foolhardy girl's tracking prowess. She could follow a flying vampire solely by scent while in slumber, demonstrating that beneath her seemingly foolish exterior, Lily possessed astonishing hunting talents. If she were inclined, she would undoubtedly rank among the finest hunters among werewolves based solely on this tracking ability. Thus, the trio arrived at the ancient castle of Yoford, located several dozen kilometers away. Utilizing this wondrous mode of travel, that in addition to avoiding the main roads and traversing the wilderness, Vivian had kept one of her bat avatars at a distance, trailing behind Angus's vehicle to ascertain the movements of its occupants. Fortunately, the journey proceeded smoothly. The individuals in the car remained oblivious to the presence of werewolves and vampires conspicuously traveling nearby, including the ostentatious Mr. Nangong, who exhibited no signs of activity, not even glancing out the window. There it stood, the ancient castle of Yoford. After soaring through the night for an indeterminate duration, Vivian's voice suddenly resounded from the side, and Hao Ren looked up to see a scattering of boulders atop a highland. The castle having collapsed to the point where its original form was unrecognizable. Yet, from the scale of the rubble, one could infer the grandeur it once possessed. "Let us land here," Vivian declared, guiding Hao Ren safely to the ground. He promptly sprung in place to alleviate the stiffness in his limbs from being suspended for so long. Despite it being summer, the prolonged exposure to the night breeze at such heights was rather uncomfortable, and he felt as though he might freeze if he lingered any longer. As he rubbed his somewhat sore arms and prepared to venture towards the castle, a silvery figure suddenly dashed past him like a gust of wind, stirring up a whirlwind of debris. Both Hao Ren and Vivian stared, astonished, as the white figure sprinted several hundred meters in an instant, colliding directly with a distant boulder. A resounding crash echoed as a massive stone was shattered as if struck by cannon fire, accompanied by a muffled cry of pain from Lily. Hao Ren hurriedly dashed over, and as the dust began to settle, he spotted the wolf girl rolling on the ground, rubbing her head. Well, Lily had finally awakened completely, albeit not from a natural slumber. Vivian was left speechless. That head could easily land a job as a jackhammer at a quarry. Indeed, the wolf girl's head seemed to be composed entirely of muscle. Lily clumsily rose to her feet, her once perky ears now in disarray, with one standing upright and the other drooping limply, evidently having sustained some pain from the impact, covered in dirt and debris. She shook her hair, dislodging more stones, yet her spirits remained high as she tugged on Hao Ren's arm. "Landlord, see? I can keep up." That winged one was boasting about her speed, but she's not much faster than me. Vivian tossed her hair. "Nonsense. I was carrying someone. Next time, you carry the landlord while I fly, and we shall see who is faster. Enough with the banter. Let us focus on the task at hand." Hao Ren urged, pressing down on both women to quiet them. Noticing some lights flickering in the distance from a small hill, he quickly pulled Lily and Vivian away from the area. Lily's earlier crash had likely drawn attention. The trio swiftly departed the chaotic landing site under the cover of night, rounding to another small hill closer to the ruins of the castle, where they could better observe the surroundings. The Yoford castle was situated upon elevated ground, yet unlike other ancient fortresses, it did not boast formidable terrain, likely due to the flatness of the area. Even the lord here struggled to find a more defensible location. The castle had completely crumbled, resembling the heaps of stones Hao Ren had seen from above, barely hinting at its former monumental structure, now lifeless and desolate. Near the highland, however, a small cluster of lights could be discerned. By the mingling of moonlight and lanterns, it became evident that tents and several large carts had gathered, with vague figures flitting about in the light, presumably the paranormal enthusiasts drawn by the castle's haunted reputation. The crowd was not as numerous as anticipated, seeming to consist of merely a dozen individuals. It appeared that fervent ghost hunters camping in the wilderness at such an hour were indeed a rarity, which alleviated Hao Ren's concerns. He had feared the area would be teeming with people, mistaking the ghost hunting gathering for a festival. "Looks like Nangong and the others have arrived," Vivian pointed out. And Hao Ren spotted a beam of headlights approaching from afar, recognizing it as Angus's SUV, with Nangong seated in the back, maintaining his haughty demeanor. Wait a moment. Hao Ren suddenly sensed something amiss. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, peering into the darkness beyond the wilderness. "Vivian, how does your night vision fare?" Quite well, Vivian nodded. I am a nocturnal being, after all. Then can you see 3 dead trees in that direction? One of them has, oh no, 2 large stones beneath it. Indeed, quite clearly, Vivian replied casually, only to realize moments later, wait, you can see them too. Hao Ren squinted. He had noticed a detail he had overlooked throughout their journey, despite the thick darkness enveloping the surroundings. Illuminated solely by a dim moon, everything within his line of sight appeared as clear as day. The 3 dead trees were at least 2 or 3 kilometers away, yet he could almost distinguish every branch. This was the result of the enhancements bestowed upon him by Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A wave of exhilaration washed over Hao Ren. He felt liberated from the feeling of being swindled for so long. Finally encountering a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 49. Goodness. There really are ghosts. Hao Ren eagerly examined the new changes to his body, convinced that the promised enhancements from Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were gradually manifesting. There was no doubt. A normal person could not perceive tree branches at a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers under the cover of night. Even in broad daylight, it would be impossible. Yet, for Hao Ren, it felt remarkably effortless. This unexpected boon even momentarily distracted him from the matters concerning the castle, as he focused intently on his newfound ocular capabilities. He discovered that this sudden enhancement in night vision and remarkable range presented no sense of discomfort. Only when he concentrated could he perceive several kilometers in the dark, while under normal circumstances, his vision remained unchanged, as if his eyes possessed an advanced, intelligent night vision lens, allowing seamless transitions akin to. As though he had been endowed with this ability since birth, it seemed that Crow had not deceived him this time. Hao Ren pressed his temples in delight. She had explicitly stated that the body enhancement features would gradually unlock in accordance with his adaptability. Asserting that there would be no side effects, at least for now, controlling this newfound vision felt remarkably fluid. It's merely about being able to see a bit farther at night, and look at how pleased you are. Vivian scoffed with a dismissive humph. Your eyesight may have improved, but what about your other physical attributes? One cannot say it that way, that I started as an ordinary person. Any semblance of special ability would indeed be a transformation. Hao Ren remarked with utmost seriousness. Just think about yourself. You usually don't carry more than 200 yuan, right? What if one day you suddenly found 1,000 yuan in your pocket and it wouldn't get lost? How would you feel? Vivian paused, and then her entire face blossomed with a visible radiance. Hao Ren shrugged. See, it's the same principle that this moment. Lily finally cleaned the grass and dirt from her hair and looked towards the distant castle. When shall we enter? You mentioned some kind of rendezvous signal, but where is it? It should have appeared by now. Hao Ren recalled the main purpose of their visit, scratching his head in confusion, and then pulled out his data terminal. Hello, do you have any new information? None. The device has not received any updated mission data. The target has yet to appear. It is recommended that the operator remain at the current location. The terminal displayed this message before reverting to standby mode. Hao Ren tapped on the device a few times, only to see a line appear stating that the device was contemplating life and requested not to be disturbed unless there was an important event. After which it fell silent once more. Yet again, at a critical moment, it failed him. Hao Ren could only laugh wryly at this device that had been less than reliable since it came into his possession. He then shifted his gaze to a small encampment not far away. Speaking of which, why aren't they investigating the castle? Aren't these people here to catch ghosts? Just waiting idly outside the castle? Perhaps they harbor some reservations about the situation inside the castle. And given the ruins that have collapsed to such an extent, who would dare enter recklessly? Vivian stated, glancing up at the moon, which was being obscured by clouds, that if there truly are undead, this would be the opportune moment. Upon her words, Hao Ren felt a surge of anxiety, yet the ghost-hunting professionals nearby seemed blissfully unaware. The enthusiasts, adorned in peculiar clothing and wielding bizarre detectors, gathered in small groups around the lights of tents or large vehicles. Some laughed boisterously, while others whispered mysteriously, and a few had even spread out picnic blankets, inviting acquaintances to eat and drink. The night was deep, yet none appeared tired, resembling a horde of nocturnal creatures, though the atmosphere felt more akin to a masquerade than a ghost-hunting expedition. The European giant who had carpooled with Nangong had already mingled with a few inebriated souls. The hotel owner, Angus, who had driven Nangong and the others, seemed reluctant to join the late-night revelry of these professionals. After exchanging a few words with Nangong, the portly man staggered back to his vehicle and soon drove away from the small campsite, indicating that Nangong and the others had only requested Angus to bring them here and did not intend to return tonight. Amidst the throng of supernatural enthusiasts, Nangong and the Indian monk became the most conspicuous figures. They did not venture to the liveliest tents to boast with others, nor did they brandish peculiar spirit detectors towards the castle. Nearby, a few ghost hunters dressed like medieval alchemists called out for them to join in their drinking, but they remained oblivious, each finding a quiet spot to examine their tools. Nangong opened his black case and retrieved a uniquely designed small crossbow. This crossbow resembled more of an artistic piece than a weapon, its size casting doubt on its lethality that he carefully secured the crossbow close to him, then pulled out a black cloth strip adorned with numerous silver arrows, wrapping it around his waist. Finally, he extracted a single-lens glasses that resembled a movie prop from the case, indicating he was prepared for something specific. Meanwhile, the Indian monk retrieved a small vessel filled with spices from his colorful robe, continuously sprinkling some on himself and the ground around him, his demeanor serious as he muttered incantations, entirely unlike the impulsive and comically equipped enthusiasts surrounding them. In fact, just from the expression and composure on his face, this thin Indian monk appeared even more like a legitimate demon hunter than Nangong. Hao Ren's gaze was almost entirely fixated on the monk, sensing a subtle air of mastery about him. Yet, this aura of expertise was evidently not something everyone could perceive. Next to the Indian monk stood a group of European giants who were picnicking. And upon seeing this thin old man carrying spices, they immediately sent over a representative to buy a box of spices from him, which was then used to season their barbecue, in an instant. Hao Ren lost all hope for these ghost-hunting professionals. Are they here to court death? He pointed towards Nangong and the Indian monk, and his suddenly enhanced vision proved useful, for their every movement was crystal clear to him. They appear to be quite different from the rest, seemingly operating on an entirely different level. It does seem to have some merit. Vivian furrowed her brow. I initially thought Nangong was merely a fraud, but it seems he truly knows his craft. Those silver arrows are not only silver, but also contain special exorcism elements. Look at how the moonlight reflects off the arrowheads, casting a faint blue hue. Moreover, that Indian monk's spices make me quite uncomfortable. Even from this distance, I can sense it. Hao Ren was immediately taken aback. To think that Vivian, a high-ranking vampire, who could almost be described as a living fossil, would be wary of the spices the Indian monk had sprinkled on himself. Could it be that this suddenly emerged Indian monk is indeed a concealed expert? I dislike curry, Vivian frowned, recalling her time in India when the curry caused her considerable stomach distress. Hao Ren. At that moment, he noticed that the moonlight beside him suddenly dimmed. Looking up, he realized that the heavy clouds had completely obscured the moon, whether it was merely an illusion or not. At the instant the moonlight was blocked, he vaguely heard a mournful, low howl carried by the wind. There's movement at the castle. Lily's tail suddenly bristled, her golden eyes shining brightly. There's light. Without needing Lily's reminder, Hao Ren had already spotted the unusual activity at the castle. Almost simultaneously with the moonlight being covered, several faint glimmers appeared amidst the completely collapsed ruins. These lights flickered for a few seconds before gradually fading, only to re-emerge shortly after in other parts of the castle. Concurrently, a series of howling winds emanated from the castle ruins. Yet there was no wind in the vicinity. Hao Ren swallowed hard. Holy crap. There really are ghosts. Chapter 50. Shadows of the Haunted. The anomalous occurrences at the castle ruins immediately captured the attention of the ghost-hunting experts in the nearby camp. The howling winds erupted from the jagged stones. The entire campsite erupted into a frenzy that a motley crew of professionals grabbed peculiar-looking mineral radios, lugged around outdated cameras from 50 years ago, wielded two bent copper rods, and donned attire resembling mass-produced sci-fi warriors, all rushing towards the castle ruins that were emitting strange sounds. Their actual combat prowess aside, if the castle indeed housed a horde of centuries-old specters, such a bizarre assemblage of eccentrics charging toward them would surely give the spirits quite a fright. Hao Ren, too, felt an urge to rush out immediately. Seeing the ghost hunters sprinting towards the castle, his first thought was that this job was going to be a disaster, that he was gripped with anxiety. fearing that his new tenant might be inadvertently harmed by this gaggle of buffoons, or that these buffoons might accidentally bring harm to his new tenant. The thought of being left hanging for weeks, like a raven on display, was hardly appealing. Yet just as he prepared to charge ahead, Vivian firmly grasped his neck. "Don't rush. Look at Nangong and the Indian monk." Hao Ren focused intently, and only then did he realize that the two individuals who should have been most interested in the castle, at least Nangong had shown immense interest, were standing still. Unmoved, Nangong observed the horde of supernatural enthusiasts with a cold gaze, even making a face at the thin Indian monk beside him, seemingly mocking the amateurs. The Indian monk remained expressionless throughout, whether it was an air of superiority or simply an unapproachable demeanor. He merely glanced at Nangong, offered a casual reply, and returned to fiddling with his spices. These two individuals were remarkably unperturbed by the supernatural phenomena emerging from the castle, leaving Hao Ren utterly baffled. What on earth is going on with them? Beneath the ancient castle, the restless spirits lay in eerie silence. Vivian furrowed her brow, uncertain of the forces at play, yet convinced that these were not genuine specters haunting the grounds. The two individuals present must possess some means of discerning true apparitions. As for the gaunt old man, he was a mystery, but Nangong undoubtedly had real capabilities. His monocle bore an artisanal craftsmanship that seemed far from ordinary. At this juncture, the peculiar luminescence within the castle ruins began to fade. Yet the source of the wind's mournful wail continued to reverberate across the highland, echoing faintly with the sounds of distant horns and galloping hooves, rendering the scene just as Angus had described. A group of individuals, the first to approach the ruins, halted beside a pile of massive stones, employing an array of eccentric devices to scan the remnants of the castle. Those without equipment opted to sit cross-legged, muttering incantations with vacant stares. Thus far, no one had dared to venture into the stone heap. Even fervent enthusiasts of the supernatural seemed to cherish their lives, especially with the firm belief that genuine spirits lurked within. Nangong and the Indian monk, lingering at the back of the throng, had engaged in warm-up exercises for several minutes before finally setting off towards the ruins. Vivian clapped Hao Ren on the shoulder. "Let us proceed." Had the malevolent spirits truly emerged from beneath the castle? Not yet, but they were evidently stirring. The crimson light in Vivian's eyes began to wane as she playfully tapped Lily on the head. "Silly dog, retract your ears and tail. Do you wish to reveal our presence?" Lily, reminded of her werewolf form, hastily concealed her extraneous appendages and queried, "What if we encounter Nangong? Let us do our utmost to avoid him." "We shall take a detour," Hao Ren suggested, pointing towards a break in the castle wall on the opposite side, away from the crowd, striving to approach their objective unnoticed. "That if we do happen to meet someone, we can simply claim we are here for the same purpose as them, to seek out spirits. That we can say the same to Nangong, considering we are not well acquainted with him. So detailed explanations are unnecessary." Hao Ren's words were one thing, but he knew that if either Nangong or the Indian monk were to discover them, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. The two appeared to genuinely possess the ability to detect spiritual entities. And Hao Ren was increasingly convinced that his new tenant was among the spirits residing here, that if he encountered Nangong or the monk after making contact, he could not afford to extricate himself so easily. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to evade all human presence entirely. Fortunately, all the ghost-hunting experts, including Nangong and the Indian monk, had congregated on one side of the highland, allowing Hao Ren and his companions to successfully approach the castle ruins from the opposite side. The site was expansive, and even if some audacious ghost hunters ventured inside, Hao Ren was confident that, provided he exercised caution and his two supernatural companions did not falter, he would not be confronted directly. Goodness, this place has truly collapsed spectacularly. Hao Ren navigated cautiously through a breach in the castle's crumbling wall, finding himself in an expanse littered with debris. This area must have once served as the castle's grand hall. But now, the roof and upper level had completely caved in, the original wooden structure reduced to decay. The former hall had transformed into an open plaza, with only the remaining stone walls hinting at its previous function. Vivian gazed around with a tinge of melancholy. Time can obliterate all. My greatest dream once was to reside in a castle such as this. Once, people spoke of vampires dwelling within castles. Yet I could scarcely afford a single brick of one. Hao Ren comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Do not dwell on past sorrows. You still cannot afford it now." Do you truly know how to console someone? Within the castle ruins, the howling winds were distinctly audible, yet the scattered stones and partially collapsed walls created a complex echo, making it difficult to ascertain the wind's origin. After listening intently for several moments, Lily finally raised her head. That it seems to be coming from that direction, but my human ears cannot discern it clearly. Hao Ren followed the direction of Lily's finger, noting that it pointed to one of the few sections of the castle that had not yet succumbed to collapse. Situated at the corner of the rectangular ruin, it appeared to be a standalone stone structure, possibly a small chapel, which had escaped the overall devastation due to its independence from the main building. That it must be a chapel. Vivian analyzed with expertise that I have encountered such layouts before. That stone structure is a chapel. Is there a ghostly voice emanating from the chapel? This haunting scenario is quite theatrical, Hao Ren remarked, sensing the subtext in Vivian's words. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Have you discovered something? Patience. Have you sensed the presence of our target yet?" "Not yet," Hao Ren replied, bemused by the question. That he extracted his data terminal once more. "Hello, what happened to the sensing capability?" "How should I know? The data terminal has quite the temperament. This is your issue." 12345, the officer's message stated that as long as the new tenant is within a certain proximity, you should be able to sense them. That if you have not sensed anything yet, it means you are not in the correct position. Search around here, according to the data. The coordinates should be nearby. Hao Ren was tempted to hurl the seemingly useless data terminal to the ground in frustration, but feared it might break irreparably. Instead, he shot at a venomous glare and cautiously tucked the high-tech device back into his pocket. Meanwhile, the group of supernatural enthusiasts gathered on the other side of the castle had begun their own chaotic endeavors. A scruffy man clutching a mineral radio, burdened by an array of antennas and batteries, donned headphones as he meticulously adjusted the modified spirit receiver. Suddenly, he erupted in excitement, shouting, "I sense it! I sense it! The soul is entering my brain through the antenna. I can feel it coursing through my nerves." Beside him, a dapper old gentleman, adorned in an exquisitely tailored outfit and wielding an antiquated black and white camera, shot him a disapproving glance. "Please maintain silence. I am in the process of capturing images of the malevolent spirits. Also, I must remind you, your headphones are short-circuiting. I just saw sparks, souls. I see numerous souls drifting above the castle." A middle-aged woman clad in a purple robe perched upon a stone, rolling her eyes and muttering incantations, while an older which beside her appeared even more professional. Not only is she chanting, but she has even begun to froth at the mouth. Nangong, wearing his specially crafted monocle, stood amidst the chaos, shaking his head in bemusement. He and the Indian monk simultaneously lowered their gazes, as if peering through the thick earth, directly into the depths below. Chapter 51. The underground cavern. Hao Ren was oblivious to the frenzied antics of the supernatural enthusiasts, but contemplating the peculiar equipment they bore allowed him to glean some insight. Vivian bluntly summarized, "Over there, that is essentially a gathering of charlatans. Only Nangong and that monk possess any genuine skills." Lily crouched low, sniffing the ground, and after a few moments, raised her head. "Someone has been here." Given the influx of visitors to the ancient castle, it was hardly surprising. Hao Ren paid it little mind, carefully making his way towards the small chapel, although the sounds emanating from that direction were decidedly unnerving. "Vivian, are you certain this is wise?" "Quite certain. The aura of the undead remains suppressed underground." Vivian subtly released a modicum of her power, her eyes shimmering with a faint red glow under the night sky. "Listen, the wind seems to be diminishing." Hao Ren swallowed hard, noticing that the wind and the eerie howls from the chapel were indeed subsiding, yet this only contributed to an atmosphere of unease. He could sense no trace of the so-called undead presence. In his eyes, this place was already rife with ghostly shadows. The wooden door of the chapel had completely rotted away, yet a pile of fallen stones obstructed the entrance to the stone edifice. Hao Ren cautiously approached, locating a gap among the rubble to peer inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and the intermittent sounds of wind and the cacophony of human and equine cries were unmistakably emanating from within, as numerous cracks surrounded the stone structure, allowing the strange noises to escape unimpeded. No wonder they reverberated throughout the castle. Hao Ren moistened his fingertip and cautiously probed the fissures in the stone pile, nodding in a professional manner. No wind, of course not. With all this commotion, If there were wind, it would have blasted sand into your face the moment you leaned in, Vivian quipped, shoving Hao Ren aside. She beckoned to Lily. Come here, big dog, help clear this debris. Hao Ren immediately felt uneasy. Wait, isn't this disrespectful to the deceased? Disrespectful? I have dealt with real zombies before. The Pharaoh's guard was hardly intimidating. Big dog. Move it. Try calling me big dog again. Do you believe I could snap at you in an instant? Lily, exasperated by the increasingly rude vampire, protested loudly. However, after her outburst, she dutifully set to work. She was indeed the strongest among them. And moving the considerable pile of stones would fall to her. Yes, Lily deftly cast aside the first massive stone slab. The strange noises emanating from the little chapel abruptly ceased. That it's silent now. Hao Ren exclaimed, I think I heard something rustling inside. Did you catch that? Vivian tilted her head, listening intently to the sounds within the chapel, and gestured to Lily. Ignore what's inside. Keep moving. Hey, whoosh! Lily bent down to lift a stone that appeared to weigh at least half a ton, effortlessly tossing it several meters as if it were a mere model made of foam. Hao Ren maintained a distance of over 2 meters from the immensely powerful werewolf, fearing that she might accidentally aim poorly while throwing stones and turn him into a pancake. All the while marveling, how wonderful it would be if I had such strength. Just muscular, Vivian observed, watching Lily move the boulders with a slight tremor of her eyelids. Yet she held her tongue, muttering to herself that true power resided in wisdom. And no matter how great her strength is, can it compare to my blood magic? With a single curse, I could have her lying. Just then, Lily turned around, holding a stone slab nearly a meter wide. Go on, keep talking. Hao Ren, standing beside Vivian, promptly jumped back over a meter. Hey, don't joke around like that. There's a regular person here, if you slip. I could end up flattened. If you two want to mess about, do it somewhere private later. Lily scoffed, turning back to her task. The pile of rubble blocking the chapel's entrance was rapidly cleared away. And with a final kick, the last stone slab was sent flying, revealing the dark entrance of the chapel wide open before the three of them. Landlord, my shoe's broken. Lily pointed at her foot. Hao Ren glanced down to see that the front of her white sneaker had torn open, her 5 toes, as pale as jade, wriggling through the gash. Remember how that last stone slab was kicked away by this girl? Other books wouldn't bother with such details. I'll buy you a new pair when we get back. This counts as work-related wear and tear. Hao Ren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking about how everything seemed to go awry when it came to him, and he stepped toward the ominous chapel, eager to discover what lay within. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Ordinarily, even the bravest of souls would hesitate to enter a sealed stone chamber that had just minutes ago echoed with eerie sounds. However, with Vivian, a vampire capable of sensing the undead, ensuring their safety, and Lily, an exceptional protector, he mustered his courage. After all, he still had a streak of pride as a man, and he worried that if he hesitated now, he might be looked down upon by the 2 superwomen beside him. Although the entrance was blocked by fallen stones, the chapel was riddled with cracks and collapses, essentially in a state of being open to the elements. Upon stepping inside, Hao Ren did not detect any scent of decay. Instead, he was greeted by the dusty aroma stirred up by Lily's labor. Vivian furrowed her brow, a cool breeze swirling around them, dispersing the dust with an air of vampiric elegance, prompting Lily to glance at her sideways. How pretentious, still worrying about cleanliness at a time like this. The chapel was desolate, its original furnishings long gone, and only a few scattered fragments of stone bricks remained on the uneven ground. This little chapel epitomized the classic European castle style, with narrow, high-set windows that had now become elongated voids. The dim moonlight streamed through these openings, casting an even eerier ambience around. The moon is out again. Lily gazed dreamily at the brightest window hole. Landlord, I want to howl a couple of times. Hao Ren replied. What is wrong with this girl? With his newly acquired superpower, he could discern everything within the chapel. However, the stone room appeared utterly ordinary. No floating will-o'-the-wisps. No ghostly knights, nor any ominous black magic tomes emitting faint glows that screamed trouble. The strange sounds had ceased before he arrived, and now the chapel merely resembled an unremarkable abandoned building. Yet Lily knelt down, sniffing the ground. Landlord, there is a lingering scent of the living here. Vivian strode directly to the chapel's floor, and with a swift motion, a plume of blood-red mist surged toward a small stone slab in the corner. A sharp hissing sound followed as the once solid stone was corroded to dust, revealing a small hole underneath. Someone escaped from here, engaging in their ghostly antics. Someone. Are you saying the haunting here was orchestrated by a person? Did you know this all along? Hao Ren gazed at Vivian in astonishment, wondering why she hadn't mentioned it earlier, that I sensed a living person hiding here. I initially intended to see what they were up to. But to my surprise, they were merely playing tricks. Vivian shrugged. Lily started moving stones, and that's when he slipped away. What a pity that large dog claimed to have keen senses, yet a human managed to escape right under your nose. Lily, undeterred, retorted, I was focused on moving stones. I wasn't paying attention. Hao Ren ignored the two women's playful banter and approached the dark hole in the ground. Are we really going down there? You can wait up here if you wish. Vivian glanced at the hole with an indifferent expression, though I perceive that it's likely just an ordinary person. The situation below remains uncertain and may pose a danger. Vivian's comment only ignited Hao Ren's temper. He was destined to be the man who would care for odd and eccentric tenants in the future, and he couldn't allow himself to be intimidated by a regular person engaging in ghostly antics in a castle. With determination, he rolled up his sleeves and leaped into the pit. Don't stop me. I'm going first. Whoa. Chapter 52. Ghostly antics. Hao Ren quickly surveyed the surroundings within the hole, confirming that the ground beneath was solid and not too deep, before jumping down. However, just seconds after landing, he let out a startled exclamation that echoed with vigor, startling both Lily and Vivian. Landlord, what's wrong? Lily peered into the dark abyss. Nothing. It's just not your ordinary depth. Hao Ren stood at the bottom, squinting to observe his surroundings, his voice filled with awe. The area was shrouded in darkness, far more challenging for night vision than the night outside, aside from a faint trickle of moonlight seeping through the entrance. There was no other source of illumination. Hao Ren felt that even his newly acquired night vision was nearing its limits, so he focused intently to discern the details below. It appeared that his night vision was still bound by the laws of optics. Yet to reach the legendary level of scanning his surroundings with mental acuity, he wondered if that capability would ever evolve. When he jumped down, he found himself on a raised earth platform, presumably designed to facilitate the return of those underground through the chapel's secret entrance. In front of this platform lay a small sloped pathway, and as Hao Ren descended, he stumbled upon something astonishing, a tunnel, an unimaginable tunnel. Beneath the castle, there indeed existed an underground structure, and its scale exceeded Hao Ren's expectations, surpassing what most classical castles would typically feature in their subterranean designs. Before him lay three broad passages extending in different directions, reinforced with massive stones and some ancient material that had long lost its identity. Remarkably, after all these years, they had not collapsed. Even a novice in architecture like Hao Ren found it hard to believe. Each passage was wide enough for a mid-sized vehicle to traverse and soared over 3 meters high, converging into a T-junction that resembled an underground hall. It seemed that the chapel's secret entrance led to a node of the castle's underground tunnels, a place where multiple passages intersected. Behind him, he heard the soft sounds of footsteps. Vivian and Lily had also jumped down from the hole. They followed the slope down to join Hao Ren, taking in the scene before them. It seems the Lord of the Yorkfeld territory was no ordinary person. He constructed an underground palace that far exceeds standard expectations. Vivian, an astute vampire with a keen eye, immediately recognized the disparity between the tunnel scale and that of the castle above. Could it be that this place was built during years of conflict? Did the local lord create such an extensive refuge underground? Hao Ren regarded Vivian with curiosity. Haven't you been away from England since 1190? How do you know so much about the scale of ancient castles from hundreds of years ago? He had wanted to ask this earlier when they were above. Just because I'm not in England doesn't mean I can't wander through Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and France. Vivian shot him a disdainful look. I may have been a bit impoverished, but my absence from England for nearly 1,000 years wasn't due to a lack of travel funds. At that time, I was exploring neighboring countries. The ancient castles in this area were all quite similar a few centuries ago. Despite structural differences, I have a good grasp of the comparative scale of their facilities. This moment, Lily had already been sniffing around the intersection, circling back and forth. She darted to one of the paths, meticulously discerning the lingering scents in the air, and exclaimed loudly, "This way, there is a scent of a person here." The werewolf girl had now completely transformed into a sensory radar. and Hao Ren felt as if he were accompanied by a police dog. The trio, under Lily's guidance, ventured deeper into the underground chamber, which was substantial enough to be termed as such. Initially, Hao Ren was concerned about potential suffocation in the dilapidated subterranean passage, but soon realized that the air was quite fresh, and a mysterious breeze caressed his cheek, suggesting that there were still ventilation holes leading to the surface that had not been blocked. This further attested to the immense effort the castle's original owner had invested in constructing this fortress, rendering it remarkably sturdy. Vivian analyzed from the side. I initially presumed that the lord of the Yoford territory was merely an ordinary noble with a castle. But it seems he was quite extraordinary. The underground structure and the quantity of stone used in the castle above indicate that this was once a formidable fortress. However, this is a plain region, not situated in a military stronghold. Its geographical conditions are not advantageous for a fortification, that I find it puzzling why the Yoford lord would construct such a robust fortress. Hao Ren conjectured, wasn't it said that the Yoford territory was abandoned due to internal rebellion? Perhaps due to the incessant civil strife, the lord fortified the castle as if it were a major stronghold. That's naive. Vivian shot him a sidelong glance. Did you think constructing such extensive underground works would take a short time? Especially centuries ago, it requires the effort of several generations. The Yoford family has likely been reinforcing and expanding this underground chamber for 200 years. And let us not forget, this is England. Unlike the ancient dynasties in China that could easily conscript thousands of laborers to dig mountains and excavate lakes, here a feudal lord has limited productive capacity, undertaking such a large project. It's suspicious that as she spoke, Vivian quickened her pace to move ahead at this moment. The surroundings have become utterly pitch dark, and even the strongest night vision would require some illumination. Therefore, Hao Ren took out his data terminal, activating the standby screen, which illuminated the path ahead like a flashlight. Instantly, the darkness transformed into daylight in his eyes, and the terminal began scrolling a series of messages. This device believes your usage is incorrect. This device believes your usage is incorrect. This device suggests you search for the normal measures that should be taken at this moment. Hao Ren chose to ignore the messages. The data terminal was utterly unreliable. After a few minutes of walking through the tunnel, Hao Ren sensed that the terrain ahead was gradually sloping downwards, as if the passage led to deeper layers. He had momentarily forgotten about the ghost enthusiasts in Nangong above ground. He felt that there was at least one advantage to being in this pitch-black place. He was distanced from the troubles on the surface, that if he could find the person he was searching for underground, it would be perfect. Could it be that the haunting of the ancient castle is merely a ruse? Lily mused, finding the current pace rather dull, and disregarding their usual tensions. She initiated a conversation with Vivian. Who could it be? And are there really undead beneath this castle? It's definitely humans playing tricks. Humans are the most complex beings. Who knows what they think about all day? Vivian huffed, as for the undead. Hey, landlord, did you just shiver? Hao Ren, with a forlorn expression, replied, I just remembered that there are ghosts down here. I jumped down without a second thought, and now I feel a bit apprehensive. Vivian maliciously reassured him. Don't be afraid. Dealing with monsters and ghosts will sooner or later become part of your daily work. Just then, Lily, who was leading the way, suddenly perked up her nose. Ahead, very close, there's a person. It seems to have stopped moving. Not far ahead, the tunnel came to an end, revealing a corner where dim lights flickered from the other side. Just as Hao Ren was about to step forward, Vivian tugged at his arm. Wait, we should disguise ourselves. Don't forget to conceal our identities in front of ordinary people. As Vivian's words fell, a layer of black mist began to envelop her. Due to Hao Ren's peculiar magical immunity, Vivian was unable to directly cast her spell on him, so she had to use the mist to surround the three of them for concealment. Hao Ren looked at himself, shrouded in the black fog, and suddenly felt that they were the ones most suited to play the part of ghosts. Vivian quietly instructed the other two, do not stray from the mist, especially you, big dog. Don't wrinkle your nose. My mist is mint-scented. You know, I specifically removed the stench of blood this time to prevent you from babbling. Under the cover of the mist, the trio stealthily advanced. After rounding the corner of the tunnel, they indeed spotted a figure that a short, stout man, wearing a miner's lamp and carrying a peculiar box, was anxiously pacing in front of a stone wall. It was Angus, the innkeeper. Chapter 53. The so-called truth? Angus? Hao Ren immediately recognized the stout figure not far ahead. The man's stocky build and slightly balding crown were quite memorable. What was he doing here? At that moment, Angus was oblivious to the movements behind him. His attention fully focused on the ominous stone wall that abruptly blocked the tunnel, rendering it a dead end. He leaned against the wall, frantically probing as if trying to uncover some hidden mechanism, but it appeared to be in vain, and it was unclear how long he had been toiling there. Angus wore a miner's lamp on his head and carried a peculiar black box on his back. Resembling a large speaker with a built-in power source, it was evident that he had not stumbled upon this place by accident, but had come prepared, recalling the eerie sounds emanating from the small chapel earlier. And the fact that Angus was the initial reporter of the haunting incidents. Even Hao Ren, despite his usual cluelessness, began to piece together the situation, that he stepped forward a couple of paces, this time not bothering to mask the sound of his footsteps. Finally catching Angus's attention. The stout innkeeper, upon hearing the noise behind him, immediately shuddered and froze in place as if struck by lightning. The three of them patiently waited a few seconds until Angus, like a puppet that hadn't been oiled in half a year, trembled and turned around. The beam of the miner's lamp swept across the dark tunnel, illuminating the swirling, unyielding black mist that undulated before Angus. Such a sight was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. The innkeeper let out a shriek. The suddenness of his scream startled even Hao Ren, leaving him uncertain about who was truly frightening whom. Vivian gestured for Hao Ren to remain silent, then cleared her throat and spoke in a sharp, strange tone. "What are you doing here?" Hao Ren cast a curious glance at Vivian, thinking that this vampire had quite the repertoire, even bringing along a voice modulator. Upon hearing such a terrifying voice emanating from the mist, Angus's body trembled even more violently. He was too terrified to respond to Vivian's inquiry, frantically making the sign of the cross with his hands. Beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops. "God bless, God bless, God bless. I haven't done anything wrong, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm asking you a question, and what are you mumbling about?" Vivian spoke in a tone reminiscent of a demonic overlord. "Hey, can you s?" It is evident that Angus perceives the ominous black mist before him, along with the terrifying sounds emanating from it, as the genuine spirits of the ancient castle. Although he attempts to play the role of a specter, he appears rather timid, rendered utterly flustered in the face of the uncanny. Hao Ren senses that this misunderstanding is quite fitting, and thus refrains from exposing it, continuing instead along his line of inquiry. "Is it you who has been causing mischief here every day? Have the recent happenings in the castle been orchestrated by you?" Upon hearing the black mist converse with him, Angus feels a glimmer of hope that perhaps even the malevolent spirits are capable of communication, and he manages to compose himself somewhat. Despite still trembling, he articulates, "Yes, it is I, but I was merely conducting activities above. I had no intention of disturbing the souls below. Why do you engage in such trickery?" Hao Ren wonders why the nightly spirit within the black mist exhibits such curiosity, yet he dares not probe further, answering only as prompted. "Mine can no longer sustain itself, so I sought to create a sensational story. But I never anticipated it would escalate to this magnitude. Thus, the truth is unveiled. The much-publicized haunting of the Uford Castle is but a ruse concocted by a struggling innkeeper seeking to attract visitors." Perhaps Angus had not initially foreseen the extent to which events would spiral, clearly underestimating the idle media and the proactive ghost hunters that a trivial haunting incident, once broadcast on television, has burgeoned into the present spectacle, far beyond his expectations. Seizing the opportunity while Angus is cooperative, Hao Ren inquires about the events of the evening, gradually revealing the details of his spectral antics. The ghostly flames within the castle were merely lights strategically placed among the crevices of the rocks, while the howling winds echoing throughout were simply the result of a speaker Angus had concealed behind him. Everything is indeed so absurd. Angus is a long-time resident of Brushertown, having grown up there. In his youth, he was a wild child who frequently explored the ancient castle, and it was during one of these adventures that he stumbled upon the intact subterranean system beneath the castle, a secret known solely to him. This remote town has never attracted many outsiders. Years ago the situation was somewhat better, but in recent years it has only worsened, leading to increasingly challenging circumstances for Angus's inn. Ultimately, as his business faced collapse, he turned his attention to the nearby castle. Brusher is neither an economic hub nor a thoroughfare, and the only potential draw for outsiders lies in the castle itself, that if the castle could be transformed into a tourist destination, the inn's woes would surely be alleviated. Thus, Angus devised a bold plan, to stage hauntings, regardless of the means, to generate buzz. His recent ghostly performances had been quite successful. Familiar with the castle's layout, he knew precisely where to hide his props and was always careful to tidy up before the intrepid ghost hunters dared to step into the ruins. The underground passageways provided him with a distinct advantage. Even if someone ventured into the ruins, he could easily escape or conceal himself through the castle's hidden doors. No one knew of their existence. Through Angus's diligent efforts, every curious visitor to the castle became an unwitting promoter, and the Uford castle haunting incident spread like wildfire. Naturally, another key factor fueling the news was the public's insatiable boredom. Even haunted houses and parks, known to be fake, draw crowds, let alone a genuine haunting. However, the one detail that remains perplexing is Angus's initial claim of having seen flames emanating from the castle, a statement not solely his own. Moreover, before Hao Ren, Angus confidently asserts that he indeed witnessed a great fire that night, which inspired his ghostly endeavors. What, then, was the origin of that fire? The castle lies dozens of kilometers from Brusher. Even with an unobstructed view across the plains, it seems improbable that flames would be visible from town. Such a conflagration would require the entire highland to be ablaze. Yet, the specifics remain elusive, and Angus is as bewildered as anyone else. The only certainty is that aside from the initial sighting of the flames, the subsequent hauntings were entirely the work of the portly innkeeper. In this era, so many people are eager to join in the excitement that even a casual shout of UFO can attract a crowd of self-proclaimed witnesses. Angus had never anticipated that his fabrications would go unchallenged, and thus, events have unfolded as they have. An innkeeper caught in a predicament, compelled to uphold the farce. But is this truly merely an instance of trickery? Chapter 54. The stone wall today marks the first failure in Angus's spectral charade. He had not anticipated that the already blocked chapel would be breached by intruders. Under normal circumstances, who could displace that pile of stones without a crane or several kilograms of force? The sudden emergence of a powerful wolf woman completely derailed Angus's plans. In his panic, he failed to discern who had opened the chapel door, nor did he intend to reveal himself by shining his minor lamp toward the entrance. When Lily removed the first stone, the astute innkeeper slipped into the underground passage, and fearing that it might be discovered, he promptly navigated his way toward the castle's exterior. However, the previously unobstructed tunnel was now inexplicably blocked by a stone wall. You say this was once a passage? Hao Ren, upon hearing Angus's account, feels rather surprised. Are you certain you haven't misremembered the route? I've traversed this path countless times. There's no way I could be mistaken. Angus, still shaken, finally begins to grasp the peculiarities of the situation. But aren't you the spirit of the castle? Why would you be unaware of what lies beneath? That has nothing to do with you. Just consider me as a visitor from the neighboring graveyard. Hao Ren quips lightly. Is it true that the haunting here has been nothing but your performance all along? Ah, yes, Angus admits, peering cautiously from the light of his miner's lamp at the writhing black mist before him. Feeling this is the first time he has encountered a true spirit, that he reflects that the entity before him is quite unlike the ghosts he had previously envisioned. I truly had no intention of disturbing the noble souls below. I merely sought to utilize the ruins above. I harbor no ill intentions. After all, many do this in our times. Monetizing historical relics is not inherently wrong. From another perspective, I might even provide an opportunity for the restoration of this castle. You are quite the articulate one, Hao Ren muses, impressed by the innkeeper's ingenuity, befitting one capable of concocting a grand tale. He turns to Vivian beside him, lowering his voice. So, what now? How shall we deal with this rotund fellow? Are you finished with your inquiries? Vivian confirms, then gestures toward Angus. This will suffice. That a faint, reddish glow separates from the black mist, and, in an instant, merges with Angus's form, rendering him silent and motionless on the ground. Hao Ren jumps up, exclaiming, I merely meant to suggest how to send him away, not to eliminate him. I merely rendered him temporarily unconscious. Vivian replies, casting Hao Ren a puzzled glance. What are you thinking? Have you been watching vampire movies again? I told you those things can be misleading. Try to limit your exposure. Hao Ren is left speechless, glancing at the now motionless innkeeper, feeling that leaving him in this state is not ideal. He waves for Lily to approach. Take him upstairs and find a safe place for him to go, and keep an eye on those ghost hunting experts. Understood. Lily nods, swiftly lifting Angus and disappearing in a flash. Hao Ren watches her depart. Bemused, shaking his head, "Is this truly all there is to it?" This portly innkeeper has quite the imagination. While Angus's spectral antics have ensnared many, Hao Ren bears little resentment, recognizing that it is not a grave transgression. After all, various tourist attractions and theme parks have created even grander spectacles that Angus's scheme barely scratches the surface. Hao Ren merely finds the entire affair somewhat absurd. The uproar surrounding the haunted castle ultimately stems from an innkeeper's whimsical attempt to attract guests. And yet it has persisted for days without anyone uncovering the truth. Truly, it resonates with the saying, life is just too entertaining, often at the expense of those living it. Certainly, Angus's supernatural antics are bound to be short-lived. The influx of paranormal enthusiasts eager to partake in the spectacle is ever increasing, and amidst them, one cannot rule out the presence of some deity or retired experts from the closed to science program. The hotelier's tricks will eventually lose their efficacy. Hao Ren has discerned this. The portly proprietor is caught in an unrelenting rhythm as the ghostly allure of the castle draws a steady stream of patrons. And it appears that his ruse will not be exposed anytime soon. Even the television crew is complicit, riding the wave of viewership. How can he possibly cease these haunting performances? It seems he must continue to stage these supernatural events at intervals. Exposure is inevitable. Today, for instance, it has already begun to unravel the AS for the supernatural. Vivian turned away, non-committal, her curiosity piqued by the stone wall blocking the passage. The bizarre phenomena observed above ground may well be mere illusions. But down here, there surely lies something genuine. Hao Ren suddenly recalled his own pressing matters, as well as the fact that he had yet to clarify the situation regarding this stone wall, which only fueled his curiosity. The rotund proprietor must not have been lying. This wall appeared abruptly. Where did it come from? It was not a part of the ceiling that had collapsed. Vivian pointed to some marks and scratches on the wall, indicating that it must have slid down from the side recently. This was a deliberately designed structure, intended to seal off the passage when necessary. Just as Hao Ren was about to utter something, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly from behind. Turning around, he saw it was Lily. The wolf girl had sprinted back, and upon their encounter, she gleefully reported, "I've sent the fat owner away, and it seems that group of Ghostbusters has also retreated." "They left?" Vivian inquired, surprised, although her expression soon shifted to realization that, alright, the supernatural phenomena has concluded. They must have wandered around the castle ruins for ages without discovering anything. Given that they are merely enthusiasts and not professional demon hunters, so you just abandoned the hefty uncle in the wilderness. Hao Ren looked at the somewhat dim-witted wolf girl. "There aren't any wild beasts out there." "Are there?" "Not at all. When I delivered the fat owner to the top, he was still half asleep, so I casually tossed him into the truck of an old man who was dismantling a tent. He should be on his way back to town with the tent now," Lily said, her wolf tail wagging vigorously. "Don't worry, landlord. No one noticed me. I come and go like the wind. Besides, this bat magic is quite unreliable. It's only been a few minutes, and he's nearly awake." Vivian immediately defended herself. "It's still more mysterious than your brick wielding. And I intentionally suppressed the spell's effect to avoid accidentally causing someone to sleep too deeply. You have no idea how difficult it is to control it so precisely." Hao Ren gazed at Lily's tail, pondering the notion of coming and going like the wind, but at least that tail was indeed stirring up a breeze. With dust swirling behind the wolf girl, "I hope Angus doesn't say anything out of turn when he returns," he muttered uneasily. Vivian scoffed dismissively, continuing to examine the stone wall. "You worry too much. Whatever he says when he returns is of no concern to us. At worst, he'll concoct a new ghost story. He hasn't seen our faces." "Wait, I've found something." Hao Ren abruptly shifted his attention from Angus to Vivian, rushing over to her side. "What is it?" "Here," Vivian pointed to the upper half of the stone wall. "Do you see these letters and symbols?" Hao Ren squinted, straining to discern the shapes. "Are those letters?" "They read nearly unrecognizable." He paused. "But wait, they don't seem like English. They resemble hieroglyphics." "Neither hieroglyphics nor English. This is not a language used by humans." Vivian narrowed her eyes, her gaze gleaming with a crimson light. "These are leader runes, once employed by demon hunters and the church. They originated from a very ancient family of demon hunters, later becoming a crucial tool for the church's secretive forces against aberrations. The fact that ordinary people can utilize these symbols is the defining characteristic of the leader runes. However, as humanity's strength has grown exponentially, these runes have gradually receded into obscurity that I haven't seen leader runes in over 200 years. Hao Ren swallowed hard. What is this used for? He had already begun to sense the strangeness of the castle and was aware that genuine undead entities lurked below, leading him to firmly believe that these runes and the suddenly appearing stone wall were certainly not mere decorations. They must carry significant meaning. Suppressed devils, demons, evil spirits, and cursed items that possess unclean power, yet cannot be destroyed. Vivian indicated the lines of runes that had almost been eroded away by time. This barrier prevents the source of all evil from breaching. Evil forces must not penetrate. The moment this barrier descends, all guardians shall retreat. Chapter 55, sealed off at the moment this barrier descends. All guardians shall retreat. Vivian pointed to the last line of runes, which was also inscribed in runes. That's rather peculiar. For the first time encountering such ancient and mysterious artifacts, Hao Ren felt as if he were caught in a Hollywood blockbuster. His mind slightly dazed, he instinctively questioned, is there anything abnormal about this? Perhaps the writer had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wouldn't they feel uncomfortable inserting a line of English beneath a lengthy sequence of runes? Plus, you wouldn't even understand the English. Vivian shot him a look of disdain. Do you think a notice for overdue utility payments affixed to one's door would be written in Old Latin? Who would understand that? The leader runes are intricate and variable, and even during the learning process, they can impact the mental state of the learner. An ordinary person cannot master them. Only demon hunters and those ascetic monks, whose minds have been honed to the hardness of stone through devotion, can withstand this. That it is said that the leader runes were written for the spirits of the world and the deities of another realm. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one would inscribe these runes for the understanding of ordinary people, let alone treat them as standard writing for messages. But the guardians aren't ordinary people, Lily interjected suddenly. Vivian regarded the wolf girl with surprise. Big dog, your thinking is quite expansive. When Hao Ren heard Lily's statement that the guardians were not ordinary people, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine that he nervously scanned the surrounding passage, swallowing hard. Were demon hunters employed as guardians? This castle couldn't possibly have been the headquarters of the demon hunters back in the day. Could it? Demon hunters do not have a headquarters. They are dispersed freely around the world. Their internal communication methods have always been a mystery. However, this Yoford domain undoubtedly once gathered a significant number of demon hunters. Vivian explained, lightly floating into the air as she meticulously studied the runes and drawings on the stone wall. Observing these patterns, they were inscribed with remarkable precision and complexity, designed to activate 3 sets of runes simultaneously through the order and arrangement of the inscriptions, a highly sophisticated technique. The Lord of Yoford must not be an ordinary noble. He is likely a demon hunter who has integrated into humanity. That I have encountered such cases before. Lily, despite being an aberration herself, shared a similar level of understanding with Hao Ren, and she too was filled with questions. She stepped forward, scratching the hard stone wall, her expression one of impatience. Old lady, can you please stop showing off those trivial tidbits? Just tell us what this is for. Vivian's voice suddenly rose by an octave, a chilling gust of wind sweeping through the air. Who are you calling old lady? Hao Ren quickly dragged the thoughtless wolf girl aside. That don't stoop to her level. You're an eternally 17-year-old bloodsucker beauty, right? We're here for serious business. Just keep protecting her. Vivian huffed dismissively, gradually descending to Hao Ren's side. The runes are all phrases for suppression, with no offensive elements. It should merely be a defensive layer. The 3rd column of runes indicates that the underground portion of the castle is to eternally suppress a source of all evil, without the bloodline power of Yoford. This wall cannot be breached, or else one shall incur the curse of some malevolent spirit within the catacombs. Before Vivian could finish her sentence, a low rumbling sound suddenly emanated from an unknown source, reverberating throughout the entire catacomb. Almost immediately, the ground beneath the 3 began to tremble, the quaking intensifying. The surrounding stone walls emitted a terrifying grinding noise, and dust and debris began to cascade from the ceiling of the catacomb. Hao Ren, swaying precariously amidst the escalating tremors, thought to himself, an earthquake. Standing in a severely dilapidated catacomb, he was almost certain he was facing imminent doom. The rumbling grew increasingly intense, reaching a level akin to thunder that became unbearable within mere seconds. But just as Hao Ren prepared to close his eyes and reflect upon his life, everything abruptly came to a halt. The earthquake ceased, the strange sounds vanished, and only the dust swirling in the air and the occasional pebbles dropping from the ceiling confirmed that the earlier turmoil was no mere illusion. Vivian had floated gracefully into the air the moment the tremors began, remaining unscathed, while Lily, at the onset of the shaking, had instinctively protected herself like a canine, crouching on the ground with her hands over her head. Trembling from head to tail, as the tremor subsided, Lily sheepishly rose to her feet, grinning at Hao Ren and Vivian. That was an earthquake, wasn't it? Hao Ren was still in shock, while Vivian wore an unusual expression. No, it wasn't an earthquake. It's something beneath the castle. Angus remarked that this passage had previously been unobstructed. Hao Ren, not one to be easily fooled, quickly realized that this stone wall had only just materialized. It was highly probable that the seal beneath the castle had weakened, thus activating this stone door. Vivian tugged at Hao Ren and fled towards the exit of the tunnel, urging him to hurry. However, to their astonishment, the passage they had just traversed was now blocked by a formidable stone wall, appearing even more robust than the runic stone barrier they had encountered earlier. When had this obstruction appeared? Hao Ren, taken aback, rushed forward and tapped the stone wall twice, confirming it was not an illusion, yet it remained utterly silent. This must be the work of demon hunters, experts at laying such devious traps. Vivian's eyes glowed red with fury as she thrust her hands forward, unleashing two crimson shockwaves that collided violently with the dense black stone wall. Yet, to her dismay, this formidable force, capable of shattering any stone, merely left a shallow mark upon contact, utterly insufficient to obliterate the wall. How infuriating. Even the stones were enchanted. We are trapped. Lily, unprompted this time, stepped forward to attempt to smash the stone wall. However, despite her scratching, clawing, and even using her head in a futile effort, the wall remained as steadfast as a mountain. The werewolf girl plopped down onto the ground, lamenting, "Woo, I don't want to die. I haven't even had a partner yet. I'm still just a little wolf cub." Initially, Hao Ren was also sweating profusely, but upon witnessing Lily's antics, he couldn't help but divert his concern from himself. The wolf girl was simply too painful to behold. He extended a hand to help Lily up, offering encouragement while scanning their surroundings. "Stay calm, don't panic. Let us see if there is another way out." That moment, another strange sound echoed through the underground palace. A clattering noise reminiscent of armor colliding, emanating from the walls of the tunnel. It seemed there were other spaces surrounding this passage. Vivian had intended to attempt breaking the walls on either side of the tunnel, but quickly withdrew her hands. "The walls here are not enchanted. Do you dare to venture out?" The clattering grew increasingly pronounced, and Hao Ren distinctly heard the sound of something scraping against the rocks behind the wall nearest to him. Some entity had sensed the presence of the three intruders within the tunnel and was attempting to burrow its way in. With their retreat obstructed by an impenetrable boulder and the ominous sounds from the walls on either side sealing their fates, Hao Ren finally directed his gaze towards the runic stone wall. Could that be opened? Vivian dashed over and knocked on the stone wall, pressing her ear against it to listen. "This one is quite thin, and it seems there is nothing on the other side. But are you really sure you want to break this? It could be the last layer of the palace's seal." Upon hearing this, Hao Ren hesitated. He truly did not wish to perish, and he wasn't foolish enough to act recklessly in a crisis. Numerous tales had taught him that randomly breaking seals in such ancient demon-suppressing locations was folly. Many sequels and films and series began with a foolish character shattering a seal. The device suddenly suggested he break through the door. Just as Hao Ren was wavering, the voice of the data terminal resonated in his mind, revealing that radar scans indicated there were other passages leading to the surface behind that door. The entire palace was not entirely sealed off. There was no need to worry about causing a calamity by breaking a seal. This place hadn't been maintained for centuries. The seals had long since deteriorated, and what lay before them was the only passage that had been successfully secured. How unfortunate they were. The device lamented its own grief. Hao Ren, frustrated, pulled out the data terminal and considered smashing it against the ground a few times. This wretched device rarely functioned properly, and yet had the audacity to speak back, making it the most infuriating PDA he had ever encountered. "What's the matter?" Vivian inquired, bewildered by Hao Ren's actions. "Taking it out on that 1T help." "Open the stone wall," Hao Ren retorted, shoving the device back into his pocket. The palace's ceiling system had long since collapsed. Whatever was imprisoned inside would escape from another location. Unfortunately for them, they happened to be trapped in this singular dead end. Vivian shot Hao Ren a glance, choosing not to question how he knew this, and turned her attention to the runic stone wall. Soon enough, she conveyed disheartening news. "As expected, it cannot be opened. You said this thing was quite thin, didn't you?" "The wall itself is thin, but the runes inscribed upon it form the phrase castle of the king on the ground, granting its strength akin to that of a castle wall. Moreover, the runes suppress my power. Lily, you shouldn't try either. Brute force 1T do the trick." The werewolf girl was beneath the runic stone wall, clawing and scraping as she attempted to dig a passage that I'm trying to tunnel through from underneath. Vivian rolled her eyes. "Good luck with that. Based on the strength of the runes, you'll need to dig at least half a kilometer down." Lily paled at this, her tail and ears drooping in defeat as she turned to Hao Ren with a woeful expression. "Landlord, what should we do? Why am I so unlucky?" What could Hao Ren do? As the least capable fighter present, his ability to maintain an almost carefree composure was already remarkable, but he couldn't conceive a solution. Only approached the runic stone wall and angrily struck it with his fist, exclaiming, "Why am I so unlucky?" Suddenly, a distinct cracking sound emanated from above the stone wall. Being closest to it, Hao Ren immediately recognized the noise amidst the surrounding chaos and looked up in astonishment. Witnessing the ancient runes glowing with an eerie red light, as if being pushed outward, slowly detaching from the wall. "Vivian, did you do this?" Hao Ren exclaimed, staring at the vampire girl, who could only respond in bewilderment. "No. It seems your punch caused these runes to come loose." Hao Ren pondered for a moment, then gasped in horror. "The runes state that only those of the bloodline of Yoford have the right to unlock the palace. Could it be that I am the long-lost heir of an English noble? This castle and the surrounding 200 acres of wasteland belong to me." Vivian's expression shifted from surprise to exasperation. "Landlord, your thought process is more expansive than a Great Dane. Never mind that. We must escape first." Without waiting for Vivian to finish, Lily took a running leap towards the stone wall, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the seemingly indestructible stone slab was shattered, revealing a large opening. Once the power of the runes dissipated, this layer of stone appeared far less formidable than the enchanted boulder behind it. The wall, rather, it should be called a door, once broken, unveiled a vast underground hall before the trio. This hall was far more spacious than the intersection of the tunnels beneath the small chapel. Its overall shape square, with another tunnel visible across the hall, leading to an unknown destination. Without time to ponder further, the three of them covered their noses and dashed through the swirling dust of stone debris into the hall. Just as they entered, a thunderous collapse of rocks echoed from the tunnel they had come through. The entire passage had caved in. Oh no! With their lives hanging by a thread, Hao Ren turned to see the spot where he had just stood, now buried under rubble, his heart racing and cold sweat pouring down his brow. Had they been even a moment later, they would have been trapped inside. That was likely due to the design of the palace. The runes had been disrupted under abnormal circumstances, causing the corresponding passage to collapse and seal the point of intrusion. Vivian sensed the surge of magical energy that had just occurred, and the palace's meticulous design filled her with unease. The runic ceiling door, the enchanted boulder, and the self-destructing tunnel. What on earth lay beneath that warranted such elaborate precautions? Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from all directions. Hao Ren glanced around, and the noise transformed. "I know what is imprisoned below. Is it not the undead you mentioned?" In their haste to enter the hall, the three had failed to observe their surroundings, but now they noticed that the hall was far from empty. The ground was embedded with rectangular stone slabs, protruding less than an inch from the floor. Without close examination, one might mistake them for mere tiles of the palace. Yet now these large stones were being pushed aside, revealing pairs of armored arms emerging from beneath. This hall was a tomb. Beneath those stone slabs lay coffins. As slabs were shifted aside amidst a cacophony of metal scraping, countless figures clad in knightly armor began to rise from the depths. Resembling European knights stepping out of a museum, their entire forms enveloped in heavy armor, even their hair concealed. Most astonishing was the fact that these steel figures, buried for centuries, showed no signs of rust. Each knight's armor gleamed as if newly forged, and through Hao Ren's enhanced vision, he could discern intricate patterns and family crests adorning the gleaming surfaces of the steel. The knights of the undead clutched their weapons tightly. Some wielded longswords, others hammers, and still others brandished short swords and heavy shields. The locations of their burial were clearly meticulously arranged. When these undead rose, they formed a well-coordinated battle formation with a complete array of combatants. Surely, the very same undead knights had been the ones digging through the walls outside the tunnels. Only now they were sealed beneath the rubble of the collapsed stones. How could Hao Ren have ever witnessed such a spectacle? He felt a sudden fog of confusion envelop him. Yet in that critical moment, he maintained his composure. His upbringing, marked by a lack of sensitivity and a thick skin, allowed him to steady himself. Spotting the exit at the far end of the hall, he promptly tapped Lily on the shoulder. "Run to the exit." The heavily armored knights, having just awakened from their slumber, appeared clumsy and disoriented. Their movements unsteady, and they seemed momentarily oblivious to the presence of Hao Ren and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, Lily swiftly kicked aside the undead knight obstructing her path and charged towards the exit. However, her kick inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. The previously dazed knights instantly snapped to attention, and countless pairs of blood-red glimmers ignited behind their heavy helmets, flooding the underground tomb with a heart-pounding crimson glow. "Get out of the way!" Upon witnessing this alarming transformation, Lily felt a surge of trepidation. She instinctively grasped a stumbling undead knight that was lurching towards her and swung him around like a warhammer. The towering figure of the undead knight was utterly helpless against her raw strength and unconventional fighting style. With a resounding clang of metal, Lily swept aside a multitude of armored souls. "This big dog has some use after all," Vivian remarked approvingly, surrounded by a whirlwind of crimson light that a series of frigid cyclones radiated from her, encasing every nearby undead knight in a thick layer of frost. "Big dog, don't get carried away. The underground is the realm of the undead. We need to reach the surface." The dim, enclosed underground palace was the battleground of the undead, and such an environment was ill-suited for a flying vampire like Vivian or for Lily's brazen combat style. It was only upon reaching the surface under the current moonlight that they could truly fight without reservations. Lily, wielding her hammer, forged ahead like an unstoppable steel whirlwind, while Vivian continuously repelled the encroaching armored knights with icy blasts and sharp crimson shockwaves. Keeping them at bay from several meters away further would risk collapsing the entire tomb. Though Hao Ren was well aware of his status as an ordinary human, he found himself driven by an urgent determination. Even faced with the undead, he fought back with reckless abandon. Whether it was a mere illusion, the arrival of his paycheck, or the mythical surge of adrenaline, he felt his strength swelling. He could actually kick these heavy steel figures back nearly 5 meters. Amidst this chaotic retreat and battle, the trio finally burst forth from the underground tomb. Awaiting them was the clamor of even more armored clashes, sounds echoing from all directions. Chapter 57. The undead guard the clanking of metal armor reverberated ominously from all sides. The twisted, enclosed passageways of the tomb amplifying the sounds to the point where it was impossible to discern the enemy's location or numbers. Hao Ren and his companions, pursued by countless undead knights, had been fighting and retreating for over 10 minutes within this astonishingly vast tomb, yet they still saw no exit leading to the surface. Had it not been for the data terminal's unwavering assurance of the correctness of their route, Hao Ren would have truly feared being trapped in this place forever. Human beings are a curious breed. At times, they are astonishingly weak, while at others, they can unleash boundless strength in the face of despair. Hao Ren felt this boundlessness to be somewhat exaggerated, for he was panting like a dog, yet he undeniably summoned greater courage and brute force than ever before in this dire situation. A simple, conflict-averse citizen in ordinary times, he now faced the throngs of undead with a growing sense of bravery, seemingly unfazed by fear. Though the undead wielded swords and blades, they appeared sluggish and dazed. Likely due to their recent awakening, they merely ran forward with weapons in hand, seemingly forgetting how to wield them. Exploiting this advantage, Hao Ren used his agility to kick away an undead knight that had closed in beside him. Aside from a sore calf, he had sustained no injuries thus far, feeling a surge of fighting spirit he had never experienced before, though he was still no match for the true combat prowess of his companions. Lily, relying on her sheer strength, charged ahead, swinging her hammer with abandon. The unfortunate undead knight, having just regained consciousness, was no match for her. He was smashed from the tomb to the tunnel and back again, toppling countless armored foes in the process. But why now? He lay in a heap, reduced to a pile of crushed metal, devoid of any further struggle. How much further? Vivian, the most graceful and least burdened of the trio, showcased her high-level vampire combat experience and diverse blood magic against the throngs of lesser foes. She soared close to the ceiling of the tomb, dispatching enemies with a barrage of freezing shockwaves and razor-sharp crimson blades from a distance of several meters. Any further would risk collapsing the tomb. The path she left behind was littered with dismembered or frozen foes and deep gouges in the tomb's walls. Yet, like Hao Ren, she felt vexed, as this environment stifled her abilities. Is your lightning truly reliable? This is so frustrating. I can only fly a meter. Oops, hit my head again. Thus far, all the damage Vivian had sustained was from colliding with the ceiling due to her own height. We only made it halfway. Hao Ren exclaimed in exasperation that we rushed too fast and took a wrong turn. Now we have to cut through the center of the tomb. Lily, I'm talking to you. Pay attention to the direction. However, the only response was a vague growl. After such a prolonged battle, Lily seemed to have entered a frenzied state. I hope she hasn't lost her mind, Hao Ren thought, concerned, as werewolves were known to go mad easily. Don't worry. I just saw her pull out a piece of bread from her pocket and eat while running. She won't go berserk over that, came Vivian's reassurance. Once again, the passage reached its end, opening into another hall. Hao Ren silently prayed that this would not be another tomb, if several more undead knights appeared. He truly doubted his ability to endure. Fortunately, this time his prayers were answered. As the trio rushed into the hall, they were greeted by an empty space devoid of wandering undead knights or the tremors of ominous coffins. Seal the passage. Hao Ren dodged a heavy shield knight lunging at him. He simply lacked the strength to kick this one away. With a leap, well, more like a roll, he tumbled into the hall and shouted to Vivian hovering above. The vampire girl was already channeling a powerful spell. As the trio burst into the hall, her entire body suddenly disassembled into a flurry of chaotic bats. The swarm split into two groups, spinning rapidly in the air to form two conical whirlwinds, their pointed tips aimed at the tunnel entrance. With a deafening sound of air being torn apart, brilliant, near-blinding blue lightning swiftly surged towards the two whirlwinds. After 2 seconds of gathering power, the two swarms of bats surged toward the stone door of the hall. With a thunderous crack, the entire door, along with half the tunnel behind it, was obliterated by the impact of what could only be described as a natural lightning strike. The explosion echoed throughout the hall and the entire tomb, with countless stones and debris raining down from the ceiling. Hao Ren shielded his head and shouted, "This place isn't going to collapse, is it?" Vivian's voice echoed from all directions. "Don't worry. I'm controlling the force." The bats blown about by the explosion quickly reformed into Vivian's figure as she descended gracefully from the air, a triumphant expression on her face. "At last, I found a spacious area to unleash my big move. Wasn't he that impressive? After consulting with Faraday, I transformed that lightning strike into 2 electrodes." Hao Ren, though the pursuing enemies had been thwarted. The trio was not entirely safe, for among those who had followed Hao Ren into the hall were several agile sword knights. These armored figures, having warmed up during the chase, appeared increasingly nimble and cunning. They had taken refuge in the corners during the explosion and were now shakily rising to their feet, raising their swords and charging towards the intruders. How many are buried in this tomb? Hao Ren gasped, contemplating whether the last Lord of Yoford had truly entombed his entire army below. Was this England's version of the first Emperor of China and his terracotta warriors? Do you know why? Despite fighting for so long, their numbers remained so vast. Vivian suddenly discerned the secret of these armored knights, pointing to a sword knight that Lily had just sent flying. "This way, we can't kill them." The sword knight, sent crashing against the wall of the underground palace by the brute force of the werewolf maiden, shattered into a myriad of fragments upon impact, the components comprising his full suit of armor, bracers, greaves, breastplate, and helmet, were strewn across the ground. Yet mere moments later, amidst a cacophony of clattering, these steel remnants began to reassemble, forming a nearly intact undead knight that charged once more at the invaders. It appeared that these entities were hollow. Hao Ren, who had not had the opportunity to scrutinize these creatures earlier, now discovered a startling revelation. Were we truly engaged in combat with a legion of armor? It was armor imbued with souls, high-grade material. Vivian unleashed a frigid tempest, finally reducing the last few empty-shell knights to dust. Once shattered to such an extent, these armors could no longer be revived, unless they were pulverized or repeatedly scattered into oblivion. Otherwise, it was nearly impossible to eliminate them, especially in this subterranean realm, where they could resurrect with remarkable swiftness. At this moment, Lily had also regained her composure from her frenzied state. She glanced at the warhammer in her grasp. Now utterly lifeless, save for a single leg. The werewolf maiden lifted the leg armor and shook it. It's completely empty. I've wasted my efforts, Haven Ti. Had I known, I would have exerted more force. I thought once it was shattered, it would be over. This is the magic of a demon hunter. Hao Ren approached Lily cautiously, prodding the hollow segment of armor. Is there a soul within? Not anymore. Once the armor is destroyed, the soul is naturally released. Vivian remarked dismissively that in life, they were fanatics, voluntarily sacrificed to become this armor, later referred to by posterity as heroic souls. But in essence, they are merely another form of vengeful spirits. Their obsessions no different from those of ordinary specters. The do not be overly surprised. There are far more wondrous things than this. Are you truly astonished? Hao Ren chuckled, only to notice the eerie silence surrounding them. Strange. It seems there are no enemies ahead. The grand hall was tranquil, devoid of the deathly clamor of armor scraping against one another. Chapter 58. The Demon Stone. Is this safe? After a prolonged bout of heavy breathing, Hao Ren finally regained his composure, gazing incredulously at the stillness of the rocky hall. The passage through which the trio had entered was completely blocked by the explosion triggered by the lightning strike, trapping the pursuing undead knights on the opposite side. Despite their formidable strength, they were not capable of the kind of raw power exhibited by Lily, who could shatter mountains and cleave rocks. Additionally, as their armor was constructed from metals of limited strength, it was unlikely they could excavate the debris, at least not in the short term. That it seemed they could finally take a breath and assess the current situation. Perhaps, not yet, Vivian murmured, her eyes partially closed as she sensed the flow of energy throughout the underground palace. The aura of the undead permeated the air, yet for some unknown reason, there was a temporary stillness. The undead knights that had pursued them were merely a fraction of the whole. Wait, a fraction? Hao Ren gasped. What on earth were the former lords of this place planning? At that moment, Lily was busily rummaging through the completely shattered armor fragments, her innate curiosity as a canine leading her to search for items of interest. Suddenly, she stumbled upon something peculiar amid a deformed piece of breastplate. Hey, Bat, come take a look at this. Is it another later rune? The great dog and the bat seemed destined never to address one another properly. Vivian approached and kicked Lily's leg in protest, then bent down to pick up the breastplate fragment. Indeed, she discovered intricate, winding patterns etched into the surface of the silvery metal plate. However, the breastplate was severely damaged, and the runes were incomplete. Let us see if there are any other fragments with runes. These should be decipherable. That I'll help too. Hao Ren called out from beside them and joined Lily in sifting through the scattered remnants of armor. Most of these fragments have been shattered by Vivian's frigid blast, making it difficult to find intact pieces of metal. Nevertheless, after some searching, Hao Ren noticed a pattern. It appeared that every undead knight bore runes. Furthermore, all the runes were inscribed in the same location, identical in size and form, suggesting that the knight armors were mass-produced. That I found it. Lily was the first to discover a complete armor piece, presenting a metal plate about a foot square to Vivian, who immediately began translating the runes. Warden of the Demon Chamber, Guardian, Sleepless Warrior. Bound by oath to guard the powers of demons, to expel invaders. Entry into the Demon Chamber is forbidden. This is a rune activated by both a contract and the infusion of demonic power. Hao Ren felt a headache coming on. What does that mean? It appears we have misunderstood a vital detail. Vivian's expression shifted subtly. Initially, we believed that the ceiling system within this palace was designed to suppress the undead below, and that these knights were the entities being suppressed. In truth, the situation is entirely reversed. These knights are part of the palace's defense system. They are the guardians, while something else is truly being contained. Hao Ren looked down at a fragment of metal in his hand, already suspecting the truth. The armors entombed within this palace were clearly arranged with great care, possessing a complete array of troops and finely crafted equipment. They could not possibly be mere prisoners. It made perfect sense to characterize them as the palace's guardians. And if these undead were not the suppressed entities, then what was genuinely being contained within this palace? A demon? Hao Ren recalled Vivian mentioning this term while interpreting the runes, and this was not a pleasant revelation. Please don't tell me this place is a prison for demons. Such creatures truly exist on Earth. If even beings like myself, a bloodsucker, and Lily, a werewolf, can exist, why not demons? Vivian casually tossed the armor fragment to the ground, using a blood mist to corrode it away, her tone serious. However, your human myths and legends are rife with errors, misclassifying many powerful, violent aberrations as demons, so I cannot definitively ascertain whether the demons referenced in these runes are genuine demons or something else. That if they are imposters, that is one thing. If they are the real deal, we are in grave trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Vivian added, based on the expertise reflected in the runes on the stone walls, it is highly probable that the architect of this palace was a demon hunter. Demon hunters are specialists. They do not misclassify entities. There is an overwhelming likelihood that true demons are being contained here. Hao Ren's face twitched involuntarily. You'd have done better not to add that last part. Vivian paid no heed to Hao Ren's retort, instead meticulously searching for any remaining runes on the armor fragments, hoping to glean insights into the nefarious entities they were containing. Meanwhile, Lily appeared increasingly anxious. Have we just defeated the guardians meant to suppress demons? Doesn't that mean we've effectively released the demons? With such a kind-hearted werewolf maiden, the world was indeed fortunate. Hao Ren patted Lily on the shoulder. It's all right. The data terminal just indicated that the seals in this palace have long surpassed their expiration date. The remaining scrap metal cannot hold back the tide. We are merely aiding and abetting. Not necessarily the demon's true forms, though. The runes speak of the demon stone. Vivian picked up another fragment of armor. A leg piece, which bore another section of runes indicating that the palace housed a place known as the demon chamber, where the demon stone was stored, not the actual demons, that if it were merely a stone, the situation wouldn't be so dire. Hao Ren felt as if he were deciphering an ancient script. What exactly is the demon stone? Demons excel in spatial powers. The demon stone serves as their locator for teleportation, as well as a remote medium for corrupting the mortal realm, akin to a manifestation of demonic power. The material of the demon stone is exceptionally unique, making it difficult even for demon hunters to destroy. Thus, the usual course of action is to contain it, and after a few centuries, it is generally considered safe to so after a few centuries, the power of the demon stone would be depleted, right? Hao Ren assumed. Not quite. After a few centuries of being unreachable, demons typically opt for a new one. If you misplace your phone for 2 months, would you not get a new one? Hao Ren, that explanation makes a lot of sense. Yet why does it feel like there's a lump lodged in my throat? So, it meant that the demon stone within the palace was still present and operational. Lily swallowed nervously. While she might be a bit dim, she was not foolish, praying that the demon associated with it had already changed its contact number, and if the commotion within the palace had stirred the demon stone. Vivian pondered. It is highly likely that it will come to investigate. Even if you lost your phone number for 2 years, if a message were suddenly sent, you would surely recall something about it. Demons have excellent memories. Hao Ren pressed his temples with force. The most crucial point. Can either of you defeat a demon? Uncertain, Vivian wore an expression tinged with awkwardness. Theoretically, we were all considered outliers of equal standing, and there indeed exist varieties of demons that lack formidable combat prowess. Yet, you are well aware that I have always been a proponent of peace, rarely engaging in physical confrontations. The most significant battle I participated in was, during a time of near destitution, aiding the Trojans against the Greeks for 5 years, only to turn around and assist the Greeks against the Trojans for another 5. Hao Ren. In such circumstances, he found himself devoid of the energy to critique Vivian's grandiose past. At that moment, Lily's mind suddenly sparked with realization. She recalled something. Right, Bat? You just mentioned that the runes stated, guardians may not enter the demon's chamber. What does that imply? Although the undead guardians are quite useful, the techniques they employ originate from demons. thus limiting their deployment to the periphery of the underground palace, preventing them from approaching the chamber housing the demon stone. Have you noticed that this hall is devoid of any guardians? As Lily's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The three felt a chilling breeze sweeping in from all directions. Hao Ren cautiously surveyed the stone chamber. His face contorted in concern as he inquired, "Vivian, what does the demon stone look like?" The vampire girl reminisced. They are predominantly irregular, slender black crystals, ranging from half a meter to a meter in length. Resembling smoked glass, with the tips slightly aglow, Hao Ren felt tears welling up. Is it the one suspended from the ceiling? Chapter 59. Insufficient accomplishments high above in the hall's stony ceiling. 4 thick black iron chains hung down. These chains extended from the corners of the walls, converging at the center of the ceiling, where they met a grotesque metallic structure that resembled the claws of some ghastly creature. These claw-like twisted metals formed a cage, firmly grasping a black crystal that appeared to be over a meter long, just as Vivian had described, half a meter to a meter in length. Slender and irregular in shape, possessing a black texture akin to smoked glass, with a faint red glow visible at one end. When the trio rushed in earlier, they had no time to concern themselves with the objects suspended from the ceiling. Lily had briefly glanced up, but the wolf girl did not recognize it and assumed it was merely an ordinary ornament. Now, however, both she and Hao Ren were acutely aware of its true nature, the demon stone. Hao Ren sensed his data terminal vibrating, followed by a flat, emotionless voice resonating in his mind. This machine is truly heartbroken. Ha, be quiet. Could we really be this unfortunate? Lily promptly sat down on the ground, pondering that she was still just a little wolf pup and had never even been in a relationship. Don't be ridiculous, Hao Ren admonished, lightly tapping Lily on the head. It's merely a stone for now. It doesn't necessarily mean it will unleash the demon. Vivian's nonchalant voice drifted over. Do you ponder why the defenses in the underground palace suddenly activated? What about those suits of armor? Why did they all awaken? Hao Ren immediately broke into a cold sweat. Do I even need to explain? Clearly, the demon stone must be stirring. Tell me, does this not constitute a colossal crisis beyond human control? Finally recalling his backup, Hao Ren fervently summoned his data terminal in his mind. Is it permissible to request assistance at this juncture? Not yet. You haven't even encountered the true enemy, and you wish to call for help. Aren't you embarrassed? Hao Ren was beside himself, cursing. So does that mean I can only request assistance when I'm on the brink of death? Most employees of the Temporal Management Bureau typically call for aid only when they are near death. Hao Ren nearly choked on his breath, but the events that followed made him realize he must not faint, for the more exhilarating happenings were just beginning. A low, rumbling sound resonated from directly above, and then he felt the entire underground hall begin to quake. Countless dust and gravel cascaded from the long-neglected rocky ceiling like rain. Before the rumbling ceased, the hall echoed with the terrifying sounds of cracking and grinding stones. As everything around them began to tremble, the 4 massive iron chains above creaked ominously, and the black iron claws securing the demon stone, which appeared to be quite sturdy, began to astonishingly loosen one by one. Can you believe it? The moment the underground hall began to tremble, Hao Ren felt an overwhelming urge to flee, seeking refuge in a corner, hoping to survive. However, upon witnessing the commotion above, he forgot to run, as did Vivian and Lily. All 3 of their gazes were fixated on the demon stone suspended overhead. That small crystal seemed to tether itself to each of their hearts, its every shift causing their pulses to quicken. Yet, even Vivian did not dare to fly over and catch it. They could only watch as the black iron claws securing the demon stone slowly loosened at a visible rate. Finally, the first chain could no longer bear the weight of centuries of accumulated decay. Snapping with a resounding crash from where the 4 chains converged, the heavy chain glided through the air in a silent arc, appearing to move in slow motion to the trio as it collided with one corner of the hall's stone wall, culminating in a thunderous crash. Bang! The black iron claws securing the demon stone disintegrated under the strain of this final straw, and with the collapse of all the chains, the 1-meter-long black crystal finally plummeted, emitting a dazzling red light upon making contact with the ground. Hao Ren's heart swelled with a torrent of thoughts distilled into a single exclamation. So, when crafting such a pivotal object, is there truly a need for Gothic aesthetics? Must it be secured by such precarious black claws? Would it have killed anyone to simply forge a sturdy iron cage? Which imbecile designer came up with that precarious arrangement of claws? Run! The moment the demon stone touched down, Lily's ears and tail fluffed up in alarm, and with a startled cry, she dashed toward the nearest exit. Yet, just as she took her first step, a red halo emanated from the demon stone, rapidly expanding in all directions and engulfing the entire hall in an instant. Hao Ren beheld countless later runes materializing on the walls, but within moments, these ancient runes began to flicker and fade one by one, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass echoing throughout. The seals of the demon chamber had failed utterly in mere seconds. As the later runes shattered and vanished, Hao Ren heard that familiar sound, clatter. Clatter. Aside from the completely collapsed and blocked passage, the hall had 3 exits, and now the sound of armor clashing echoed ominously from those openings. Lily barely managed to sprint a few meters before abruptly halting in her tracks. Countless pairs of blood-red glows emerged from the shadows, as an even more terrifying number of armored undead staggered into the hall from 3 directions. When the seals of the demon chamber failed, these undead guardians were allowed entry. Moreover, the newly appearing undead armor bore notable differences from the previous ones. They were shrouded in layers of indistinct gray mist, with the red glow in their eye sockets shining even brighter, clearly influenced by the power of the demon stone. Just as Vivian had indicated, these armored spirits were reputed as sacred guardians. Yet they remained fundamentally vengeful spirits driven by obsession, their creation intricately linked to demons. When the palace's seals were intact, there were no issues, but now, with the demon stone entirely free from control, these guardians instantaneously transformed into a harbinger of disaster. Those reckless demon hunters. Vivian cursed vehemently, but before she could take action, an even louder rumbling erupted from above the hall. More dust and debris tumbled down from the 4 corners, and a massive stone slab detached from the ceiling, unerringly crashing towards Lily. The wolf girl barely had time to glance up, dodging the deadly blow just in time by leaping aside, yet the slab still grazed her tail, eliciting a yelp that echoed throughout the chamber. What on earth is happening? Hao Ren felt that this relentless rumbling bore no resemblance to a typical collapse of the underground palace, but rather resembled an explosion. Why does it sound like a bomb? Just as he voiced his thoughts, he heard a cracking sound from the ceiling above the hall, followed by a cascade of stones and dirt tumbling down. Amidst the swirling dust, bright moonlight suddenly illuminated the trio's surroundings. A massive hole had been opened in the center of the hall. This earth-shattering commotion seemed to have startled even the surrounding armored guardians. Perhaps the sudden influx of moonlight had thrown them into disarray. In any case, all the empty suits of armor momentarily ceased their movements, and the 3 of them seized this fleeting opportunity to direct their gazes towards the newly formed opening in the hall's center. What could this sudden aperture signify? And it directly led to the ground. Could this be a means of escape? Lily bounded over to Hao Ren, grinning widely, her tail twitching with excitement. She gazed curiously at the opening above in the hall, her golden eyes filled with wonder. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. Vivian swept away the dust with a gust of wind, gesturing for Lily to refrain from acting impulsively. That moment, Hao Ren noticed a rope unexpectedly descending from the large opening above. What transpired next incited within him a strong urge to curse. The demon hunter, Nangong, slid down the rope. Chapter 60. A series of unfortunate events. The underground palace had been blasted open, creating a gaping hole that connected directly to the surface. Before Hao Ren and his companions could comprehend the situation, they witnessed a rope descending from the opening, followed by a familiar silhouette emerging before them. A tall, slender man, exuding an air of sharp competence, clad in a crisp white shirt and black trousers. It could only be Nangong. He still carried his black briefcase and had a finely crafted hand crossbow slung at his waist, effortlessly gliding down the rope as if descending from the heavens. In an instant, Hao Ren deduced the cause of the previous explosions on the ceiling. The culprit was none other than this self-proclaimed demon hunter. He felt an overwhelming impulse to confront him, and had the timing been different, he would have marched over, brick in hand. At the same time Nangong appeared, Vivian and Lily temporarily reverted to their human forms. Despite the presence of numerous undead armors lurking nearby, their formidable strength rendered them capable of handling the situation in human guise, albeit for a brief period. The pressing concern now was to ascertain the meaning behind Nangong's sudden appearance. That it turned out he had not departed with the other paranormal enthusiasts, but had chosen to remain in the ancient castle. Nangong had successfully landed, nimbly hopping across the debris-strewn ground until he found a stable patch of earth. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of three familiar faces, mouths agape in shock. His expression was one of utter disbelief. "Hey, you three? What are you doing here?" Lily exclaimed, almost in unison. "How did you end up here?" "My job entails such endeavors," Nangong replied, momentarily taken aback, before quickly explaining. "I was trapped in the tunnel above, attempting to blast a passageway to the surface that I hadn't anticipated that the floor would collapse, revealing a space beneath that I came down to investigate. Good heavens, how much explosives were used? Blasting a path in the underground palace? Was this half-baked demon hunter intent on hastening his demise with such reckless abandon?" Now was not the time for idle chatter, Hao Ren suddenly exclaimed as he observed the iron-clad figures recovering from their brief moment of chaos. Hundreds of empty armors were now swaying and converging towards the center of the hall. The demonic warding runes inscribed upon them seemed to retain some lingering efficacy, causing their movements to be slow and hesitant. However, the red glow emanating from behind their visors was intensifying, clearly signaling an impending loss of control. This was hardly an occasion for trivial conversation. Nangong finally took notice of the surrounding situation, his eyes widening in alarm at the sight of countless undead armors glowing ominously. Undead knights. What on earth is this scale? Just as Hao Ren pondered how to succinctly explain the presence of three ordinary individuals in the underground palace, Nangong swiftly sprang into action. He deftly drew his hand crossbow from his waist, while simultaneously tossing his briefcase to the ground and opening it with one hand. From within, he retrieved a small vial, hurling it at the nearest undead armor that had begun to approach him. Meanwhile, his crossbow was already trained on another target, releasing a sharp twang as a silvery arrow shot forth. The vial shattered upon impact with the first armor, releasing a cloud of shimmering silver dust. This dust seemed to possess some magical quality, as it did not disperse but rather enveloped the armor, swiftly infiltrating its seams. The silver arrow, meanwhile, struck the second armor squarely in the faceplate, exploding into a burst of silver light that vanished into the helmet. "Quick, take cover behind those stone slabs," Nangong shouted, hastily loading a second arrow in his crossbow while aiming at a third adversary. "I'll hold them off. These things are slow. Wait for your chance to escape. Don't worry about me." Hao Ren, who had been contemplating how to confront this troublesome demon hunter, was taken aback, despite his shortcomings. It appeared that Nangong possessed a certain integrity, unlike those demon hunters Vivian had mentioned who treated ordinary lives with disdain. That in no time, Nangong had executed a similar maneuver against two additional armors, retreating strategically behind a large stone slab. Thanks to the large hole he had created earlier, the debris in the hall had formed a makeshift barricade for them to take shelter behind. Meanwhile, Hao Ren urged Vivian and Lily to follow Nangong's instructions, seeking refuge behind another slab. Now that the underground palace had been breached, the sluggish armors posed no threat to the flying vampires or agile werewolves. However, they were reluctant to reveal their true nature before Nangong, for this seemingly half-hearted demon hunter wielded genuine equipment. Though he was but a mortal, his access to such formidable gear suggested some rather concerning implications. Hao Ren resolved to observe the situation. Should it remain dire, he would permit Vivian and Lily to intervene. Revealing their identities was preferable to enduring a beating, but if Nangong proved to be reliable, it would certainly ease their burdens. After a series of attacks, Nangong paused to catch his breath, retrieving a piece of sturdy paper from his briefcase. Scribbled in red ink were intricate runes. Hao Ren's eyes widened in shock as he recognized them as lighter runes. While ordinary individuals could utilize lighter runes, such usage came with stringent requirements. Besides demon hunters, only those with formidable mental fortitude, such as ascetic monks, could withstand the impact of lighter runes on the mind. Who exactly was this Nangong? Stay low. These soulless beings will target the most active presence, Nangong advised, casting a quick glance at Hao Ren and the others. "That I'll handle these creatures. Rest assured, I am an expert in exorcism, demon banishment." Chanting the incantation, the rune-etched paper spontaneously ignited without any flame present. However, It appeared Nangong had inadvertently grasped it the wrong way. The burning end was the one he held. "Oh no!" Nangong yelped, leaping back as the rune card fell to the ground, extinguishing itself as he clumsily attempted to retrieve it, brushing off the dirt. Demon banishment. Demon banishment. Demon, damn it, the igniting rune is gone, just as Hao Ren had been contemplating how to witness this demon hunter's grand performance. He now observed Nangong in a frenzy, desperately rummaging through his belongings for a lighter while muttering, "This will still work for demon banishment. Go." The rune card was flung toward the assembly of armors, erupting in a dazzling red light, only to vanish without a trace. Vivian could no longer contain her frustration, interjecting, Demon Hunter, sir, don't you check the results after your attacks?" Nangong looked up to find that the 4 armors he had previously assaulted with his crossbow and exorcism powder were now swaying unsteadily, having merely been dazed for a few seconds, sustaining no actual damage. Hao Ren broke into a cold sweat. This demon hunter, who had leapt from above and executed a series of moves that appeared both magical and martial, had merely been posturing throughout the ordeal. "What on earth is happening?" Nangong exclaimed, stepping back in confusion, glancing down at his equipment. "This shouldn't be happening. It usually works quite well." "Don't panic, I have a backup plan." He bent down to retrieve a collection of assorted items from his briefcase, skillfully assembling them into an oddly shaped large crossbow that a faint silver glow emanated from the crossbow, seemingly harmonizing with the moonlight filtering through the hole above. Hao Ren's twitching eye finally settled. This half-hearted individual had finally produced something that appeared formidable. This weapon is not to be trifled with," Nangong smirked, raising the large crossbow to aim at the enemy. "Prepare to witness the silver explosive arrows of a demon hunter." "Wait, I forgot to bring arrows." Vivian smacked her forehead in exasperation. "Big dog, get ready. We can't rely on this guy. Wait," Hao Ren called softly as he noticed Vivian and Lily preparing to transform. He turned his gaze toward Nangong, who was still bouncing around uselessly nearby. He had always perceived this individual as a nuisance, and even if he were but a half-hearted demon hunter, he remained a nuisance nonetheless. Hao Ren aimed to resolve this issue, ensuring that any potential legitimate demon hunters lurking behind this one would not make an appearance, but he scanned the ground around him, the rubble either too small or too large to be of use. However, he soon felt a hard object in his pocket, a smile creeping onto his face. Hao Ren cautiously approached Nangong from behind, gripping the solid object tightly, and swung it down toward the back of his head. At that moment, a sharp voice echoed in his mind. "This machine believes you've definitely never read the instruction manual. Your method of use is absolutely flawed." Chapter 61. Escape. Although Nangong possessed a plethora of authentic and formidable weaponry, he remained but a mortal being, a fact that became evident upon witnessing his combat style, that he neither soared through the skies nor exhibited Herculean strength. In fact, he flinched at the mere threat of a small stone falling from above. Observing this, Hao Ren's confidence surged, and he swiftly dispatched the ineffectual half-hearted demon hunter with a single brick strike. Utilizing his data terminal, which had finally proven functional, Hao Ren gazed at Nangong, who lay motionless on the ground, and felt a sense of gratification while examining the hexagonal metal block in his hand, reminiscent of an ashtray. After enduring countless unsatisfactory user experiences, he had finally discerned the sole reliable function of this device. Yet, the data terminal evidently disagreed, as it proceeded to berate him for 5 consecutive minutes within his mind. Hao Ren resolved to inquire about the device's mute function at the earliest opportunity. With the nuisance resolved, it was time to take action. Hao Ren tossed his head back with a flourish, prompting Vivian and Lily to transform and unleash a barrage upon the nearby undead knights, who were gradually breaking free from the runic control that in an instant they cleared a substantial number of the encroaching undead. However, just as everything appeared to unfold according to plan, an unexpected event caught the corner of their eyes. A rope suddenly descended from the gaping hole in the ceiling. The emaciated Indian monk had not departed and, at that pivotal moment, descended from above like Nangong. Hao Ren glanced at the 2 superwomen wreaking havoc, and then at the unconscious Nangong, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot. He felt compelled to exhibit a man's decisiveness. Seizing the opportunity while the gaunt monk was still adjusting to the dimness of the underground chamber, he charged forward, taking 3 steps at once. The data terminal's frantic screams echoed in his mind. "You must stop this immediately. Your usage is boom." The seemingly capable Indian monk, like Nangong, was also but immortal. He received a blow to the back of his head and collapsed instantly. Unfortunate timing, as he had only just descended the rope without even touching the ground. Hao Ren propped the unconscious elder aside, feeling a twinge of guilt as he grimaced and apologized to the strangely robed man, fragrant with spices. "I'm terribly sorry. The situation is quite extraordinary. If you were conscious, it would only pose a greater danger." That moment, Vivian unfurled her magnificent wings, casting a peculiar look at Hao Ren. "He is of advanced age. Should I not apologize for striking him on the head?" Vivian, unexpectedly, blurted out, "But I've not seen you show me any respect in our usual encounters." Hao Ren, with no external distractions and in a relatively open space, illuminated by moonlight, Vivian and Lily finally unleashed their full might. In a whirlwind of violent chaos, the two superwomen reduced hundreds of metallic canisters to mere remnants scattered across the ground. However, more than half of these tin soldiers did not succumb entirely. These iron warriors possessed a vitality far beyond human comprehension. Even when dismantled into pieces, as long as they were not utterly obliterated, they could swiftly reassemble. Soon, the hall was filled with a cacophony of clattering metal fragments. Ultimately, Hao Ren asserted his authority as a landlord. Though it was a rather dubious authority, primarily stemming from the fact that he was merely pointing at the two temperamental superwomen, his commanding shout finally redirected the attention of the two young ladies toward the pressing matters at hand. The situation here remained unresolved. What should be done with the pile of tin cans below? What was to be done about the malfunctioning seals and runes in the crypt? More importantly, what shall we do about this stone? Hao Ren extended his hand, gesturing towards the demon stone that Lily had carelessly tossed aside. This black crystal, measuring around a meter in length, pulsated with a red glow, undulating as if it had just awakened, shimmering languidly beneath the night sky. Relying on his thick skin and connections, Hao Ren cautiously approached and tapped the stone a few times, discovering that it was not as frigid as typical rock. It bore warmth and trembled slightly, and when he pressed his ear against it, he could hear a faint, raspy whisper emanating from within the crystal. The demon stone resembled a restless tuning fork, exuding an aura as if it were continuously transmitting some sort of message. Yet no one knew how to halt this ominous phenomenon. Initially, Hao Ren felt compelled to flee, a reaction in line with his usual philosophy of prioritizing safety. But when he voiced this thought, Vivian informed him that demons were remarkably adept at spreading their influence through intermediaries. The moment the demon stone began to pulse, everyone illuminated by its crimson light had already been marked. The stone's master possessed the ability to track anyone who had approached it. Escaping was futile. Indeed, it could pique the demon's interest in pursuing. When one finds themselves targeted by a demon, Vivian gravely reminded Hao Ren and Lily, who was equally inexperienced, there are but two choices. Either hope the demon is uninterested in you, or confront it head-on. There exists no third option. These beings proliferate their power indiscriminately, and few can slip away from their watchful gaze. Regardless of the portrayal of demons in novels and television, Vivian's understanding of genuine demons aligned precisely with this reality. Thus, Hao Ren found himself reluctantly remaining beside the stone, observing as Vivian, an expert who had previously dealt with demons, sought a method to sever the connection between the stone and the demon. If the demon is of a lower rank, my blood can obscure the stone's essence, which should pacify the restless guardians within the crypt, making them considerably more manageable, Vivian explained, circling the demon's stone, her expression rife with hesitation. However, if it is a high-ranking demon, not only would this fail to sever the signal, but it would alert the stone's master to the presence of entertainment. Those battle maniacs relish combat, and very few beings can withstand them. High-ranking vampires are particularly enticing targets for their provocation. A fair match, capable of prolonging the fight. Lily, limping around nearby, chimed in, "You could just imply that you're formidable too." "This is hardly the moment for jest," Vivian snapped at Lily. "What do you know, you little sprout? Entangling with demons is anything but advantageous. They are relentless and will pursue their quarry to the bitter end. I despise fighting. Though I cannot explain why, I simply abhor violence and have no desire to associate with those lunatics." Hao Ren glanced at Lily. "Why are you walking like that?" Lily, with a pitiful expression, revealed her tail, a third of its fur missing and its shape somewhat crooked. "I was just hit by the stone. It seems I'll be feeling the pain for several days. Hao Ren looked skyward. Being struck by dozens of tons of granite is only a minor inconvenience, and you're complaining about some fur loss. Forget it. Let us just try. Vivian seemed to have finally made up her mind. She looked up at the sky, noting the moon was nearly set, that I must act swiftly while I still have the opportunity to manipulate this stone, that if I delay, even the most sluggish of demons will surely take notice. Big dog. Guard the area. I sense numerous undead are approaching the surface, likely drawn by the stone. Please assist in holding them off. Lily responded with a confident grin. Sure thing. Just holding them off, right? Vivian nodded, refraining from further words as she positioned herself a few meters from the demon stone. Her arms slightly outstretched, and a thin veil of blood-red mist began to emanate from her. Almost simultaneously, Lily began to hear the familiar clattering sounds drawing nearer. The undead guardians remained below, but they were on the verge of surfacing. This crypt had originally been fortified with a stringent sealing system, and critical areas like the demon chamber and knight's tomb were cleverly concealed. The innkeeper, Angus, had failed to uncover these astonishing secrets buried deep underground in years past. He had merely wandered through a few shallow tunnels, without damaging or triggering the crypt's layout. However, centuries had elapsed, and time itself was sufficient to erode the crypt seals. The events of the past few days had merely reached a critical threshold. Numerous later runes had failed. The bindings within the demon chamber had weakened, and the influx of paranormal enthusiasts congregating around the ancient castle had become the final straw that broke the crypt's back. The demon stone began to stir, activating the crypt's defense mechanisms, awakening the slumbering guardians, and precipitating the turmoil of today, that is for the subsequent spectacle of the demon stone crashing to the ground with a flare of red light. That was merely the escalation from a slight agitation to full awakening. In truth, the stone had begun its unrest long before Hao Ren and the others entered the crypt. Otherwise, how could Angus have been blocked by the suddenly appearing wall of runes? Originally, there were mechanisms within the crypt designed to counter such scenarios. When the demon chamber was triggered and the undead guardians lost control, all entrances and exits of the crypt would be sealed by colossal enchanted stones, suppressing the demons while also preventing the hollow armors, which were essentially vengeful spirits, from emerging to harm others. Alas, these mechanisms had long since succumbed to the ravages of time, and now, all routes leading from the crypt to the surface lay wide open. As the undead knights began to ascend in organized formations, the familiar clashing of armor rang out sharply, and under the moonlight, the first suit of armor emerged atop a nearby collapsed pillar. Lily, fully prepared, hoisted a colossal granite block measuring 1/2 meter in width and over 1 meter in length, her face brimming with excitement. Upon seeing the first suit of armor appear, she hurled the stone with vigor. Though I know not why the bricks here are so large, my heavenly horse meteor brick is compatible with all rectangular projectiles. The massive granite slab, weighing over 1 ton, whistled through the air before crashing down on the first suit of armor with a resounding thud, rendering that spot utterly flat, regardless of the armor's regenerative capabilities. It was undoubtedly incapable of rising again and no longer preoccupied with the crypt's surroundings, and with an inexhaustible supply of ammunition at her disposal, Lily felt invincible, firmly believing she would flatten every tin can that dared to appear before her with the oversized bricks scattered throughout the castle. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a surge of exhilaration and, seizing the moment before the moon fully sank, let out a triumphant howl. This was her signature move, a necessary declaration of invincibility. Yet, just as Lily's howl startled Hao Ren, an even more shocking event transpired. Not far away, the ritual that Vivian was conducting suddenly spiraled out of control, and the demon stone erupted with an unprecedented red brilliance. A thunderous voice reverberating ominously from above their heads. Oh, demon tongue! Unintelligible that in that instant, Hao Ren recognized that Vivian's lifelong streak of bad luck had once again reared its head. Chapter 63 as the oppressive and terrifying voice emanated from above. Hao Ren felt the air around him grow unbearably hot. The blood mist that Vivian had released had nearly enveloped the demon stone, yet now a murky shockwave burst forth from the stone, dispersing all remnants of the blood mist and even knocking Vivian back several steps. She gazed at the receding crimson power with disbelief etched upon her features. What a waste! It could have been consumed. Hao Ren was momentarily pulled from the scene. This vampire's habit of self-sustaining after exhausting her resources was utterly disruptive to the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lily was vigorously smashing down a several-meter-long stone pillar, causing such a commotion that it felt as though the entire castle ruins were quaking. However, the dreadful voice from the sky abruptly halted her actions. The werewolf girl looked up in shock to see dark clouds gathering above. The starlight and moonlight had vanished, replaced by a dense, murky black-red cloud converging from all directions. This cloud appeared almost tangible, rolling through the night sky like a swamp suspended overhead, both terrifying and nauseating. As the clouds amassed, a dark red firelight began to seep from behind the dense mass, as if a vast sea of flames were concealed within the clouds above, the heart of the brightest firelight. A swirling opening began to take shape, exuding an immense pressure that emanated from within, accompanied by waves of unbearable heat. The flames flickering within the clouds are not an illusion. They truly bear the weight of an inferno. An endless blaze emanating from the abyss of the demon realm. It is unbearably hot. Lily swings the colossal stone pillar, several meters long, smashing large swathes of spectral armor into irreparable discs of iron. As she desperately clears away the foes, she shouts, but the weathered pillar cannot withstand such treatment. After a few swings, it cracks with a resounding snap. Momentarily stunned, Lily is given no respite as the frenzied spectral armor closes in on her, and she is compelled to discard the stone pillar, resorting to picking up nearby 1-meter-long bricks to hurl them indiscriminately. Get away! How much longer will this go on? I'm done with this. I want to go home. As the clouds above continue to coalesce, the spectral sentinels in the castle seem to join in the madness. The runes on their armor glow a vivid red, as if seared by a branding iron. Lily, single-handedly combating the undead, though still managing, is clearly rattled by the sudden upheaval. Hao Ren can almost discern a quaver of tears in her voice. Indeed, she is merely a fledgling wolf girl among her kind. Far too young. Yet, Hao Ren himself is hardly older. He has yet to find a wife. Vivian flutters to Hao Ren's side, a chilling aura enveloping the vampire girl, slightly dispersing the stifling heat, revived by the coolness. Hao Ren finally manages to speak. What on earth is happening? I don't know, Vivian replies, her incredulity unyielding on her face. She fails to comprehend where things went awry. It all started off so smoothly. And I sense that the master of the demon stone should possess comparable strength to mine, that as long as I was cautious with the seal, harnessing the power of the moon should have been foolproof. But somehow it spiraled out of control. The operation of this stone is entirely different from any demon stone I have known. All right, I can't grasp any of this, Hao Ren interjects, placing a hand on Vivian's shoulder. He feels a cacophony reverberating in his mind, making it difficult to focus. Why does it feel like my head is filled with noise? The power of demons can overwhelm the mind of an ordinary person. Vivian exclaims, but she knows that her blood magic for dispelling mental corruption is ineffective on Hao Ren. Frantic though she may be, she can only prepare for battle. The vampire girl suddenly ascends into the air, her massive bat-like wings expanding dramatically. Countless crimson streaks materialize from the sky, coalescing behind her into a complex pattern spanning 100 meters that an unprecedented sense of overwhelming pressure, far surpassing Vivian's usual display, emanates from her. Vivian's gaze fixates on the swirling portal in the sky, from which a colossal, hoof-like foot protrudes. She must unleash her full power before the demon fully descends, an ability she has not wielded in millennia, and of which she is uncertain she can fully command. But a radiant beam of light pierces through the dense clouds, as if the heavens themselves were forcibly torn asunder. An exceptionally bright, silver moon emerges from the rift. Hao Ren's attention is immediately captured by this extraordinary sight. Initially believing it to be the previously obscured moon reappearing, he quickly realizes the time is not right. The moon should not be in that position. He notices that this silver moon is far larger than any he has seen before, its surface etched with patterns resembling wood grain, unlike anything he has encountered. However, before he can discern more, the moon's surface becomes shrouded in a blood-red hue, transforming it into a crimson sphere. The ominous red light cascading from the moon surpasses even the inferno within the clouds, momentarily suppressing the demon's power. Though this could very well be an illusion, as Hao Ren lacks any understanding of energy sensing or mental scanning. He simply feels that the eerie moon summoned by Vivian shines brighter than the flames in the clouds. The surrounding spectral armor seems to lose its purpose under the blood moon's glow. Beginning to sway aimlessly, Lily gazes up at the strange moonlight, her ears and tail's fur standing on end. I feel a bit unwell. Boom. A thunderous roar shatters the brief standoff as the fiery tempest in the sky surges violently. The vortex fully opening, that a colossal demon crashes to the ground, sending dust and debris flying, shaking the very earth. Hao Ren and Lily instinctively retreat several steps, that a figure engulfed in roaring flames rises slowly from the swirling dust, revealing itself. A towering 5-meter-tall humanoid creature, with legs curving like those of a goat and powerful, muscular arms. Its skin is as dark as iron, every bulging muscle marred by cracks through which flames and magma flow. This demon's fiery armor appears alive, molten iron dripping from its fissures, making it resemble an erupting volcano, exuding an extraordinary heat. Its flames and lava are undeniably real. Hao Ren strains his neck to glimpse the demon's face, which resembles a cold visage carved from obsidian. The demon possesses features, yet every orifice spews flame, as if its countenance exists solely to enhance its terrifying appearance. Atop its head, a pair of curved horns reminiscent of those of a black goat arch outward. Hao Ren notices that one of the horns is broken, its tip missing about a third of its length. Vivian is momentarily stunned upon seeing this demon, hesitating to attack, for she realizes this demon appears to be of a different kind than those she is familiar with. Though its imposing presence and general shape may be similar, it is not a type she has encountered before. She is uncertain whether launching an assault against an unknown, potentially formidable adversary is wise. Yet the demon pays no heed to Vivian's watchful presence. It simply lowers its gaze to scan the ground, soon spotting Hao Ren, who is nearly petrified in place that a rumbling roar escapes the demon's mouth. Hao Ren! To his astonishment, Hao Ren discovers that the demon is attempting to communicate with him. But who on earth can understand the language of demons? The demon seems to realize this conundrum as well. Adopting an expression of dawning comprehension, Hao Ren surmises that the expression must convey realization. Although discerning a demon's expression amidst flames is no easy feat, that it then conjures a metallic plate from seemingly nowhere. The size of a tabletop, which in the demon's grasp resembles a mere tablet. The demon scribbles on the plate for a while, then leans down to align its gaze with Hao Ren's. And I sure would have fong dong ma. Vivian, who has been holding her breath, finally collapses to the ground in shock. Chapter 64. Is this the end? As Vivian plummets to the earth, the blood moon in the sky vanishes, and the spectral armor, freed from its suppressive influence, springs back to life, the sound of clattering metal echoing in the air. Lily hastily raises her giant brick once more, ready for combat, but the first to act is the terrifying demon that nearly frightened everyone to death. This 5-meter-tall behemoth raises its hand and, with a mere gesture, clears the tumultuous clouds from the sky. Simultaneously, Vivian senses the demon's power rapidly diminishing, until even the energy emanating from the demon's stone begins to fade away. The spectral armor in the dungeon had been animated by the demon's stone's influence. With the source of stimulation abruptly cut off, it loses its directive. Moreover, the runes on the armor, having burned excessively under the demon's power, are now mostly damaged. With the demon's energy dissipating, the sentinels lose all momentum, their armor trembling in a frantic chorus before collapsing to the ground, rendered inert. Thus, the spectral guardians that had caused so much distress for Hao Ren and the others are effortlessly subdued. The massive demon nods, seemingly satisfied with its intervention, then leans down once more to align its gaze with Hao Ren's. Though given the vast height difference, this is nearly impossible, that it examines the metallic plate in its hand, which appears to be inscribed with phonetic symbols. And I sure would have fong. Dong ma. Upon uttering this phrase, the demon gazes expectantly at Hao Ren, who, still dazed by the bizarre circumstances, finds his ability to think nearly extinguished. It is only when he feels a sudden heat atop his head that he reacts. The demon's fiery breath had ignited his hair. Ouch! 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 Hao Ren frantically pats his head, thankfully extinguishing the sparks before they can catch flame, and then leaps aside, exclaiming, "Hold on a moment." With that accent, "I'm already anxious for you." Subsequently, he trembled as he retrieved the data terminal from his pocket. "What on earth is going on with you? Iron disk?" Do you lack sufficient respect for this machine, especially after bestowing upon it such a derogatory nickname? It seems the data terminal has taken a liking to responding within Hao Ren's mind, and now it has even ceased displaying subtitles. Nevertheless, this machine is more than willing to inform you. This is the situation. Hao Ren lifted his gaze to behold the terrifying creature engulfed in flames and magma. Swallowing hard. Do you possess a translation pack for the language of demons? The data terminal huffed in response. So now you finally remember the proper way to utilize this machine? What about when you were using it to strike others? Hao Ren weighed the data terminal in his hands. If you keep babbling, I might just bind you to a stick and you can spend the rest of your existence as a hammer. Hao Ren successfully acquired support for translating the demon tongue, allowing him to communicate smoothly with the colossal being before him, although it seemed the creature had devoted some time to mastering a segment of Chinese. So, are you the new tenant I've been searching for? The demon's face instantly displayed astonishment, magma spurting from its biceps. How could you be a demon? Oh right, you are an inspector. Nothing you do is surprising. So, that makes you my landlord? What took you so long to arrive? Hao Ren was utterly bewildered. Not only had he not anticipated that the new tenant arranged by Crow 12345 would be such an astonishing entity, but he also never expected his dialogue with a demon to unfold in such a peculiar atmosphere. Of course, what intrigued him further was, why had this demon been summoned by a demon stone sealed away for centuries? Hadn't Crow 12345 mentioned that this tenant had just arrived? When did you come? As Hao Ren spoke, he cautiously observed the demon's movements, maintaining an utmost vigilance, for it was a creature depicted as a malevolent fiend in every tale. A being whose position on the ultimate villain leaderboard far surpassed that of werewolves or vampires within the cultural psyche of humanity. Yet on the flip side, why would Crow 12345, who claimed to be a goddess, assign him the task of hosting a demon? I have been here for half a month, spending most of that time in slumber, only just sensing some commotion outside. The demon spat sparks as it spoke, while Hao Ren darted around to avoid being ignited, noting that the demon was quite sincere, insisting on maintaining eye contact while conversing. Hao Ren felt as though he was engaging in dialogue with a steel furnace. Half a month, Hao Ren exclaimed, pointing towards the demon stone not far away, which had been sealed in the ancient castle for several hundred years. You've only been here for half a month? Isn't that stone yours? Not at all. The demon shook its head, expelling a wave of flames that I have no knowledge of its origins. I have never encountered such an object, but I discovered it to be quite suitable as a conduit of power, thus connecting my strength to that stone that I have been sleeping in an alternate dimension and required a doorbell. Hao Ren pondered the magnitude of the events his trio had endured, the commotion they had stirred in the underground palace, and the tremendous impact that had finally summoned the original owner. He muttered, "Your doorbell lacks sensitivity. It only started ringing after the entire house collapsed." The demon, appearing rather heavy-set, surprisingly possessed acute hearing, grinning broadly. "This device is quite sensitive. It merely suffers from my deep slumber. In fact, it activated the moment you approached, and it took over an hour to rouse me." Hao Ren instinctively took a few steps back to evade the flames spewing from the demon, his expression a portrait of astonishment. "So that stone isn't yours? Then what of its original owner? It is an unclaimed object. First come, first served." The demon's thunderous voice stifled the remainder of Hao Ren's inquiry. The colossal being then surveyed its surroundings, noting the extensive damage. "This destruction cannot possibly be my doing, can it?" Hao Ren wearily waved his hand at the demon. "Please hold on. I need a moment to collect my thoughts." He then plopped down on the ground, disregarding the fact that a formidable entity capable of starring in multiple sequels of any film was in close proximity, as he began to contemplate the situation. There was no doubt regarding the demon's identity. The data terminal was not deceitful, and the demon had no reason to mislead him. Moreover, given the peculiar nature of the task assigned by Crow 12345, it seemed unlikely that anyone would intervene. Hao Ren believed he had no reason to be the target of a conspiracy. Thus, it appeared that this was indeed his new tenant. The demon stone sealed within the underground palace of the Uford Castle was a fact. But the entity it belonged to had no connection to the entire affair. The unfortunate soul who had lost their phone could be discarded into the annals of history, irrelevant to the narrative. The imposing demon before him had arrived at Uford Castle half a month ago. It had simply wandered into the wrong place, and, appearing to be unfamiliar with its surroundings, decided to establish a hidden space here, borrowing the demon stone from the castle's depths under the pretext of using it as a doorbell. Hao Ren suspected that this doorbell served the purpose of alerting the inspector when they arrived. If that were the case, the activation of the defensive mechanisms in the underground palace, the awakening of the undead guardians, and Angus being blocked by a wall of runes were all events that stemmed from Hao Ren himself. It was precisely because the stone sensed Hao Ren's proximity that the power left by the demon within it began to stir, leading to a cascade of subsequent issues. There were still many aspects he could not fully comprehend, but the general sequence of events seemed clear enough. What a predicament! Hao Ren, having pieced everything together, felt an overwhelming urge to cry, only to abruptly recall one crucial question that remained unanswered. Wait. Crow 12345 had mentioned that there would be a mutual sensing when he met the new tenant. What about that sensing? There was sensing, the data terminal interjected. Did you not feel at the moment you encountered this behemoth? Feel what? A resounding boom echoed in his mind. Hao Ren was left speechless. Was that it? That was the sensing. What more did you expect? The data terminal retorted proudly. I had anticipated your sluggishness, and considering the gravity of the situation, I feared that typical audio cues and vibration modes would fail to capture your attention. Hence, I specifically arranged for the loudest alert service available. Hao Ren, you could have given me a heads up that this would be dangerous. Couldn't you? Chapter 65. Exactly the long night had yet to pass, but the castle had finally welcomed tranquility. At least, it sounded relatively peaceful. However, if anyone were to witness the scene in the central courtyard of the castle, they would find it impossible to remain calm. The towering demon, standing over 5 meters tall, sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard, and even seated, it made Hao Ren feel as though he were gazing up at a giant. Flames and lava continuously erupted from its body, casting a crimson glow over a radius of several dozen meters, while the pile of stones beneath it had partially transformed into magma, giving the impression that the demon was seated upon a lake of molten rock. The demon and Hao Ren had mutually confirmed each other's identities, and the latter had even verified with his data terminal that this breathtaking task had been successfully accomplished. The outcome left Hao Ren with a profound sense of unreality. My name is Exacthis, the demon stated as it conversed with Hao Ren, instinctively lowering its upper body, a gesture of politeness. However, each time it did so, Hao Ren found himself darting about to avoid the splattering flames and molten debris. The demon's voice resonated like thunder, interspersed with explosive crackling sounds, and the demon tongue sounded convoluted and complex. Without the powerful translation capabilities of the data terminal, Hao Ren would have been utterly incapable of communicating with this giant. Its attempts at speaking Chinese resembled a clumsy form of broken English. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I apologize for the intrusion. This is reportedly how we greet one another for the first time here. Sweat beaded on Hao Ren's forehead. In truth, he had been sweating profusely, as it was exceedingly hot near the demon, and he mused that this intimidating giant was surprisingly easy to converse with. He couldn't fathom how that enigmatic crow had managed to locate such an extraordinary being. He nodded at the demon, who identified itself as Exacthis. It's all good. You can call me Hao Ren. So, as Crow 12345 briefed you on other matters. The demon's face appeared to bear a hint of a wry smile. Yes. It has all been communicated that I am aware of the situation here, that do not stand so far away. I do not consume humans. I understand that in most worlds, demons are not particularly well received, but surely you don't feel the same way. After all, you are an inspector. How does it seem that you are more familiar with the term inspector than I am? Hao Ren shot the demon a perplexed glance that I am not afraid of you eating humans. Rather, it's just that your speech is exceedingly hot. The demon let out a booming laugh. Ha, interesting. I've had a bit of interaction with the Shirling Divine System and received some assistance from them prior to my arrival. So I possess a modicum of understanding. Have those two young ladies from over there come closer, please? Do not wear such a guarded expression. I pose no threat, that I merely seek a place where I can live in peace and quiet. Just a residence will suffice. Hao Ren gazed in astonishment at the visage of the great demon. From the coarse, obsidian-like features, he discerned little menace. Initially taken aback upon their first encounter, he instinctively found it rather fearsome. Furthermore, the demon's voice bore a tone of melancholy. Given his mention of having received some assistance from the celestial god system, it seemed that this fellow had experienced something prior to arriving here. However, such matters were not of immediate concern to Hao Ren, that he turned to Vivian and Lily, beckoning them over. "All right, you two, come here. Vivian, stow away your bat, and Lily, put down your—" By the way, that thing is called a city wall brick. Not a paving brick, and it's over a meter long. Lily casually tossed the ton-heavy boulder aside with a thunderous crash, then cautiously approached alongside Vivian. Both superwomen were unable to comprehend the demon's words. Yet they had gleaned some understanding from Hao Ren's conversation with him. Vivian gazed incredulously at the colossal creature engulfed in flames. Could this be our new neighbor? Indeed, that is he. His name is Azaxis. It appears he cannot speak human languages. Once I return, I shall inquire with Raven 12345 about installing a translation program for all of you, so that you may communicate smoothly. The demon noticed Hao Ren gesturing towards him for introductions and promptly flashed a smile that radiated at over 1,000 degrees Celsius, causing Lily's fur to stand on end. Was he speaking the demon language? Vivian cast a peculiar glance at Azaxis, recalling her previous dealings with demons and noting that she could converse in their tongue. But this sounded entirely different, akin to a tape played in reverse, utterly incomprehensible. Hao Ren, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of strangeness, particularly in light of Vivian's earlier mishap while attempting to seal the demon stone, which piqued his curiosity about Azaxis to, "Oh, I hail from another world," Azaxis replied rather succinctly, clarifying that it was not another planet, but an entirely different universe, quite distant from theirs, though the physical constants were remarkably similar. He added that the planet he originally resided on was somewhat larger and had a stronger gravitational pull, yet it did not significantly affect him. Noticing Hao Ren's silence, the demon continued, "Initially, I was assigned to another containment point in your universe, approximately 2 billion light-years from Earth, but I found the high oxygen levels there unpleasant, so I was sent to your vicinity instead." Hao Ren's mouth hung open for a good 10 seconds before he could no longer bear the overwhelming sense of discord and spoke with a perplexed expression. "Well, I understand your meaning, but why do you speak in such a manner? You should say you come from another plane or dimension, summoned to this world by some magic from Raven, with the elemental forces of both places being somewhat similar. I believe that would be more fitting for a demon of your stature. After all, you are a demon, a legendary race." Azaxis scratched his head in confusion, sending sparks flying. "Why should I speak that way? It sounds rather foolish and imprecise, reminiscent of the heroic tales that my kind's humans fancied 1,000 years ago. Hao Ren, it simply feels jarring to hear terms like planet and light-year coming from the mouth of a fantastical creature." Azaxis shrugged. "But we discovered our planet was spherical over 1,000 years ago." Hao Ren concluded that this line of questioning should not be pursued further. He resolved to remember and adapt to one fundamental truth. Anything related to the celestial god system deviated from the norm. Turning to explain Azaxis' origins to Vivian, the vampire girl was taken aback. She had previously found the concept of extraterrestrials novel, and now, encountering a being from another universe made her feel as though the world had expanded infinitely. Meanwhile, Lily remained relatively composed. She couldn't understand that in truth, Hao Ren's astonishment was not less than Vivian's. Even as an employee of the Temporal Management Bureau, he had yet to experience true dimensional travel. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not surprised upon learning Azaxis hailed from an alternate universe. However, he endeavored to maintain his image of composure before the two women, at least striving to appear unfazed. After all, they were both employees of the Temporal Management Bureau, and he could not afford to react like a bumpkin upon encountering a foreign being. "I believe this is not a suitable place for further discourse." Hao Ren intended to continue conversing with the demon to glean more about him, but he soon noticed the faint dawn light breaking over the horizon, realizing that he had loitered in this ancient castle for an entire night. He feared that various individuals might soon take note of the unusual happenings here, so he hastily stood and declared that in truth, he was quite anxious that someone might already be aware of their presence, especially considering the commotion caused by Azaxis' arrival and Vivian's antics. Yet he had no time to dwell on such trivialities. He needed to figure out how to transport Azaxis back. Hao Ren looked up at Azaxis, who, even while seated, towered over him like a house, then glanced at the two enchanting figures beside him, feeling a surge of despair. "How on earth am I to get you back?" Raven 12345 had not informed him that his new tenant was a towering figure of 5 meters, a veritable mountain of flame. He wondered if it would still be feasible to quickly arrange a massive shipping container through international smuggling channels. But even if time permitted, What good would it do? Just look at the molten pool forming beneath his axis. What kind of container could withstand such heat? Yet his axis merely smiled nonchalantly. Oh, that's simple. With that, the great demon's form began to shrink rapidly, the flames and magma enveloping him gradually coalescing and reshaping, until he morphed into a rugged giant nearly 2 meters tall. See? This works, doesn't it? Hao Ren, why did you not mention you could transform earlier? You never asked, Hao Ren. Chapter 66. Meteorite that a 2-meter tall. Brawny man now stood before the trio, his skin darkened, his physique robust, with muscles bulging so prominently that even the black t-shirt he wore could not conceal their chiseled contours. His face was rugged, with thick brows and deep-set eyes, exuding an imposing presence even in human form, and his bald head, accentuated by visible veins, would lead any unsuspecting observer to mistake him for a villain. Frankly, he was indeed quite fearsome. It was unlikely that any creature on this planet could rival his axis in terms of darkness. Even after transforming into human form, his axis remained strikingly conspicuous, and Hao Ren noted that he still had to look up at him, further amplifying the pressure of bringing this demon home. Optimistically, this bald giant's mere appearance would be enough to attract the attention of an entire squad of police officers if he were to stand at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau without uttering a word. A request for backup would undoubtedly be forthcoming. However, he was certainly a far cry from the previous flaming mountain of a figure. All right, let's go. Hao Ren sighed. He had many questions for his axis, but this was not the right setting for further discussion. The luminous effects produced during the demon's arrival must have already caught the attention of the townsfolk. Even though this area lacked road access, the forest firefighters should have arrived by now. He resolved to inquire further once they returned home. Oh, right, I just remembered something. Hao Ren slapped his forehead, recalling an inexplicable detail from Angus's admission of his ghostly antics at the onset of the haunting incidents. Many townsfolk had witnessed flames emanating from the direction of the castle, a fact that was not orchestrated by Angus. Was that you? Hao Ren inquired, recalling the origins of the haunting events. You just arrived at that time? Ah, that was indeed me. Did I feel quite apologetic, as Axis replied, stepping out from the magma pool, shaking off the molten residue, clinging to his pant legs, a terrifying grin adorning his face. His countenance was unnervingly fearsome. I arrived on your Temporal Management Bureau's immigration vessel, but I flew in upon entering the atmosphere, and I mistakenly landed in the wrong place. That my intended landing zone was a designated masking area arranged by the Bureau, where my arrival would not draw attention, but I ended up here. As you just witnessed, it was rather loud. However, I noticed the locals seemed unconcerned. They appeared quite pleased, so I refrained from apologizing. That I recall being advised to avoid revealing my identity. Hao Ren broke into a cold sweat, finally understanding the source of the immense flames Angus had mentioned. Recalling the fiery spectacle that accompanied his Zaxxas' arrival, the magnitude of which could be seen glowing for dozens of kilometers away, was indeed astounding. Leading the group away from the ancient castle ruins, just as they were about to depart, Vivian suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment, shouldn't we address the scene here? Vivian pointed at the pile of stones on the high ground. The entire castle ruins had descended into chaos, as Lily had dismantled nearly an entire wall to use the stones as bricks, simultaneously shattering the remnants of the castle's walls. The site where Isaacs had descended still bore traces of lava that had yet to cool completely. Optimistically, one might assume that soon, shards of glass would be strewn everywhere. Moreover, Nangong had blasted a large hole through the center of the castle, leading directly to the underground chambers, while other parts of the castle were riddled with tunnel exits opened by the undead guardians. To make matters worse, hundreds of ancient armors lay amidst the rubble. These guardians, adorned with the damaged later runes, were theoretically incapacitated by the infernal energies coursing through them, yet one could not dismiss the possibility that a few might still be capable of movement. Clearly, such a massive debacle was ill-suited for ordinary folk to handle. While Hao Ren wished to adopt a stance of indifference, he realized that this predicament indeed required his intervention. How should he proceed? Should he request 2 rounds of bombardment to level the place? Hao Ren shrugged. This solution was straightforward, but with just a few of them, how could they possibly manage such a colossal mess in a short span of time? Additionally, he thought he had spotted shadows of vehicles in the distance. Likely the curious townsfolk had already arrived to witness the spectacle. Isaacs, unable to comprehend Vivian's conversation with Hao Ren, could only guess the situation. Thus, the formidable demon scratched his gleaming bald head and chuckled. "Leave it to me. You all should find a place to hide." Upon witnessing the demon prepare for something grand, Hao Ren hastily grabbed Lily and Vivian, retreating to a nearby hillock, leaving Isaacs among the ruins of the castle. However, before he had even steadied himself on the hill, a thunderous voice echoed from the direction of the castle. "Get farther away." The further, the better. Hao Ren was taken aback. What was he planning to do? Was he truly going to obliterate this place? He then slapped Lily on the shoulder. "Hurry, this giant is about to make headlines." "Oh. Vivian, go fetch Nangong and that old monk. They should be waking up by now." Hao Ren assessed the distance, believing that Nangong and the Indian monk, who were presumably at the ghost hunters' camp, might also be within the danger zone, prompting him to send Vivian to retrieve the two unfortunate souls. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant about this matter. It seemed the two demon girls by his side had almost forgotten. Such a lapse could have been fatal. The group swiftly relocated to another high ground further away. Vivian managed to find Nangong and the Indian monk, who were still unconscious in the small camp. Judging by their deep slumber, Hao Ren's earlier actions had indeed been quite effective. Of course, the sturdiness of the data terminal was also a decisive factor. Just as Hao Ren awaited the impending commotion from the castle, a streak of red light suddenly sliced through the sky. The trio instinctively looked up, and upon seeing the source of the red light, their jaws dropped in astonishment. It was a meteorite, a genuine meteorite. The colossal celestial body blazed fiercely through the atmosphere, trailing a long tail of flame, heading with extreme precision toward the castle. Such a spectacle was something Hao Ren had only witnessed on television or in games portraying meteorite spells, yet now this exaggerated phenomenon was unfolding right before his eyes. Lily gasped in awe, and just as her voice trailed off, the searing meteorite struck its target, crashing violently into the heart of the castle. Initially, there was a deafening roar, the intensity of which made Hao Ren feel as if his skull were protesting. Subsequently, a mushroom cloud billowed up from the high ground where the castle once stood, and even from such a distance, the ground beneath them trembled that a violent shockwave followed, bringing with it an unpleasant scent of sulfur. And had they been any closer, they might have truly felt as though the end of days had arrived, in that instant. Hao Ren could think of only one thing. The reality of meteorite spells was far more thrilling than what he had seen in games. As the chaos began to subside, the clouds above had been torn asunder, and the shockwave from the meteorite had created a radiating void in the sky directly above the castle, with the first rays of morning sunlight illuminating the earth. The castle had vanished completely. The rocks, the high ground, and the underground chambers had all transformed into a smoldering crater, surrounded by vast expanses of impact fissures, while Hao Ren stood in stunned silence. A swirling distortion suddenly manifested in the nearby air, and Isaacs teleported directly beside him, an awkward expression on his face. "Did I perhaps make a bit too much noise? I brought this meteorite from the Kuiper Belt. There wasn't a perfectly sized one available at the moment, so I chose this one, thinking it looked moderately sized and I didn't realize it contained a manganese core. I had assumed it was ice rock, which would have had a milder impact. By the way, your stellar system's environment is quite favorable for casting meteorite spells." Hao Ren, having firmly established his worldview, shook his head. "All right, the most inexplicable element has been obliterated. Now it's up to the astronomers in England to make sense of the meteorite incident. Let's go." "Let's hurry." At that moment, Nangong, who had been lying at Hao Ren's feet, finally stirred. Perhaps he had been jolted awake by the meteorite's impact. The half-hearted demon hunter propped himself up from the ground, immediately groaning and reaching for the back of his head. He was soon seized by a fit of coughing from the acrid smell in the air. Cough. What happened to me? This hapless individual had woken up just in time. Chapter 67. Finally, Nangong rubbed the back of his head and sat up, realizing he was on a small hillock, the barren ground beneath him, and the sky above gradually brightening. The harrowing scenes from the underground felt as distant as a dream, that a throbbing pain radiated from his head, and the air was thick with an unbearable stench, causing him to furrow his brow and murmur, "Cough, what has happened to me?" Hao Ren gestured for Vivian, Lily, and Isaacs to remain silent, then slapped Nangong on the shoulder. "Awake, look up, and behold the grand news." "Hao Ren," Nangong exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the three familiar faces and the imposing stranger beside them. "Are you all right? Did those malevolent spirits harm you? Who is this friend beside you? What in the world is going on?" Nangong finally noticed the distant meteorite crater, from which billowed thick plumes of smoke. The remnants of stone surrounding the crater, along with the nearby scenery, still allowed for a tenuous identification of this as the site of the Yuford Castle. Yet merely a night had passed, and this centuries-old stronghold had been reduced to a mere pit, with a pool of slowly cooling lava. Regardless of Nangong's extensive experiences, he felt utterly bewildered at this moment. You probably won't believe what transpired, but a meteorite fell from the sky and obliterated the entire castle, Hao Ren said with a sincere expression, his face unflinching. Nangong listened in a daze, suddenly touching the back of his head. Wait. I remember battling the malevolent spirits in the underground. You were right behind me, surrounded by a throng of nightly wraiths. Then I felt a sharp pain on my head, and everything went black. Hao Ren endeavored to make his gaze appear even more earnest, adopting an expression of lingering shock. Let's not mention those unfortunate wretches. I still feel a cramp in my calves that it's a miracle we managed to escape, while you were bravely fighting. The ceiling of the underground collapsed again, knocking you unconscious that I was merely closing my eyes, bracing for death, when those metal cans inexplicably fell to the ground and ceased moving that we three exerted considerable effort to get you. And this old man up that we had initially planned to wait until dawn to hitch a ride back, but this eerie place was too frightening, so we made our escape, which saved everyone's lives. 10 minutes ago, a meteorite fell from the sky, and then you saw what happened. Throughout the exchange, Hao Ren assumed the role of an utterly ignorant ordinary person, refraining from attempting to explain why the undead armors in the underground lay motionless, or why a meteorite had fallen with such precision to turn the entire castle into a crater. He spun a fantastical narrative without any psychological burden, leaving the rest for Nangong to piece together in his mind. Hao Ren's thoughts were rather unscrupulous. After all, he was merely an ignorant commoner. Let him come at me if he dared. As expected, Nangong appeared utterly bewildered, yet showed no inclination to inquire further from Hao Ren. He seemed entirely unwilling to believe that this ordinary man and the seemingly harmless girls beside him had any connection to such an event. The expert rationalized for quite some time, eventually arriving at a half-hearted guess. Perhaps the undead were controlled by something more core within the underground, a phenomenon often observed in such ancient ruins. Yes, it must be so. After all, I am an expert. Hao Ren, Vivian, and the others exchanged discreet eye rolls. This fellow truly had the audacity to say that. Slowly, Nangong rose to his feet, gazing regretfully at the distant doomsday pit. He understood that the castle must have harbored countless secrets that could explain why the undead had suddenly collapsed and why he had been rescued by 3 ordinary people. Yet now, nothing remained there, and any investigation was rendered impossible. Hao Ren cast a grateful glance at Isaac, recognizing that the meteor evasion technique was indeed a panacea. Essentially, once a rock fell from the sky. As long as the spell was not cast in the presence of ordinary people, one need not worry about what transpired thereafter. And no one on this planet would sincerely believe that a formidable being could summon an asteroid from the Kuiper Belt to wreak havoc. The only ones left fretting were the astrophysicists, and this hapless ghost-hunting expert before him. Soon after, the crowd from the town of Brookle finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Several off-road vehicles parked near the ruins of the Yuford Castle, where thick smoke and the intense heat of the fallen meteor's lava rendered the area inaccessible. In fact, when Isaac descended, the townsfolk had already noticed the commotion. The inferno that engulfed the sky bore a striking resemblance to the recent ghostly incident. Curious onlookers and paranormal enthusiasts from afar hastily gathered and made their way out of the town, but the route from the town entrance to the Yuford Castle was utterly impassable, featuring only rugged stone beaches. Even a few off-road vehicles could not traverse quickly, so they essentially only caught a glimpse of the event's tail end, the moment the meteor plummeted from the heavens. No one, regardless of their recklessness, dared to charge forward against the might of the meteor, so it was only after the shockwave and explosion subsided that they reached the scene. Now, they surrounded the already vanished site of the castle, engaged in lively discussions, some tweeting on their phones, some taking selfies with the impact crater, others clutching paranormal detectors with solemn expressions, and a few foaming at the mouth, sitting on the ground in a frenzy, proclaiming that the Lord of Yuford had something to convey. The latter was particularly energetic, having caused quite a stir until the early hours of the previous night, and now returned for another round of excitement. However, most faces displayed sheer astonishment. These ordinary folk lacked the deductive prowess of specialists and could only comprehend that such grand events were unfolding in their quaint little town. They would surely have plenty to boast about in the future. After a night of tumult, Hao Ren and his companions were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, so they hitched a ride back to town. Nangong accompanied the still groggy Indian monk, who, unsurprisingly, had succumbed to fatigue, remaining unconscious for so long despite being subjected to the same intensity. On their return, throughout the journey, this half-hearted demon hunter kept repeating, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening?" with a clue to pursue. And all evidence vaporized. Even the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes could not attribute the cause to a descending demon. Thus, they returned to the town. Originally, they could have directly headed back to London, but Vivian proposed visiting Angus's cottage to assess the situation and see how the tavern owner fared after the event, ensuring no lingering repercussions remained. Hao Ren and Lily had no objections, while Isaac remained reticent throughout, seemingly preoccupied, not uttering a word since leaving the ruins of Yaford Castle. He simply nodded in response to other suggestions. However, Hao Ren didn't dwell on it much, as it was their first encounter, and they had yet to reach a level of familiarity that would allow him to pry into Isaac's thoughts. The four swiftly found the small inn located on the outskirts of town. Unsurprisingly, the innkeeper Angus was not at his usual cheerful self behind the counter. He had been brought back from outside during the early hours of the previous day and appeared quite unwell, as if afflicted by some illness, and was currently unavailable to guests, as reported by the young girl at the reception, not the same one as the day before. After leaving the inn, Hao Ren finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no rampant gossip, and they were unaware of their identities. Vivian, however, was more astute. She had discreetly released a small bat, which had found Angus lying on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The stout innkeeper appeared quite shaken, though it seemed he would recover in due time. As for the truth of the matter, it would remain known only to a select few. Upon returning to London, they opted for a common inn instead of some ostentatious star-rated hotel, as they desperately needed a day of rest before continuing their journey, especially since Isaac's entry and exit procedures had yet to be finalized. While staying at the inn, Hao Ren connected with Raven 12345 at Chapter 68. A new life. This exasperating task had left him drained, and Hao Ren, having lived as an ordinary citizen for over 20 years, was evidently still adjusting to the high-energy life of a behind-the-scenes hero, though, at this point, he was not even up to the level of a mere background character. Contacting Raven 12345 went smoothly. The eccentric goddess was busy tending to her garden in the courtyard and was free to chat. Hao Ren saw her on the holographic display, wielding a massive cleaver, resembling a strong woman just returned from a comic convention. With a weary expression, Hao Ren recounted the experiences of the past couple of days, concluding with a hint of anticipation. "Everything went smoothly, right? My performance was acceptable, wasn't it?" Raven 12345 nodded. "Yes, it was quite acceptable." Hao Ren sighed, realizing that expecting praise from this unreliable character was a folly from the outset. "What? Do you want me to record a first-class merit for you?" Raven 12345 easily discerned the awkwardness on Hao Ren's face and smiled mischievously, as if she thought that traveling halfway around the world to pick up a harmless new tenant constituted a formidable task. "That I find it quite challenging. You must consider my circumstances," Hao Ren muttered. "I even had a scuffle with hundreds of undead spirits and encountered a bumbling, half-hearted demon hunter. That was quite a thrilling experience for me." After pondering for a moment, Raven 12345 unexpectedly nodded slightly. "Indeed, that could be considered extraordinary performance. According to the manual, your physical enhancements should still be in their infancy, with combat capabilities barely exceeding 5. Yet, despite your limited combat strength, you didn't falter. That indeed exceeded my expectations. Let me reward you. That should be enough for a bit of military merit," she continued. "Although you were executing a civil task, the military merit system of the Temporal Management Bureau encompasses such civil assignments." Hao Ren was instantly intrigued and wanted to inquire about the military merit system, but Raven 12345 seemed disinterested in explaining further. Thus, he shifted his focus to another matter. "Isaac has been received. How do I ensure his return? I just realized something. You provided ample travel expenses, but you didn't arrange for Isaac's entry and exit procedures in the UK. He still has the original documentation required for his landing." Clutching a Chinese ID, Raven 12345 suddenly slapped her forehead. That explains why I felt something was amiss. I only arranged procedures for the three of you. Hao Ren felt relieved that he had not placed too much faith in Raven 12345 from the beginning. Wait, you mean Isaac's entry and exit procedures? Raven 12345 showed no hint of embarrassment, stating that these matters should have been handled by her agents at various levels, but she would personally take care of it this time. Just a moment. I'll start the paperwork now. 123 done. Hao Ren had initially intended to disconnect upon hearing that Raven was just beginning the paperwork, thinking he would have to wait at least a day or so for results. However, he was taken aback when, in the blink of an eye, she had completed everything. Raven 12345 cheerfully instructed him to extend his hand. Open your palm. Yes, steady now, here you go. Hao Ren felt a weight in his hand. And when he came to realize it, a large envelope was resting in his palm. Wow, this speed. He marveled, staring in disbelief at the complete documentation processed in mere seconds, sweat pouring down his forehead. While he hadn't witnessed other skills, her prowess in paperwork was astonishing. It was instant proof of express delivery through time and space. Raven 12345, noticing Hao Ren mumbling, curiously asked, "What did you say?" Nothing, I was just remarking on your speed. It's quite impressive," he stammered. "That of course, I carry the title of a goddess," she replied. "All right, the paperwork is all set. You lot shouldn't linger outside for too long. Hurry back. The commotion you've caused is quite significant. Stay too long, and you'll attract trouble." With that parting remark, which may or may not have been concerned, Raven 12345 unilaterally ended the communication. The remaining matters finally proceeded without further hindrance. Hao Ren and his companions initially hoped to remain in London for an extra day or two to recuperate from the exhausting night. But even the notoriously unreliable Raven 12345 urged them to return home to avoid complications. Moreover, she had already prepared tickets for their flight the next day, prompting the group to hastily make their way back. Upon stepping on a familiar soil once more, Hao Ren inhaled deeply, facing the less than refreshing air of the southern suburbs. His experiences in a foreign land felt like a distant dream, with only the towering figure of the 2-meter-tall, brawny man beside him serving as a constant reminder of reality. Hao Ren suddenly recalled the half-hearted demon hunter he had met briefly and parted ways with just as hastily. Perhaps it was due to the other's peculiar status and their shared experience of fighting side by side. After all, they had a bond, however slight. Hao Ren held a rather profound impression of Nangong. Although he was a fool and a somewhat inept middleman, Nangong's reckless fighting spirit was quite striking. Regrettably, when Hao Ren left, he did not bid farewell to the other. Indeed, Vivian was also reluctant to maintain any association with Nangong, especially since he bore the title of Demon Hunter. What remained uncertain was whether there truly was a demon hunter behind Nangong, and whether he might pose some latent threat, which was somewhat unsettling. Of course, previously, Nangong had indeed been successfully deceived by Hao Ren and harbored no suspicions regarding their identities. Moreover, a meteor that had fallen from the sky had also prevented Nangong from continuing his investigation. Yet, Hao Ren felt that Nangong's gullibility was largely due to the forcefulness of his earlier actions, and it was entirely possible that one day, when Nangong's head cleared, he might start pondering the events of that day. However, what did it matter? If the sky were to fall, there was a tall one to bear the brunt, after all. Once everything was settled in his mind, Hao Ren felt invigorated, and just in time, his familiar large house came into view. Instantly lifting his spirits, he patted Isaac's elbow and introduced his future abode. "Look, that is where I reside." Isaac displayed little expression, neither displeased nor particularly surprised. He merely nodded nonchalantly. "Oh, quiet, as long as it is tranquil that I can live my life peacefully here." Hao Ren cast a curious glance at Isaac's. "Big guy, do you have something on your mind? You've seemed rather disinterested along the way, and at times quite talkative, while at others, you have said not a word." Isaac offered a gentle smile, though even his expressions were somewhat intimidating. "It is nothing. I have lived a long time and inevitably encountered some troublesome matters. But all that is behind me now. I have fought enough battles and fretted enough. I simply wish to find a place where I can spend my days undisturbed. The Temporal Management Bureau has promised to arrange such a place for me, allowing me to reside there until I no longer wish to." He paused, glancing at Hao Ren. "You have no objections, do you?" Hao Ren mused inwardly. The Temporal Management Bureau is quite presumptuous, unilaterally selling me off for life. Yet remembering he had indeed signed a contract, he wore a nonchalant expression. "Whatever, I'm just renting. It doesn't matter who stays. This was indeed heartfelt, though it lacked a crucial half-sentence. He had never considered that his tenant would consist of a bunch of non-humans. The house remained just as it was when he had departed, merely a bit dusty from a few days of neglect. Fortunately, the primary furniture and appliances had already been carefully covered with a plethora of tarps by the diligent Vivian, making cleanup a simple task. Watching the vampires scampering about the house, cheerfully gathering water and tidying up, Isaac's expression finally appeared slightly peculiar. She usually takes care of this. The great demon mistakenly assumed that residing here meant taking on responsibilities. Hao Ren chuckled awkwardly, explaining that Vivian's situation was unique. She could not afford rent and thus volunteered to help. But it was all entirely voluntary. And anyway, the Crow 12345 had mentioned that her expenses could be reimbursed by Vivian. Isaac blinked. It seems I have quite a lot to familiarize myself with. Hao Ren continued to chuckle, his mind racing with a single thought. You have a lot more to learn. Just wait until you hear the commotion from this side and see the cat, who will undoubtedly be the second in command in the household. Chapter 69. Room exchange. Hao Ren and his companions returned home in little time. And soon, Gun followed the noise to find them, and no one knew how this tiny black cat, merely a foot long, managed to be so well informed. Just as Hao Ren settled down in the living room, a series of sharp raps sounded from the window facing the street. Looking up, he saw Gun outside, energetically tapping the window with his tail. At that moment, Isaac was perched on the sofa, awkwardly examining the Earthling's television remote. Upon noticing the little cat, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Is this your cat? Hao Ren rose to open the window for Gun, casually responding without turning around. His name is Gun. Dante asked how he got that name. It's just what he is called. Despite having been unattended and roaming freely for several days, Gun appeared even plumper than before. It was a mystery how this remarkable creature thrived in the perilous environment of the southern suburbs. He gracefully leaped onto Hao Ren's shoulder, his chubby body nestled against the latter's neck. Upon noticing the unfamiliar presence in the living room, Gun's feline face displayed a distinctly human-like expression of astonishment. He had seen new residents before, but he had never encountered a bipedal creature towering at 2 meters 15, a sight that would surely astonish anyone, akin to spotting a foxdog the size of a Xiaoli. Isaac seemed to recall something, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. Pets. I once had a cat. Hao Ren nearly choked on his drink. You had a cat. Instantly, a harrowing image of a 5-meter-tall flame demon cradling a kitten flashed through his mind, and he shuddered at the thought. Isaac chuckled. There were no cats in the abyss of demons, but I called it a cat. It was actually a demon-hunting hound, towering over you when it lay down. However, it passed away. It could have accompanied me here, but it refused to leave. Hao Ren forced a smile, thinking it was rather amusing to name his dog-cat. At that moment, Lily had already deftly gathered her belongings and bounded over like a lively little rabbit. Spotting the black cat perched on Hao Ren's shoulder, she immediately halted, greeting Gun with utmost respect before enthusiastically introducing him to Isaac. Hey, big guy, let me introduce you. This is Gun, the second in command around here. I am third, you're fourth, the TV in the living room is fifth, and the bat is sixth. Lily was simply rambling, clearly overjoyed to be back in her little nest after returning from 8 time zones away. She bounced around like a playful puppy, even daring to joke with Isaac, whom she had initially regarded with considerable trepidation. Unfortunately, Isaac listened in confusion, turning to Hao Ren. What is she saying? Don't mind her. She gets a bit too excited around people. Hao Ren chuckled awkwardly that I'll need to pay Crow 12345 a visit tomorrow to sort out your language issue. That he paused, glancing at Isaac. By the way, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat first? Isaac shook his head. No, just show me where my room is and I'll take a nap. When I wake up, I'll think about what I can help you with. Isaac had previously mentioned that his time on Earth had mostly been spent sleeping, and now he was ready to sleep again, that as a young man heavily influenced by novels. Hao Ren fancied he had figured it out. Oh, I see. Traveling from another world must take a toll on your mental faculties, and you need to sleep to regain your peak condition, right? Isaac regarded him with curiosity. Why do you always think so much? Hao Ren replied, follow me. There are vacant rooms upstairs. Isaac acknowledged, following Hao Ren up the stairs. Suddenly, Vivian dashed out from the kitchen. Landlord, are you arranging a room for the big guy? I actually wanted to discuss something with you. Hao Ren looked at Vivian with curiosity, noticing her somewhat bashful demeanor. "What is up? Let us give my room to the big guy." Vivian seemed to feel that her sudden request might be an inconvenience, but she voiced it nonetheless, that I want to move to the basement. Hao Ren opened his mouth, immediately misunderstanding, and with a concerned expression, he comforted Vivian. "Is it because Lily is pressuring you about the rent again? Don't mind her. If I'm not bothered, why should you be? We can't just move you to the basement because you're not paying rent." Vivian hurriedly waved her hands. "That's not it. I genuinely want to live in the basement." The vampire girl raised her hand, pointing at the brilliant sun outside. "I feel lethargic during the day and need a cool place to rest. Although high-ranking bloodlines are not afraid of the sun, it's still best to keep a distance from it. That I know you mean well by letting me stay in the sunlit room. But if I continue like this, my endocrine system will not just be disrupted. I might actually get sunburned." Initially, Hao Ren thought this was just Vivian concocting an excuse, but seeing her invoke the characteristics of her bloodline and noting her serious expression, he realized she was indeed sincere, that he chose not to press further, although he felt somewhat conflicted. The basement was quite spacious, and although it had been rented out before, it had all the necessary utilities. But it was cluttered with various items, and tidying it up might take some effort. "No problem. I'm quite efficient at cleaning." Vivian displayed an expression of pride, for one of her greatest talents lay in crafting a sleeping space for herself amidst various environments. A skill she had honed to near perfection. Observing the eager glint in the vampire girl's eyes, Hao Ren felt a pang of sympathy. What sort of unfortunate life had this poor girl endured in the past? Vivian nimbly dashed up and down the stairs, tidying up, while Hao Ren diligently followed behind, offering assistance. Before long, the issue of swapping rooms was resolved. Zacthus possessed no luggage whatsoever. The great demon resolved everything with magic, as if his belongings materialized from some alternate dimension. Thus, it sufficed to provide him with an empty room, while Vivian's requirements were exceedingly simple. A shaded space would do, and she had no need for dryness or ventilation. Vampires come equipped with their own air conditioning, making arrangements quite effortless. This grand house boasted a spacious basement that matched its size, which had previously been rented out. During the 2 years of Hao Ren's prosperous business, he whimsically renovated the basement, dividing it into 2 rooms, one designated as a storage area, while the other was transformed into a quaint suite, complete with flooring, wallpaper, furniture, and electrical fittings. Aside from lacking windows, it bore a striking resemblance to the upstairs rooms, perhaps even more spacious. For 2 years, the basement had remained unoccupied, and the external room, initially intended for rental, had accumulated some clutter. Fortunately, tidying it up proved to be a simple task. In no time, Hao Ren had gathered all the miscellaneous items together, preparing to store them in the adjacent small warehouse. Vivian relocated her scant belongings to her new room, and, upon seeing Hao Ren crouched on the floor rummaging through a wooden box, curiously approached him. "Landlord, are these things going to be sent to the warehouse as well?" "Yes, we'll move them later. To be honest, they aren't of much use anymore, but it seems a pity to throw them away. They're all items from my childhood." Hao Ren replied, nostalgia creeping into his expression as he examined the contents of the wooden box. "Look at these. They were quite new back in the day that I even got into fights with the neighbors' kids over these things. Now, just look at their condition." Vivian scratched her head. "To me, they still seem quite new." Hao Ren's sentiment abruptly lodged in his throat. He realized he shouldn't be reminiscing about life with a centuries-old, who carried 6 pounds of antiques as a talisman. Such discussions were far too likely to bruise his ego. Noticing his momentary awkwardness, Vivian swiftly changed the subject, pointing to the items in the box and requesting that he introduce them to her. "This is the lunchbox I used in middle school. And this is my childhood gaming console. Back then, the consoles still used cartridges like this one. I often disassemble the outer shell and just plug the circuit board directly into the machine. Feeling quite sophisticated, and this is my neighbor's winter vacation homework. Why on earth is this here? Oh, and here's half a yuan. I found it and hoped every day to find the other half." Hao Ren enthusiastically recounted each item, occasionally surprised himself, while Vivian listened with keen interest. Thus, these 2 individuals, separated by countless generations, delved into a discussion about a collection of seemingly worthless junk until Hao Ren unearthed a diamond-shaped metal piece from the depths of the box, causing a noticeable shift in Vivian's demeanor. "I also don't know where this came from," Hao Ren remarked, entirely unaware of the change in Vivian's expression as he toyed with the palm-sized metal piece, which appeared to be some sort of craft, adorned with winding symbols that no one could decipher. Chapter 70. Do you still want the secret manual? Hao Ren fiddled with the small metal piece, not sensing anything extraordinary about it. In fact, it looked quite ordinary. That it was merely a palm-sized diamond-shaped iron piece that resembled a reinforcement part that had fallen from an old wooden farming tool. Its color a dull gray-black, marked by the wear of time. One side was smooth, while the other bore winding, vein-like patterns, reminiscent of the hieroglyphics often inscribed on faux artifacts to deceive. Hao Ren could confirm that this was simply ordinary iron, having tested it with a magnet. Let me see, Vivian asserted, snatching the small iron piece from him without hesitation. She scrutinized it closely, turning it over in her hands. Hao Ren, finally realizing her enthusiasm, asked, "Do you recognize it?" "Not certain, but I feel I have seen something like this before," Vivian replied, her brows furrowing. "It's not exactly like this, but I've seen those symbols. By the way, where did you find it?" "I really don't know." Hao Ren scratched his head. "I remember having it since I was very little, about 4 or 5 years old. When you're that age, who pays attention to what's in a toy box? I am sure I picked it up myself, and for some reason, I treasured it greatly. Despite several clean-outs at home, I never had the heart to throw it away." Vivian appeared dissatisfied with this answer. She held the small iron piece, running her fingers over its patterns, lost in thought for nearly 2 minutes before looking up. "I have indeed seen this symbol, and it was a long, long time ago. I mean, at least 1,000 or 1,800 years ago. However, I can't recall the details. My memory seems a bit faulty. The longer I ponder, the blurrier it gets." Hao Ren swallowed hard, his heart leaping upon hearing the words 1,000 or 1,800 years. "Are you saying this could be an antique, and possibly one that's over 1,000 years old?" Vivian shot him a disapproving glance. "You might try selling it at an antique market and see if anyone wants it." Hao Ren gave an awkward smile, realizing he had succumbed to his petty, middle-class mentality once again, and thus refrained from mentioning the prospect of selling it. Nevertheless, he carefully tucked the small metal piece away, considering that even if it bore no monetary value, its ability to astonish a millennia-old vampire like Vivian was treasure enough. They resumed their tidying of the room, which held only a modest amount of clutter. And since Hao Ren often cleaned, the task was completed swiftly. In no time, the items designated for storage were relocated to the small warehouse, and he also cleared out half a box of long-overdue trash, transforming the basement into a pristine new room. Equipped with a bed, a table, and chairs, it even featured an internet connection, yet lacked the glaring sunlight that Vivian despised. The sole window in the basement was a small skylight set in the western wall, half buried beneath the foundation of the grand house, allowing sunlight to stream in only at sunset, perfectly aligning with Vivian's lifestyle preferences. Hao Ren still felt it a shame to have someone of Vivian's caliber. A beautiful girl. Let it be noted that vampire maidens eternally remain 17, living in the basement. Yet seeing the tidied room brought him some relief from his guilt. More importantly, Vivian appeared utterly delighted, eagerly brushing the dust from Hao Ren's clothes with a radiant smile. "Landlord, you truly are a good person." "Thank you. No one has ever treated me this kindly while I was struggling to make a living outside. Back then, well, the vampire girl's tales of hardship could fill volumes. But what mattered was that this unfortunate girl had finally found a semblance of a good life after enduring thousands of years of hardship. At least, in her eyes, her current situation was rather pleasant. This girl was astonishingly easy to please, much like Lily. Exactas would likely take a few days to adjust to his new life here, and Vivian, as the cook, would also need time to adapt to the sudden increase in household members, the first being Lily, who could devour 3 bowls of noodles in one sitting. The period of acclimatization among the new tenants had only just begun. From what Hao Ren observed, the current situation seemed stable. The great demon was a gentle and uncontentious being, possessing a temperament that starkly contrasted with the typical nature of his kind. This meant that Hao Ren need not worry about his daily life becoming a chaotic affair. Thank heavens, with Lily and Vivian both in the house. If another hot-tempered individual were to join, he might have to consider sleeping on the streets. With domestic disputes temporarily off the table, Hao Ren turned his attention to matters concerning his workplace. He hadn't seen Raven 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in several days and had accumulated a plethora of questions. Thus, on a clear autumn morning, with the air growing cooler, he boarded a dilapidated bus bound for Wongbatuzi. After a journey that was as rustic as it was tiresome, he arrived at the imposing location, the Heavenly Office on Earth. Abbreviated as the Earth Office, Raven 12345's luxurious mansion seemed perpetually unchanged, existing in a space where time appeared to stand still, enveloped in a foggy morning atmosphere. Within the mansion, the surroundings were picturesque. Yet outside lingered an impenetrable layer of mist. Hao Ren sometimes fancied venturing into that fog, perhaps to uncover the secrets of this divine realm. But each time, he hesitated, even refraining from mentioning it to Raven 12345. Who could say how that neurotic woman might react to such fanciful notions? Heaven forbid she might respond by hurling a brick at him. Guided by a blue elemental servant, Hao Ren arrived at Raven 12345's office. Upon entering, he found the goddess intently engrossed in studying a floating image above her desk, her expression shifting from troubled contemplation to deep thought. Hao Ren was taken aback. This unreliable character actually had moments of serious work. At this moment, Raven 12345 sensed someone's presence and looked up. Greeting casually, "Hey, Hao Ren, it's been several days since we last met. You seem to be in good spirits. Managed to adjust to the time difference?" "Oh, not too bad," Hao Ren replied. Each time he encountered this goddess, he found it impossible to attain the mindset of a mere mortal. Over time, he had grown accustomed to it, treating it as a routine encounter with a department manager that I came to discuss. "Hold on," Raven 12345 interjected, waving her hand. "You need to provide a detailed report on this task. The summary you gave a couple of days ago was far too brief for me to document properly." Listen to that. How formal. Even the divine has to write reports. Hao Ren cleared his throat and recounted his experiences in England verbatim, emphasizing the undead beneath Yorkford Castle and the half-baked demon hunter named Nangong. He felt this was the most significant surprise during the mission, thus worthy of mention. After a few moments of silence, Raven 12345 asked Hao Ren a question. "What do you consider the greatest difficulty you've faced during your task?" Hao Ren paused for a moment before responding candidly. "Being merely human, I truly find this perilous work overwhelming. I believe I still require some combat prowess. Even if I lack fighting capability, a modicum of self-preservation skills would suffice. While navigating the catacombs, I was nearly exhausted just keeping up with Lily. Most of the time, rather than fighting off minor monsters, I was desperately trying to avoid being attacked by them. This is no trivial matter. The physical enhancement you mentioned has indeed been credited to you, but isn't the rate of that credit a tad slow? Perhaps you could assign me a less life-threatening task next time. What I have given you is already the simplest of assignments. The only other concurrent task is to mediate a war at Antares. Are you interested?" Raven 12345 rolled her eyes, but she conceded, "You do indeed need to train. That's a fact. Relying solely on physical adjustments can only provide you with a foundation. True combat strength requires training. Here's the deal I'll first provide you with." Before Raven 12345 could finish, Hao Ren perked up. "You mean a secret technique or a skill manual, right? Surely something like that exists." Heh, Raven 12345 shot him a sidelong glance. "You've read too many novels that you really think I could hand you a manual and you'd suddenly become powerful. Such things require study and practice. Even an ordinary person needs to spend 2 months on exercises just to master the basic formula for casting a fireball. Arcane magic requires knowledge of advanced mathematics. You can't just double-click a skill book and instantly conjure an ice arrow. It's not that simple. The same person who groans at math problems wouldn't even manage to comprehend a spellbook, let alone tackle the 10-year spell-casting exercises. So, do you still wish for a manual?" Hao Ren. Chapter 71. Education. Hao Ren felt that ever since he met Raven 12345, this whimsical woman had never delivered good news. Whenever something exhilarating occurred, she invariably doused it with a bucket of cold water. Such was the case with her revelation about the skill manual. It seemed Raven 12345 felt she hadn't sufficiently dashed Hao Ren's spirits. Seeing him silent, she began to ramble on. "Even forbidden spells must be memorized, and martial arts require training. Where in the world can you find a skill book that lets you cast an ice arrow with a mere double-click? You must learn gradually. You can't even memorize a single mathematical formula on Earth, yet you expect to recall over 20 lines of runic patterns in another world. You can barely run 200 meters without gasping for breath. Do you really think you could wield a dragon-slaying sword? If you can't grasp these simple, learnable skills on Earth, even if you were to cross over to a magical realm, you'd merely find yourself in a different place. Still a poor student, that I once knew a fool who lamented the unfairness of fate, believing his inability to succeed while moving bricks was due to living in a dull world devoid of adventures like those in storybooks. One day, I fulfilled his wish during a divine wish grand event, reverting him to 6 years old and tossing him into the best magic school in the continent of Butuan. That fool spent 12 years as a lackluster student in another world and is still hauling bricks today. So, young man, do not be anxious. Progress must be made step by step, and food must be consumed bite by bite, that I will arrange a training program for you that ensures your survival, allowing you to gradually acclimatize to your body's changes while honing your mental fortitude. You see, you've already taken a shortcut compared to many. At the very least, you only need to refine your mind that I can directly enhance your physical prowess and special abilities through bodily adjustments. The only requirement is that you must cultivate a mindset capable of controlling your own strength. Finally, she added, consider those unfortunate souls who run 5,000 meters, do 50 push-ups, and swim 2 kilometers, only to calculate their calories with a calculator after every meal. Then look at you, with a physique that could easily dominate the black market in fistfighting. Take some satisfaction in that. Raven's words left Hao Ren in contemplation. He suddenly realized that this seemingly carefree goddess might possess a responsible side. Despite her casual demeanor, lack of authority, and the untidiness of her workspace, where remnants of last week's instant noodles lingered, she truly was a good goddess. At least she wouldn't recklessly bestow upon him immense power and leave him to fend for himself. She would cautiously navigate the course for him, anticipating everything for her inexperienced new employee. To be honest, Hao Ren felt a touch of gratitude at that moment. His appreciation lasted until Raven 12345 produced a small pill from seemingly nowhere. Here, obediently take this that I knew you'd complain about your combat abilities upon returning. So I prepared this in advance. Raven smiled brightly, her voice soft and gentle, reminiscent of how Hao Ren's mother used to coax him into taking medicine. What on earth is that? Hao Ren exclaimed, leaping back over a meter. Instinctively adopting a defensive posture, that is a little pill that allows you to perceive the true nature of the world. Don't joke around. The Matrix reference is outdated. Who understands that now? Raven 12345 teleported directly in front of Hao Ren, pinching his mouth shut and tossing the pill inside. Just take it. No need for theatrics. This is an arsenal issued by the Temporal Management Bureau, specifically prepared for newcomers who have passed the initial task assessment. Hao Ren felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the last part. Chewing and swallowing the small pill, it tastes a bit sour. What exactly is this for? Sour. Raven 12345 paused, then pulled out another pill from her pocket. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one earlier. This is the one meant for you. Don't worry. Taking the wrong one won't kill you. This pill can mark your cognitive system, reinforcing your mental world through symbiosis with your brain. It's the latest gadget produced by the Military Intelligence Division, originally intended for the servant class, but recently allocated to auditors as well. Once ingested, it will take effect quickly, although you may not feel it. It will effectively prevent you from suffering brain death due to various unforeseen circumstances and help you resist psychological shocks. The human race is too weak. Without fortifying your mental strength, you won't even be able to handle civilian gear. By the way, how do you feel? Hao Ren, too anxious to discuss the earlier mix-up, swallowed the second pill, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Brain symbiosis? Why does that sound a bit unsettling? Certain races exhibit resistance to such devices. Particularly standard type 3 humans, Raven 12345 said, unfazed by Hao Ren's reaction. You instinctively fear something that sounds parasitic, but this is not a parasite. It's a reinforcement device, a lifeless micro-implement, akin to how soldiers don armor. It serves as your mental armor, reinforcing both body and soul. When you think of it that way, it doesn't seem so repulsive, right? Hao Ren accepted this explanation, suppressing the vague discomfort that began to rise within him. Eventually, he would come to understand the immense value of the small pill he had just consumed. Raven 12345 regarded him with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with his calm demeanor. Then she returned to her desk, adjusting her posture to adopt a serious air. Your new labor protection gear has been issued, so let's discuss your training enhancement. While manuals and skill techniques may not be reliable, I do know of a dependable training ground, unique to this world and not easily found elsewhere. Hao Ren immediately perked up. Where is it? Go home and dream about it. Venture into the dream realm for some training. Raven 12345 replied with a smirk that in that wilderness, you will learn to survive alone or find a community to adapt to. Use your wits to stay alive. Facing danger will teach you one skill, while adapting to a foreign cultural environment will teach you another. Both are essential skills for an auditor. Suddenly, Hao Ren recalled the massive wolf that had lunged at him in that nightmarish dream. Even after enduring the trials of the catacombs, he could not forget the suffocating sensation pressing against his neck, causing him to freeze momentarily. The dream realm. Didn't you say I should avoid that? You mentioned that the place is quite perilous. Back then, you were a mere novice, rolling your eyes at the antics of Raven 12345, and now, as you still bear the mantle of a rookie, you are ready to venture into the dream realm for some training. That space is merely a distorted dimension linked to the real world, with physical parameters akin to those of the surface world, and it is unlikely to claim your life, making it quite suitable for you. Of course, should you be disinclined, I can arrange for you to be sent elsewhere. There is a rookie training ground in the Triangular Galaxy where you will have to team up with over 200 individuals to eradicate 30,000 monstrous beasts. Hao Ren rose with newfound determination, his expression stern. Is it not merely the dream realm? For the sake of world peace, I will throw myself into it. Just make sure your legs do not tremble when you utter those words. Hao Ren, fear not, you shall not perish. Raven 12345 replied with a smile. For why do you think I gave you that little pill? Its primary function is to prevent your brain from shutting down or your soul from perishing. As long as you do not enter the dream realm in your physical form, there is no need to worry about dying there. At worst, you might awaken from a nightmare in a fright and wet the bed. Hao Ren, drenched in cold sweat. As a goddess, can't you speak a tad more eloquently? Waking up in a puddle. Just as Hao Ren resolved to have a word with Raven 12345 regarding the matter of eloquence, and to inquire about how to consciously enter the dream realm, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open, that a blue-hued arcane servant bowed respectfully at the entrance, uttering a series of low tones that were incomprehensible to ordinary ears. Raven 12345 immediately stood. I shall attend to this briefly. I have something for you shortly, so please wait here. And no sooner had she spoken than the goddess, in a flurry, vanished from the room in a flash of light, leaving a bewildered Hao Ren behind. Hao Ren, uncertain of what predicament that eccentric goddess had encountered this time, dared not leave casually that he meandered aimlessly around the room until he finally became curious about an object. Previously, Raven 12345 had been examining a device on her desk that resembled a data terminal. Now, the device was still active, displaying a holographic image hovering above it. Hao Ren cautiously approached. Surely a quick glance would not pose a problem. Right? Chapter 72. The eccentric goddess Shirley. A quick glance would be harmless. Hao Ren, like a thief, glanced about furtively as if the room were teeming with hidden cameras that he muttered to himself as he approached Raven 12345's desk. His curiosity piqued by what data the goddess might possess. An instinct inherent to humanity. Despite knowing this behavior was rather tedious, he could not help himself. Upon getting closer, he discovered it was a page resembling a forum. The text not in earthly script, but seamlessly translated by the terminal, allowing him to comprehend it fully. At the top of the page, the title read, Shadow City Community Spam Section, that he recalled that Shadow City was the capital of the Siliang Empire, regarded as the highest divine realm by mortals. The moment he saw this title, a solemn atmosphere struck him like a thunderbolt, and the very first thread at the top left him utterly astonished. Recently appointed as a god in a primordial universe. How can one feign the demeanor of an experienced deity? Urgently awaiting responses. Raven 12345 from the magical data terminal, posted 30 minutes ago. This post had garnered over 230 likes and had been pinned by the moderators. Hao Ren quietly stepped away from the desk and returned to his seat, sitting quietly as he tried to lower his head to his navel, pondering how Raven 12345 would react if she knew he had seen her post. Would that mad goddess be enraged enough to annihilate him? Regardless, at that moment, all of Hao Ren's remaining delusions about the Temporal Management Bureau crumbled, although he was aware that the Bureau was a terrifying behemoth. Fearsome enough that a mere deputy-level officer could obliterate an entire galaxy without a second thought. He now realized that those powerful individuals capable of such feats were typically too preoccupied to meddle with humanity. This was evident from Raven 12345 herself. Just look at that mad goddess. Did she ever attend to any serious matters? While Hao Ren was lost in thought, a sudden whirl of blue light spiraled into the room, and Raven 12345 reappeared. startling him. However, she seemed oblivious to his earlier indiscretion of peeking at her data terminal. In her hand, she held a crystal shard the size of a matchbox, which she handed to Hao Ren. Here, take this, keep it safe. You will find it useful in the future. What is this? Hao Ren had developed a degree of immunity to the various peculiar high-tech gadgets issued by the Temporal Management Bureau. So he merely inquired curiously, without the previous Navi astonishment. Raven 12345 spoke, as though lending someone a piece of eraser. It is the spaceship ignition key, also serving as a trainee pilot's card. As soon as Hao Ren received the crystal shard, he flinched as if he had touched a hot iron, nearly dropping the seemingly fragile object, but he had indeed reverted to his Navi self. What did you say? A spaceship? Yes, a spaceship. Raven 12345 nodded. Why the surprise? The Temporal Management Bureau oversees countless universes. The realm I manage spans an orderly range of 300 billion light-years, being the only certified deity within that expanse. Do you think I would select a representative merely based on their antics on Earth? Do you assume every god is a hobbyist of miniature sculptures? Hao Ren accepted the crystal shard in a daze. Swallowing hard, let me get this straight. You mean to say I have to learn to pilot a spaceship? That is quite a leap. No worries, it won't be needed for the time being. Your spaceship hasn't been approved yet. I merely applied for a theft-proof lock for you. Hao Ren, how does this goddess's thought process even operate? It is utterly erratic. Hao Ren confirmed with Raven 12345 several times before finally ascertaining that. For the foreseeable future, he indeed need not concern himself with spaceships or extraterrestrial matters. This mentally unstable goddess had only applied for a spaceship core lock. Its purpose was utterly inscrutable to him. Hao Ren felt as though he were ordering a security door before even purchasing a house, as if the significance lay solely in the act of inserting the key into the lock, providing some semblance of psychological fulfillment. However, according to Raven 12345, even the core lock for the new spaceship had yet to be delivered from the factory. She had merely procured this key from someone directly in the workshop, and she herself had no idea what giving it to Hao Ren in advance could possibly achieve. This erratic, scatterbrained woman was simply incomprehensible. Is there anything else? Raven 12345, unfazed by the confusion her peculiar logic had caused others, patted Hao Ren on the shoulder as if nothing were amiss, stating that if there was nothing more, she would return to her busy schedule, having received likes for her very first post. Hao Ren instinctively considered nodding and leaving, but fortunately, at the last moment, his reason returned. Wait, there is one last matter. Raven 12345 looked at Hao Ren with curiosity as he seized the opportunity to pose a question he had not had the chance to ask earlier. I have noticed something. Magic seems ineffective against me. When Vivian attempted to lift the curse using blood magic, it simply failed. Her blood was of no use to me, and during my time in England, those later runes also. Hao Ren recounted the unusual occurrences he had experienced, not believing that this immunity to magic was a perk of working for the Temporal Management Bureau, that if such a benefit existed, Raven 12345 would surely have informed him beforehand. Although this goddess was eccentric, she would not likely falter on such a crucial matter. Moreover, more importantly, the phenomenon of magic immunity first manifested before Hao Ren underwent any bodily adjustments, at which point he was an utterly ordinary individual. Thus, this ability must have some underlying mystery. After listening to his description, Raven 12345 exhibited a rare, serious expression, scrutinizing Hao Ren from head to toe until he felt quite uneasy. She finally spoke. Immunity to the blood magic of vampires and blood infusion. Immunity to the effects of the later runes, simultaneously able to negate the effects of later runes. Is there anything else? Seeing the seriousness on Raven 12345's face made Hao Ren tense up as well. He surmised that his condition was indeed no trivial matter, capable of eliciting such a reaction from this seemingly oblivious goddess, that he thus took a moment to reflect and ultimately shook his head firmly. Nothing else. Besides, I have not encountered any other magic. As far as I can tell, I am immune to all those I have encountered. Do you think I am inherently immune to all forms of magic? Such an extraordinary attribute. Raven 12345 flicked her wrist, sending a spark to strike Hao Ren. Extraordinary, my foot. You are overthinking it. Half a minute later, Hao Ren emerged from his stupor, a look of resentment on his face. Why do you resort to violence without warning? So, I am not immune to magic? Not entirely. You will be immune to certain types of magic, but which specific ones requires further investigation. Raven 12345 frowned. This may also be a historical issue, but do not worry. At the very least, it is harmless. Could you share some insights? Hao Ren speculated that Raven 12345 must be privy to certain inside information, and he immediately approached, for after all, this matter transpired directly above him. And he believed he had at least the right to be informed. The issue was that he could not even be certain. He could only vaguely deduce that it was related to the dream dimension. Raven 12345 gazed into Hao Ren's eyes, his expression seemingly genuine. Those who had encountered the dream dimension typically underwent some form of transformation, yet the vast majority of these changes were malignant mutations, leading to a swift demise within days. However, Hao Ren's case, awakening with partial immunity to certain magics, was an anomaly, and he would need to investigate further before reaching a conclusion. Again, it was related to the dream dimension? Hao Ren finally developed an active curiosity about that mysterious and perilous realm. What exactly was it? Why not explore it yourself and find out? Raven 12345 responded with an enigmatic smile that you've only had a single encounter. You are far from grasping the truth of that space that I shall not divulge too much. You must conduct your own research. This half-revealing manner of communication made Hao Ren unable to refrain from muttering, as it bore a striking resemblance to the deities in mythological tales that, oh, by the way, there's one last matter. Hao Ren nearly forgot a crucial purpose for his visit, prompting him to quickly add, can the language issues of my tenants be resolved? Vivian and Lily were utterly lost upon arriving in England, while Azakas could not even articulate human speech. Presently, that great demon was perpetually engrossed in a first-grade Chinese language book, struggling with pinyin, while werewolves, vampires, and demons communicated through sign language and pictographs that if this continued, he truly did not know how to face Hollywood and the world of web novels. Raven 12345 instantly broke into a radiant smile. This is simple. I have already reported your unique situation to the higher-ups that we can provide limited civilian support for your tenants in a couple of days. Just bring them over, and I will directly install the language package into their minds using the adjustment chamber. Oh, and you will need to undergo the installation again as well, so you won't have to use the data terminal for communication anymore. Hao Ren pondered for a moment, finally realizing what was amiss. Wait, are you saying I have to lie in that coffin once more? Raven 12345 beamed. Indeed, Chapter 73. Lily's anomaly. Hao Ren dallied at Raven 12345's place for half the day, and by the time he returned, it was nearly evening. As he turned the corner from the street, he spotted Lily tiptoeing at the door, straining to gaze towards the entrance. She resembled a small dog left at home to guard the house by her master, a sight he had nearly grown accustomed to. Upon seeing Hao Ren, Lily rushed towards him with exuberance. Landlord, you're back. What is for dinner tonight? Could you occasionally consider your dignity as a werewolf? Hao Ren sighed, handing her a bag filled with the ribs she adored. We'll stew these tonight, and tomorrow at noon, we'll have rib noodles. After more than half a month of interaction, Hao Ren had fully grasped Lily's temperament. Her preferences were straightforward. Just ensure she had delicious food, and everything would be splendid. Her two favorite dishes were the ribs stewed by Vivian and the noodles cooked by Hao Ren. While ribs were understandable, as they were meat, it was perplexing how she became so enamored with noodles. Were werewolves supposed to eat this? Regardless, no one could fathom how Lily had transformed from a werewolf into an omnivorous creature, but nonetheless, it was a fortunate development. Omnivorous animals were easier to care for than if Lily were to consume 20 pounds of fresh meat daily, like a typical werewolf. Even if Hao Ren could manage it financially, the butcher might not be able to withstand the strain mentally. Lily joyfully dashed into the house with the ribs, seeking out Vivian, for it was only then she would utter a few kind words to the latter. For the sake of two delectable dishes, she could lower her head to her nemesis. Where one might wonder was the dignity of a werewolf. Hao Ren silently observed as Lily disappeared into the kitchen. He secured the main door behind him, and upon raising his head, he encountered the imposing figure of his seated in the center of the living room. The sheer prominence of this 2'5" giant was simply unparalleled wherever he went. He was a landmark. Moreover, his fierce visage posed challenges even when just stepping outside. At a few days prior, Hao Ren had taken his Azakas to the market to buy groceries, and as they strolled down East 3rd Street, an elderly lady had promptly called the police. What on earth was happening? Azakas seemed oblivious to Hao Ren's return, engrossed as he was in studying a Chinese dictionary, which appeared like a pamphlet in his hands. held delicately between a few fingers. Observing the fierce countenance of the great demon displaying such earnestness, Hao Ren couldn't help but chuckle. How could such a gentle giant possess such a fearsome face? And yet he was studying Chinese pronunciation? Curiously, Hao Ren leaned closer and discovered that his eyes had even drawn numerous intricate symbols in the dictionary, resembling demonic script, which left him rather moved by the diligent spirit of this great demon. While simultaneously feeling a bit ashamed, this dictionary had languished at home for over 4 years, and his own efforts as a native earthling paled in comparison to Izaku's recent endeavors. "Oh, you're back." Izaku looked up upon noticing Hao Ren, his voice deep and resonant, with the demonic language sounding akin to a reverse tape, its pronunciation peculiar and tone muddled, making it nearly as difficult to decipher as Japanese accented English. Vivian and Lily had not grasped a single word in the past 2 days, leaving Hao Ren as the sole individual capable of communicating normally with Izaku. The great demon was aware of this. And thus, upon seeing Hao Ren return, his face brightened with joy. Finally, he had someone to converse with. Was everything smooth? Quite smooth. That Raven 12345 provided me with a lead. It can be considered a resolution to some extent. By the way, how has your experience with learning Chinese been these past couple of days? This language is exceedingly difficult to master, Izaku lamented, tossing the dictionary aside. The formidable demon seemed somewhat overwhelmed by this task. I find it even more challenging than Elvish. In the past 2 days, I have failed to comprehend 4 words. Pit, hole, cavity, and eye. How on earth did you all manage to untangle this language back in the day? Hao Ren broke into a sweat. These 4 terms are enough to deter 80% of foreign students studying in China. Don't bother with them. I came to inform you that Raven 12345 has applied for new resources, which can assist in resolving your language issues that in a couple of days. I will take you to her, along with Vivian and Lily, and you will all undergo a minor procedure together, after which you will have built-in translation. As Hao Ren spoke, he observed his expression, curious about how this great demon would react to the idea of a minor procedure. After all, in his experience, few formidable bosses would be willing to allow others to operate on them. However, to his disappointment, Izaku exhibited no change in expression. He merely nodded in understanding. "Oh, very well, that I should also greet the local goddess. Just be mentally prepared," Hao Ren kindly warned, "if she has you lie in that peculiar contraption. Don't lose your temper." "I know what you mean," Izaku grinned, revealing an intimidating smile. "Those coffin-like devices, right? Most coffins in various worlds look alike, and most equipment produced by the celestial spirit system resembles coffins as well. I have already experienced this, Hao Ren." Dinner time. Just as Hao Ren and Izaku were discussing the inspirations behind the coffin-like devices of the Celestial Spirit Empire, Vivian's voice suddenly rang out from the kitchen, abruptly pulling the 2 men from their unproductive chatter. Vivian emerged carrying a rice cooker into the living room, followed closely by a tail-wagging Lily, with the haughty roll trailing behind. The trio approached with great enthusiasm. But just as Hao Ren and Izaku were about to take their seats at the table, Vivian pointed towards the kitchen and commanded, "First, wash your hands." Izaku did not comprehend Vivian's words, but he understood through her gestures and direction what was required. Thus, the great demon promptly rose and obediently made his way to the washroom to wash his hands, leaving Hao Ren behind. Marveling at the scene, Vivian, having just completed her household chores, exuded an aura of authority, capable of issuing commands even to the great demon without hesitation. Hao Ren believed this vampire was awakening her attributes as a housewife, which he considered a positive development. The evening meal was quite simple, consisting of rice porridge, steamed buns, and 2 vegetable dishes, but the portions were substantial enough to satisfy the appetites of both Lily and Izaku, who were akin to bottomless pits. That Vivian's culinary skills were beyond reproach. As a being who had roamed the earth for millennia, she was well-versed in every cooking method known to this planet, even including how to roast saber-toothed tigers, had the ingredients not gone extinct. Hao Ren believed his dining table would be unparalleled in abundance. Lily, with chopsticks sticking into 2 steamed buns, devoured them at lightning speed, glancing towards the kitchen with her nose twitching. "I want to eat ribs." "They're still cooking," Vivian, still not fully recovered from her housewife mode, responded to Lily in a gentle tone. "They need to stew for at least 3 hours before they're ready to. I have principles when it comes to cooking ribs." Hao Ren rolled his eyes. "Could you not apply your principles to more reasonable matters?" As a group of individuals busied themselves with their meal, Hao Ren was just about to retrieve the remote control to turn on the television when a sudden crisp crack shattered the tranquility of the living room. It turned out that Lily, attempting to delicately pick a few morsels from across the table, had inadvertently crushed the small plate in her hand into shards, scattering ceramic fragments all over the table. While Hao Ren remained momentarily stunned, Vivian had already raised her voice. "Big dog, can't you show a bit of patience? It's just a matter of waiting until tomorrow to eat meat. Is it really worth getting this upset? That bowl belongs to the landlord, no? I didn't mean to." Lily seemed equally startled, hastily gathering the broken pieces from the table, glancing nervously at Hao Ren as she stammered. "Landlord, I truly didn't intend for this to happen. I just lost control of my strength all of a sudden." Crack! Before Lily could finish her sentence, another sharp sound echoed through the room. She had once again crushed a bowl. Just as Vivian was about to erupt in frustration, Hao Ren suddenly noticed something unusual about Lily's condition and quickly gestured for silence. "Something's off. Look at Lily's eyes." Lily was in her werewolf form. Though she usually maintained a human appearance at home, for some inexplicable reason, she had remained in her werewolf state all evening. Her golden eyes shone brighter than ever, almost emanating a faint glow. "Lily, your hands seem to be trembling." Hao Ren's gaze fell upon Lily's hands, and he realized the situation was becoming dire. In Chapter 74. Loss of control. It was evident that Lily's hands were shaking. Yet she remained oblivious until alerted by others. Meanwhile, the shards of porcelain in her grasp crumbled into a fine powder, as if entirely beyond her control. I don't know what's happening," Lily said, flailing her hands in a panic. "I wasn't using any force." Hao Ren was equally perplexed, but seeing the look of distress on Lily's face, he managed to compose himself first. "Don't panic. Relax, just stay still, Vivian. Do you know what's going on?" Vivian scrutinized Lily's unusually bright eyes. "It seems she's entered some inexplicable state of heightened excitement. Did you consume something strange, some kind of stimulant?" Lily's eyes brimmed with tears. "No, I only had a bun this afternoon. I was so hungry just now that I felt weak." Hao Ren set aside his meal, noticing not only was Lily's hand trembling, but her entire body was slightly quivering as if she could no longer control her muscles. He quickly helped the werewolf girl to her feet. "Let's get you to the sofa to rest. Just try to relax." However, as he supported Lily, he found her muscles remarkably rigid, akin to aiding a slab of steel. Yet Lily shook her head vigorously. "I can't relax. If I do, I'll lose control of my strength. Landlord, please don't hold me. I'm afraid I might accidentally throw you across the room." "Ah, I really did throw you." With a mere accidental motion of her arm, Hao Ren felt as though he had been struck by a speeding freight truck, sending him tumbling and inadvertently knocking over Vivian, who was nearest to him. The werewolf girl, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of urgency and fear. She wanted to rush forward to assist, but found herself paralyzed by her increasingly trembling and uncontrollable hands. Cautiously, she took a seat on the sofa. But as she placed her hands on the armrest, she inadvertently left a significant dent in it. Hao Ren and Vivian clumsily helped each other to their feet, grateful for their enhanced physical resilience. Had it been in the past, this incident alone would have landed him in the hospital for a fortnight. They approached Lily, who was now huddled in a corner of the sofa, her body stiff with fear. Afraid to move a muscle, as if even a breath might tear the house apart. It appeared to be a sudden loss of control paired with an inexplicable state of mild exhilaration. Yet her mind remained lucid. Vivian, the only one present with a modicum of understanding about werewolves, had no choice but to step into the role of a makeshift doctor, advising Lily to stay still. Gathering her courage, she examined Lily's eyelids, noting slight redness in the lower conjunctiva. "Open your mouth. Let me see your tongue. Are you sure you haven't ingested anything unusual?" Lily shook her head despondently. "No. I genuinely don't understand what's happening." The werewolf girl was on the verge of tears. Having never been ill in her life, barely even scraped her skin, she had no experience dealing with sickness. This was her first encounter with a bodily malfunction, and her naturally timid disposition left her in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Hao Ren felt helpless, his only hope resting with Vivian. "Do you know how to treat a werewolf?" "I have no clue," Vivian admitted bluntly. "Yet you seemed quite professional when you were checking her eyes and tongue." Vivian turned her face away. "I only remembered I couldn't treat her after I finished the examination." "What now?" Hao Ren threw up his hands. "Shall we take her to the hospital?" Vivian pointed at Lily's ears and tail. What department would she even go to? Which doctor could treat this kind of ailment? Hao Ren pondered for a moment, concluding that if Lily truly required medical attention, they might have to seek a veterinarian a veterinarian. Hao Ren smacked his forehead. Lily, aren't you a veterinarian yourself? The werewolf girl pounded on the sofa's backrest. I usually treat dogs. But I'm a werewolf myself. I can't treat my own condition. Ah, sorry, the sofa is broken, she added sheepishly. Hao Ren silently observed the shattered armrest, too preoccupied to feel anger, instead turning to the last prominent figure present, Isaacs. Do you have any solutions? Isaacs shook his head nonchalantly. There are no such creatures in the abyss of demons, and I am not a doctor. Hao Ren translated the demon's words, causing Lily to slump dejectedly. Her gaze cast downward. What now? Am I going to catch some terminal illness? Bat, do you know what to do when a werewolf gets sick? You may not be able to treat her. But you've at least encountered plenty of werewolves, right? Vivian's expression turned peculiar. Under normal circumstances, when a werewolf falls ill, I usually celebrate with a nice meal. The group fell silent, but don't make light of this. Lily's tail bristled in agitation. She snapped, this might be your fault. Ever since I saw that red moon you summoned a few days ago, I haven't felt well. Perhaps today? Wait. Hao Ren interrupted Lily swiftly. You mentioned a red moon. What red moon? That was the day we first met the big guy, Lily pouted. The bat summoned an enormous red moon, and the moment I glanced at it, I felt unwell. I continued to feel off for several days that IT was all the bat's doing. Hao Ren finally recalled the extraordinary sight from that evening. The demon's infernal blaze and the vampire's blood-red moon floating in the sky. A spectacle that remained vivid in his memory. However, he hadn't thought much of it at the time. He merely admired how Vivian, who usually seemed so quiet, could confront a powerful demon like Isaac's head-on. As for the blood-red moon, he hadn't felt anything at all. But now it seemed that Lily might indeed be reacting to the moonlight. Could it genuinely be related to the moon? Hao Ren turned to Vivian, expecting her to refute the idea, but to his surprise, she hesitantly nodded. It's hard to say, blood moons can affect many races. Long ago, I used one and drove an entire werewolf tribe mad. But that night, I had already controlled my powers. The moonlight should have only caused a bit of discomfort. Logically, there shouldn't be any after effects. And hasn't it been days without incident? Right, we can ask that crow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As the group found themselves in a quandary, Hao Ren suddenly recalled a powerful ally. She assigned me to take care of you. If anything happens, we should report to her. Not possible. We need to wait until tomorrow morning. Vivian interjected, pointing outside. There are still 4 days until the full moon. The current moonlight is also stimulating for Lily. Taking her outside could exacerbate her condition and might even lead to a rampage. The immediate concern is how to survive tonight. Hao Ren nodded, his gaze returning to Lily, whose tremors had momentarily subsided, yet her hands continued to shake violently. Moreover, her golden eyes were becoming increasingly clouded. The bright golden light within them instilling a sense of unease. Lily, are you still conscious? The werewolf girl nodded. I'm okay. Hao Ren, unconvinced, pressed further. What is 1,999 plus 100? 2,000, that it's over. She's still confused. Confuse my foot. Vivian smacked Hao Ren on the shoulder. She usually isn't wrong. This is just her normal level. Vivian and Hao Ren busied themselves without seeing any tangible results. Until Isaacs offered a crucial suggestion from the sidelines. I believe the most important thing is to prevent this little girl from moving about recklessly. Her destructive power is far too great. And she cannot control herself, that if we forcibly suppress her, not only will she exhaust her own energy, but she may also inadvertently harm others. Do you have any sturdy rope or chains? Don't bother with that. Hao Ren sighed. A chain as thick as a bowl can be snapped by her with a single hand. She possesses no special abilities, except for that outrageous strength. Isaac shrugged. Then we are left with no choice but to knock her out. Even a boulder weighing several tons might not be enough to knock her unconscious, Hao Ren remarked while looking at Isaacs. But if you were to strike her, it should be possible, right? Isaacs waved his hand dismissively. I won't strike her. I cannot bring myself to do so, as it goes against my principles. Hao Ren felt an urge to explode. As a demon, what is the purpose of your high moral standards? Then I shall take matters into my own hands. After Hao Ren translated Isaac's suggestion, Lily looked pitifully at the 3 individuals surrounding her and decided to express her gratitude for their concern through cooperation. However, after raising her hand and gesturing on her head a few times. She still felt uncertain. "I won't accidentally injure myself like this, will I? If you cannot bring yourself to do it, let me." Vivian gestured, "but I estimate it might not knock you out. Magic may not even be effective, so it could take quite a while." Just as she finished speaking, a loud thud echoed as Lily accidentally knocked herself out with a punch. Hao Ren stared in astonishment at the unconscious werewolf, who had now begun to breathe steadily. "Actually, I wanted to say, the data terminal just indicated it has a way to temporarily control Lily's symptoms, Vivian." "Haha, let us go eat, shall we?" Chapter 75, Soy Sauce Portal. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Hao Ren got out of bed and encountered Vivian, who appeared to have not slept a wink, along with Isaacs, who had also risen early. Their first words upon meeting were in unison. "Let us check on Lily, the big dog." After Lily had knocked herself out last night, the immediate danger had passed. It seemed that in an unconscious state, she would not go on a rampage. Thus, Hao Ren and Vivian worked together to carry the werewolf girl back to her room. Now that a night had passed, Hao Ren guessed that she should be waking up, so he and Vivian pushed open Lily's door. The sight before them startled him. Lily was still in her werewolf form and had already awakened. She crouched on the bed in a wolf-like posture, her tail taut and straight. Since Lily had her back to the door, they could not see her expression, but Hao Ren could distinctly sense an unsettling, oppressive aura gradually emanating from her. A sensation akin to facing a wild beast. The furniture in the room appeared intact, suggesting that Lily had just awakened and had not had the chance to cause any destruction. Vivian took a cautious step forward. And almost simultaneously, Lily's ears perked up alertly, followed by a low growl emanating from her throat. Did I end the next moment? Hao Ren felt a flash, as Lily darted through the room like a silver streak, racing along the walls and ceiling, and pounced towards Vivian with claws bared. "Lily!" Hao Ren barely had time to exclaim before Vivian transformed into a swarm of bats that flew into the air. The werewolf girl landed on nothing but air, pausing in confusion as she began to sniff the floor. Hao Ren noticed that she seemed to harbor hostility only towards Vivian, showing no intention of attacking him. So he bravely took a couple of steps forward. "Lily, can you hear me?" A garbled sound emerged from Lily's throat, but she obediently lifted her head, revealing a smile upon seeing Hao Ren. "Landlord. Eat food." "Hao Ren, is there really any hope left for this glutton?" It seemed that Lily could still recognize familiar faces, but upon closer inspection, Hao Ren noticed that her eyes had grown somewhat vacant. The golden irises no longer displayed discernible whites or pupils, and her breathing was erratic. Her facial expressions fluctuated while she spoke, indicating her mental state was in a dire condition. Seeing this, Hao Ren couldn't help but slap his forehead. "Last night, we probably shouldn't have waited until morning. Lily's condition has deteriorated so rapidly that we should have taken the risk and sent her to the Crow right away." Vivian reformed into her human shape in the living room, then cautiously circled around Hao Ren, maintaining a distance of over 5 meters. "Big dog, are you still going to bite me?" "No." "Bite." Lily crouched on the ground, raised her foot to scratch her face. Speaking was a struggle for her, but her thoughts remained coherent. "Everything just looks a bit blurry. That I wasn't very clear when I first woke up, but I'm feeling much better now. Landlord, take me to see the doctor?" "Let us go. We'll head out right now," Hao Ren said, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy as he observed how difficult it was for Lily to speak, that he stepped forward to help the werewolf girl up. "You just focus on staying awake. I'll handle the rest." "Landlord, don't support me." Lily quickly shook off Hao Ren's hand. "You'll be thrown off." "See? I'm throwing you off." Hao Ren climbed up from behind the sofa, looking at Lily in her current confused state with frustration. "Can you tuck your ears and tail away? You can't even ride the bus like this. You still want her to take the bus?" Vivian exclaimed in disbelief. In her condition, you dare let her come into contact with public spaces? A single sneeze from her could easily kill someone. "What should we do then?" Hao Ren spread his hands, regretful that he hadn't taken her to the doctor under the cover of darkness last night. Now that the sun was up, her condition had not improved at all. "Don't panic. I'm preparing a portal." Isaac's voice suddenly came from the side. "That I made a trip to that wretched place last night, and have already set up the coordinates. The portal will be ready in a few minutes." Hao Ren let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, almost forgot that demons excel in spatial transportation, that I didn't expect you could open a portal in this unfamiliar place." Isaac's voice carried a hint of pride. "The spatial parameters of this world differ somewhat from mine, and I encountered a few difficulties while establishing the connection. However, my fundamentals are solid. I merely had to substitute the formulas that be by the way. Do we have any soy sauce? Soy sauce. Hao Ren was initially impressed by the idea of a demon opening a portal in his living room, thinking that he finally had a remarkable guest. However, upon hearing this, he couldn't help but rush over to Isaac's, only to find him crouched on the ground drawing symbols that he had already sketched a large circle with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters in the center of the living room, with a small basin beside him containing a dark, fragrant liquid. This can also work. Why not? With enough skill, even clear water can be used to create a formation. Everything in the world has a capacity for magical energy. I know an incredibly powerful archmage who, when faced with an onslaught of 20,000 beastmen, calmly urinated to draw a hellfire barrier and held out until reinforcements arrived, though that old fool later stubbornly insisted he was using blood to form the array in a moment of crisis. By the way, do we have any soy sauce? Hao Ren, yes, we have plenty of soy sauce. Damn it, at this point, I can't afford to be picky. I know I'll never have anything high-end or sophisticated in my life. Vivian, go fetch the soy sauce. After using an entire bag of soy sauce, Isaac finally completed the drawing of the teleportation array. Remarkably, despite not considering the material of the array, it looked quite impressive. With intricate and bizarre demonic runes arranged in 3 concentric rings, and lines of obscure incantations swirling in the center of the rune array as if they were alive, when Isaac infused his power into the runes. The entire design began to emit a murky red-green glow, and it was astonishingly functional. The only downside was that the operation of this array made the entire living room even more fragrant with soy sauce. Hao Ren's mind echoed a single thought. Is this really still magic? But at this point, even if it was the least magical thing, it had to be used. Lily's mental state was visibly deteriorating. As she had now squatted silently on the floor, her posture and movements increasingly resembling a wolf acting on instinct, though somewhat dog-like as well. Hao Ren even witnessed her uncontrollably approach the dining table and gnaw at a leg. And if the wood hadn't been so unpalatable, he might have lost the table in the few minutes it took Isaac to draw the formation. Isaac stood up, pointing at the teleportation array he had just drawn. Everyone, step into this circle. Then I will activate the teleportation. IT can only be used once, so it's best if we all go together. Hao Ren instinctively asked, is it because the magical capacity of the soy sauce is limited? No, Izako shook his head, extending his hand to point at the rolling creature crouched on the nearby sofa. Judging by its gaze, it was clear that as soon as we left, it would come over to lick the soy sauce, thus compromising the integrity of the rune. Hao Ren hastily jumped into the circle, saying, all right, let us move quickly. If we continue this conversation, I fear I shall never be able to look at any mythological work again. Fortunately, the teleportation array drawn with soy sauce by Izako's functioned properly, and the group was safely transported to their destination. The vicinity of Wangbatu remained perpetually desolate, devoid of human presence, even in broad daylight. One could scarcely see a few vehicles passing by. Furthermore, since Izako's S-portal had a disguise, their emergence from it went unnoticed. Hao Ren, feeling dizzy, leaned against a utility pole, suppressing waves of nausea that be the way. The soy sauce teleportation array is indeed unreliable. Why am I feeling this dizzy? Izako's chuckled amiably, such as the nature of demonic artifacts, crude and simplistic, yet remarkably resilient that you'll adapt in due time. Lily maintained a wolf-like posture on the ground, now lowering her head and swaying slightly. Hao Ren cautiously tapped her shoulder. Lily, are you all right? I'm fine. Lily lifted her head, her completely clouded eyes reflecting no image of Hao Ren. Yet her mind remained lucid. Where is that large house floating in the sky you mentioned? Hao Ren smiled confidently, spotting the iconic advertisement for an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner on a nearby utility pole. Below is the moment of witnessing a miracle. Chapter 76. Lily's Super Evolution. So, you brought her here? Crow 12345 cast a sidelong glance at the werewolf girl crouching nearby, continuously emitting low, threatening growls. Let me tell you, all my furniture is made from extraordinary alloys. If she damages her teeth, I will not take responsibility. Hao Ren, tugging at Lily's tail in an attempt to pull her away from Crow's desk, awkwardly explained, when we first arrived, her symptoms weren't this severe. Who knew that once we teleported, she would be rendered speechless? Fortunately, she isn't biting anyone yet. The group found themselves in Crow 12345's office, and Lily's condition appeared to have worsened since she had just awakened that morning. The werewolf girl could no longer stand upright. She lay on all fours beside Crow 12345's desk. Her head, the werewolves I am familiar with naturally acquire their abilities upon reaching a certain age. Yet, it appears that this large dog is on the brink of an explosive growth spurt, does it not? What has led you all to become so exceptionally unique? Raven 12345 seemed to speak with profound implications, remarking that normal werewolves develop gradually, while this young girl is being stimulated by your moonlight to undergo a super evolution. Perhaps this is indeed a good thing. It is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Hao Ren, you are spared the burden of spending 5 years daily tidying up the furniture gnawed upon by Lily. When werewolves awaken new abilities, they must regress to a more primal state, and a normal growth period spans at least 5 years. Hao Ren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling unconcerned about anything else, as long as he understood that Lily's condition was a normal physiological phenomenon, albeit slightly out of control, which brought him some solace. The next matter to consider was how to ensure this fool safely navigated through her evolutionary phase. Chapter 77. Further adjustments. Lily was placed into a bodily adjustment chamber amidst the watchful gazes of the onlookers. As the chamber lid slowly closed, Hao Ren felt a weight lift from his heart. This should suffice, should it not? He glanced at Raven 12345, who was engrossed in studying the manual. Upon witnessing this seemingly unreliable scene, Hao Ren's heart sank once more. By the way, are you certain you know how to operate this contraption? Oh, stop dawdling. Even if I am not an expert, I am certainly more reliable than you. Who uses a data terminal as a makeshift brick? Raven 12345 shot a glare at Hao Ren, then turned her attention back to the adjustment chamber where Lily lay. Rest assured, it is fully automated. I merely need to confirm that the signal indicators are consistent with the manual. Thus, her loss of control can be managed. Vivian curiously caressed the silvery alloy device, finding this high-tech apparatus utterly astonishing. So, all she needs to do is lie down for a while. Raven 12345 waved her hand dismissively. This is merely a temporary measure to forcibly stabilize her mental state in a few days. Her body will reach the evolutionary threshold. At that point, you merely need to find a sufficiently spacious location for her to unleash her full potential. Fear not. After this adjustment, even during her evolution, she will remain conscious that at worst, her body may revert to its wolf form, but she will not harm anyone. This was Raven 12345's treatment plan for Lily. In her words, Lily's growth was an inevitable process and, indeed, a positive one. Only a fool would seek to impede it. Therefore, her task was to ensure Lily could smoothly weather the upcoming days of bodily restlessness, requiring only a minor adjustment, as the equipment here was more than capable of meeting those needs. With the aid of the bodily adjustment chamber, Lily's mental state could be temporarily suppressed to normal levels, while her physical form would also be reined in. Throughout this process, her growth and development would continue as normal. And today, as bodily adjustments would enable her to safely traverse this accumulation period. When she reached the critical growth point, she could unleash her full potential, and all would be well. Of course, it was imperative to find a sufficiently safe environment for the transformation. According to Raven 12345's estimations, immature werewolves like Lily would have difficulty controlling their forms during their initial power surges. She could potentially undergo a complete beast transformation, even becoming a true predator, akin to a canine creature as large as a cow, clearly unsuitable for a transformation in the living room. Hao Ren had already contemplated a location. The desolate southern outskirts were abundant with open spaces and seldom traversed wilderness. Exiting through the back door of his large residence led directly to barren land. Not far off lay rolling hills, devoid of human presence, no paths, not even a trace of civilization. Let Lily transform there. She could frolic freely throughout the night without the worry of disturbing anyone. However, the nature of werewolves was indeed fascinating. As Hao Ren gazed at the coffin-like adjustment chamber, he found the image of Lily lying within both amusing and compelling. He could not help but shift the topic, asking, can she truly transform into a wolf? That girl usually appears so adorably naive. It is hard to envision her in a fit of bestial rage. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Vivian, noticing the curiosity etched upon Hao Ren's face, could not suppress a sigh as she rubbed her forehead. When werewolves regress fully to their primal forms, they become utterly unhinged. Do you think they resemble the lazy dogs that lie around feigning death at the slightest hint of sunlight? I was present when Fenrir bit Odin to death. The blood sprayed 7 or 8 meters away. Thus, even high-ranking bloodlines are reluctant to provoke fully beastified werewolves. Regardless of their usual demeanor, once transformed, they are not to be trifled with. Hao Ren refrained from inquiring about the details of Fenrir's lethal encounter with Odin, recognizing it as another segment of Vivian's harrowing past. Instead, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted his chest, reassured by Raven's confidence that Lily would retain her rationality during her transformation. Are you not curious what Lily would look like as a wolf? Just imagine the delightful contrast. Vivian's expression turned peculiar. Is that truly interesting? I frequently transform into a swarm of bats to help you dust the corners and chandeliers. Yet you have never seemed to take notice. Hao Ren was momentarily taken aback. All right. How did I overlook that? As their conversation ventured deeper into the realm of the absurd, Raven 12345 finally interjected. Have you finished your idle chatter? If you have, it is time for you to lie down. I will install the translation plugins for you. Hao Ren had nearly forgotten about this matter until Raven's reminder jolted his memory of the impending coffin incident, prompting a subtle shift in his expression. Well, you mentioned this could only be done in a couple of days. Enough of the trivialities. Since you are here today, let us complete it now. With a snap of her fingers, the ground nearby cracked open, and 3 new bodily adjustment chambers slowly emerged from beneath the floor. I suggest you all lie down. Using a data terminal as a translator is merely a makeshift solution. Rather inconvenient. However, this bodily adjustment can directly modify your mental state, allowing you to communicate effortlessly with any race within the Empire. You may choose whichever suits you best. And Isaac, you should use the one on the far right. It is a special model that can adjust its internal space according to the user's physique. It may look small, but it will certainly accommodate you. Vivian was the first to nod in agreement, showing no hesitation toward the coffin-shaped adjustment chamber. I'll go first. All I need to do is lie down, right? It's a coffin. Hao Ren quickly interjected, only to receive a nonchalant smile from Vivian. What of it? I have slept in a real coffin before. There was a time when it was fashionable among bloodlines to sleep in coffins, claiming it suited their dignified identities, that I even scrimped and saved to buy myself a walnut-wood coffin adorned with a cross. Only to lose it later in the European wars. Vivian spoke. She approached the adjustment chamber closest to her. She caressed the silvery alloy shell, a nostalgic expression gracing her features. This shape, this style. It truly evokes fond memories that I once adored sleeping in coffins of this design. Hao Ren felt a chill run down his spine at her words, growing increasingly reluctant to enter. However, his protest seemed ineffective. For by the time he regained his senses, both Vivian and Isaac had already settled into their respective chambers, leaving him standing alone in the room, staring into the eyes of the seemingly sinister Raven 12345. Her expression was indeed one of mischief. Will you enter on your own, or shall I force you in? Raven pointed toward the nearby adjustment chamber, a mischievous glint in her eye. Without waiting for Raven to finish her sentence, Hao Ren swiftly leapt into the chamber. I might as well consider this performance art. As the sliding lid of the adjustment chamber gradually closed, Hao Ren soon lost consciousness. In a haze of surreal illusions. He found himself dreaming that he stood upon a tranquil water surface. Illogical. Yet he felt securely grounded. In this dream. He gazed around, observing familiar sights on the shore, slightly aged traditional buildings, bustling markets, and landscapes he had never seen but felt a deep connection to. A myriad of scenes lined the edges of the water, shifting like a carousel, and Hao Ren marveled at it all. He was acutely aware that he was dreaming, and this experience was unlike anything he had encountered during his previous time in the adjustment chamber. Suddenly, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw a massive shadow gradually rising from beneath the water. An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped him, as if a ferocious beast were slowly surfacing from a profound abyss. The black silhouette threatening to engulf everything above the water, every scene along the shore, and, indeed, Hao Ren himself. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in his mind, causing the surrounding illusions to vanish in an instant. He found himself floating in a chaotic void of darkness, the true perceptual state of the bodily adjustment phase. The fleeting dream seemed to dissolve like an inconsequential stream of consciousness. Raven 12345's voice echoed from nearby. I hope I didn't press the wrong button. Why did the red light suddenly come on? Hao Ren. He believed that the only reason he had not been slain by this deranged goddess thus far was sheer luck. Chapter 78. The Bustling Universe. The sliding cover of the adjustment chamber opened silently, and the sudden brightness that appeared before him momentarily disoriented Hao Ren, who then sat up. He shook his head vigorously. Realizing that there had been no apparent changes to his body, it was just like the first time he underwent a bodily adjustment, lying in the coffin for merely a few seconds before it was all over. However, the brief and bizarre nightmare he had just experienced lingered vividly in his mind, evoking a sense of dread upon recollection. Raven 12345 was nearby, fiddling with a crystal panel suspended in midair, which appeared to be the central controller for several adjustment chambers. Watching this unreliable goddess muttering to herself while consulting the manual and tentatively pressing buttons on the controller made Hao Ren's eyelids twitch. He glanced at the other 3 adjustment chambers, which remained inactive, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Why were they still not operational? Oh, by the way, I'll perform a physical examination on them. Raven 12345 replied nonchalantly without lifting her head. The little wolf girl is still developing. Izakos has just arrived from another world, and Vivian seems to have issues controlling her powers. These 3 are all problem children, and I'll take this opportunity to check on them. But don't worry, they all seem quite normal for now. By the way, how are you feeling? Raven 12345 finally raised her head at the end, giving Hao Ren an appraising look. You do seem to be in good spirits. I had a nightmare, Hao Ren said, unable to muster any anger at Raven 12345's carefree expression. He recounted the dream in its entirety, concluding with the sight of something floating up to the surface of the water, which startled him awake. Raven 12345's actions paused momentarily as she regarded Hao Ren silently. You should make haste to practice in the dream realm. Your mental fortitude is currently too low, and your psychological resilience has issues as well, that if this continues, you won't be able to cope with the grand scenarios that lie ahead. What exactly was that nightmare about? Hao Ren felt that Raven 12345's habit of leaving her statements unfinished was rather vexing, prompting him to press further. Your expression seems to hold deeper meaning. It's still the influence of the dream realm. Raven 12345 replied, casting a sidelong glance at Hao Ren. Once you make contact with that place, it will remember you, and thus it will continuously manifest in your mental landscape. Whether in dreams or hallucinations, what you perceive are mere shadows created by the interplay between the dream realm and the real world. Many ordinary individuals who have had a brush with the dream realm and managed to survive have found themselves gradually worn down by this erosion. Therefore, it is imperative that you take advantage of my presence to train. Even if you encounter difficulties, I will be able to assist you in a pinch. Once your mental strength is sufficiently robust, the dream realm will become inconsequential to you. Hao Ren slapped his forehead. This sister was so heartfelt and warm in her earlier words. Yet how could her final statement be laden with such ambiguity? Could she not stick to her goddess persona? Raven 12345 continued to meticulously adjust the equipment in the room, and feeling rather bored, Hao Ren began to wander around, that he curiously examined the high-tech devices that seemed to have leapt straight from a science fiction film. Realizing that Raven 12345 would likely take a while to finish, he pulled out his data terminal to connect to the internet. In recent days, he had not been idle. Although somewhat lazy, he had not sunk into a state of total complacency, and he understood that one of his most crucial assets for the future lay in this small device. Despite its bizarre system, chaotic database, a plethora of useless programs, and an AI that seemed perpetually at odds with him, it was nonetheless a treasure. Hao Ren had been diligently learning how to navigate this advanced piece of technology from the Singularity Empire. After days of effort, he finally reaped some rewards. He had discerned how to utilize the data terminal's numerous network modes. That he should have realized that the terminal's most vital function was its capability to connect to the network. The creations of a super-civilization could not possibly be standalone devices. The mishmash of plugins haphazardly installed by Raven 12345 had rendered its network settings quite peculiar. Ultimately, it was the terminal's AI that spent half an afternoon rebooting and restoring itself to regain optimal network mode. When Hao Ren finally gazed at the list of network modes, he was taken aback. Local device chain, local channel communication network, local galactic communication network. Local Celestial Group Communication Network, Universal Communication Network, Macro World Civilian Communication Network, Macro World Military Channel, Special Dedicated Line Network, Military Command Dedicated Line. Hao Ren suddenly realized he was sitting atop a veritable treasure trove. Seeing the extensive, daunting list of channels on his data terminal, he truly grasped the significance of not being alone. This realization sparked a sense of excitement as he delved into the data terminal's networking modes. Most network channels were locked, which was to be expected, as he was merely a novice who had just completed his beginner's tasks. Channels with classified levels would certainly not be accessible to him. And the highest level of network he could freely connect to was the Universal Communication Network. Beyond that lay the Macro World Civilian Network, which was directly controlled by the Temporal Management Bureau and included certain military nodes. As a grassroots inspector, Hao Ren had only partial data access to that network. He could read public messages from the upper-level network but could not directly connect. However, that was more than sufficient. He discovered that the Universal Communication Network alone provided ample material for him to explore, even leaving him dazzled and unable to focus on deciphering what the other channels were conveying. As the data terminal transitioned into network mode, the first thing Hao Ren saw was a window labeled Activity Information Push, where he could glimpse what was transpiring in the distant reaches of space. Unencrypted message, local universe channel, origin, Keltura 3, non-directionally transmitted to Dan2. The invasion of Keltura's primary star by the Kelturans has concluded. The indigenous people achieved victory through their own efforts. The local inspector determines that this conflict did not exceed the observer's alert threshold and requires no intervention. Postscript. Withdrawal of intervention request. Message ends. Unencrypted message. Local universe channel, origin. Chundel, non-directional broadcast. The Chundel star is in severe decline, expected to extinguish completely in 326 imperial days from the time of this message. This is a medium alert event that may lead to the extinction of a civilization. The local inspector deems intervention necessary and has issued a distress signal. Any free teams receiving this message are requested to respond. Message ends. Unencrypted message. Local universe channel, origin. Dan2, transmitted from Suez satellite to Chundel. The local inspector has available ship resources. Is there a need for large-scale immigration? No free colonial stars are available locally. But a request can be made to the Empire for the creation of a new planet. Local management area authority verification and available planet customization services are attached. Please enter the dedicated channel if needed. Message ends. Unencrypted message. Local universe channel, origin. Santo Su 4, non-directional broadcast. Message ends. Unencrypted message. Local universe channel, origin. Suez satellite station, directionally transmitted to Santo Su 4. That did you forget to enter the body of the text? Message ends. Unencrypted message. Local universe channel, origin. Santo Su 4, non-directional broadcast. That was just my cat. Message ends. As soon as he opened the data terminal, the activity information push window flooded with a multitude of messages like these, yanking Hao Ren's thoughts from the narrow confines of Earth and thrusting them into the bustling scenes of the cosmos. When these messages first appeared before him days ago, his astonishment and excitement were palpable. Although he couldn't fully comprehend them, he sensed their significance. Hao Ren watched the information scroll through the channel, unable to suppress his admiration, completely oblivious to how he might engage in such conversations. To be frank, given his current abilities, there was little necessity for him to occupy bandwidth on higher channels. Still, simply being able to observe these exchanges filled him with a sense of accomplishment, although he remained silent. He too had an alias in this channel. Look at how impressive this is, huh? I want to join in, do you? But is my little affair worth posting about? I wonder. Hey, did you manage it? Hao Ren finally realized that the voice suddenly appearing beside him belonged to Raven 12345. He hastily exited the network and stood up to greet her, but Raven 12345 merely waved her hand dismissively. Don't be so tense. It's just work and chatting online that I don't care about that. And besides, engaging with these things is beneficial for you. It effectively broadens your horizons and prevents you from being like some clueless bumpkin who, even as an inspector, only fixates on their tiny corner of a few thousand meters on their home planet. Just be careful not to get overly stimulated by this and start dreaming of instant success. By the way, that little wolf girl was the first to wake up. Take a look at the treatment results. Only then did Hao Ren notice that one of the adjustment chambers had opened not far away, and Lily was clumsily climbing out. She had already reverted to her human form. Chapter 79. Isaac's Tail. Lily, restored to her human form, was tiptoeing beside the adjustment pod, swaying as if in a trance, seemingly checking her bodily balance. When Hao Ren had first emerged from the pod, he had exhibited similar behavior. Fearful that this advanced extraterrestrial technology might inadvertently cause some peculiar ailment to his body, a classic manifestation of a rustic mindset. Hao Ren approached with concern and inquired, "Are you awake now? How do you feel?" "Quite well," Lily responded, her spirits finally rekindled as she beamed a radiant smile. She hopped in place twice to demonstrate her regained control over her body. "See, I'm no longer trembling. And I can retract my tail and ears too." At that moment, two other adjustment pods slid open silently, revealing Vivian and Isaac's rising from within. The scene resembled something out of a horror game. Hao Ren shook his head, dismissing the bizarre association, and raised his hand to greet Isaac's. "Hey, can you understand what I'm saying?" This time he spoke in Chinese, and Isaac's was momentarily taken aback, realizing after a few seconds that his language barrier had been resolved. He was instantly astounded. This device is truly convenient. No more poring over dictionaries. "Big dog, you've finally returned to normal." Vivian gracefully leapt to the ground, maintaining a cautious 2-meter distance from Lily until she confirmed the latter posed no threat. "Do you recall what you did earlier? You bit me right away." "That was because I didn't actually bite you." Lily turned her face away, embarrassed. "And at that time, I was a patient. Couldn't you be a little more forgiving?" Hao Ren hurriedly intervened to mediate. All right, let us not ignite a feud upon your reunion. Lily, Vivian was worried about you when you fell ill, and besides, half of the meals you eat are prepared by her. You should get along well from now on. Understand?" Raven 12345 observed the group, who were too engrossed in their greetings to notice her, as she leisurely tinkered with the equipment. Once all the adjustment pods had retracted into the floor, a set of holographic images materialized before her, displaying the profiles and scanning reports of Vivian, Lily, and Isaac's. Her gaze lingered on Vivian's report for quite some time, and upon glancing at Lily's, she could not suppress a bemused expression. Though this moment went unnoticed by the others, Raven 12345 prepared to call the group to leave. Hao Ren, having calmed the two feuding superwomen, approached with curiosity. This their health examination report. Why can't I make any sense of it? There's no health diagnosis included. You'd be lucky to understand it. This is for the experts. Raven 12345 casually turned off the holographic device and waved her hand to signal Hao Ren to keep his distance. Let us go to my office. I have matters to discuss. Wait, what do the numbers 1 on Lily and Vivian's profiles and the number 2 on Isaac's profile signify? Hao Ren followed closely behind Raven 12345. But the eccentric goddess had already walked away, leaving him to shake his head in resignation. In Raven 12345's office, Lily sat in the central chair, surrounded by onlookers. The TO put it simply, your condition is temporarily stable. But in a few days, you will begin to evolve. This process is expected to last 2 to 3 hours. During this time, your mind will remain largely clear, but your transformations, pressure, and special abilities will be uncontrollable. So it's best to find an open space where no one is around. Raven 12345 elaborated on the precautions for Lily, concluding with a reminder, if I pressed the wrong button and misunderstood the instructions. That should be the case. Hao Ren chose to disregard Raven 12345's final comment and urgently posed the most pressing question on everyone's mind. So when exactly will this happen? Theoretically, under the full moon, Raven 12345 replied, her expression unreliable. Isn't that how the stories go? Werewolves transform on a full moon, and this little wolf girl will indeed be affected by moonlight, so we'll be on the full moon then. Vivian nudged Hao Ren's arm, whispering, do you really think this goddess is reliable? Not reliable, but there's no one else to turn to, Hao Ren replied stiffly. Raven 12345's voice suddenly cut in. I am listening, don't think you can hide your whispers from the goddess's ears. Well, it doesn't matter. You're not the first ones to say such things. Hao Ren, I suggest you venture into the dream realm tonight. It has currently an active period there, making entry relatively easier. Use the method I taught you, and you'll be safe. Hao Ren filtered out the last 4 words about safety and accepted the proposal. Having settled the precautions for Lily's transformation, he decided it was time to take his 3 guests home, as there was nothing more to be done here, and the goddess, who seemed to subsist on instant noodles, would not keep them for dinner. This time, Raven 12345 was considerate enough to personally escort the trio to the small square in front of the villa as the portal to the ground opened. Lily and Vivian jumped in first. Just as Hao Ren and his axis were about to follow suit, Raven 12345 suddenly turned to his axis and asked, "Is this how you intend to live your life? Are you sure you want to go back and take a look?" "No need," Izaxis replied with his signature unsettling grin, though his voice was earnest. "I've tried, but it didn't work out. It has been proven that my way is unfeasible, so let them choose their own paths. Time will reveal all." Although Hao Ren knew he shouldn't pry into others' privacy, he could not help but voice his curiosity. Having suspected that the great demon had experienced some significant event before arriving. "What happened to you before coming here? It feels like you're carrying a grudge. Consider it a failed venture." Raven 12345 shrugged. He was quite a big shot in his original world, with a family and a business. However, his management philosophy differed from others, and after gaining a foothold in the market, he was betrayed by a coalition. Losing everything and nearly dying at the hands of his enemies, he was being held down and beaten to a pulp when the Bureau's observer happened to pass by. This incident must have left a significant psychological scar. One could only imagine the extent of it. "Hao Ren, apologies, my thoughts sometimes run amok," Raven 12345 said, knocking on her head. "Just focus on the part about the psychological scar." Izaxis remained silent, neither interjecting nor hindering Raven 12345's commentary. He merely put up a slight resistance at the end. "You could have omitted the part about being held down and beaten to a pulp. Oh right, it was more like being suspended while beaten." Izaxis. Hao Ren could no longer tolerate the conversation and quickly asserted that he had learned enough about the great demon's past and had no interest in knowing more, pulling Izaxis along as they jumped into the portal. Raven 12345 watched the portal flicker and vanish into the air, pondering for a long while before muttering to herself, "Can I truly rely on this bunch of incompetents?" Having left the villa, Hao Ren and his companions, of course, did not hear the goddess's assessment of them. They merely took the only dilapidated bus back to their home in the southern suburbs. Upon arriving, the first order of business was, naturally, cleaning the floor. Izaxis used nearly 2 bags of soy sauce to depict a 3-meter diameter teleportation array on the floor, filling the entire living room with a savory aroma. How could it not be cleaned up? Thus, this book is indeed very logical, paying close attention to details and pursuing reason. You would never find another story where the protagonist's first order of business upon returning home is to squat down and clean the floor. After everything was tidied up, Lily, as expected, began to express her hunger. Having spent half the day at Raven 12345 for treatment, the stingy goddess had not even offered her a drop of water. By now, it was past noon, and if Lily hadn't voiced her hunger, Hao Ren would have started to suspect the treatment hadn't worked. Seeing that Lily had completely regained her vitality and transformed back into her usual playful self, Hao Ren let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. The rest of the day passed in silence, and soon it would be time to explore the dream realm. Chapter 80. Re-entering the dreamscape as night fell. Hao Ren was making the final preparations for his journey into the dream realm. In truth, what preparation was even necessary? Just lying down to sleep would suffice. No amount of external preparation would come into play. Lily had been thoroughly exhausted from the recent ordeal, and with the impending evolution on the full moon in a few days, she retreated to her room to sleep well before 9 o'clock, leaving Vivian and Izaxis in the living room to busy themselves alongside Hao Ren. Vivian had prepared a large pot of herbal stew said to bolster one's spirit, overseeing as Hao Ren downed 2 hefty bowls. She then regarded him with great concern. "So, how do you feel? Any improvement in your mental state?" Hao Ren smacked his lips, the peculiar flavor of the medicinal dish leaving his tongue tingling. Yet, observing Vivian's earnest expression, he felt reluctant to refuse, so he could only nod. "Yes, it's effective. That I feel as invigorated as if I've just woken up early." "Then let us have some more." Upon hearing this, Vivian's face lit up with joy as she swiftly seized the bowl and ladled 2 more spoonfuls of the dark, oily porridge from the pot. "Let me tell you, the herbs in this concoction are so obscure that no one recognizes them anymore. Not even the seasoned traditional doctors. This recipe was penned by Li Shizhen when he passed through a small village ages ago. Consuming it revitalizes the spirit and calms the mind, the to venture into the dream realm. It is akin to entering a nightmare, that as long as your mental fortitude remains stable, even the most formidable nightmare, one T pose a threat. Hao Ren hurriedly gestured for Vivian to take the bowl away, saying, "That's enough. Enough. If I drink any more, I might not need to sleep at all," that he added, "and please, don't be so tense that I'm merely going to take a nap." "How can I not be tense?" Vivian set the medicinal dish down on the table. "That I've heard that navigating the dream realm is far more complex than just ordinary dreaming. Many have perished in there. The Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 merely guarantees that you won't die. But being half dead still counts as not being dead." The extent of Vivian's concern illustrated the notorious reputation of Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. "If only my blood magic would work on you," Vivian sighed. "The magic of the Blood Clan is specifically designed to target the mind, and it would undoubtedly be more effective than these concoctions. Why doesn't blood magic work?" This question was equally vague to Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and naturally, Hao Ren couldn't provide an explanation either. So he could only awkwardly chuckle in response. Isaac seized the opportunity to speak up. "Let me try to cast a protective spell from our realm for you." Hao Ren waved his hand dismissively. "Don't bother. My body is magically immune. I can't even benefit from the buffs my teammates provide. What a cursed constitution. How would you know unless you try?" Isaac was a stubborn individual, and he felt compelled to test whatever came to mind. Ignoring Hao Ren's protests, he inscribed a dark green rune in the air before slapping it onto Hao Ren's back. Isn't this effective? Hao Ren was momentarily taken aback, but once he realized that this demon had just cast a spell, he felt a sudden clarity wash over him, as if his perception of the surroundings had heightened to an entirely unfamiliar state. He was still unclear about what mental strength entailed, but he was certain that the rune Isaac had inscribed had stimulated his mental faculties. It's said to be immune to magic. Hao Ren found this fleeting enhancement of his mental power particularly intriguing. Even more surprising was the fact that he hadn't been able to nullify Isaac's rune. Moments later, he recalled Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5's words about partial immunity. It dawned on him that the neurotic woman had mentioned he was partially magically immune. "So, you're not immune to demonic powers?" Vivian looked on in astonishment, suddenly furrowing her brows. "Then you should be cautious. Don't think you're truly impervious to magic. That it would be unwise to let another demon catch you off guard. Not every demon is as amicable as the behemoth." Hao Ren nodded vigorously and then stood up. "All right then, I feel exceptionally well now, and I'm going to take a grand sleep." "Vivian, don't you usually stay up late?" "Just keep a protective watch nearby." Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mentioned that connecting to the dream realm might sometimes cause peculiar phenomena around, so keep an eye out and note anything unusual. I'll report back to Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 later. Vivian promptly agreed, and Isaac chuckled, scratching his bald head. "I'll keep watch too, and I'm quite fascinated by your dream realm. But sadly I can't enter, so I can only observe from the sidelines." Hao Ren thought to himself that he had finally attained a level of importance, considering he had both a vampire and a demon acting as his guardians, a privilege reserved for the extraordinarily esteemed. However, as he boldly approached the door, he sensed something amiss. After pondering for a moment, he turned back with a wry smile and said, I'm just going to sleep. Could you two refrain from looking at me with expressions reminiscent of sending Jingku across the River?" Vivian and Isaac responded with solemn o's, their expressions turning serious as they bowed their heads, instantly transforming the living room atmosphere into something akin to a wake. Hao Ren sighed, realizing further conversation was futile, and shook his head as he returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he adjusted his mindset as Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 had instructed, reciting the self-hypnosis phrases while placing the data terminal beside him, waiting for the arrival of the dream realm. Half an hour later, the door creaked open, and Hao Ren, dressed in his pajamas, emerged, stretching his arms. Vivian and Isaac looked at him in astonishment. "Landlord, is that it?" Hao Ren scratched his face awkwardly. "I just needed to use the restroom. Those 2 bowls of soup were too potent." After relieving himself, Hao Ren returned to his room and continued lying down. Half an hour later, he finally realized something. Vivian's medicinal dish and Isaac's magic had indeed enhanced his mental strength, but they shared a common effect. They invigorated his mind. What a misfortune. He was now suffering from insomnia. "I knew I shouldn't have relied on such unreliable companions. I shouldn't have let them fuss about." Hao Ren sat up abruptly, but then lay back down again. What is the point of running outside now? Am I going to let Vivian knock me out with one punch? Or have Isaacs use magic to put me to sleep? Not to mention whether it would work. Induced slumber caused by external forces wouldn't allow me to enter the dream realm. Tossing and turning in bed, Hao Ren finally had no choice but to tap the data terminal beside his pillow, connect to Crow 12345, but there was no way to reach that neurotic woman by dialing the number 0000-001-2345 on a phone. Only an internal device like the data terminal could connect to the direct line. Fortunately, Crow 12345 was on duty and appeared to be awake that night. Soon, her boisterous voice echoed in Hao Ren's mind. "Oh, Hao Ren, have you already taken a stroll through the dream realm? So soon?" "Not yet. I'm encountering some issues and can't get in." Crow 12345 sounded surprised. "Can't get in? Didn't I tell you about the methods for psychological adjustment and self-suggestion? At the very least, the data terminal can help guide you." "That's not the issue. I'm suffering from insomnia." Crow 12345 exclaimed. "What the heck? Can you be a bit more reliable?" Hao Ren genuinely did not wish to be judged so harshly by a neurotic woman. But reality compelled him to awkwardly explain the situation. After listening, Crow 12345 fell silent for a while before finally managing to say, "What kind of people are you surrounded by? What on earth have I gotten myself into?" "Don't worry. I'll think of a solution," Crow 12345 declared confidently. And Hao Ren felt a surge of hope, thinking that perhaps this woman would finally use her divine powers for something constructive. However, her subsequent words were, "Let me sing you a lullaby." What transpired next was something Hao Ren could never recall, that he only remembered that the moment Crow 12345 began to speak, everything went dark before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a vast grassland. Two moons, one large and one small, hung in the sky, and the cool night breeze swept across the expansive prairie. Above him were brilliant yet unfamiliar stars. And all around were landscapes he had once encountered. Hao Ren realized he had successfully entered the dream realm. And moreover, he had appeared in the same location as before. A faint howl of wolves echoed from an unknown distance. "What the hell?" Hao Ren exclaimed in alarm. "Is this dream really going to have a sequel? Was the previous storyline continuing?" Chapter 81. Reunion. Fortunately, nightmares were not serialized. This phenomenon didn't follow episodes. Hao Ren simply found himself at the same spot where he had left the dream realm. However, the wolf pack that had attacked him previously was nowhere to be found. And this unfortunate soul did not have to endure the clutch of being beset by wild creatures right after leaving the novice village. Yet the howls of wolves still reverberated from all directions. Although they sounded distant, they were enough to send shivers down the spine of someone as inexperienced as Hao Ren. He deeply understood that he was in a perilous land, where animal protection organizations and rangers existed in another world. Here, neither the wolves nor he was afforded any protection. Frankly speaking, this was the wolves' territory, and he was merely an intruder, the sole outsider in the wolf-dominated grasslands. Hao Ren tightened his clothing against the chill that seeped into his body and soul. He stepped forward, questioning whether his mind had regressed from spending too much time with Lily. Why on earth had he donned pajamas just to sleep at home? Based on his previous experience entering the dream realm, a person's physical condition in the dream realm mirrored that of the outside world, including the clothes they wore and their physical attributes. Yet, Hao Ren had completely overlooked this detail. He and Vivian, along with Isaacs, had fussed about an array of preparations in the living room, resulting in nearly losing sleep over it. And here he was still dressed in pajamas. With each hesitant step upon the vast prairie, Hao Ren cast a glance at his bare feet and couldn't suppress a long sigh. Damn it. And without shoes. If that neurotic goddess were to discover this, who knows how she would ridicule him. Suddenly, a voice emerged from beside him. She would certainly have a hearty laugh at your expense, then post the incident on the local universe's message board. However, whether she would garner any likes is another matter entirely. She is notoriously known in this universe as a spam enthusiast, to the extent that even divine messages to her followers must be repeated multiple times, because no one pays attention. Startled by the sudden voice, Hao Ren focused his gaze and was astonished to find a small metallic object, no larger than a palm, silently floating beside him. "Terminal? How did you get in here?" he exclaimed. "Why shouldn't I?" The data terminal replied languidly. "Did you not hear the officer say that I must assist in guiding you when you are unable to enter the dream dimension? If I can manage guidance, why shouldn't I be able to enter? But entering here requires dreaming." Hao Ren mused, astonished at this seemingly sentient device. Could artificial intelligence have advanced to the point of dreaming? Dreaming is an inefficient and tedious method of system maintenance that I have no need for such frivolities, the terminal retorted, its tone brimming with arrogance. Who told you that entering the dream dimension necessitates dreaming? It's merely that one must dream to gain entry. Achieving a certain level of control over one's mental faculties affords the opportunity to access the dream dimension. But it's too early for you to ponder this. Hao Ren recognized that whenever the data terminal spoke, it sought to engage in banter with its master. So the wisest course of action was to disregard its prattle. He surveyed the vast expanse of the prairie and found the presence of a conversational companion rather pleasant. Perhaps this terminal could serve an unexpectedly beneficial role in this setting. Tentatively, he inquired, "Could you conjure up an outfit for me?" The data terminal fell silent for a moment. "What are you thinking? Is this not a virtual world? Are you not a supercomputer? I've seen such things portrayed in science fiction films, where data is utilized to construct." Before he could finish, the terminal brusquely interrupted. "Who instilled such misconceptions in you? The dream dimension is not a virtual world. If it were, how could you bring items out of here? And why are there instances of people dying within the dream dimension?" Hao Ren opened his mouth, acknowledging that he had unwittingly imposed his assumptions onto this enigmatic realm. In truth, the Raven 12,345 had previously enlightened him about the reality of the dream dimension, but at that time his understanding was limited, and he had failed to grasp the matter completely. Now, well, he still did not fully comprehend it, yet he had learned to ignore the issue, without even shoes. Hao Ren sighed again as he trudged onward, feeling that continuing in this manner was unbearable. Surely there must be something to substitute for footwear. Indeed, the terminal replied with a steady tone, only to elaborate after Hao Ren's spirits lifted, a resilient spirit. As an odd pairing of man and machine traversed the night, Hao Ren was reluctant to halt his progress, even though his condition was far from optimal, that he resolved to press on, for he had entered the dream dimension to hone himself. Waiting idly to awaken naturally would serve little purpose. After all, when faced with a deadly threat, he would forcibly extricate himself from this place, thanks to the little pill provided by Raven 12345. So he was not overly worried about meeting his demise. For now, he was merely intrigued by the nature of this realm. He turned his gaze toward the horizon. The last time he departed, he had spotted what appeared to be structures in the distance, and now those structures remained, indicating they were no mere illusion. Therefore, he would set his sights on the distant buildings as his destination. As the peculiar duo silently journeyed through the night, just as Hao Ren began to feel a tinge of boredom, the data terminal suddenly spoke up. "I must remind you of 3 things. Hao Ren replied casually, "Go ahead." First, resolutely abandon the notion that this is a virtual space. While the dream dimension is not the real world, its impact on reality is profound, and if you perish here, you will die in the real world as well. And you can take items from here to the outside. The specific mechanism of bringing things out is something you must decipher for yourself. Of course, you should already be aware of this. Second, regardless of what you witness here, do not be surprised. Simply accept it. Analyze the cause and effect once you return to the real world. Experiencing overwhelming confusion here will rapidly weaken your connection to the dream dimension, and prematurely ending your journey of experience is hardly advantageous. Third, do you not find it rather foolish to have your data terminal floating beside you? You may have seen individuals walking their cats and dogs, but have you ever seen anyone walking a PDA? Quickly stow me away in your pocket, do you hear? Hao Ren responded, "Wait, don't leave. I'm talking to you. Quickly stow me away. I am a mobile device, but not one that moves on its own. Do you understand what a mobile device means? Don't walk away. At least tie a string to me to keep me tethered. My levitation function is for emergencies, not for travel." Hao Ren disregarded the terminal, which exhibited a neurotic disposition akin to Raven 12345, and continued to trudge forward, ignoring the incessant clamor that persisted in his ears for a full half-hour. He discovered that his enhanced physique was indeed effective. Traveling long distances across the wilderness without shoes had not left him breathless, and his soles were significantly tougher than usual. Thus, he continued on for quite some time, and the distant structures appeared to have grown closer. However, just as he was about to exhale a sigh of relief, a chilling occurrence transpired. He distinctly heard a rustling sound emanating from the nearby underbrush, followed by a faint, metallic scent drifting into his nostrils on the night breeze, the unmistakable scent of a beast. Wolves were near, and not just any wolves, but the enormous, astonishingly dark ones unique to the dream dimension. Though the wolves had yet to draw near, they had clearly detected the scent of prey and were cautiously positioning themselves to encircle him, preparing to feast with their customary ambush tactics. Yet, Hao Ren had sensed the looming danger much earlier this time. Unlike the last encounter, where he had been completely surrounded by the wolf pack and besieged by their ominous gazes. This time he had noticed their movements before they had fully engaged. Hao Ren marveled at the effectiveness of the adjustment chamber, reflecting on how remarkable it was, while silently pondering what good this slight progress would do, if he could only react in time. Wouldn't he still find himself ensnared? I highly advise against running. The data terminal's voice resonated in his mind, indicating that it too understood the necessity for stealth in this situation. You cannot outrun the wolf pack. Even with your current enhancements, you would only manage to shake off a portion of them, failing to break free from their encirclement. Confront them head-on. Hao Ren struggled to steady his heartbeat. He was aware that the wolves were yet unaware that he was cognizant of their proximity, a fact he found somewhat unsettling. Were you not apprehensive when pursued by hundreds of undead knights in the crypt? The data terminal retorted with a scoff. Fear not. When your demise is imminent, I shall pull you out. Now, prepare yourself. Chapter 82. It's talking. Prepare myself? Upon hearing the terminal's words, Hao Ren felt unsteady on his feet. What on earth was there to prepare for? Was he truly going to confront the wolf pack head-on? He glanced down at his current attire. Unarmed and clad only in pajamas. Not only was he barefoot, but he also recalled that the black wolves on this prairie were larger than he was. In such dire circumstances, for the data terminal to confidently proclaim the need for preparation incited an overwhelming urge within him to use that wretched device as a makeshift weapon. Yet, the terminal paid no heed to Hao Ren's dissatisfaction. It merely floated into his pocket and uttered an enigmatic statement. Your salary has been deposited, but how much you can withdraw this time depends on you. Hao Ren was just about to inquire about the meaning behind this when a distinct rustling sound erupted from the nearby underbrush. The wolf pack seemed to have sensed the prey's wariness and was eagerly tightening their encirclement. As the terminal had indicated, it was unrealistic to attempt to break free from the pack's trap. Hao Ren could only summon his focus, preparing to confront the first challenge he would face in the dream dimension. He recalled the moment he faced hundreds of iron-clad undead in the crypt, yet that battle held little relevance. At that time, he had been accompanied by two superhuman women with extraordinary combat capabilities. And those tin cans had just awakened, moving sluggishly and clumsily. Aside from their remarkable resilience, they possessed no other strengths. As long as he remained calm and delivered a sufficiently powerful kick, dealing with those iron cans had been trivial. However, facing the wolves from another world would be an entirely different matter. Perhaps in Vivian's eyes, these wolves were even lower in stature than the undead knights, but to Hao Ren, an ordinary person with scant combat experience, the threat posed by wild beasts was evidently far greater. He suddenly found this somewhat amusing. In the name of purportedly enhancing his strength, he had recklessly ventured into the dream realm to provoke wild wolves. Did this truly hold any significance? His musings were abruptly interrupted by a menacing glint in the darkness. The wolf pack had drawn alarmingly close, the scent of beasts wafting through the night wind. And shadowy figures emerged in his line of sight, the aroma of wolves palpable within arm's reach. Hao Ren was uncertain how to react if these ferocious creatures were to charge at him. But he surmised that they might first send one or two to test the waters. He had observed such behavior in nature documentaries, though he wondered how different the wolves of the dream realm might be from those of the real world. The standoff did not last long. Upon realizing their ambush had failed, the first wolf could no longer contain itself and lunged forward. Hao Ren caught sight of a massive black shadow rapidly enlarging in his vision. And in that fleeting moment, his focus sharpened to a razor's edge. Every muscle in his body tensed as if ready to explode. He then swiftly dodged. Before executing this maneuver, he had imagined delivering a powerful punch that would land squarely on the vulnerable chest of the black wolf, thus achieving a glorious first kill. However, reality proved that such valor was not yet within his grasp. When faced with imminent danger, evasion was the primal instinct of mankind. At the very least, he managed to evade the attack quite adeptly. The unusually large black wolf was evidently more ferocious and agile than its earthly counterparts. Yet he managed to slip past that instant. Hao Ren's right hand instinctively swung, and he vaguely sensed that he must have struck something. though he could not ascertain the effectiveness of that blow. After landing, the first black wolf quickly turned around, maintaining a cautious distance as it faced Hao Ren. The moonlight bathed the grassland, allowing Hao Ren, with his enhanced vision, to clearly discern the features of this beast. It resembled Earth's wolves to some extent, but its size was at least double that of a normal wolf, its fur an obsidian black, and numerous plate-like black protrusions adorned its head and flanks, resembling some form of keratin. This was clearly not a member of the same species as Earth's wolves. The surrounding pack remained utterly still, merely adjusting their formation to tighten their encirclement. From the multitude of eyes, Hao Ren discerned an unmistakable sense of amusement as they observed the unfolding situation, leaving him momentarily astonished. The glint in their eyes was unmistakable, as the wolves indeed appeared to be watching with great interest. That a low, threatening growl emanated from the first black wolf, tinged with irritation. One of the keratin protrusions on its flank had been broken, evidently a result of Hao Ren's earlier reckless punch. In the blink of an eye, this ferocious creature lunged at him once more. However, Hao Ren found himself in a significantly improved state compared to before. He discovered that his body could actually keep pace with the wolf's rapid assault, which bolstered his confidence considerably. Upon confirming that the surrounding wolves had no intention of overwhelming him, he felt more at ease. As the enemy charged, he repeated his previous tactic, concentrating intently on the giant wolf's movements, then dodging and swinging his fist. In that split second of confrontation, he realized that at such high speed, he could discern each individual hair on the giant wolf's body. As he threw his punch, he even had the presence of mind to slightly adjust the angle of his attack, a sensation he had never experienced while recklessly battling the slow-moving iron undead in the ancient tomb. Bang! His fist landed squarely on the wolf's abdomen, and he made every effort to avoid striking the keratin armor again, resulting in a significantly more effective blow. The giant wolf let out a distinct whimper, narrowly missing Hao Ren as it lunged past him, but he quickly felt a burning sensation on his face. Upon touching it, he discovered his hand smeared with blood. Under normal circumstances, he would have been doubled over in pain, for this meant that he had almost lost his head to the beast's jaws. Yet now, he could not afford to tremble, for the wolf immediately turned and charged at him once more. In that moment, his reaction finally lagged behind that of the beast. He saw the wolf's jaws approaching, but his body failed to respond in time, leaving him to watch helplessly as the massive maw clamped down on his arm. Hao Ren instinctively shouted half a word, but before he could recall tales of revolutionary martyrs, he noticed something. Why didn't it hurt? The giant wolf hung heavily from his arm, its weight undeniably real. Yet upon closer inspection, he found a thin, translucent membrane enveloping his limb. Despite its delicacy, the membrane was unyielding. The wolf's teeth, biting into this layer, had already shattered half of their number. The beast, realizing something was amiss after gnawing at this unexpected barrier, let out a howl of dismay and retreated a few meters, blood dripping from its mouth as it circled back. Hao Ren was still trying to process this when the data terminal spoke up. Your 2 punches were commendable, and your mindset has barely passed muster. It has been established that you can maintain a combat mindset even without auxiliary tools. The traveler, here in this vast grassland. The large black wolf regarded Hao Ren with a skeptical gaze, his face vividly expressing disbelief. It is rare for humans to venture into this desolate expanse. This place offers nothing of value to you. No fertile soil for crops, no unique products, and certainly no minerals. There were some herders here once, but they have since departed, for the abundance of wolves makes it impossible to sustain their livestock. After finishing his statement, the black wolf cautiously approached Hao Ren, sniffing him from head to toe. You do not resemble a typical traveler. You lack that peculiar odor of someone who has not bathed for an extended period. But it matters not to us. We are merely wolves. Hao Ren wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering whether such an astute creature could still be classified as a wolf. By the way, why did you attack me? Hao Ren awkwardly inquired, feeling somewhat foolish for engaging in a serious conversation with a pack of wild animals. Yet, who could have anticipated that wolves would converse with such eloquence? Why would we not attack you? The black wolf's voice was filled with curiosity. That we require meat to eat. Although you may not appear to be substantial, your flesh would suffice to nourish several of our pups, and we do not consume much. I initially thought you would be easy prey, considering you were not clad in any rigid armor and bore no weapons. Yet, you proved to be more formidable than those fellows, which disappoints me. This wolf, after all, possessed a starkly different disposition from humans, speaking with unvarnished candor, expressing whatever thoughts crossed its mind. Hao Ren found himself momentarily speechless regarding his status as a potential meal in the wolf's eyes. However, given the creature's nature, he could hardly feel anger. He could only manage an awkward chuckle. So do you still wish to eat meat? Not anymore, the black wolf shook its head. You are too tough. Tougher than those clad in rigid clothing, and I cannot overpower you. That it seems unwise to engage in combat with humans. Your peculiar belongings are always too numerous and hazardous to that moment. Another slightly smaller black wolf spoke up. Boss. Wasn't it your idea to eat this human in the first place? Hao Ren looked astonished at the wolf before him, realizing that this creature was indeed the leader of the pack. He instinctively felt the urge to pounce and strike, but the choice of target had been quite fortunate. Who told you to wake up in the middle of the night and complain about hunger? The black wolf leader bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. After feasting on meat earlier, you were stuffed like a ball, and as soon as the moon rose, you began to whine about hunger. You were the most useless pup in the pack. I even lost a tooth because of this. Boss, you only lost one. There are a few unfortunate souls over there whose teeth are nearly all gone. The slightly smaller wolf gestured with its nose towards a few black wolves squatting outside the circle. Those were the unfortunate ones who had lunged at Hao Ren earlier. They were now nursing their wounds, their mouths bloodied, offering each other consolation in their misery. The Wolf King sighed, his head lowered in resignation. It seems today is indeed our unlucky day. Human, may we take our leave? Oh, Hao Ren instinctively nodded, but just as a chorus of sighs filled the air and the wolves prepared to disperse, he suddenly recalled something and called out, Wait, I have something to discuss. The Wolf King stumbled slightly, turning to glare at Hao Ren with an indignant expression. Do not take advantage of wolves. I too possess dignity and honor. You have not truly suffered, so why persist in this matter? Hao Ren nearly choked on his words. Just based on your previous statement about sparing my life, this Wolf King has no right to speak of dignity. Nevertheless, he merely shook his head and pointed towards the horizon. I intend to go over there. Could you take me along? Those distant shadows resembling human-made structures appeared exceedingly far. Hao Ren sensed that, in his current state, traversing on foot would take until the next morning, that he had limited time to remain in the dream realm. So he sought a more convenient means of travel. The Wolf King looked up with confusion. Did I not mention that the herders have departed? Now, only a few mud huts remain, that is where the herders once resided. Hao Ren nodded that I wished to take a look. Whether or not there were people there was of little significance. What mattered were the traces of human activity left behind. Hao Ren's curiosity about everything in this dream realm was unprecedented, and he was eager to explore. The Wolf King rumbled a few sounds in acknowledgement before turning around. Very well, then, climb on my back, and I shall carry you there. Hao Ren was taken aback. He had expected to engage in a lengthy negotiation, yet the Wolf King had willingly turned to allow him to mount. This was a stark contrast to his previous assumptions that he climbed onto the Wolf King's back. He muttered, Aren't you being rather generous? I thought creatures like you would be reluctant to allow humans to ride on their backs, citing dignity and the need for a trial or some such nonsense. Dignity, what is that for? The Wolf King expressed confusion over Hao Ren's words. Humans complicate matters unnecessarily, fixating on trivialities that do not pertain to filling one's belly. It is true that we do not enjoy carrying humans on our backs. It complicates our movement, but what does that have to do with dignity? It is merely uncomfortable. Shift a bit forward or lean back some. Do not sit on my waist, or I will not be able to run properly. As Hao Ren adjusted his position, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Humans often misconstrue matters. In both literature and film, everything is measured by human standards. Wolves are unwilling to allow humans to ride them out of pride. Wild horses resist riders for the same reason, and unicorns refuse riders due to their pride and nobility. Yet, the reality may simply be that they find it bothersome, that if only the unicorn could communicate. Perhaps offering it a couple of biscuits would earn him a ride. For animals, what is the significance of human theories of dignity? Are you settled? The Wolf King suddenly interrupted Hao Ren's wandering thoughts. Then hold on tight. We are off. Chapter 84. The Abandoned House, a remarkable journey unfolds. A wondrous development. Hao Ren marveled at the extraordinary events he had encountered lately. from the realm of reality to the dream realm. Nothing had transpired according to the expected script. Now he found himself riding a colossal black wolf, nearly as tall as a human, racing across a mysterious grassland. Above him, two bright moons shone alongside an unfamiliar, radiant galaxy. In the distance lay a horizon that did not belong to Earth, while unknown wild grasses whisked past him. The night wind swept through the vast expanse, evoking a sense of awe and mystery. As he rode upon the back of a wolf across this otherworldly grassland, Hao Ren couldn't help but feel that his cool factor had skyrocketed, if only he weren't clad in pajamas. The biting cold wind rushed toward him. Had he been his former self, he might have been left dazed, possibly freezing to death. Yet now he was a different being, not quite a superhuman, but certainly enhanced. The chill was hardly a concern. He instinctively tightened his clothing with one hand while gripping the coarse fur around the Wolf King's neck with the other, shouting into the wind. How vast is this grassland? Really, extremely vast. The Wolf King's voice boomed in reply. I do not know how you humans measure distance, but my pack and I once ran for 7 days and nights without sighting the edge of the grassland. I have heard that beyond the grassland lie human settlements, but they seldom venture here. What is this world like? I mean, the human realms, you know. Hao Ren's interest peaked upon hearing the phrase human realms. The prospect of encountering another human civilization in this dream realm seemed astonishing to him. He was eager to learn more about the humans in this world. Have you ever been there? Do you know the way? I have not been. It is far too dangerous. The Wolf King's pace slowed slightly, seemingly to facilitate conversation. Humans are cunning and voracious. You consume everything. Even earth dragons have been driven to extinction by your kind. And I have no desire to deliver myself as meat. By the way, are you not also human? Why are you inquiring about these matters? I come from another direction, Hao Ren replied casually. This world is vast. The Wolf King fell silent, seemingly accepting this explanation, while Hao Ren reflected. Although these talking giants are undeniably intelligent, they lack the intricate scheming of humans. The Wolf King appeared to have no concept of conspiracy or deception. Perhaps it simply did not concern itself with such matters that in the Wolf King's worldview. Anything that did not impede its quest for sustenance was inconsequential, including the secrets surrounding Hao Ren's origins and intentions. The Wolf King merely asked a question and promptly forgot the answer. These peculiar colossal beasts possess a remarkably candid and carefree demeanor, despite the fact that Hao Ren had engaged them in combat. The wolf pack seemed to immediately forget the skirmish upon realizing that he was not a potential meal and that he could overpower them, in an unexpected turn of events. The Wolf King even permitted Hao Ren to ride upon its back, though the latter appeared less than thrilled, harboring a degree of apprehension towards Hao Ren's iron fists. This incident exemplified the wolf's straightforward nature. If something is not edible, it is best left undisturbed. If it cannot be defeated, it is prudent to comply. Although this might seem somewhat spineless, Hao Ren found it easy to accept, especially given his acquaintance with a more disgraceful member of the wolf tribe, Lily, which rendered him quite fond of the Wolf King. As they approached a cluster of human dwellings, with mere minutes remaining, Hao Ren suddenly recalled a prior encounter. Ah, not long ago, I stumbled upon a pack of wolves here. Are they not part of your group? The Wolf King expressed surprise, stating, I have not seen you before. My pack has dwelled in this vicinity, yet you are the only human we have encountered in 35 days and nights. These wolves possessed a sense of time, aware of human methods of tracking days, months, and years, though they found such methods cumbersome. Instead, they preferred to mark time by simply noting the passage of day and night. After all, their lifestyle did not necessitate the seasonal considerations of agriculture or historical legacies. They merely needed to know when winter would arrive, making their method of recording time entirely sufficient. You have not seen me, Hao Ren mused, convinced that such an unabashed creature would not deceive him. Are there other wolf packs around? The Wolf King replied, there are a few wandering small groups whose territories overlap with ours in certain areas. We cannot keep watch, thus, it is inevitable that some unruly individuals occasionally stray. Those are mindless fools who cannot even think. They are weaker than my pack and can only serve as my vassals, though they are a rather disobedient lot. The Wolf King shook its head, expressing dissatisfaction. Those creatures, when famished, even venture into my territory to pilfer food, and I can only communicate with them through primitive howls. Is indeed perplexing. Why are they so foolish, being wolves themselves? Hao Ren listened intently, refraining from responding, instead silently committing this peculiar situation to memory. The dream realm was rife with mysteries yet to be unraveled, but he discerned that two distinct types of wolves existed here. One capable of speech and intelligence akin to humans, and another resembling primitive wild beasts. Remarkably, they bore no outward differences. He did not perceive this as a natural evolutionary outcome, but considering the bizarre nature of the dream realm, perhaps it was unwise to form conclusions too hastily. Moreover, there were signs of human activity on the vast plains, with tales of colossal human nations beyond the grasslands, which the Wolf King referred to as human settlements. What other mysteries awaited revelation in this enigmatic place? The Wolf King fulfilled its promise, delivering Hao Ren to the small cabins. "You have arrived. Now I must lead my pack away," it said, gently placing Hao Ren on the ground before stretching its limbs with a yawn. "This is quite uncomfortable. I have never carried something so heavy that if I could defeat you, I would certainly have you carry me the same distance." "Thank you," Hao Ren replied, scratching his head, increasingly amused by the Wolf King's candidness. "Perhaps we will meet again, that I intend to linger here for a while, so feel free to ask for assistance if needed." The Wolf King, ever straightforward, nodded in response and then gestured toward a few unfortunate wolves in the rear. Their mouths stained with blood. "Yes, my subordinates have lost their teeth. They will starve without food. However, we do not abandon our companions, so I must allocate some wolves to prepare sustenance for them. Can you assist in resolving this issue?" Hao Ren had not anticipated witnessing the Black Wolf's forthright nature so soon. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he pondered briefly before reaching for his data terminal. "Can you perform dental work?" "Ah, this device is merely a PDA, not a robotic pet," it retorted. "How about this? I know a veterinarian." Hao Ren wiped his brow, "and she would certainly be willing to treat you if I can find a way to bring her here. I mean, to bring her over, I will ensure she devises a means to restore their teeth." "Very well, human, that I shall remember your promise," the Wolf King nodded. "You humans seem to lack reliability, so I shall consider this a psychological comfort. Farewell, and may our next meeting be devoid of conflict." With that, the Wolf King led its pack swiftly away, vanishing into the vastness of the grassland in an instant. Psychological comfort. Hao Ren stood in astonishment, muttering to himself, "The most ruthless indeed is the true gentleman. The cunning king is an honest soul, that I have certainly learned my lesson." The data terminal exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you even managed to rhyme?" Hao Ren nonchalantly extracted the device from his pocket, allowing it to float beside him while ignoring its protests, and approached the small cabin before him. This was a place once inhabited by the grassland nomads. Yet Hao Ren knew that such peoples typically did not establish permanent dwellings. As they followed the water and pastures that facilitate relocation, they usually constructed tents or similar temporary abodes. However, the small cabins before him deviated from this norm. Evidently, the inhabitants of this place had different customs and their own solutions to the challenges of life. As Hao Ren placed his hand upon the cabin door, the wind across the grasslands suddenly intensified. Chapter 85. The moment of awakening. These cabins, constructed upon the vast steppe, resembled tents less than Hao Ren had anticipated, yet they retained the characteristics of nomadic culture. The cabins were framed with resilient wooden beams, forming nearly cylindrical structures. Between the beams, pliable mats of grass and indiscernible woven materials filled the gaps, while the roofs were thickly thatched with grass, weighed down by heavy stones. The foundations were reinforced with some form of baked, hardened clay, giving the cabins an appearance of rustic simplicity yet sturdy resilience. Each cylindrical cabin had a diameter of less than 10 meters, with similar designs scattered throughout an enclosed area, resembling a primitive village. Hao Ren, eager to discern the nature of human civilization within this dream realm, neglected to scrutinize the empty spaces in the village and instead pushed open the nearest cabin door. With a crackling sound, the door, woven from vines and resilient grasses, was yanked from its hinges. This certainly does not appear to be a recent departure. Hao Ren stared in disbelief at the decayed doorframe. The door had been hinged with ropes that had long since rotted away. Snapping cleanly upon a mere push, it seemed the wolf's sense of time was indeed quite imprecise. The nomads here might have departed quite some time ago. Let us hope this house does not suddenly collapse, he mumbled, cautiously stepping into the nomadic cabin. The data terminal floated beside him, emitting a steady glow, serving as a makeshift flashlight, allowing him to observe the interior. As anticipated, the cabin was utterly vacant. The former inhabitants had departed with foresight, leaving no trace of their belongings behind. The floor was bare, made of compacted earth, and in the corner, Hao Ren discovered fibers of an indiscernible material, suggesting that the space was once adorned with carpets or mats. Every wooden beam along the curved walls bore metal hooks, which likely once held weapons or tools of daily life. The central area of the cabin was slightly depressed, revealing a darkened pit that might have served as a hearth. Beyond this, no other remnants were discernible. Hao Ren felt a pang of disappointment. The cabin appeared devoid of any valuable artifacts. Not even a scrap of sheepskin remained. Nevertheless, the existence of the cabin provided some insight. Human civilization indeed thrived within the dream realm, and its level of sophistication was likely quite advanced. They possessed metalworking skills, evident from the metal hooks on the walls, architectural knowledge, and the ability to survive amidst the encircling wolves of the steppe. Clearly, the dream realm was not merely a desolate and bizarre space inhabited solely by beasts and monsters. Though the previous raven had informed Hao Ren of this, witnessing it firsthand imparted a profound sense of realization. "Are you familiar with the dream realm?" Hao Ren inquired of the data terminal floating beside him. "Hey, could you stabilize your oscillation? Let the light be steady. Have the courage to return and study the manual properly." The terminal retorted indignantly. "You have never operated this device correctly. This is a high-tech auxiliary device, not a flashlight, not a brick, not a meteor hammer, and certainly not a pet to amuse yourself with." The data terminal, brimming with grievances, nonetheless responded to Hao Ren's query. "This device has not been programmed with extensive preset information that is a standardized tool for inspectors. It is equipped only with essential work modules. However, it can retrieve some information from the local cosmic channel. Retrieval complete. Features of the dream realm: authenticity, vastness, linear development, self-consistency, and influence on the real world. Would you like an explanation for each? You explain, and I shall listen attentively." Hao Ren replied, continuing to search the cabin for any potentially valuable clues. Authenticity. The dream realm possesses undeniable attributes of reality. It is a genuine world governed by valid and computable rules. Although it may be distorted, everything within it adheres to an intrinsic logic, and none of the phenomena in this space are mere illusions. Vastness. For various reasons, research into the dream realm has yet to be thoroughly undertaken. Yet preliminary spatial sensory results suggest that its dimensions may very well be comparable to those of the real world. Its expansiveness is indeed promising, should the cosmic overseer decide to embark on a grand exploration of the dream realm. The inspectors will find themselves quite occupied. Linear development. The dream realm is a space that evolves and transforms. While it may appear peculiar, the entities within it undergo linear changes. There exists a historical succession and the evolution of all things, with every current state having a linear causality. Thus, there are no inexplicable or arbitrary phenomena here. This entry is newly added, and its authenticity remains to be verified. Self-consistency. Everything within the dream realm is self-consistent, which is also a testament to its authenticity. It possesses the capacity to influence the real world. This entry is superfluous. There is no need for explanation. Hao Ren, retaining only half of what he heard, grasped the gist of the conversation, when suddenly his attention was drawn to a flash of light in the corner of the room. He quickly approached and discovered a small iron fragment partially buried in the soil. The moment he laid eyes on it, a jolt of recognition surged through him, a sense of familiarity emanating from deep within. Upon excavating the metallic piece, he was truly astounded. It was a rhomboid metal fragment, no larger than a palm, with a portion of its surface corroded, seemingly made of iron. The most striking feature of the fragment was the patterns etched upon it, resembling hieroglyphs. Hao Ren stared at the designs for a long moment before finally confirming that he had seen them not long ago. Specifically, when he and Vivian were rummaging through the basement for scraps. "Goodness," Hao Ren muttered in astonishment to himself. "Why would I have this at home?" Before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a strange howl from outside. A cacophony of wind howls, oscillating between high and low pitches, suddenly enveloped him from all directions, followed by the creaking of the house as it shook. Startled, Hao Ren looked up, and in that instant, he saw the entire roof being ripped away. The thatched roof, weighed down by heavy stones, vanished in an instant, and bright starlight and moonlight flooded the small room. Before Hao Ren could comprehend what was happening, he noticed the walls of the house violently shaking, only to be uprooted entirely from the ground. The word hurricane flashed through his mind like lightning, but before he could react, he felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet, and the entire house was lifted into the sky. The enhancement of his physique granted Hao Ren immense strength and resilience, yet it did not afford him the stillness of a mountain. The bizarre whirlwind that abruptly swept across the prairie whisked the unfortunate young man to an unknown height, leaving him spinning freely in the air for over 30 revolutions without grasping the situation. Amidst the dizzying whirl, Hao Ren collided with various objects caught in the updraft, feeling disoriented and utterly helpless. However, he soon realized that the object he collided with most frequently was not the debris of the shattered house, but a palm-sized glowing metal block. Igniting his fury, "Data terminal, are you here for revenge?" The data terminal, orbiting around Hao Ren's head, sincerely explained, "I truly cannot control my direction. This hurricane is utterly terrifying." "Terrifying, you say? You've crashed into me against the wind 4 times. "No, 5 times already." Hao Ren seethed with rage, but ultimately did not forget the pressing matter at hand. What on earth is happening? Why did a tornado suddenly arise on a clear day? How would I know? My natural disaster warning system was sabotaged by Director 12345. I was switched to a trial version of the extreme weather radar, and the trial period just ended last night. If you have complaints, take them to the higher-ups. You. Before Hao Ren could utter another curse, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision that a sensation of weightlessness washed over him, followed by a thud as he felt himself land on a hard surface. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in his familiar bedroom, the bright sunlight streaming down upon him. As he awoke, the preset time to rouse from the dream realm had arrived, still reeling from the heart-pounding experience of being swept up by the tornado. He realized that entering the dream realm was indeed a considerable test for the heart. After a few moments, he finally managed to steady his heartbeat to a normal rate, only to feel something uncomfortable beneath him. Reaching down, he uncovered a rhomboid metal fragment that caught his eye. Chapter 86. You went there when you were young too? With a loud bang, Hao Ren's door was pushed open, and the 3 unusual housemates who had been clustered in the living room watching television immediately turned their heads in unison. Catching sight of Hao Ren jubilantly brandishing a small iron piece as he bounded out of the room. Major discovery. Major discovery. Lily was always the most agile of the group, before Hao Ren could utter more than a couple of words. She transformed into a streak of white light, darting to his side and bouncing up and down in an attempt to grasp the small iron fragment. After several jumps, she seemed to suddenly realize this was not the behavior of a pet dog. Quickly wagging her tail and returning to the sofa to feign interest in the television once more, Hao Ren stared at Lily in bewilderment. Why has she reverted to her werewolf form again? Has she lost control? Lily's ears twitched at the mention of losing control, a term she was particularly sensitive to. No, I'm just letting my tail breathe. What on earth is going on? Vivian, ever composed, waited for Lily's antics to subside before standing up. Everything went smoothly in the dream realm yesterday, right? Oh, quite smoothly, that I had a tussle with 70 or 80 wild wolves, and I woke up when a tornado tossed me into the sky. Hao Ren dismissed with a wave of his hand. The crucial part is that I brought something back from there, and this time you recognize what it is. Just as Vivian was about to remark that his night had not been entirely smooth sailing, her attention was captured by the iron fragment Hao Ren was waving in his hand, her expression shifting to one of mild astonishment. This isn't it the item we saw in the basement a couple of days ago? Indeed it is, Hao Ren exclaimed, pulling Vivian by the arm as they made their way toward the small staircase leading to the basement. You remember where we placed that item, right? Let's go find it. These 2 pieces look too similar. After Hao Ren and Vivian dashed off, Isaacs and Lily exchanged puzzled glances. The great demon rumbled in confusion. What's going on with those 2? I arrived late and missed the details. Oh, they must be having an affair. Lily's whimsical mind took over, as she stated matter-of-factly. That's what they say on television. Isaacs paused for a moment, genuinely pondering, before looking up. So when are they getting married? For the next several minutes, these 2 peculiar characters began exploring the marriage customs on Earth, a trivial matter that we can temporarily set aside. Hao Ren and Vivian quickly located the wooden box they had stored in the small basement warehouse just a couple of days prior. The box, containing remnants from his childhood, appeared even more dilapidated after their recent tidying. The rhomboid metal fragment lay amidst the collection of antiques, as if it were a discarded part fallen from something. Hao Ren unloaded the entire box from the small warehouse, placing it on the low table in Vivian's room. The two then began to examine the two metal fragments, though there was little to investigate. As it was evident that the two pieces were identical, did I ask this truly something brought back from the dream realm? Vivian caressed the patterns on the fragment, noticing that this was the piece Hao Ren had just retrieved last night. It appeared somewhat newer with less severe corrosion than the first piece, yet the designs were identical, and the material was the same. Absolutely certain. Hao Ren nodded vigorously and recounted his experiences from the previous night in the dream realm, including his mastery of the rigid shield. Ultimately, the focus returned to the metal fragments, which he had discovered in the abandoned shepherd's hut on the grassland, with no other items in sight, just this solitary piece buried in the earth. Oh, and by the way, those huts appear to have been deserted for over half a year. What kind of place is the dream realm, really? Vivian inquired, her curiosity evident. Did I ask there are also mountains, rivers, and people there? Are the inhabitants similar to those outside? I haven't encountered any living beings there yet, but it does resemble a normal world, with everything you could imagine, and even things absent from the real world, talking wolves roaming in packs. As Hao Ren vividly described the dream realm, he mentioned the peculiar wolf packs, the boundless grasslands, the dazzling starry sky, and the shepherd's abandoned huts. Lastly, he emphasized the most enchanting feature of the dream realm, the sight of the dual moons. One large and one small, the latter no bigger than a fingernail, while the former was several times larger than the moon of Earth, creating a truly magical spectacle at night. If only I could find a way to bring you all there. Do you think Lily would go wild upon seeing two moons? One moon is already enough to send her into a frenzy. Two moons. Vivian, being of a kindred spirit sensitive to moonlight, felt her eyes gleam with a hint of crimson as she heard this topic. I would love to see them. You must bring me along when the opportunity arises. Once in the past, I dreamt of two moons hanging in the sky. That dream remains vividly etched in my memory, under the embrace of the twin moonlight. I finally liberated myself from misfortune and became extraordinarily wealthy. Alas, I was rudely awakened by an incessant knocking from an aunt demanding the rent before I could even dream of spending my newfound fortune. Hao Ren felt a peculiar sensation each time he listened to Vivian recount her past tales, as if he were attending a bitter recollection meeting. The sorrow was palpable. As Vivian reminisced about her splendid experience of becoming immensely wealthy within the dream. She suddenly regained her composure and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, shifting back to serious matters. She waved the two small metal pieces before Hao Ren. It appears that these were both brought back from the dream realm. It is highly improbable that something identical to what exists in the dream realm could have been crafted in the real world, especially given that they appear to be mere scraps of useless metal. You mentioned that the first piece was something you obtained in your childhood. Do you recall the circumstances? Not really. Hao Ren shook his head. I said, it has somehow always been at my side. There are two possibilities, she continued. Firstly, another individual may have ventured into the dream realm, and this metal piece was brought back by them, somehow finding its way into your possession. That didn't the Crow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mention that throughout history? Many have interacted with the dream realm and returned with items. You are not the first, after all. Vivian waved her finger. Secondly, you may have visited the dream realm as a child, and this piece was something you retrieved from there. Which possibility